Chapter 1. Past Lives and Present Existence. In the vast ocean of the Douluo world, there lies a secluded small island. This island is not particularly expansive, measuring merely a few dozen kilometers in length and width. In its central region, a variety of island flora flourishes, while the sandy beaches near the periphery are adorned with numerous coconut trees. This moment. On the beach of the island, a diminutive figure lies face down in the sand, its bare feet occasionally caressed by the lapping of the waves, resembling a stranded fish. Suddenly, this small figure stirs its fingers, gradually rising to a seated position, revealing a pair of azure eyes as deep as the ocean. With hands pressed against a throbbing head, a look of confusion crosses its face as it murmurs, "Who am I? Dai Mubai or Hemingway?" At this instant, two strands of memories intertwine and merge within his mind, not through possession or reincarnation, but rather an awakening of past life memories. The memories from a previous existence belong to a young man in his 20s named Hemingway, hailing from a water-blue planet. This world was one of technology, devoid of flamboyant magic or the pinnacle of martial arts, characterized instead by unremarkable advancements of science. In contrast, the memories of this life originate from a 6-year-old child named Dai Mubai, whose lineage is illustrious and noble. As the two sets of memories continue to blend, the realization dawns upon him. I am Hemingway. His previously bewildered gaze sharpens with clarity. Although his exterior resembles that of a mere child of 6, the intensity of his eyes suggests that he is far from ordinary. Ultimately, the memories from modern society assert their dominance, which is only natural considering that Hemingway, in his former life, was over 20 years old, significantly older than the 6-year-old Dai Mubai. His life experiences, coupled with the information explosion of his previous world, endow him with a wealth of knowledge and insight that far surpasses that of the indigenous inhabitants of this realm. It is hardly surprising that Hemingway's perspective prevails in this amalgamation of memories. How did I end up in the Douluo continent? He muses with a wry smile after assimilating his past memories. And I am the elder brother of Dai Mubai, who is 4 years my junior. Is there even a character named Dai Mubai in the original work? Certainly, despite sharing the name Dai Mubai, he is not the extraordinary figure from Douluo 2, known for his remarkable abilities. After all, there remains a full 10,000 years before the events of Douluo 2. It is merely a coincidence that their names are identical. In this life, Hemingway's identity is quite unique. He is the second son of the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, with an elder brother, Davis, who is 2 years his senior, and a younger brother, Dai Mubai, who has only recently been born, making him 4 years younger. While this alone may not seem significant, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that his biological mother is not the emperor's primary consort, but rather a princess sent from the Heaven Dou Empire for a diplomatic marriage. The Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Dou Empire have been embroiled in a long-standing feud, engaging in relentless warfare over the years that, in recent times, the Star Luo Empire has gained the upper hand. However, after years of conflict, both nations have suffered significant depletion of their resources. If this continues, even if the Star Luo Empire were to annihilate the Heaven Dou Empire, what would remain would be nothing but ruins. Moreover, there looms the ever-watchful threat of the Spirit Hall. The circumstances of both nations do not permit further hostilities. Yet after so many years of strife, halting the conflict cannot simply be a matter of declaring a ceasefire. Thus, the Heaven Dou Empire, under the guise of a political marriage, dispatched a princess to wed the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, temporarily suspending their hostilities. Of course, this arrangement is but a fleeting pause. The conflict between these two great empires cannot be quelled merely by the marriage of a princess. This so-called alliance serves merely as a pretext for the cessation of war. Once both empires have recuperated, the specter of war will inevitably rise again. In such a precarious situation, Dai Mubai, a child born of the royal bloodlines of both empires, finds himself in an exceedingly awkward position. Bearing the royal lineage of the Heaven Dou Empire, he is naturally not favored in the Star Luo Empire, and any future contention for the throne would exclude him entirely, as no one would support a candidate with ties to the enemy. Initially, this might have been tolerable, for despite his lack of favor, he still carries the blood of the Star Luo royalty. Surely the Emperor would not resort to outright killing him. However, everything changed when, at the tender age of 6, he awakened his martial soul and discovered he possessed twin martial souls, both endowed with innate full soul power. To possess either of these talents would already signify genius. To possess both is to be a veritable prodigy. If allowed to develop, his future would be boundless. Had he been merely a commoner or an ordinary noble, the implications might have been less dire. Yet, As the second prince of the Star Luo Empire and the son of a heavenly Dou princess, his remarkable capabilities render his existence increasingly perilous. Numerous individuals within the Star Luo Empire wish to see his downfall, chief among them the Empress and her family, the Zhu clan. For Dai Yuhao is also a son of the Star Luo Emperor. The more exceptional he becomes, the greater the threat he poses to her son's position. Even though the ties to the enemy's bloodline render Dai Yuhao's ascension to the throne highly improbable, the mere possibility, however slight, compels her to extinguish him in his infancy. Thus, a clandestine assassination orchestrated by the Empress ensues. The Star Luo Emperor is undoubtedly aware of this, yet for the sake of imperial stability and to avoid provoking the Empress and her influential family, he feigns ignorance, standing idly by as assassins are dispatched to pursue the mother and child. At this juncture, one might question why the Emperor would allow his son, a prodigy with twin martial souls and innate full soul power, to be sacrificed so easily by the Empress. Has he lost his senses? In truth, the Emperor's indifference stems from his perception of this son's value in his eyes. Dai Yuhao does not possess such immense worth as to warrant risking a rift with the Empress that in the realm of Douluo. At this juncture, possessing a twin martial soul is exceedingly rare. Historical records within the Empire document but a few instances of such dual souls, all sharing a commonality. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, the two souls clash violently, resulting in catastrophic demise. Almost all recorded cases of twin martial souls met their end due to the inherent conflict between the two souls, leading to their explosive annihilation. Consequently, despite the widespread acknowledgement of twin martial souls as a formidable talent, the potential for future greatness remains shrouded in uncertainty due to the perilous conflict that may arise. After all, while an average individual possesses but a single martial soul, one with two is undeniably exceptional, a thought that alone speaks volumes of its significance. However, the absence of any successful cultivation examples leaves the inhabitants of Douluo continent with no clear conception of the strength that could be attained should one overcome the martial soul discord. Thus, the protagonist's worth in the eyes of Emperor Xingluo is considerably diminished, as for the knowledge that the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong, also possesses a twin martial soul. It remains undisclosed to the public at this time. From the perspective of Emperor Xingluo, even if the protagonist were to miraculously surmount the conflict and successfully cultivate, he would merely become a titled Douluo, endowed with two martial souls. The likelihood of failure, however, looms larger, with the potential for a catastrophic end by the time he reaches the 30s or 40s in levels due to soul discord. Thus, for a son whose fate hangs in such precarious balance, opposing him is deemed unthinkable by Emperor Xingluo. Ironically, had the protagonist been merely a natural-born full soul power, his value would have soared in the Emperor's estimation. This would imply that with diligent cultivation, he could very well ascend to the ranks of a titled Douluo, devoid of the risks associated with the explosive fate of twin martial souls. That as for the unwavering resolve of Emperor Xingluo to eliminate the protagonist, it is not rooted in an assessment of his potential achievements. Rather, it is solely due to his dual martial soul and innate full soul power. Should he conquer the conflict, he could at least attain the title of titled Douluo. Moreover, as a prince, he poses a significant threat to the succession of one of her own two sons. Thus, the decision is made to eradicate this potential rival entirely. Royal intrigues are merciless. Even the faintest possibility of a threat cannot be tolerated. Fortunately, when her son awakened his twin martial souls, Dai Yuhao's mother foresaw the impending danger and swiftly summoned several loyal attendants, skilled at the Soul King level, who had followed her from the Heaven Dou Empire. They hastily gathered their belongings and embarked on a nocturnal escape. Destination: the sea. Once they reached the ocean, finding a secluded island would ensure their safety, as the Luo Empire's influence could not extend into the maritime domain dominated by sea soul masters. Thus, fleeing toward the sea appeared to be their safest option. Regrettably, however, the mother and son were intercepted by assassins along the way. A fierce battle ensued, with several attendants falling in sacrifice that, in the end, Dai Yuhao's mother gave her life, choosing to perish alongside her enemies to secure her son's escape. Mother. Upon recalling the gentlewoman, Hemingway instinctively closed his eyes in anguish, feeling an oppressive weight accumulate in his chest, rendering him breathless. He was not merely a soul possessing another body or a spirit returning from the beyond. He had truly been reincarnated as an infant, tenderly nurtured and cared for as Dai Yuhao. Though he had only experienced a fleeting 6 years, during this time devoid of awakened memories, he was cherished and raised as an ordinary child. This bond was undeniably genuine. Even now, with the resurgence of his memories, that affection remains intact, deeply rooted within his heart. Accompanying this love is an overwhelming tide of hatred. From this day forth, there shall be no more Dai Yuhao in this world. The 6-year-old boy gazed skyward, solemnly declaring to himself, only Hemingway shall remain. The flames of vengeance blazed fervently within his heart. Neither the Star Luo Empress nor his heartless father would escape his reckoning. Thus, he relinquished his name in this life, bidding a definitive farewell to his past. From this moment on, the Star Luo royal family would be regarded as his adversaries, destined for annihilation. Chapter 2. The Butterfly Effect. The sun blazed fiercely overhead. The scorching rays enveloped the beach, and despite the salty sea breeze, Hemingway, having lain unconscious for an unknown duration, felt as if he could endure no more of the heat. Upon awakening, though his body remained languid and weak, he summoned his strength to crawl onto the shore, leaving behind 2 long trails in the sand before finally resting against a coconut tree. This tree provided a welcome shade from the sun and was situated beyond the reach of the waves, offering him a perfect respite. As he relished the coolness of the shade, he exhaled deeply, finally allowing himself to relax completely. However, he felt parched and yearned for a drink of water. Ding! At that moment, accompanied by a melodious chime, the Supreme Ruler system is now initializing. A mechanized voice resonated in Hemingway's mind, momentarily catching him off guard, leaving him in stunned silence for a while. Is this a system? After a lengthy pause, Hemingway finally grasped the situation. Was this not the very popular concept of a system found in online novels? Was it real? However, since he had already traversed into the realm of a novel, the existence of such an extraordinary feature seemed rather plausible. Generating attribute panel. At that moment, a system panel materialized before his eyes. Supreme Ruler System. Name: Hemingway. Cultivation level: Level 10 Soul Power, Innate Full Soul Power. Martial Soul. Mermaid Soul Rings not yet attached. In Note 4. Those with impatience. As an emperor with numerous concubines and a plethora of offspring, it is unreasonable to expect each child to inherit the Swan Martial Soul. His mother, though a princess of the Heaven Dou Empire, did not inherit the Swan Martial Soul, which is entirely reasonable. The protagonist's Mermaid Martial Soul is inherited from his mother. Martial Soul, White Tiger Soul Rings not yet attached. Main quest: become the one true king of the Douluo world. With the bloodlines of 2 imperial sovereigns coursing through your veins, it is your destiny to become the world's ruler. Quest reward: unlock the ability to traverse worlds. Novice gift pack. Should it be open? The interface was exceedingly simple, with attributes that appeared woefully meager. However, Hemingway's gaze fixated intently on the novice gift pack displayed at the very end of the panel. Without a doubt, the contents of this package would undoubtedly assist him in his current predicament. Eagerly, he declared, "Open the novice gift pack." Ding! Novice gift pack activated. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 soul upgrade card, 1 devil fruit, and 1 gravity adjustment bracelet. Devil fruit? Hemingway was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the world of Douluo? How could a treasure from the realm of One Piece manifest in his novice gift pack? Wait, I am currently at sea, so perhaps the devil fruit is more suited to my present circumstances. He quickly reconciled his thoughts. The AS for the gravity adjustment bracelet. Its purpose was self-evident. What is the function of the soul upgrade card? He inquired. Ding! The soul upgrade card can assist the host in enhancing the quality of their dual martial souls, with a certain probability of acquiring abilities from characters of other worlds. Acquiring abilities from characters of other worlds? Hemingway found this statement somewhat perplexing, yet adhering to the belief that external assistance would never be detrimental, he decided to utilize the soul upgrade card. Without hesitation, ding! Soul upgrade card used. In the next moment, Hemingway felt his weary and frail body being revitalized by an unseen energy, as though he were immersed in warm water, so comfortable that he nearly succumbed to slumber. In this state of drowsiness, he underwent a profound transformation. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. When he finally regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he immediately perceived that the entire world had transformed. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sea was remarkably gentle. The ocean breeze that caressed his face felt as if it could cleanse his very soul. Hemingway noticed that the contours of his surroundings had become more pronounced, and the colors appeared dazzlingly vibrant. Previously, he had felt akin to a nearsighted individual. Now, it was as though he had donned spectacles, finally able to discern the true visage of the world. He rose gently to his feet, feeling as though his once exhausted body was now brimming with vigor, as if he could effortlessly fell a cow with a single punch. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Hemingway savored the sensations of his transformation when suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing a strand of hair to fall across his forehead, as pure as snow. What is this? He grasped the silken white strand and ran his fingers through his hair, only to discover that his formerly short locks now cascaded down to his waist. Even his once golden tresses had transformed into a snowy white hue. My appearance. Hastily, Hemingway dashed to the water's edge, peering through the azure sea and sky to catch a glimpse of his reflection. Before him stood a 6-year-old child with hair like snow, delicate and fair features, and deep blue eyes reminiscent of the ocean, exuding an ethereal grace. Enchantingly beautiful. One might easily mistake him for a girl if adorned in feminine attire. Hemingway was jolted with astonishment. Instinctively, his right hand reached down towards his groin, and upon grasping his little brother, which had not vanished but rather grown significantly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that no unfortunate transformation had occurred. Next, he was eager to discover the changes in his martial spirit beyond its mere appearance. Merfolk martial spirit, arise. Hemingway silently commanded within, then summoned forth the mermaid martial spirit inherited from his mother. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from the island he occupied, radiating outward across the vast sea. Boom! The ocean churned violently, and countless sea soul beasts surged forth from the depths, howling skyward. As if driven mad, they rushed towards the island, among them many soul beasts over 10,000 years old. At that moment, nearly everyone across the ocean was stirred, especially the sea soul masters. Any whose martial spirit was connected to the ocean, be it sea serpents, sea turtles, fish, or even sea birds, found themselves compelled to prostrate on the ground under the weight of this overwhelming aura, as if paying homage to the supreme sovereign. And as the main culprit behind all of this, Hemingway was startled by the suddenly rolling sea ahead, keenly sensing that all of this was definitely related to his soul weapon. Looking at the sea spirit beasts charging straight at him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, soon after the appearance of his mermaid soul weapon, the subtle fluctuations disappeared. All the frenzied sea spirit beasts calmed down, then looked around in confusion before each diving back into the water and dispersing. The once noisy sea returned to tranquility. However, the impact of the riot among all the sea spirit beasts had not vanished. Instead, it provoked deep thoughts in those who were observant. Why did all the sea spirit beasts in the ocean go into a frenzy? Could it be that some treasure had appeared? Or perhaps the sea god had manifested? Chapter 3. The True Sea God. On the desolate small island, Hemingway stared at the upgraded mermaid spirit before him, falling into silence. Before him was a gigantic figure, approximately several dozen meters tall, with the upper body resembling that of a human woman and the lower body being a massive pink fishtail. Undoubtedly, this was a super huge mermaid. As for why Hemingway inherited a mermaid spirit from his biological mother rather than the swan spirit passed down from the Tian Dou royal family, it was because his mother, although a princess of the Tian Dou Empire, did not inherit the royal swan spirit, but instead inherited the mermaid spirit from her grandmother, who was a soul master. Therefore, as the son of his mother, his mermaid spirit in this life was naturally inherited from her. Originally, his mermaid spirit was only of normal size and could never be as gigantic as it was now. But it was clear that the transformation into this form was due to the spirit upgrade card. However, Hemingway frowned as he looked at the enormous mermaid before him. She had flowing pink long curls styled into an ancient flying fairy bun. Adorning her head was a taiyaki-shaped hair accessory, and she wore shell-shaped earrings on her earlobes. Her eyes were as deep blue as the ocean, and she possessed unparalleled beauty. Below her was a super voluptuous upper body, while her lower half featured a pink fishtail with varying shades. The Mermaid Princess, by Xing. He slowly uttered these words. The Mermaid Princess, by Xing, is an important character from the anime One Piece. She is the princess of the Mermaid Clan and the legendary Sea King Poseidon. She has the ability to command all sea kings in the ocean. And Hemingway's mermaid martial soul, after its upgrade, now resembled the Mermaid Princess, by Xing. He finally understood what the system meant by having a certain chance to obtain abilities from characters in other worlds. After the martial soul transformed into the appearance of the Mermaid Princess, by Xing, the character's abilities in this world shifted from commanding sea kings to commanding all creatures related to the ocean. The previous riot of all sea soul beasts was due to the special waves emitted when he first summoned his martial soul, marking Poseidon's initial appearance in the world, causing all sea soul beasts to mistakenly believe that the sea god had descended. Such a situation would not occur again when he summoned the martial soul in the future. The martial soul upgrade card produced by the system was indeed powerful. He gazed in awe at the massive mermaid martial soul before him. Even without mentioning the ability to command sea soul beasts, just by looking at its size, he could tell that the current martial soul was infinitely stronger than the previous one, standing dozens of meters tall. One could only imagine the destructive power such a massive martial soul possessed. What would the other martial soul have transformed into? Hemingway thought for a moment, and with a flick of his mind, the massive mermaid spirit transformed into a beam of light and vanished. In its place was another enormous figure. Roar! A fierce and violent roar suddenly echoed through the surrounding sea. A gigantic white tiger with wings on its back was roaring to the sky. The white tiger's fur was crystal snow white, covered all over with pitch-black stripes, and its eyes were blood-red, exuding an inexplicable darkness. Ominous. Its body had become so large, and it now had an extra pair of wings. Hemingway looked at the imposing, murderous giant white tiger and felt extremely satisfied because no matter how he looked at it, the evolved white tiger was far stronger than before. Most importantly, it had an additional pair of wings, which clearly meant it could fly. This was truly an extraordinary evolution for a king of the land like a tiger. By the way, let's check the attributes. He slapped his forehead and silently summoned the attribute panel. Strongest king system name, Hemingway Cultivation, level 10, innate full soul power. Spirit, mermaid princess, no soul rings added. Spirit, nether white tiger, no soul rings added. Main quest, become the one true king of the Douluo world. With the bloodlines of two great imperial rulers, you should naturally become the world's sovereign. Quest reward, unlock the ability to traverse worlds. The mermaid spirit had transformed into the mermaid princess, and the white tiger spirit had become the nether white tiger, which was evidently stronger. But he didn't know exactly how it was stronger. He looked at the simple attributes on the panel and murmured to himself, feeling inexplicably eager to try it out. Especially the ability of the mermaid spirit to command sea soul beasts made him curious about what it could actually do. Could he directly command sea soul beasts to sacrifice themselves? Why not give it a try? The waves continuously crashed against the shore, and the salty sea breeze blew over, making him feel somewhat relaxed and refreshed. Perhaps it was because of the mermaid spirit, but the closer he got to the sea, the more comfortable he felt. It was as if the ocean was truly his home. Hemingway walked barefoot on the beach until the seawater reached his ankles, then he stopped. He gently closed his eyes. After the mermaid spirit evolved into a fish princess, it granted him many abilities. One of these was the ability to sense the ocean. As long as he was in contact with the seawater, he could perceive the situation within a certain range of the sea. At that moment, his feeling was extraordinary, as if he were standing from a god's perspective. He could see everything in the water with a 360-degree view, covering a vast area. In an instant, it spanned 1,000 miles of ocean. It was simply terrifying. However, this was normal, as his spirit was originally the king of the sea. Having such a terrifying sense of the ocean was not strange at all. Soon, within the range of 1,000 miles of sea, Hemingway sensed the traces of many soul beasts. Based on the soul power aura radiating from them, he found that most of these soul beasts were around 10, 100, or 1,000 years old, with almost none being 10,000 years old. However, for his current stage, 100,000-year soul rings were sufficient. Even if there were 10,000-year soul beasts, with his current strength, he might not be able to command them. Just this soul beast. Hemingway set his sights on a 1,000-year-old shark and immediately issued a command to it. Instantly, the shark obediently swam to the shore and beached itself there. Hemingway looked at the giant shark, which was clearly filled with resistance, yet had to obey, and for the first time felt the terrifying power of her martial soul. This was simply an absolute control over all marine life. She was the sea goddess, right? Martial soul manifest, accompanied by a low shout. The massive mermaid princess martial soul appeared behind Hemingway. Then, the dozens of meters tall mermaid princess martial soul raised a slender, enormous jade hand and gently slapped down. Boom! With a thunderous roar. The giant shark that was stranded on the beach made no resistance at all and was flattened into a meat pie by the enormous jade hand. A purple 1,000-year soul ring slowly rose. The mermaid princess martial soul is the ruler of the ocean. All marine creatures must obey its command. However, while the body obeys, the mind does not. Therefore, it is impossible to make the soul beast willingly sacrifice itself. Otherwise, Hemingway wouldn't need 1,000 years for her first soul ring. It would start directly from 10,000 or even 100,000 years. Kulme. As the soul power was summoned, the purple soul ring instantly flew over, merging into the body of the mermaid princess martial soul, and immediately, as the main body, Hemingway felt a force surge into her body. Under the nourishment of this power, her physique was rapidly strengthening. Hemingway was not unaware that the best first soul ring for a soul master is a yellow soul ring of a few hundred years. However, ever since he used the soul upgrade card to enhance his martial soul, although his soul power did not increase, the boost to his physique from the two martial souls was astonishingly large. As is well known, soul masters can absorb soul rings mainly if their physique and spirit can withstand it. As long as you can endure it, even a 10,000-year soul ring for the first soul ring is not a problem at all. Because of this, Hemingway dared to directly absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for his first soul ring. The results prove that he was right. The process of absorbing the soul ring went exceptionally smoothly, and Hemingway felt that even if the soul ring were 1,000 or 2,000 years higher, he could still handle it. From this, he initially estimated that his current physique was equivalent to that of a level 30 or 40 soul master. However, the main strength of a soul master lies in the diverse and peculiar soul skills, while the strength of the physique is secondary. Therefore, it does not mean that he can now match a level 30 or 40 soul master. Let's see what soul skills I have obtained. Hemingway closed his eyes and sensed quietly. Then, naturally, he knew what kind of soul skill he had gained after merging with his soul ring. It turned out to be this. He suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his right hand, shouting in a low voice. Instantly, a layer of golden light surged forth, covering and enveloping his entire arm, as if it had transformed into a golden right arm. There was no doubt that this was the haki from the world of One Piece. Haki is a unique ability in the world of One Piece, divided into 3 types: observation haki, armament haki, and the rare conqueror's haki. Chapter 4, The Considerate System. After obtaining the first soul ring, Hemingway directly possessed 2 of the 3 types of haki, namely armament haki and observation haki. Currently, he was using armament haki. The effect of this armament haki, simply put, is to give the body the appearance of being covered with a layer of armor, making it indestructible. It can also evolve into attack power, creating various effects. The effect of observation haki is similar to radar and the consciousness seen in cultivation novels. It senses everything within a certain range, revealing everything in detail, and can even perceive others' emotions. Some individuals who have cultivated observation haki to its peak can even hear others' thoughts, listen to the voices of all things, or foresee the future. As for the final conqueror's haki, it is similar to the pressure of a strong person, but even more domineering. Once released, it can intimidate all beings, making others feel no inclination to resist. It is an essential ability to clear out minions and display the aura of a king. That is why it is called conqueror's haki. But unfortunately, for some unknown reason, Hemingway did not awaken conqueror's haki. Perhaps it was because he lacked that royal aura in his heart. Thus, he only awakened armament and observation haki, and he did not know if he would have the opportunity to awaken conqueror's haki in the future. Now that he had initially obtained the first soul ring, Hemingway had directly awakened 2 types of haki, which could be said to be his soul skills. Of course, with gains come losses. The mermaid princess martial soul has its advantages, but it also has its drawbacks. That is, the attached soul ring cannot grant him bizarre soul skills, meaning that no matter what soul ring he obtains in the future, the mermaid princess martial soul will not have any other soul skills. At most, it will only enhance these 2 types of haki based on the original foundation. Therefore, the function of the soul ring, apart from allowing him to level up, enhance his physical and mental capabilities, and increase the power of haki, cannot bring him any soul skills. All of this was something Hemingway could naturally know after carefully sensing it. Regarding this point, although he felt a bit disappointed, after all, those bizarre and dazzling soul skills were quite tempting. However, one should not be too greedy. In his view, just using armament and observation haki well would be enough for him to dominate a corner of this Douluo world. Moreover, he also had another white tiger martial soul. Furthermore, aside from haki, there are many combat techniques in the world of One Piece that he should be able to imitate and use. For example, the extremely famous Marine's 6 styles. With his current physique, he would be able to use them skillfully with more practice. In short, he definitely would not lack attacking means. So, for the next period, he decided to adapt to the changes of his martial soul on this small island, while also practicing the Marine's 6 styles. Once he had some self-defense capabilities and even a certain foundation to roam the seas, he would start recruiting people on the ocean to build his own force. Hemingway silently pondered, feeling that before becoming the only true king of the Douluo continent, he might as well start by becoming the king of the sea. I'm going to become the man of the Sea King. Strongest king system name. Hemingway level. Level 15 Soul Master Martial Soul. Mermaid Princess, Purple, Martial Soul. Nether White Tiger, no attached soul ring. Main quest, become the only true king of the Douluo world. With the bloodlines of two great empire rulers, you should naturally become the world's dominator. Quest reward. Unlock the ability to traverse worlds. Level 15, not bad. Hemingway looked at his level and nodded. Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring could jump 5 levels, which was quite good. Next up was another reward. Hemingway silently thought. System, claim the devil fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the paramecia-type devil fruit, the pawpaw fruit from the world of One Piece. As the system notification sounded, a fruit appeared out of thin air in the void and gently floated down. Hemingway subconsciously reached out to take the oddly shaped fruit, staring at it in front of him. He recalled the information about this fruit from the original work, the superhuman-type devil fruit, the meatball fruit. This devil fruit appeared in One Piece, and after consumption, it allows the user to grow pads in their palms resembling a cat's paw, enabling them to bounce away anything, solids, liquids, gases, damage, heat, slashes, shockwaves, and so on. It could even bounce away intangible concepts like fatigue and pain. If developed to the fullest, it would definitely be an extremely powerful ability. However, while the devil fruit has its advantages, Hemingway frowned at the drawback of being afraid of seawater and sea prism stone, especially since he was currently on the ocean. Moreover, with his martial soul being able to command sea soul beasts, he would inevitably have to deal with the sea in the future. How could he leave himself with such a serious flaw? Ding! Friendly reminder. This fruit has no side effects. It is a system-optimized and improved version. After consumption, there is no fear of seawater side effects, so please use it with confidence. The mechanical prompt from the system sounded like heavenly music to Hemingway's ears at that moment. It was then that Hemingway began to carefully observe the devil fruit in his hand, noticing that the improved and optimized devil fruit was indeed different. It had unique patterns and seemed to emit light from above and below. It even exuded an enticing fruity aroma. Improved? Is this for real? This golden finger is so considerate. Looking at the system's prompt, Hemingway hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took a bite of the fragrant devil fruit. In this world, who else could he trust, if not the system? After taking a bite, Hemingway discovered that not only was the flaw of being afraid of seawater gone, but even the supposedly terrible taste that was described in the original work had transformed into a normal fruit flavor, tasting a bit like watermelon. In no time, he devoured the devil fruit in just a few bites. A strange sensation spread throughout his body. Hemingway instinctively closed his eyes, silently experiencing the exhilarating sensation of his soul ascending. After a moment, he reopened his eyes and examined his unchanged hands. With a thought, he suddenly saw the palms of his hands swell up, followed by the appearance of something resembling a cat's paw pad. Although the meatball fruit is a paramecia-type devil fruit, its ability is by no means simple, or rather, no devil fruit is truly simple. If developed to its highest realm, it might really be able to bounce everything away. He looked at his palms and couldn't help but mutter to himself. In the original work, the ability of this fruit can bounce away concepts like fatigue and pain. How could such an ability possibly be simple? Since it can bounce away the concepts of fatigue and pain, can it bounce away other concepts? If it can bounce away the concept of aging, could a person achieve eternal youth and immortality? If it can bounce away the concept of death, could a person come back to life? If it can bounce away the concept of living, would that person lose their life? If it can bounce away human emotions and desires, would that person become a soulless doll devoid of desires? If it can bounce away one person's affection for another and transplant that affection onto someone else, would that person then fall in love with another? In this world where everyone has a martial soul, could one bounce out another's martial soul and transplant it onto someone else? Could one create twin martial souls, triple martial souls, or even in martial souls? Hemingway thought carefully and realized that if the improved version of the meatball fruit's ability could really achieve such a level, it would be invincible. Chapter 5, The True Meaning of Fitness. The Navy 6 styles refer to 6 techniques: shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger gun. They are a type of physical skill in the anime One Piece, surpassing human physical limits. Their power is immense, and mastering all of them grants the ability to compete even against devil fruit users. To use the Navy's 6 styles, one undoubtedly needs a strong physique. After undergoing a martial soul upgrade, Hemingway's physique has been terrifyingly strengthened. Purely in terms of physicality, he is at least at the 30 soul respect level. Because of this, he was able to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring with his first soul ring. Initially, he thought that with his current body strength, learning the Navy 6 styles would be very easy. However, reality quickly slapped him in the face. In actual practice, he found that he could not perform a Navy 6 styles at all because his soul respect level physique still did not meet the standards. He had not reached the minimum requirement to use the Navy 6 styles. What to do? What else could he do but train? Train hard to enhance his physique. Fortunately, among the 3 items from the beginner's gift pack, the last item was very helpful for his current situation. That is the Gravity Adjustment Bracelet. This bracelet is simply a magical tool for body training. Hemingway looked at the silver bracelet on his arm and couldn't help but murmur to himself. This silver metallic bracelet looks like an ordinary silver bracelet, but it is covered with strange incantations and can automatically adjust its size. After putting it on, the bracelet, which was originally suitable for adults, instantly shrank to the right size. At the same time, as he wore the bracelet, a stream of information naturally appeared in his mind, informing him of its purpose and usage. The Gravity Adjustment Bracelet can adjust the gravitational force of the planet it bears, with no upper limit on the gravity adjustment. How terrifying! The gravity change of this bracelet is not as simple as ordinary weight training. Regular weight training targets only certain parts of the body, and there are definitely areas that cannot be reached by weight training. But this gravity bracelet is frightening. The gravity bracelet fundamentally changes the gravitational force that one bears, which means it adds weight to every single cell in the body from all angles. Regular weight training can only strengthen muscles and bones. How could it achieve such a level? Then let's try it with double gravity first. Hemingway touched the metallic gravity bracelet on his right hand and tentatively issued a command for double gravity. Instantly, the gravity bracelet, having received the command, faithfully executed its duty. Silently, whoosh, Hemingway suddenly let out a deep breath, his body bending slightly at the waist, drenched in sweat. He began to breathe heavily, feeling as if he was being squeezed by something, an indescribable heaviness enveloping him all over. Indeed, it was terrifying. He struggled to support his body, feeling that even standing was a tremendous torment. Breathing was also extremely difficult. Regulating gravity is different from ordinary weight training. Weight is merely an external pressure that can at most strengthen bones and muscles. However, gravity covers every part of the body, including internal organs and even small muscles, all under the influence of gravity. One can imagine how terrifying the burden on the body is. Under 1 times gravity, Hemingway gasped for breath, feeling that just standing still and maintaining his balance was already an extremely terrifying exercise. After a while, he finally began to adapt to the pressure of gravity and started to take steps, moving forward 1 step at a time. After just a few steps, he stopped, breathing heavily. After resting for a while, he took another step forward, moving and stopping intermittently. During this time, he did not use soul power to enhance his body, as this was about training rather than fighting. Using soul power was a shortcut that offered no benefits for training. After spending a whole day, Hemingway managed to walk around the entire small island. Upon completing the task, he felt that his body had reached its limit. With a thought, he released the 1 times gravity. Suddenly, a feeling of lightness washed over him. Without the suppression of gravity, he felt as if he could fly, his whole body light and airy, as if a gentle breeze could lift him into the sky. Of course, he knew this was just an illusion. His body had adapted to 1 times gravity, so the sudden removal of it created a certain illusion. Hemingway quickly sat down cross-legged, adopting a meditative posture. Silently circulating the soul power within his body, he allowed it to flow throughout, relaxing his muscles and joints. It is well known that after physical exercise, the human body secretes a large amount of lactic acid, leading to discomfort such as soreness. If he didn't promptly guide the soul power to stretch the energy and blood circulation, he would definitely wake up in the morning unable to move due to pain. After a while, Hemingway, who was guiding the circulation of soul power through meditation, let out a breath and then opened his sea blue eyes, feeling the fatigue in his body slightly diminish. At the same time, a wave of hunger surged over him. Gurgle Hemingway rubbed his belly, knowing he needed to replenish his nutrients. He struggled to stand up, his legs feeling a bit unsteady as he wobbled toward the woods in the center of the small island. There, he had prepared food and a place to stay long ago. A few large trees grew quite close together, and Hemingway used branches and vines to build a simple little cabin. On a tree next to the cabin, some dried and smoked fish hung. In front of the cabin, a clearing had been made, still showing traces of last night's bonfire. Hemingway stumbled here, casually grabbed a piece of fish meat and began to gnaw on it. The fish, which had been simply smoked, tasted decent. On this deserted island, it was already a rare delicacy. After finishing one piece of fish, Hemingway grabbed a few more and continued to eat. Finally, he managed to satisfy his hunger. After filling his stomach, Hemingway sat down on a makeshift, rudimentary stool and let out a long sigh. Feeling the exhaustion that permeated his entire body at that moment, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, "The effects of gravity training are indeed good, but with my current physical condition, I simply can't exercise for long periods. I must wait until my body recovers to a certain extent before I can continue training. Otherwise, it would only harm my body." The so-called training is not just about persisting every day. Everything fears excess. Training is actually a process of damaging the body and then recovering. Only through continuous destruction and repair can the body become stronger. However, if one overtrains and the body hasn't recovered before being further damaged over time, serious hidden injuries will remain. The most important thing about training is moderation. You have to give your body time to recover. It's impossible to train endlessly. Doing so is simply seeking death. If you train recklessly like this, you will ruin your entire body. In addition, you also need to ensure sufficient nutrition during the training period. As the ancient saying goes, rich in martial arts, poor in literature. The body requires a lot of nutrients for self-repair after training. It's impossible to build muscle by eating only steamed buns and pickled vegetables every day. Without sufficient nutrition, no matter how much you train, your achievements will always be limited. Instead, it will lead to excessive consumption of nutrients in the body, causing significant problems. Chapter 6. The wonderful use of meatball fruit. Given my current situation, even if I have soul power to guide my muscles and bones, it will take at least 3 days for my body to recover from the damage caused by previous training. Hemingway carefully felt the state of his body and couldn't help but frown, muttering to himself, "Damn it, if I weren't stranded here, I wouldn't have to worry about my body recovering." If Hemingway were still the pampered second prince of the Star Luo Empire, he could easily summon healing soul masters to heal the injuries his body sustained from training, or have imperial doctors use precious medicinal materials to brew a medicinal bath. Soaking in it would not only relieve fatigue, but also strengthen the body and enhance its potential. He wouldn't have to wait in misery for his body to recover like now. Not only would he waste 3 days, but his body would also easily accumulate hidden injuries from long-term training. Moreover, for him at this moment, time is the most precious thing. If he has to rest for a period after every training session, how much time would that waste? If this continues, when will he become strong? When will he have the power to take revenge? What should he do? Is there any way for me to recover quickly? Hemingway frowned in thought, feeling that there must be a way. He just subconsciously overlooked it. What could it be? He furrowed his brows, constantly searching his memories. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed. Yes, the meatball fruit. Hemingway finally realized that the meatball fruit from the novice gift pack could be very helpful for his current situation. In the original work, the ability user of the meatball fruit could bounce out concepts like fatigue and pain from a person's body. Isn't that exactly what he needs right now? The only question now is whether he, having only just begun to eat the devil fruit, can actually bounce out such concepts of fatigue and pain. With this doubt in mind, Hemingway extended one palm and silently started to activate the ability of the meatball fruit. He saw his right hand slowly bulging, forming something that looked like a cat's paw pad, which not only looked non-threatening, but even a bit cute when Hemingway began to truly use the ability of the meatball fruit. He instantly felt as if the entire world had completely transformed in his eyes. It was difficult to describe what that feeling was like. He felt as if the entire world in his eyes had turned into a mass of differently colored gases. These gases were colorful, intertwining, mixing, and merging to form this vibrant world. So profound, so complex. Hemingway took a brief glance and felt dizzy, unable to comprehend what those colors represented. He knew that those colors were beyond his understanding at that moment. Perhaps these colors were a kind of manifestation of concepts in his imagination. Hemingway retracted his gaze and looked down at his body, discovering that he was also composed of countless colorful gases, which seemed to be a kind of concept. Countless concepts constituted his current self. But where was the concept of fatigue among so many concepts? Just as this doubt arose, Hemingway felt a profound and mystical insight surge within him. This peculiar insight guided him, and his gaze focused on a faint red gas within his body. His intuition told him that this gas represented the concept of fatigue in his body at that moment. Slowly extending his palm, which had a fleshy pad, he gently pressed it against his chest. Pop! A sound like a bubble bursting echoed. That faint red gas, lightly flicked by his palm, was instantly expelled from his body. When the concept representing fatigue detached from his body, Hemingway felt an indescribable sense of relief wash over him, as if he had shed a heavy burden. All discomfort dissipated completely, along with the faint red gas that represented fatigue, leaving his body. A fist-sized bubble floated in the palm of Hemingway's hand. Inside it was filled with a faint red gas, which looked somewhat strange. This bubble contained the concept of fatigue that had been expelled from his body. At that moment, Hemingway felt better than ever before. As the concept of fatigue was expelled, the injuries from the gravitational exercise he had endured were also instantly healed. He couldn't understand the principle behind it, only knowing that as the concept of fatigue was expelled, the effects of the injuries it caused naturally disappeared. He had to transfer this ball of fatigue to other living beings. Otherwise, it would return to his own body. Hemingway looked at the ball of fatigue he was holding and pondered. He stood up, feeling energetic, completely free from the previous sensation of weakness, as if his body had been emptied. He stepped towards the seaside. When he reached the beach, he stepped into the water, and as his ankles touched the seawater, the ocean's sensing ability activated. Instantly, the sea area within 1,000 miles was within his perception, and he selected a sea soul beast, activating his ability to summon it. Moments later, a fish fin suddenly appeared on the distant sea surface, and then a large shark gradually emerged, swimming vigorously towards him. Eventually, it beached itself on the sand. This was a 100-year-old shark soul beast, with a mouth full of large fangs and a fierce and savage gaze. However, due to the influence of the mermaid princess's martial soul, it had no choice but to obediently be stranded here. Hemingway walked up to the shark, holding a bundle of pale red gas in his palm, and gently pressed it into the shark's body. In an instant, the concept of exhaustion merged with it. The shark's body went rigid all of a sudden. Even its tail lifted. After a moment of stiffness, it went limp again. The entire shark lay sickly on the beach, its eyes no longer fierce, but instead filled with exhaustion. It was as if it had gone through a brutal battle for survival. Hemingway nodded in satisfaction, just as he thought. As long as the concept of being ejected from within is integrated into other beings, this concept will not return to himself. Otherwise, once he gives up control, this concept will return to him. Let's go. He waved his hand at the century-old shark spirit beast, ordering it to leave. Then he turned around and walked away without looking back. It was really like a heartless scumbag who discards things after playing with them. At this time, the sky had gradually begun to darken. Hemingway returned to the humble wooden cabin and lit a campfire for warmth using the method of drilling wood to create fire. He then sat cross-legged beside the fire, closed his eyes, and began his meditation practice. Meditation is a very energy-consuming activity and cannot replace sleep. Therefore, after about 2 hours of meditation, Hemingway awoke from his meditative state. He then stood up to stretch his limbs and walked into the cabin to prepare for rest. The small wooden cabin was very rudimentary, drafty on all sides, barely shielding against the rain falling from the sky. As for the so-called bed, it was merely a few wooden slats tied to the tree trunks surrounding the cabin, entwined with vines. A layer of dry grass and withered leaves completed the makeshift bed. Given the conditions on the deserted island, having this place to sleep was already quite good. Hemingway didn't mind and directly fell onto the bed. His sea blue eyes slowly closed, and his whole body gradually relaxed. A wave of fatigue surged over him, not the fatigue of the body, but of the spirit. Having encountered great changes in recent days, he felt an awakening of past life memories. Even if something was apparent on the surface, his spirit was already quite weary. In his dreams, he thought of nothing, emptying his mind. Undoubtedly, it was a very good restorative action. Chapter 7. Deserted Island. 6 years of hard practice. The next day, the sun rises over the sea. A ray of sunlight filters through the gaps in the wooden cabin and shines on Hemingway's eyelids, causing them to twitch slightly before he slowly opens his eyes, which are as blue as the sea, deep and beautiful, with a hazy ripple like water. He gradually sits up from the simple wooden bed, stretching his hands upward, accompanied by the cracking sound of bones, as the energy within him flows throughout his body. After a good stretch, his body, which had been dormant for a night, is now rebooted. He first freshens up, then has something to eat. Hemingway walked towards the seaside, the golden beach, the waves continuously surging with sparkling light. And the rising sun was not too scorching, but it was blinding. He instinctively squinted, taking a while to adjust to the sunlight before him. Step by step, he slowly walked across the beach and into the deep water, eventually being submerged. With a mermaid martial spirit, Hemingway seemed like a born sea creature, especially after his martial spirit evolved into a mermaid princess. As long as he used his martial spirit to transform into a mermaid, he could breathe freely in the seawater and absorb the oxygen contained within. Of course, even without transforming into a mermaid, he could hold his breath underwater for a long time. Swimming was an instinct he had mastered without any training. However, it was still not as comfortable as transforming into a mermaid. After working up a sweat last night, he hadn't had the chance to take a shower. Now he could wash himself well in the seawater, shedding all his clothes. So he scrubbed his body in the water, surrounded by many colorful fish swimming past him, indifferent to his presence. After a while, the naked Hemingway slowly walked up onto the beach, still holding the clothes he had just cleaned. He looked at the clothes in his hands, silently activating the ability of a meatball fruit, and then gently slapped the clothes. Ha! All the dirt and seawater inside the clothes were ejected with that slap, turning into a bubble. Hemingway casually discarded the bubble, which burst uncontrollably, spilling its filth and seawater all over the ground. This thing is different from a concept. It doesn't need a carrier. Once discarded, it's gone. He looked at the childish clothes in his hand, which had become dry and brand new again. His gaze was complex. This piece of clothing was sewn stitch by his mother, and it held special significance for him, making it hard to part with. So, he carefully folded it and placed it into the soul guide ring in his hand. He would keep it as a memento. Then, he walked naked on this desolate island, first pulling up some soft grass and vines, then weaving them together to create something resembling a grass skirt, just enough to cover himself. After donning this self-made grass skirt, the now completely naked Hemingway, with only the grass skirt on his lower body, resembled a primitive wild man from ancient times. As the second prince of the Star Luo Empire and the son of the Heaven Dou Empire's princess, Hemingway certainly wouldn't lack for storage rings. His storage ring was piled high with gold coins, various books documenting strange tales and soul master cultivation, as well as some daily change of clothes. In short, he was far from poor. However, the problem was that he was currently on a deserted island, and those gold coins were of no use at all. The books could serve to relieve boredom, but he found the daily change of clothes to be of little utility. On this deserted island, who was he dressing for? More importantly, during the process of exercising, clothes would wear out quickly. Additionally, as his body grew, the clothes would eventually become unwearable. So, he thought it better to go without clothes and just make a grass skirt to cover himself. He learned all this from survival shows in his past life, and he had to admit that this knowledge was indeed very practical, allowing him to survive on this island and avoid many detours. Returning to the cabin, Hemingway picked up the dried and smoked fish and started to eat. This fish was not just ordinary fish. It was the meat of a soul beast. It contained soul power, and consuming it greatly surpassed ordinary meat in every aspect. It could effectively replenish the energy consumed during physical training. After finishing breakfast, Hemingway, like yesterday, activated the gravity bracelet to double the gravity. Instantly, just like yesterday, an indescribable feeling of heaviness flooded his entire body. Hemingway carefully sensed his body and found that his ability to endure one gravity was slightly better than yesterday. Although not by much, it was indeed progress. Clearly, the concept of fatigue had been dispelled and did not affect the effectiveness of his physical training. After adapting to the change in gravity for a moment, Hemingway set off walking. Now, under one gravity, even walking was extremely difficult for him. The training effect of the gravity wristbands was terrifying. Every part of his body, every cell, was bearing the overwhelming pressure due to the change in gravity. In this state, even just standing still was a form of terrifying exercise. He only needed to continuously adapt to the gravity while ensuring adequate nutrition, and his body would naturally become stronger. After barely making a full circle around the small island, it was already noon. Today's efficiency was much higher than yesterday's, not because his body was stronger, but simply because yesterday was the first time, and he was not very accustomed to it, which slowed him down. It was time to eat. Hemingway felt extremely hungry at that moment, and suddenly the weight on him was lifted. Once again, that light and airy feeling washed over him. He stepped into the sea, releasing his ability to sense the ocean. Then, relying on the mermaid princess's soul power to control the sea spirit beasts, after a while, several tuna spirit beasts, around 10 years old, swam to the shore of the small island and obediently beached themselves on the sand. Hemingway stepped forward and casually killed the tuna with a few slaps. Several white soul rings rose up. He dragged the tuna ashore, took out a small knife from his storage ring, and began to process the tuna, discarding the internal organs and heads, then cutting the fish meat off and eating it raw. The taste of the tuna was extremely delicious, and eating it raw was perfectly fine. In fact, cooking it made it less tasty and would also cause some loss of nutrients. After eating and drinking to his fill, he hung the remaining tuna meat up in a tree. He rested for a moment to digest. Then, he eliminated the concept of fatigue from his body, restoring his physical exhaustion. He was now in a completely full state. Next, he activated double gravity and started walking around the small island. Time passed quietly like this. Hemingway's daily task is to engage in walking exercises around the island, defying gravity. Then, in the evening, he meditates and cultivates his spiritual energy for a while. And after finishing, he goes to sleep, resting until dawn. Gradually, Hemingway gradually adapted to one gravity, moving from walking to jogging and then to running fast, until he fully adapted to one gravity. At that point, he began to challenge 2 times the gravity, then 3 times the gravity, 4 times the gravity. 6 years later, Hemingway is 12 years old. At this time, he is already able to move freely under 5 times the gravity, and his physique is much stronger than it was 6 years ago. His practice of a Navy SEAL technique has also shown initial results. At least it's not a problem to use it in combat. Currently, his soul power level is 39. It must be said that after upgrading with the soul skill upgrade card, Hemingway's talent can indeed be described as terrifying. In these 6 years, even though he mainly focused on physical training and spent only a short 2 hours each night cultivating his soul power, he has still become a soul master at level 39 in just 6 years. Just a little more, and he'll be able to break through to level 40. And after absorbing a soul ring, he can officially become a soul sect. Of course, the rapid improvement in soul power is closely related to his daily hard physical training over the past 6 years. A body that has undergone rigorous training craves energy greatly. At this time, cultivating soul power will be much more efficient than usual, indirectly compensating for the short training time. P.S. Please support with votes and collections. A new book cannot thrive without your support. Chapter 8. The Arrival of Uninvited Guests. On this day, a group of uninvited guests arrived on this deserted island. It was a ship about 20 to 30 meters long, seemingly stopping at this small island to replenish freshwater resources. Anchored on the sandy beach of the island, a skull flag was flying at the top of the ship. This represents the mark of pirates on the sea. Clearly, this group of uninvited guests is pirates. There are only about 10 people on the entire ship, all middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. The only difference between them and ordinary people is that some pirates are missing an eye, while others have lost hands or feet. Only a few have intact bodies. Captain, there are people on this island. A lewd middle-aged man pointed at the footprints on the gravel not far away and said curiously, "How could there be anyone on this broken island? Maybe it's someone who encountered a shipwreck and washed up here by chance. Let's go take a look. There might be something to gain." The pirate leader, a middle-aged man with one eye missing and a hook for a left hand, with a fierce appearance, commanded the people behind him, "You stay here and guard the ship. We'll go take a look." The pirate leader then led a few subordinates down the ship via the slide. Several pirates followed the footprints, starting to track down their owner. The island is not large, only about a dozen kilometers long. The footprints circle around the island, so a few pirates soon saw the owner of the footprints. It was a young figure who seemed to be only in his teens, with long white hair cascading down his back, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Step by step, he walked slowly forward. Although his pace was not fast, each step gave a sense of stability like a mountain. The pirates looked at the naked bronze-skinned figure ahead, wearing only a grass skirt, resembling a wild man. They instinctively held their breath. For some reason, just looking at this man's broad back gave them a feeling of not daring to be reckless. It seemed that if they angered this man, something terrifying would happen. At this moment, the figure ahead seemed to sense something. Suddenly, he stopped and slowly turned around, first revealing a well-defined and solid body, with harmonious muscle lines covering his body, complemented by his bronze skin forming a powerful and beautiful physique. On this masculine body was an extraordinarily handsome face. Sharp eyebrows, high nose, thin lips, and exquisitely defined features made this face extremely attractive to women. "Who A pair of snow-white, sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed, and those ocean-like, deep blue eyes stared at the few pirates, with a hoarse and low voice coming from his thin lips, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. Boom! The pirates were startled as a loud sound accompanied the sudden appearance of the strong figure, who had moved almost instantaneously to stand not far in front of them, staring intently at them with his beautiful, gem-like blue eyes. This kind of gaze was not unfamiliar to the pirates. They often used this kind of gaze to look at others. Yes, this was the gaze of a predator looking at its prey. The pirate leader pondered his words, feeling inexplicably that the extraordinarily handsome man in front of him was extremely dangerous, even though he himself was a soul master. Facing this man made his martial spirit go wild with alarm. Every part of his body was telling him that this man was very, very, very dangerous. Are you pirates? He looked at the obvious characteristics of these people and frowned slightly. No, we are not pirates, the pirate leader stammered. He felt a chill emanating from the man in front of him. It was as if what stood before him was not a human, but a ferocious beast that preys on others. He felt that if he admitted to being a pirate, his head would be lost in the next moment. We are passing merchant ships, here to replenish fresh water, the pirate leader said tremblingly, then turned to his nearby subordinates, right? Yes, we are merchants. Several subordinates quickly echoed, seeing their leader's expression. After all, a pirate who has survived this long, with such meager strength, must possess a keen instinct for observing words and avoiding danger. Otherwise, they would have long perished many times over and could not have lived to such an old age. Hemingway quietly gazed at the pirates, who were clearly not good people just by their appearance. He had sensed their presence through his observation haki even before they set foot on the island. The emotions emanating from them were definitely not friendly, but now only fear remained. Under the influence of his observation haki, he could tell that these pirates were all soul masters, albeit with very low power levels. Based on the fluctuations of their soul power, apart from the leader, who was a level 22 Great Soul Master, the rest of the crew were mostly level 11 or 12 Soul Masters. Weak, they were simply too weak. However, it was just right because he had recently planned to build a ship and now a ready-made one had come to him. That was even better, saving him a lot of effort. A pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger was slowly sailing on the sea. A figure stood at the bow, gazing into the boundless ocean ahead. His gaze was distant, as if it contained infinite stories, coupled with his tall and upright posture and his handsome, strong face. This appearance alone was enough to make ignorant girls scream in excitement. This person, who else could it be but our protagonist, Hemingway? Hemingway had changed into a set of new clothes provided by the pirate friends on the ship, clothes he had never worn before. Although these clothes were not particularly luxurious or good-looking, they were much better than the primitive grass skirt he had on the deserted island. As for the clothes in his storage ring, after 6 years, they were already too small for him, who had now grown up. His long white hair flowed down his back, reaching his waist. He had a tall and refined figure, and despite being only 12 years old, he was already 7 meters tall. Others would never imagine that Hemingway, who looked at least 17 or 18, was actually only 12 years old. However, this was not surprising. He was not an exception. In this world of martial souls, soul masters generally mature earlier. The influence of martial soul characteristics, combined with the ability to enhance the body with each soul ring obtained, leads to a result where their bodies are somewhat different from ordinary people and grow more quickly. Hemingway is relatively normal in this regard. Some people over 10 years old are already over 2 meters tall, so compared to them, he is nothing special. In any case, in this world, soul masters cannot judge age solely by appearance. Most often, they use bone age methods to determine age. Chapter 9. Insight into Human Hearts. After 6 years of hard training, I have gained some self-defense abilities. However, it's still not enough. I might as well find some time to go to Sea God Island for a divine assessment to enhance my strength. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway gazed into the distance with deep thoughts, yet his mind was occupied with other matters. With my martial soul qualifications, I should be able to at least obtain a black level assessment or even a red level assessment, right? He is very confident in his qualifications. As for obtaining the Sea God's 9 trials and inheriting the position of Sea God, he hadn't even considered it. According to the original text, to obtain the Sea God's 9 trials, there's one thing that is absolutely indispensable: the heart of the Sea God. This so-called heart of the Sea God has long been lost and has now become the national treasure of the Heaven Dou Empire, the vast sea universe cover. Under such circumstances, Hemingway could not possibly obtain the vast sea universe cover, as it is a national treasure of another. How could it be given to him so easily? Even though the current emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire, Shui Yi, is his mother's half-brother and can be considered his uncle by generation, it is absolutely impossible for him to just give the vast sea universe cover to him, unless Hemingway possesses exceptionally strong strength. Strong enough that Shui Yi has to win him over and offer him the national treasure, or he encounters a national crisis and is seen as the last straw for salvation, just like Tang San in the original story. Therefore, to sum up, Hemingway should not harbor any delusions about obtaining the vast sea universe cover. It is absolutely impossible. Even if he did obtain the vast sea universe cover, it is not guaranteed that he would be recognized by it, thus passing the sea god's 9 trials. First of all, to obtain the sea god's 9 trials, one must gain the heart of the sea god, which means gaining the recognition of the vast sea universe cover or the remnants of the sea god's consciousness within it. However, to gain the recognition of the vast sea universe cover, one must first have a physique capable of withstanding the power of the vast sea. What is the power of the vast sea? Simply put, it is the power of the sea god. But the power of the sea god is not something that can be easily endured. Countless people from the Heaven Dou royal family who obtained the vast sea universe cover before, trying to recognize it with their blood, ended up dying because they could not withstand the power of the vast sea, serving as a cautionary tale. Hemingway feels that he is far inferior to Tang San from the original work in every aspect, even if he were to obtain the sea god's trident and rashly recognize it by shedding blood. Channeling the sea god's power into his body would definitely lead to an explosive death. There is absolutely no other possibility. After all, Tang San in the original story was able to gain the sea god's recognition due to the protagonist's halo and a combination of various factors. For instance, he possessed the supreme skill Xin Tian Gong from his previous life, along with the talent of dual martial souls. He also had a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, and with the ice and fire yin-yang eye to refine his body, as well as consuming multiple divine herbs to improve his qualifications. All these factors combined to create his extremely terrifying potential. But what about him? What does Hemingway have now? Besides the twin martial soul upgraded by the martial soul upgrade card, he only has the gravity wristband that has trained his body for 6 years. His talent is very high, but what does that have to do with whether he can bear the power of the vast sea? With this level of capital, wanting to withstand the power of the sea god is simply wishful thinking. Hemingway felt that he should wait until he could withstand 50 times the gravity before attempting to drop blood to acknowledge his master, to see if he could bear the power of the sea god and gain the recognition of the vast sea and the universe shield. Before that, even if he could obtain the vast sea and the universe shield, it would be better not to act rashly. After all, there is only one life. The main quest of the system is to make me the only true king of the Douluo world. Here it refers to the world, not just the continent. This means that the sea is also within the scope of conquest. Since that is the case, I will start by recruiting followers from the sea and building my forces. Once I have gained enough strength, I will return to the continent. Hemingway's eyes flickered as he contemplated his future plans. Moreover, speaking of building forces, ever since he obtained the meatball fruit, his confidence has been unprecedentedly strong. Because Hemingway slightly turned his head and looked at a few pirates not far behind who were watching the direction. He silently activated the ability of the meatball fruit. Suddenly, these people appeared to him as a swirling mass of colorful colors. Martial soul, he silently thought to himself. And then a certain feeling in the void guided him to find the color that belonged to the martial soul among the complex colors of the human body. Hemingway intuitively believed that he could use the ability of the bouncing fruit to extract the martial souls of others and transplant them onto other individuals, artificially creating twin martial souls. Moreover, the ability does not stop there. If someone is dissatisfied with their martial soul, he can use the bouncing fruit to extract it and seek a better one for replacement. This means that as long as he wishes, Hemingway can artificially create various geniuses at any time, not to mention twin martial souls. He could even create triple or quadruple martial souls. There would be as many martial souls as he wanted, provided he does not die from martial soul conflict. Furthermore, even innate soul power can be transplanted. He can artificially create geniuses with full innate soul power. How terrifying is that? With this ability, establishing a force would be incredibly easy. Because what is the most important thing for a force? Resources? Money? No. Although these two are important, they are not the most crucial. Talent for force. Talent is the most important. However, Now, because he possesses the ability of the bouncing fruit, he can use this power to artificially create geniuses. How ridiculously unfair is that? Once others learn that Hemingway has this ability, he will likely be besieged by everyone. Everyone will come for him, because this ability is simply too terrifying in this world. It can be said that as long as Hemingway can endure and develop quietly, he will eventually become the ruler of the world. To establish a force, he must first start by recruiting subordinates. Hemingway looked at the few pirates and shook his head slightly in his heart. These pirates were clearly very cunning, and from his observation hockey, he sensed their hearts were extremely vicious. Such disloyal beings are definitely not suitable candidates for subordinates. Even though he had already decided to become the Sea King first, he wasn't going to accept just anyone. After acquiring the ability of the bouncing fruit, talent is no longer a necessary condition for Hemingway to recruit subordinates. The primary requirements are character and loyalty. After all, even if someone has poor talent, he can use the bouncing fruit to replace it. However, if their character is poor and loyalty is lacking, even having the bouncing fruit would be useless. Instead, it could backfire and bring him great trouble. If his ability were to leak out before he had fully developed, there would be no place for him to hide in the world. Therefore, if he wants to recruit subordinates, it is best to find some wandering orphans, as these individuals are young, less scheming, and easier to train. The hardships of orphans make them unencumbered, and they understand how hard it is to have a comfortable life now, making them loyal to him as their benefactor, willing to serve him wholeheartedly. Although his current observation hockey cannot read minds or foresee the future, it can sense others' nature and emotional changes, distinguishing good from evil. This ability is simply born for selecting loyal subordinates. Hemingway counted his few abilities and was somewhat surprised. He found that the rewards from the system's beginner gift pack seemed to be exactly what he needed to achieve his goals. It was incredibly considerate. Thus, the current priority is not to mix with the gods on Sea God Island to enhance his strength, but to find an inhabited island. There, he plans to adopt some orphans and begin to cultivate his own force slowly. Hemingway started to envision his bright future, feeling more and more that he simply could not lose. Once he gets through the development phase, he would lead a bunch of subordinates with twin martial souls, sweeping through the world upon his appearance. Who in this world could stop him? Who else? Just asking, who else? Chapter 10, Born Stronger. The journey across the sea was not smooth. The ship was constantly rocking. Although the movements were sometimes not large, they still made Hemingway, who rarely traveled by boat, feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, his strong physique allowed him to calmly ignore these slight discomforts, avoiding any seasickness or vomiting. In the blink of an eye, they had already been sailing on the sea for 3 days. During these 3 days, Hemingway did not train with gravity as he did on the deserted island. Most of the time was spent in his cabin cultivating soul power. After all, the sea is very dangerous, and conserving energy is crucial. Moreover, there was no abundant meat on the ship to replenish the nutrients needed for his training. So he postponed his training. He could continue it once they reached their destination. As for how the pirates treated him, it was as if they were serving a master. They did not dare to resist in the slightest because 3 days prior when he boarded the ship, Hemingway had demonstrated absolute strength, making it clear that resisting would lead to death. Afterwards, he requisitioned the ship and had the pirates lead him to the nearest inhabited island. He intended to start his path to kingship there, under the threat of death. The pirates did not dare to entertain any crooked thoughts. They obediently sailed the ship, treating him well during these days, as they were genuinely frightened by Hemingway's overwhelming strength and the absurd color configuration of his soul rings. Anyone who has lived to such an age as a pirate on the sea, isn't fool. They naturally know what it means to seek good fortune and avoid danger. Sir, at this pace, we will reach the nearest island in 7 days. The pirate leader, who personally brought the meal, placed down the tray, bowing and scraping, with a flattering expression towards the white-haired youth sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. That island has a large population and often sees passing merchant ships stopping there. It is a very famous island on the sea, definitely meeting your requirements. Got it. The white-haired youth slowly opened his ocean blue eyes, not even looking at him, and began to eat with his utensils. Despite feeling a bit irritated by the youth's indifference, the pirate leader did not dare to show it on the surface. Instead, he bent down and slowly retreated until he exited the cabin, gently closing the door behind him. The pirate leader let out a long sigh of relief, although he didn't know why. Every time he faced this seemingly young boy, he always felt a shiver down his spine, as if he would lose his head at any moment. More importantly, whenever the boy's gaze swept over him. He had the illusion that his innermost thoughts were completely exposed. It was precisely because of this feeling of being seen through that he didn't dare to entertain even the slightest wicked thought. The pirate captain just wants to quickly take this old man to the nearest island and then sail away as far as possible. He never wants to encounter this disaster again in his life. 7 days. In 7 days, he could be rid of this disaster. Inside the cabin, after Hemingway finished his meal, he put down the utensils and waited for someone to come and take them away. Then he walked back to the bed, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate and practice. In this place, there was nothing else to do besides practicing. However, after a short while, a loud noise came from outside the cabin. Immediately after, with a loud bang, the whole ship began to shake violently. What was happening? Could it be an attack by a sea spirit beast? Hemingway was immediately jolted from his meditation, instinctively releasing his observation hockey, which spread out like radar in all directions, effortlessly breaking through the cabin and revealing the events happening outside in vivid detail. Upon seeing what was happening outside, his brows furrowed instantly. Outside the cabin, a steel ship, measuring dozens of meters long and over 10 meters wide, violently crashed into the pirate's ship, causing the wooden vessel, only about 30 meters long, to sway uncontrollably. On this steel ship, there was also a skull flag hanging at the top, but the difference was that a poisonous snake surrounded the skull, clearly a mark to distinguish different pirates. In terms of size and material, this steel ship was far beyond the wooden pirate ship. This ship, flying the flag of the poisonous snake pirates, belonged to the notorious Viper pirate crew, famous in the area. At this moment, the pirate captain looked at the flag on the large ship, nearly in tears. What kind of luck was this? Just when he thought he could finally escape from that terrifying figure inside, he happened to run into these crazies. The Viper pirate crew was a very notorious band of pirates, known for frequently raiding passing merchant ships and even engaging in black-on-black piracy. They would also plunder any pirate ship they encountered. They were simply a bunch of lunatics. Sir, we've been so broke these past few days that we can barely make ends meet. There's really no profit to be made. The pirate captain pleaded, nearly crying. On the large ship across from them, an old man led a group of middle-aged and young people, indicating a mix of ages. The old man was thin and bony, but the 5 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple floating around him indicated that he was far from being as weak as he appeared. Soul King. This is a Soul King. The pirate captain felt that he had never been this unlucky before. He had heard that the Viper pirate crew killed without blinking, and that any pirate crew they raided had never left a survivor. It seemed that today they were in serious trouble. TSK. Just a bunch of poor fools. Before the old man could speak, a young man beside him glanced at the disheveled appearance of the pirate captains and immediately curled his lip in disdain. At that moment, the door of the cabin slowly opened. A plain-looking boy with white hair walked out slowly, attracting the attention of everyone present. The pirate leader and his crew were initially taken aback, remembering that there was such a character. Then they were filled with wild joy, feeling that they had found their salvation. On the other hand, the members of the Viper pirate crew, led by the old man, wore solemn expressions, their eyes fixed on the young boy who emerged from the cabin. Be careful. This boy is not simple. The old man stared intently at Hemingway as he walked out of the cabin, his years of experience at sea telling him that this boy was definitely not an ordinary person. The others also looked grave, not daring to underestimate Hemingway because of his youth. Because in this world, there are people who seem to have the word strong written all over their faces. Just by looking at that face, one can tell that this person is definitely not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, Hemingway seemed to be one of those people. Although his appearance was not ugly, nor was it fierce enough to scare away children at night, and he did not possess the typical handsome features of a male protagonist in a popular fiction, he had the kind of looks that the masses found appealing. He was simply more muscular than average, but for some reason, there was a special aura about him. If one had to describe it, it could be said to be a kind of aura belonging to a strong person. It is worth mentioning that although Hemingway looked delicate and cute as a child, almost androgynous, after 6 years had passed, his body had gradually developed, and after enduring the hardships of 6 years on a deserted island, he had undergone a transformation. He was no longer the delicate and harmless child of his early years. His skin was bronzed, his body was muscular and firm, and he exuded masculinity, completely different from the effeminate types. Chapter 11. Unfazed by the unusual. Hemingway opened the cabin door and stepped out. He looked around, his deep blue eyes slowly scanning the crowd. Anyone who met his gaze couldn't help but feel their muscles tense up, as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast, instinctively warning them of impending danger. The scene fell into silence. The old Soul King, leading the Viper pirate crew, and the others stood ready, while Hemingway appeared indifferent, seemingly not taking him seriously at all. In reality, his observation haki had already enveloped the entire area, and every move of those around him was clearly visible to him. He could sense all the emotions within these people. He noticed that the crew led by the Soul King was cautious and apprehensive towards him, while the emotions of the pirate leader and his men were a mix of despair tinged with hope, along with a dark wish for both him and them to suffer losses. Pirates are just pirates. Neither side is any good. As Hemingway sensed the emotions of those around him, he couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart, feeling increasingly disdainful towards them. "My lord, you finally came out." The pirate leader rushed over, collapsing at Hemingway's feet and crying out, "You must take charge for us. These pirates kill without blinking and want to rob us. It's fine if we die, but who will get you to your destination if we delay your important business? We will truly be in a situation where we can't escape blame." Watching the pirate leader's antics, Hemingway was speechless, and even the Soul King and his group didn't know what to say. "Have some dignity, will you? The pirate flag hanging on your ship has long exposed your identity. Were you pretending to be a harmless civilian? Do you really think everyone else is a fool?" Hemingway looked at the snotty and tearful pirate leader, his snow-white, sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed. He then turned to the old Soul King and said slowly, "I need to go to the nearest island. If you can take me along the way, then you can deal with these people as you wish." Upon hearing this, the pirate leader and the rest of the pirates were dumbfounded. "What the hell? Is he this heartless? We have fed you well these past few days. We may not have contributed much, but we have worked hard. Are you just going to abandon us like this?" The old Soul King, leading the Viper pirate crew, looked at him deeply after hearing his words, and a smile appeared on his face. "Good. Our Viper pirate crew loves making friends, especially with a strong person like you. Since that's the case, please feel free." After Hemingway got the answer he wanted, he exerted force under his feet, producing a loud bang in place, and in a flash, he had instantly appeared on the steel ship of the Viper pirate crew. This caused the surrounding pirates to instinctively raise their weapons, and their soul rings lit up, clearly indicating that everyone on this ship was a soul master. The leading Soul King Elder's pupils slightly contracted. Even with his keen eyesight, he couldn't capture the figure of the white-haired youth. This made him even more wary. Attack, despite the immense caution in his heart. The Soul King Elder still waved his hand nonchalantly on the surface, and immediately several subordinates jumped from the big ship onto the wooden boat. They were all at the great soul master level. Damn it! The pirate leader realized that his little scheme had failed upon seeing this. From that moment on, apart from fighting to the death, there was no other way out. Suddenly, the previously timid expression on his face turned fierce and savage, and the face that had pretended to be simple-minded in front of Hemingway now looked like a ferocious beast. The other pirates were similar, or rather, this was the true nature of these pirates. When facing the strong, these brutal and ruthless pirates would retract their claws and disguise themselves as harmless little sheep. But when confronted with the weak, these pirates would tear off their disguise, revealing their true selves, transforming into fierce and cunning wolves. It is unknown how many innocent lives have been lost at the hands of these pirates. Therefore, Hemingway did not care at all about the life or death of these villains. Even if the Viper pirate crew hadn't arrived, once he reached his destination, he would clean up these pests without a second thought. It would be considered a good deed. Now, with the Viper pirate crew helping him to deal with the trash first, he couldn't have asked for more. The Viper pirate crew truly lived up to their notorious reputation. Even the weakest member among them was at the level of a great soul master. In contrast, the strongest on the pirate leader's side was the leader himself, who possessed the strength of a great soul master, while the others were merely soul masters of around level 10. The battle between several great soul masters against one great soul master and 9 soul masters was almost one-sided from the start. The soul masters of the sea predominantly possess soul weapons that are marine animals such as fish, sea snakes, sea lions, and octopuses, or items like shells and corals. Of course, tools like harpoons and knives are also included. In Hemingway's view, the battle between the two pirate factions is just a chaotic brawl. The soul ring configurations of these individuals are all white 10-year soul rings, so it's easy to imagine that the resulting soul skills are not very powerful. The fish-type soul weapons can only blow bubbles and shoot water arrows, while the harpoons can only launch small shockwaves, which are quite limited in effectiveness. However, for ordinary people, the destructive power of these soul skills can be quite terrifying. Otherwise, these pirates wouldn't be able to rampage across the seas, plundering passing merchant ships. The battles consist of glowing soul rings all around, followed by a flurry of chaotic strikes with weapons. Whoever has higher soul power and better soul skills wins. Clearly, under the siege of several great soul masters, the pirate leader and his crew were no match, quickly suffering casualties. One pirate with a fish-type soul weapon even attempted to jump overboard to escape into the sea, hoping to use his soul weapon's characteristics to flee. Unfortunately, a great soul master with a bow and arrow shot an arrow from a distance, piercing him through and killing him instantly. The battle ended swiftly. The pirate chief and his crew lay sprawled on the deck. Various entrails and blood splattered everywhere, their bodies mangled and incomplete. The scene was particularly disgusting. Hemingway, who had been using his observation hockey, meticulously imprinted this scene in his mind. Watching these once living people, now turned into corpses, he felt no disturbance in his heart. There was no sense of nausea or disgust at seeing the dead. It was a joke, having lived on a deserted island for years. Hemingway had been fishing and eating meat every day, gutting various sea fish and seals, and gnawing on them raw. Sometimes, he could even find incomplete human bones and undigested entrails in the stomachs of certain sharks. He had long since become accustomed to the bloodshed. So how could he be unadapted to these things? It was like some butchers who slaughter pigs and sheep. At first, they might feel a bit uncomfortable, but after personally ending one life after another and witnessing bloody scenes, they would naturally become desensitized. Chapter 12. Pretentiousness. After dealing with the pirate chief and his crew, the Viper pirate crew began to clean up the remnants of the scene. They tossed the bodies from the wooden ship into the sea to feed the fish, while some soul masters spat out water to clean the deck. Others went into the cabin to search for valuables. But rare items like storage, soul-guiding devices were certainly not possessed by these lowly pirates. So, they simply threw the bodies into the sea to feed the fish, too lazy to even search their bodies. Hemingway watched coldly as the Viper pirate crew skillfully dealt with the aftermath, seeing some of them go to steer the wooden ship. One could say that the most valuable thing the pirate leader and his crew had was just this wooden ship, which was about 20 to 30 meters long. As for valuables, to be honest, there really wasn't much. After all, pirates are those who risk their lives, a group of outlaws, who would take all their possessions with them when going out to sea. That night, the Viper pirate crew held a grand banquet to welcome Hemingway aboard, treating him with exceptional hospitality. The pirates sang and danced joyfully, seemingly treating him as one of their own on the ship. They frequently raised their glasses to him, urging him to feel at home and enjoy the feast to the fullest. Hemingway was also quite straightforward, accepting every toast without hesitation. After a lively banquet where both hosts and guests enjoyed themselves, everyone tidied up a bit and went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, everything was peaceful and uneventful. After Hemingway woke up, he was still treated with enthusiasm, as if these pirates truly meant no harm. They not only showed him great respect, but also provided him with the best food on the ship, treating him like a VIP. Another day passed like this. At this point, there were still 6 days left until Hemingway would reach the island he was heading to. Days went by like this, one after another. Every day on the ship, Hemingway received warm hospitality from the pirates, and of course, there were some indirect inquiries, wanting to know about his background. Hemingway was naturally aware of this, but he couldn't speak about his own identity, so he spoke ambiguously and casually brushed it aside. In the blink of an eye, Hemingway spent several days on the ship of the Viper pirate crew, with only one day left until they reached their destination island. They would arrive tomorrow. Everything seemed to be normal, but at night, inside a cabin of the Viper pirate crew, Hemingway sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, with long white hair flowing behind him, making him look like a silent statue. His breath was barely perceptible, and even the sound of his heartbeat seemed faint. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the cabin door. "Mr. Hemingway, are you asleep?" It was a young voice. Hemingway did not respond, still sitting cross-legged. It seemed that nothing from the outside world could disturb him. After a moment, whispers could be heard outside the door. Click. The sound of a key being inserted into the lock followed, and finally, with a click, the door was slowly pushed open. A group of armed pirates walked in slowly, some carrying shackles and chains. They looked at the white-haired youth sitting on the bed, seemingly meditating, with cold smiles on their faces, as if their conspiracy had succeeded. The captain was too cautious. A mere kid like this still required a few days to lower his guard. "If you ask me, we should all rush him and take care of this kid directly," one pirate said disdainfully. "What do you know? That white-haired kid looks like he has not to be trifled with. Who knows how many brothers would die if it came to a fight?" Another pirate, looking more composed, rebutted, "The captain's method is safer. We can just use some knockout drugs to deal with this kid. The food on the ship these past few days has been laced with a trace amount of a hallucinogenic drug. The dosage is small, so it won't cause any physical abnormalities. However, after eating it for several days, the drug's potency accumulates until it suddenly erupts. It makes a person fall into a coma without realizing it. It's truly a must-have tool for deceit. Now this group of pirates was here to reap the results of their efforts over the past few days. But would things really go as Navy 6 style? Shave. In an instant, he stepped on the ground more than 10 times, using the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move. Simply put, it is a technique that allows the body to move at high speed, but it exceeds the limit of what an ordinary person's eyes can capture, making it appear as if he teleported, disappearing from his original spot in an instant. In reality, it was just moving too fast. When Hemingway suddenly vanished, all the pirates were taken aback. Before they could react, they saw the vanished Hemingway appear in front of them, his right hand turning into an afterimage. Then a sudden, intense pain erupted in their chests. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The pirates' chests burst out in a spray of blood, as if they had been hit by bullets. They could only let out cries of agony before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain. This move is one of the 6 styles, known as the technique with gunshot power, called finger gun. As the name implies, it concentrates all the body's strength into any one of the 10 fingers, releasing a strike with hardened fingers in the blink of an eye. The fingertips have the attack power of bullets, capable of easily penetrating the human body. Conversely, the stronger the physique, the more terrifying the power of this move. Just now, Hemingway used a finger gun in the blink of an eye, poking a hole in the chest of each of these pirates. Because the speed of the attack was so fast, it looked like these people suddenly burst out with a spray of blood from their chests. Really cautious, letting these cannon fodder die first. With observation hockey covering the entire ship, Hemingway could clearly see not far outside the cabin, the pirates led by the Soul King Elder, all standing in formation. Compared to these probing pirates, the strength of the ones outside was much greater. It was clear they sent these lower-tier pirates to test the waters. If he indeed fell for it, then these pirates would be enough to take him down. But if he didn't fall for it, as it is now, then only some cannon fodder would be sacrificed, while the real core members of the pirate crew remained safe and sound, standing outside in formation, releasing their soul rings and preparing their soul skills. Chapter 13, You Are Worth a Lot. Outside the cabin, the group, led by the Soul King Elder, listened to the screams coming from inside, their expressions changing slightly. They all began to get serious, readying their soul skills. Top, top, top. The soft footsteps slowly came from inside the cabin. A figure with waist-length white hair gradually appeared before them. To be honest, I thought you were a smart person. Hemingway looked at the Soul King Elder, who was surrounded by a group of people, and asked with curiosity, "What is it that makes you willing to take the risk of potentially being counter-killed to strike at me?" At that moment, the Soul King Elder's expression became unpredictable. The instincts developed from years of piracy told him that this seemingly teenage boy in front of him was extremely dangerous. It gave him an intense sense of life and death crisis. After a moment, the Soul King Elder seemed to think of some backup plan. His expression calmed down, and he even laughed, looking at Hemingway and saying, "You are worth much more than you think. Dai Yuao." What? Hemingway's expression changed. His identity was exposed. It seems I was right. You are indeed the second Prince Dai Yuhao, who has been wanted at a high price by the Luo royal family. The Soul King Elder looked at his reaction and finally smiled. I wasn't sure of your identity at first, just had some guesses. After all, your appearance is quite different from the wanted poster from 6 years ago. However, seeing that you have such strength at such a young age, yet your identity is unclear, wandering alone in the sea, your age and talent match that of the once-renowned dual spirit owner, the second prince of Luo, Dai Yuhao. As the Soul King Elder spoke, his expression grew increasingly excited. I originally planned to knock you out and then control you, waiting for you to wake up to interrogate your identity. I didn't expect the plan to go awry. You actually didn't fall for the sedative. It seems I underestimated you, he said with a face full of regret. But being able to confirm your identity is not without gains. Hemingway's expression darkened. From the words of the old man in front of him, he gleaned the following information. The Star Luo royal family, or rather the Star Luo queen, had not given up on hunting him down. They had secretly issued a bounty for his life. This woman is truly ruthless. She really wants to eradicate me. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he asked, "Can I ask what reward they promised for my life? Is it soul bone, or a promise to help hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings?" TSK. I told you. You are worth more than you think. The old man, a soul king, smacked his lips and looked at him greedily, saying, as long as you can deliver your corpse to them, you can obtain a soul bone. You can also designate assistants to hunt a soul beast with a maximum age of 30,000 years. Moreover, if you can be captured alive, you will receive a title in the Star Luo Empire. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Star Luo Empire is truly wealthy and extravagant. Once this bounty was issued, the entire sea went crazy. In those early years, almost everyone was searching for you across the vast ocean. But unfortunately, they found nothing. Hemingway's face changed dramatically as he listened to the old man's mention of the bounty. He never expected that the Star Queen would be willing to offer such generous rewards for his life. It was simply hard to believe. To catch me? They are really putting in a lot of effort. With such benefits, it's no wonder you only have doubts about my identity and are willing to take the risk. Hemingway shook his head with a bitter smile, finally understanding why the Soul King Elder would take action against him. A piece of soul bone, even if it's not very old, probably at most 100-year soul bone, is still extremely precious. Plus, hunting a 30,000-year soul beast, and even capturing it alive, could earn a noble title. With such a bounty, any soul master would go crazy. The allure of benefits is so strong that even a titled Douluo might not be able to ignore these rewards. At this moment, Hemingway was very grateful that he had survived on the small deserted island for 6 years. Otherwise, given the heat of the bounty at that time, he feared he would have faced a situation of being hunted the moment he left the island. Although his appearance had been optimized after upgrading his martial soul, resulting in some differences from his original look, one could still discern the contours of his original appearance if observed closely. To those crazy pirates at that time, just resembling him a little was enough to raise their suspicions. After all, there are things in this world that can change one's appearance. Would they let him go just because he looked different? Fortunately, 6 years have passed and the heat has cooled down a bit. Moreover, due to the changes in his appearance from the martial soul upgrade, as long as he doesn't reveal his twin martial souls, there is basically no risk of identity exposure. In summary, he still needs to keep a low profile in the future. Having made up his mind, Hemingway looked at the Soul King Elder and said gratefully, "Thank you for telling me how dangerous my situation is right now. I will try to act quickly when the time comes, so you won't suffer too much pain when you die. Consider it my thanks for the information you provided." After realizing how dangerous his situation would be if his identity as Dai Mubai was exposed, Hemingway looked at the pirates and felt a surge of killing intent almost overwhelming him. His identity absolutely cannot be exposed, and only the dead can keep the secret. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and Hemingway disappeared without a trace. The Soul King Elder reacted quickly. His soul skill had long been secretly prepared. And among the 5 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple surrounding him, the third yellow 100-year soul ring shone brightly. Third soul skill, Black Sky Mist. A phantom of an octopus with 8 tentacles appeared behind the Soul King Elder, and he opened his mouth to spray out a rich ink. As soon as this ink came into contact with the air, it instantly vaporized, quickly covering a radius of several dozen meters, enveloping the entire ship. The dense black mist obscured all vision. If it were someone else, their vision would indeed be affected. However, in Hemingway's perception with his observation hockey, this thick black mist was practically no different from having no mist at all. He could see that after the black mist enveloped the area, the pirates began to move quietly and in perfect harmony, scattering in all directions with their unique steps. Clearly, they had been cooperating in battle like this for quite some time. As for the culprit releasing this black mist, the Soul King Elder's lower body split apart and transformed into the shape of an octopus. The 8 tentacles, full of suckers, were about 10 meters long, silently moving on the ship. Most importantly, the black mist seemed to have no effect on his vision. He could clearly capture Hemingway's figure. Interesting. Hemingway simply closed his eyes, relying solely on his keen observation of the surroundings. When he saw the Soul King Elder's chest and abdomen swell, clearly preparing to unleash some deadly technique, he immediately thoughtlessly kicked out with a technique called Raging Foot. From a distance, he unleashed a vacuum slash. Bang! The Soul King Elder, who was about to spit something out, was hit by the vacuum slash generated from Hemingway's kick, and his surprise attack was thwarted. This was one of the 6 techniques of Raging Foot, which did not deal damage by kicking the enemy, but instead produced a slash through the ultra-high-speed kick that created a vacuum. P.S. The protagonist's other martial spirit, the White Tiger, was renamed to Ethereal White Tiger. Chapter 14, The Cautious Protagonist. in the black mist after hitting the Soul King Elder with a raging foot. Hemingway took advantage of the situation. With another explosive sound beneath his feet, he used the technique Shave to instantly appear in front of the Soul King Elder. Looking at the Elder, who was still somewhat dazed from the vacuum slash, Hemingway expressionlessly raised his hand and extended a finger. Finger gun of the 6 techniques. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blood flowers erupted from the Soul King Elder's chest, creating numerous blood holes as if he had been shot by bullets. At this moment, the pirates who had been hiding at the edge of the ship from the beginning also began to unleash their soul techniques. In an instant, ice arrows, fireballs, water droplets, wind blades, corrosive acid, and slippery oil that made the ground hard to stand on. All sorts of varied attacks came rushing toward him. They seemed to be able to pinpoint his location in the mist, so all the attacks almost completely sealed off his escape routes, even including the Soul King Elder, as if they cared nothing for his life. Faced with these seemingly unavoidable attacks, Hemingway remained unfazed, instinctively relaxing his body, sensing the flow of air around him, and transforming into a piece of paper dancing in the wind. Paper drawing of the 6 techniques. No matter what kind of attack, ice arrows, water balls, fireballs, wind blades, came near him, he would effortlessly evade them. Not a single attack could hit him. The principle of paper drawing was to release all of one's strength, allowing the changes in airflow caused by the opponent's movements to help him dodge all attacks aimed at him by a hair's breadth. Hemingway skillfully used paper to easily evade the numerous soul skills of the pirates and escape from the encirclement of soul skills. At this moment, not far away, the Soul King Elder, with more than a dozen blood holes in his chest, surprisingly, appeared to be not too harmed. The 5th soul ring around him lit up, and the wounds on his chest began to heal rapidly. The attacks from the pirates had no significant effect on him. No wonder they acted without restraint. This scene left Hemingway, who was constantly monitoring the situation with his observation hockey, a bit stunned. What's going on? Such severe injuries. And he not only survived, but is healing so quickly? However, thinking about the Soul King Elder's martial soul being an octopus, Hemingway vaguely understood why he could recover so fast. It must be due to the characteristics of his martial soul. After all, octopuses are known for their strong regenerative capabilities, capable of regrowing lost limbs. One can imagine that even if the recovery ability of someone with this type of martial soul isn't as exaggerated as a real octopus, it definitely surpasses that of an ordinary soul master. He should have just poked his head and blown it up directly. Hemingway, seeing the injuries recover under the imposing presence of the black mist, took advantage of it and swung several huge octopus tentacles to attack the Soul King Elder, secretly lamenting his miscalculation. However, this was not entirely his fault, as he had little combat experience and had never fought against a Soul Master before. It was completely normal for a newcomer to make such an oversight, with the intention of testing the specific effects of the 6 forms against an enemy. Hemingway did not dodge or evade, allowing the Soul King Elder to swing the octopus tentacles and strike him fiercely. Iron block. Hemingway stood still, his muscles spreading to the surface and beginning to harden. Boom! A massive tentacle struck his back fiercely, yet it couldn't shake his body even slightly. The Soul King Elder felt as if his tentacle had struck a mountain of steel. Due to the excessive force, it even hurt his own tentacle. Iron block. One of the 6 defensive techniques. With a well-trained body, he possessed iron-like defensive strength. The stronger the physique, the more terrifying the defense. At this moment, with Hemingway's body strength, using iron block, the Soul King Elder's tentacle strike couldn't move him at all, not even enough to tickle him. Seeing the Soul King Elder hit himself, he was eager to retreat. Hemingway would not let him go that easily. He reached out and firmly grabbed his tentacle, which was over 10 meters long, and then pulled hard. The Soul King Elder lost control of his body, as he was already being swung around by Hemingway, spinning in circles. Whoosh, whoosh, a fierce whistling sound. Hemingway grabbed one of his tentacles, using him like a whip, swinging him towards the surrounding pirates. It generated a terrifying whistling sound. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds echoed. A chorus of screams followed. In the black mist, Hemingway held onto the Soul King Elder's tentacle, using him as a weapon, smashing him directly onto the pirates. To be honest, this weapon was quite handy. It was exhilarating. After a series of crackling sounds, the ship finally quieted down. The black fog that enveloped the entire vessel gradually dissipated. A bloody scene came into view. Only Hemingway was still standing, while the others lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied all over. They were scattered about the deck, gasping for breath. This scene could hardly be described as anything less than tragic. Bang! Hemingway casually discarded the tentacles of the Soul King Elder, who had been used as a weapon for a while. At this moment, the Soul King Elder was not in good condition. His head was bloodied, which was mild. His bones were shattered, which was normal. He looked like he was breathing out more than he was breathing in. The 8 tentacles of the Soul King Elder, each over 10 meters long, gradually shortened, ultimately reverting to the appearance of 2 legs, indicating that he was no longer able to maintain the state of possessing a martial spirit. As for recovering from his injuries, that was even less likely. You think that by killing us all, the bloodied and mutilated Soul King Elder would still retain his last bit of consciousness? With his eyes wide open in fury, his mouth a bloody mess with shattered teeth, he uttered indistinct words, believing he could escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he finally fell into a complete unconsciousness. Hemingway furrowed his brow as he looked at the Soul King Elder's demeanor, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. What was going on? Why was he so confident? Could it be that a fish had slipped through the net and quietly escaped to relay information to others? But that was impossible. Hemingway had already covered the surrounding area with his observation hockey before the battle began, closely monitoring their every move. This was to prevent any fish from escaping and leaking his intelligence. So he was absolutely certain that all the pirates of the Viper pirate crew were here, and not a single one had escaped. Yet, looking at the Soul King Elder's appearance and sensing his emotions, it was clear that he believed his identity would inevitably be exposed. Why was that? Why was he so confident? Hemingway couldn't understand. But he felt that just to be safe, the pirates on this ship should indeed be taken care of. Only the dead can keep a secret. Next, Hemingway dealt with all the pirates on the ship who had lost their will to resist, crushing each one's head with a kick. They died without a doubt. The head is almost the core of all life. And if even the head is smashed to pieces, unless you are a god-level powerhouse, even a titled Douluo would definitely be doomed. No matter how strong the recovery ability is, it is useless. After confirming again and again that all the pirates on the ship were dead, Hemingway threw all the pirate corpses into the sea, and to completely erase all traces, he summoned a large group of sea creatures that had been around for 10 years. He watched as these sea beasts devoured the bodies, finally feeling relieved. If he could survive after this, he would accept it. Chapter 15. Digging his own grave. Huh, what is this? After disposing of all the pirate corpses, Hemingway's attention was suddenly drawn to a strange object in the corner of the deck. He walked over and curiously picked it up. It looked like a seashell, very beautiful in appearance. Hemingway examined it closely, feeling that this object was not ordinary. It seemed to be more than just a simple seashell. Could it be some kind of treasure? Hemingway felt a bit curious and casually put the conch into his soul guide, thinking he would study it later when he had time. After securing the conch, he scanned the chaotic deck and looked at the steel ship. After pondering for a while, he decided that for safety's sake, it would be better to abandon this ship. After all, as a notorious pirate on the sea, this ship was just too conspicuous. Knowing that he was wanted, Hemingway felt it would be better to keep a low profile. Navigating the ship would draw too much attention. Conveniently, the wooden ship belonging to the pirate captain was still being towed behind the steel ship, so he could use that wooden ship to head to the island. Yes, that's what he would do. With his decision made, Hemingway walked to the stern and untied the rope, then leaped onto the wooden ship being towed behind the steel vessel. After stowing the rope away, he entered the ship's cockpit, preparing to set sail. During these days, he hadn't just been idly waiting. While observing them with his observation hockey, he had also learned the skills to navigate a ship. Otherwise, even if he had a ship now, he would just be waiting around without knowing how to operate it. The ships in this world were similar to the ships from his previous life in some ways, relying on controlling the sails to navigate. As long as there was wind, the ship could move. Without wind, they would have to rely on manpower to row, which required a lot of manpower. Fortunately, they were all soul masters, and their endurance far surpassed that of ordinary people. And so it was. Hemingway was alone on a wooden sailboat, sailing in a certain direction with the wind. Relying on his observations and instincts these past few days, he had vaguely determined his course. With only one day left in the journey, he was sure the destination was close, unless luck was exceptionally bad. Generally, he would not go the wrong way. The sailing was quite stable. Of course, his confidence also stemmed from finding a navigation chart in the cockpit of the Viper pirate group, even though he couldn't fully understand it. However, it allowed him to vaguely confirm his direction, minimizing the chances of making a wrong turn. Meanwhile, in a certain pirate stronghold, a formidable middle-aged man, looking to be in his 50s or 60s, was holding a conch shell with a serious yet ecstatic expression. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this conch shell was identical to the one Hemingway had found on the deck. At that moment, the conch was emitting a faint glow, and a clear voice was coming from it. "You are worth much more than you can imagine. Dai Yuhao." What? It seemed that my guess was correct. You truly are the second Prince Dai Yuhao of the Star Luo royal family, who has been wanted at a high price in secret, alone and lost at sea. Your age is also quite fitting. With such talent and background, it indeed matches that once renowned dual martial soul owner, the second Prince Dai Yuhao of Star Luo. I originally wanted to knock you out, but confirming your identity is not without its rewards. This woman is truly ruthless. She really intends to wipe me out. Thank you for letting me know just how dangerous my situation is. I will try to be quick when I make my move, so you will die without suffering. Consider it my gratitude for the information you provided me. The voice coming from the conch was indeed the conversation between the Soul King Elder and Hemingway. Clearly, this conch was some sort of recording or voice-transmitting device, functioning similarly to a telephone. Haha, heaven is helping me. Hearing this, the formidable middle-aged man could no longer contain his laughter. This man was named Purple Giant Whale, the leader of the largest pirate group on the seas, the Magic Whale Pirate Group, with power almost spanning the entire ocean and dozens of subordinate groups under his command, among which the Viper Pirate Group was one of the weaker factions. Each subordinate group had to pay him a considerable amount of wealth and resources every year. The pirate group under Purple Giant Whale was almost everywhere on the seas, and he himself had the strength of a soul Douluo, making him a true pirate king. Of course, he was just a pirate king. He could not be compared to the true master of the sea god island. After all, that was the territory of the sea god, and a sacred place in the hearts of all sea soul masters. There were many experts there, with numerous titled Douluos among them. Purple Giant Whale could only run rampant on the seas because the people from Sea God Island did not interfere. If any of them decided to eliminate him, it would be a matter of minutes. Every leader of a subordinate group had such a conch in their possession. In fact, this conch was a unique soul guide passed down from ancient times. By chance, Purple Giant Whale obtained it and discovered that it could facilitate communication over long distances through the connection between conchs. The elder of the Viper Pirate Group was particularly cunning and had pre-recorded the conversation with Hemingway, quietly passing the recording to his superior, completely exposing his presence. Most importantly, the conch in Purple Giant Whale's hand was the main conch among all conchs. The conchs held by the leaders of other subordinate groups were merely splits of this main conch. He could use this main conch to sense and locate the specific positions of the other split conchs, even if they were hidden in storage soul guides. It would not hinder the conch's locating function. Therefore, out of curiosity and not knowing what this conch was, Hemingway had collected it into his soul guide, inadvertently installing a locator for the enemy on himself. He had fallen into his own trap. Upon learning of Dai Yuhao's existence and that the split conch was moving, Purple Giant Whale was eager to start summoning the leaders of other subordinate groups through the conch to prepare for a major hunt. "Dad, what's the matter? Why are you so happy?" At that moment, a girl about 17 or 18 years old pushed open the study room door and walked in. This girl had a slender yet curvy figure and was extremely beautiful, with a high nose, large eyes, and long purple hair tied in a ponytail, giving her a clean and sharp appearance, full of the spirit of a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with men. At that moment, her beautiful purple eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at the formidable middle-aged man, unable to suppress his smile. "My dear daughter, we are about to strike it rich." Upon seeing the girl who entered, Purple Giant Whale couldn't hide his smile. He eagerly shared the news he had just learned with his precious daughter. Dai Yuhao, the second prince of Star Luo who is said to possess dual martial souls? Have you found news about him? After hearing her father's words, the girl, named Purple Pearl, looked a bit surprised. She was 18 years old, at the prime of her youth, with a martial soul of the sea snake and a strength of 38 level soul master. That's right, this truly counts as an unexpected joy. As long as we can capture this kid alive and hand him over to the Star Luo Empire, we father and daughter won't have to hide as pirates on the sea anymore. Purple Giant Whale's smile was uncontrollable. Although he could be considered a pirate king with soul, Douluo level strength, it did not mean he could act recklessly on the sea. While his strength was formidable, it was not the strongest, unless he could break through to the tidal Douluo realm. Otherwise, as a pirate, he could unintentionally provoke a strong enemy at any time and could be killed at any moment. After all, with a large group of subordinates, Who could say when they might rob someone with a special identity? For example, those with unique backgrounds or extraordinary identities. If he were to provoke such a person, no matter how glorious he seemed now, it wouldn't be surprising if he were killed at any minute. His own death wouldn't matter. After all, he had enjoyed glory in his life, climbing from humble beginnings to his current high position, having experienced all that needed to be experienced, making his life worthwhile. But what he was most worried about was his daughter, Purple Pearl. If he died and could no longer protect her, how could she survive in this cannibalistic sea? Even if she could barely survive with her talent, she would just end up following his old path of becoming a pirate, unaware of the dangers that could cost her life. If given a choice, he truly did not want his daughter to walk his old path and become a pirate, where one could lose their life at any moment. Being a pirate was a high-risk endeavor, with the dangers of ocean storms, ferocious sea soul beasts, and the occasional encounter with treacherous peers. Therefore, the appearance of Dai Mubai was an opportunity for Purple Giant Whale. As long as he could gain a title from the Star Luo Empire, he would receive their protection, which is far better than being an uncertain pirate on the sea. Recognizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Purple Giant Whale summoned all the powerful members of his subordinate groups. Then, according to the route relayed by the conch, he ordered his subordinate pirate crews to sail from all directions to encircle and besiege, ensuring that Dai Mubai would have no chance of escape. On the vast ocean, an ordinary wooden sailing ship was slowly drifting with the wind, its pirate flag already taken down. So now, this ship appeared to be just an ordinary vessel. No one would know that many pirates had perished on this ship. Inside the ship's cockpit, Hemingway held a nautical chart in his hand, frowning in thought. At this moment, he had been sailing alone on the sea for 3 days. If the course had been correct, he would have reached the designated island within the first 2 days. However, throughout these 3 days of sailing, all he could see was an empty expanse of sea. Such a strange situation was obvious. He had gotten the route on the nautical chart wrong and had completely deviated from the intended course. He didn't know which sea area he had drifted into. This was not good. Hemingway put down the complex and difficult nautical chart, rubbed his forehead, and had to admit that he had made a miscalculation. If he had known earlier, he would have left 1 or 2 survivors to guide him. Then he wouldn't be lost in the sea like he was now. Well, it didn't matter. There was no shortage of food and drink on this ocean. Even if he just drifted aimlessly, he would eventually come across an inhabited island. Why was he in such a hurry? He shook his head and casually set the nautical chart aside. He walked out of the cabin to the bow of the ship and gazed into the distance. Hey, what is that? Suddenly, he noticed a small black dot in the sea ahead. He quickly focused his attention, and faintly he could see it. Was that the outline of a ship? A ship! Great! Hemingway's face lit up with joy. After drifting at sea for 3 days, this was the first time he had seen a ship appear before him. Next, he could either ask for directions or simply hitch a ride on their boat. Soon, he would reach a populated island and begin his journey to greatness. However, as the distant ship gradually grew larger, Hemingway's initially joyful expression gradually froze and then became serious, because he could already see at the top of that ship a skull flag hanging. There was no doubt that this was another pirate ship. This was troublesome. Would they have to fight again? Hemingway rubbed his forehead in distress, feeling that his luck was too bad. Could he not encounter a normal merchant ship? Ever since he left the island and set sail, all the ships he encountered were pirate ships. His luck was truly terrible. Could it be that he was destined to have a connection with pirates? As the large ship ahead gradually approached, the pirate flag at the top became clearer. He could see that besides the skull, there was also a large white whale depicted on the pirate flag. This was a white whale pirate crew. After recognizing the pattern on the pirate flag, Hemingway's expression completely changed. During those days on a Viper pirate cruise ship, he had learned about some of the most famous pirate crews on the sea through casual conversations with those pirates, including what their pirate flags looked like. The White Whale pirate crew was one of the most notorious pirate crews on the ocean. It was rumored that the captain of the White Whale pirate crew was a soul master at the Soul Saint level. Under him, there was a vice captain at the Soul Emperor level for Soul King assistants and several underlings. They were a very powerful pirate crew. And what about Hemingway himself? He was only at the 39th level of Soul Master, and aside from the Navy 6 styles, his only offensive means were the armament hockey, the observation hockey that allowed him to observe his opponent's actions, and the abilities of the Bounce Fruit. The strength of the Bounce Fruit's abilities was still tied to his own strength. So at this current stage, using the fruit in battle was not as effective as the Navy 6 styles. To be honest, he didn't have a clear idea of his current level and strength. After all, he had never fought with other Soul Masters before, making it hard to assess his own power. Even the battle with that old Soul King ended quickly, leaving him with little combat experience. Moreover, the strength of a Soul Master is not determined solely by their level. It also depends on their soul ring skills, adaptability, and the mutual restraint of their martial spirit's characteristics. All these factors combined are the key to determining victory or defeat. P.S. Please support with votes and collections. Of course, investing a little would be even better. Chapter 17. The White Whale Pirate Crew. The Soul Master system in the Douluo continent is very strange. It is not necessarily the case that a higher-level Soul Master is stronger than a lower-level one. For example, the old Soul King from the Viper Pirate crew, despite being at the Soul King level, had a very poor configuration of soul rings, with only 2 10-year, 200-year, and 1,000-year soul rings. This shows that reaching Soul King was quite a struggle for him. He had exhausted his potential. It was basically impossible for him to become stronger in this lifetime. A Soul King like him might not even be able to defeat a 30-level Soul Master with the best Soul Ring configuration. Generally speaking, the best Soul Ring configuration for a Soul Master reaching title Douluo is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. That is 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. This color configuration of Soul Rings is recognized as the best in the Soul Master community. Therefore, the old Soul King's strength was truly very poor and could not be compared to that of a normal Soul King. Additionally, one must consider various factors such as martial spirit level suppression, attribute restraint, and soul skill restraint. For instance, a fire attribute martial spirit would definitely be restrained by an ice attribute martial spirit. Plant-type martial spirits typically fear flames. Those with great strength may lack agility, while those with good agility may not have much strength. This is what is meant by attribute restraint. Therefore, determining the strength of a Soul Master is quite challenging. One must truly engage in battle to know. Even though Hemingway had always been very confident, when faced with the potential existence of Soul Sage-level powerhouses from the White Whale Pirate Group, he was not arrogant enough to think he could win. Not to mention that besides Soul Sages, there were also Soul Emperors and multiple Soul Kings. How could he possibly fight against that? If he could escape, Hemingway really wanted to abandon the ship and flee for his life right now. But he couldn't because this was the vast ocean. Without a ship, even though he could temporarily survive in the sea due to his martial soul, he would ultimately be completely lost in the boundless ocean. In the end, he would be buried at the bottom of the sea. After all, his soul power was not infinite, and he could not maintain the state of martial soul possession forever. Once his soul power was exhausted, he would automatically exit the martial soul possession state. By then, being in a vast ocean, drowning was the only outcome. Moreover, there was also the constant threat of attacks from sea soul beasts. In short, being on the sea without a ship was extremely dangerous. Of course, aside from the reasons above, the real reason Hemingway did not flee was that he could sense a feeling of being locked onto, a sensation that came from the distant pirate ship ahead. Clearly, this was a special soul skill. He had been targeted. Even if he abandoned the ship to escape now, he might not be able to get away. Instead, it would waste his soul power, so it was better to wait in place. He could observe what that powerful individual wanted to do. Perhaps the situation was not as bad as he imagined. At this point, Hemingway had no choice but to wait in place and conserve his strength. Even if he had to act later, having more strength would increase his chances of success. Time passed quietly. The pirate ship ahead was getting closer and closer. Standing at the bow, Hemingway could see a group of people standing at the bow of that large ship. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, 2 or 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, resembling an iron tower. Clearly, this middle-aged man was the leader of the White Whale Pirate Group, the rumored Soul Sage Hanba. Hanba was very excited at this moment. After receiving a message from his superior, the purple giant whale, he couldn't wait to gather a group of his subordinates and set sail. Following the route provided by his boss, they rushed madly toward the target's location. The reason for this urgency was that whoever could capture the target first would earn the most credit. When it came time to distribute rewards, they would also get more. This was all real benefit. Who wouldn't risk their lives for it? Other division leaders shared the same thoughts. To participate in this hunt, division leaders needed to be at least soul sages to qualify for a share. The remaining weaker division leaders were not qualified to join the fun. Therefore, those division leaders who had the opportunity to come here were racing against time, madly sailing toward the target sea area, all to seize the first opportunity. And, clearly, Hanba seemed to have very good luck. He encountered the target first. Looking at the lonely wooden boat ahead, Hanba trembled with excitement. He shouted to his subordinates, "Accelerate! Give it your all to speed up." The target, That wooden boat ahead." As soon as he said this, the entire ship shook violently. Then, the already fast speed doubled instantly, watching the small wooden boat get closer and closer, especially the white-haired boy standing at the bow, whose appearance became clearer. He looked down at the wanted poster from 6 years ago in his hand. He found that aside from the different hair color, upon closer inspection of the facial features, he could still vaguely confirm that it was indeed the same person. After all, 6 years had passed. Children always grow up. Seeing this, Hanba was extremely certain that this was the target of his trip. Ha ha ha. It seems that I, Hanba, am destined to be the first. As he saw the distance to that ship shrinking, Hanba couldn't help but laugh wildly. He began to envision his future of capturing Dai Yuhao and making great contributions. The benefits would definitely not be lacking, as the boss couldn't possibly keep it all to himself. Otherwise, how could he maintain authority? When the boss goes to the Star Luo Empire to take up a title, these pirate brothers would be the foundation for him to establish himself there. So no matter what, the boss couldn't swallow the rewards alone, causing the brothers to turn against him. As the two ships drew closer, finally, when they were about 10 meters apart, the pirate ship stopped moving forward. The two sides faced off from the bows of their ships. The ship carrying Hanba and the White Whale Pirate Group was made entirely of steel, and it was much larger than the ship of the Viper Pirate Group. Not to mention that Hemingway's current ship was merely a small wooden boat belonging to a pirate leader. Therefore, Hanba and the others looked down from high position, their greedy eyes fixed on the white-haired boy at the bow below, as if they wished they could swallow him alive. In contrast, Hemingway, despite being alone and his wooden boat appearing very small against the backdrop of the steel giant ship, showed no change in his expression. His sea-like, deep eyes were calm, and his handsome, masculine face stood tall at the bow, as if he could withstand any storm. One man's strength could rival 1,000 troops. At this moment, Hemingway seemed to exude this kind of aura. Even though the White Whale Pirate Group opposite him was numerous and powerful, the invisible pressure of their aura, along with their intense gazes, came crashing in. But so what? Did they think this would make him retreat in fear? Chapter 18. A Natural-Born Strawman. The two sides finally met. No one spoke. Only the sound of the surrounding waves made the scene less silent. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Hanba looked at the white-haired boy standing at the bow ahead, and the proud look on his face slowly faded, his careless gaze becoming serious. Because this boy was completely different from what he had imagined. It seemed that in this world, some people were born with the word strong etched on their faces. Looking at this boy with blue eyes, calm as an ancient well, his splendid white hair gently blowing in the sea breeze, and his tall figure resembling a statue standing immovably on the coastal cliffs. Everything about him silently spoke of his extraordinary nature. Years of pirate life had honed his instincts, telling him that this boy was not simple. His capture would definitely not be as easy as he had imagined. In fact, Hanba felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. It was a feeling as if his time was running out. To be honest, at this moment, Hanba really had an impulse to immediately lead his subordinates to turn back. But thinking about the benefits of capturing this boy in front of him, he hesitated. The allure of profit was powerful. To give up the imminent benefits just because of a hunch was undoubtedly unrealistic. Human nature has a gene for self-destruction and a sense of luck. So in the end, Hanba still chose to seek wealth and risk. Ignoring the instincts honed by years of piracy, he firmly chose what he believed to be the right option. He also gave up the only path of survival, the boundless blue sea. The two ships, of different sizes, stood about 10 meters apart, with both sides facing each other at the bows. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was heavy. Only the sound of the sea breeze whistling by could be heard. Dai Yuhao. Finally, Hanba spoke. You really are hard to find. When this long-abandoned name was spoken by the imposing man in front of him, Hemingway's heart sank, because he knew that his identity had definitely been leaked for some unknown reason. The pirates in front of him were clearly here specifically to capture him. Today, it was dangerous. How exactly had it been leaked? Hemingway was puzzled. The only one with the greatest suspicion was probably the Soul King Elder of the Viper Pirate Group. Could it be that the Soul King Elder had some means unknown to him to convey information to others? How did you find me? Filled with questions, Hemingway looked at Hanba not far away, frowning as he asked, Even if you knew my whereabouts, how did you find me in this vast ocean? With the way you came at me so aggressively, do you have some method to pinpoint my location? If it weren't for the fact that the ship he was on was not one belonging to the Viper Pirate Group, he would have doubted whether his small wooden boat had some kind of positioning soul guide device. In this world, in a very ancient time, there was once a brilliant civilization. As a result, Many crystallizations of ancient civilizations' wisdom have been passed down, and those crystallizations are now called soul guide devices by people. The types and functions of soul guide devices are incredibly diverse, so if there was a soul guide device that could locate, it wouldn't be impossible. Ancient soul guide devices are akin to alien black technology for the soul masters of the current Douluo continent. No soul master can replicate or create soul guide devices. However, it is not impossible for some fortunate soul masters to obtain ancient soul guide devices that have been passed down. After all, this world has no shortage of lucky individuals. In response to Hemingway's inquiry, even though it was quite advantageous for them at this moment, Hemingway was basically unable to escape. Hemba did not intend to inform him that the conch he had picked up was a positioning device. After all, being cautious is never a mistake. If they accidentally let Hemingway escape later, they could still find him using the conch's positioning function. But if Hemingway discarded the conch, it would be extremely difficult for them to find him again. After all, the ocean is vast. And if Hemingway casually disguised himself or found an unknown small island to hide, it wouldn't be easy to locate him. Otherwise, Hemingway's mother wouldn't have taken him to escape to the sea in the first place. Hemba's expression was cold as he silently waved his hand. Beside him, an elder of about 60 or 70 years old gently nodded, then let out a low shout. His whole body began to glow, and a fishing net appeared in his hands, the kind specifically used for catching fish. Immediately, 6 soul rings appeared around his body: white, yellow, purple, 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 and black. This elder was actually a level 60 soul emperor. Hemingway couldn't help but narrow his eyes upon seeing this. He knew that the old man must be the vice captain of the White Whale pirate group, as rumored. 6th soul skill, Heaven's Net, the soul emperor old man shouted. And the only black 10,000-year soul ring floating around him shone brightly. Then, the old man threw the fishing net in his hand into the sky. The exquisite fishing net flew upwards, and soon it began to grow larger, seemingly covering the entire sky in an instant. Then, nets from all directions started to descend as well. In the blink of an eye, a massive net covering a 1-kilometer area of sea was formed. This large net trapped both the White Whale pirate group and Hemingway inside, clearly intending to confine him first to prevent his escape, and then slowly capture him within the net, staging a scene of catching a turtle in a jar. Now, the escape route was completely cut off. He could only brace himself and fight against these pirates. Would it be the same in the sea? Could he try to break out from the seabed? Hemingway instinctively turned his gaze to the sea surface, pondering. Meanwhile, the man opposite him, Hannibal, seemed to have seen through his intentions. With his arms crossed and a calm demeanor, he said, "You don't need to think about escaping through the sea." Hannibal's 6th soul skill, since it is called Heaven's Net. How could it only guard against the sky and not the ground? Moreover, don't even think about breaking this Heaven's Net. It has exhausted all of Hannibal's soul power. And once formed, it can last for 2 hours. Only a soul sage can break it. Even if it's a soul sage, if their attack power is a bit weak, they can only obediently remain trapped for 2 hours. The more Hannibal spoke, the more confident he became. He looked at the silent white-haired youth and advised, "You might as well surrender quietly. This way, you can suffer a little less pain. The bounty does not necessarily mean your life. The best outcome is to capture you alive for them. So even if you're sent to the Star Luo Empire, you might not necessarily die. But if you insist on resisting, then I might accidentally take your life." Chapter 19. Start by killing one person. As for Hannibal's seemingly kind advice, Hemingway merely sneered. He thought to himself, does he really think I'm a fool? Yes, if he were captured and taken back to the Star Luo Empire, he might not die. But there is a term in this world called better to die than to live. If he were captured alive and taken back to the Star Luo Empire, he would likely face being brainwashed into a thug through special methods, or be imprisoned and used as a breeding tool to improve bloodlines. The former is somewhat acceptable, but the latter will be disastrous. With twin martial souls and innate full soul power, what a formidable talent. With such qualifications, if combined with a woman, the offspring would have a great chance of inheriting this excellent talent. Even if it is unlikely to have twin martial souls, it is very possible for the martial soul to mutate or to have extremely high innate soul power. In the original work, there was a person whose situation was quite similar. That is Pope Bibi Dong, who also possessed twin martial souls and innate full soul power. As a result, this talent caught the attention of the previous pope, Qiang Sunji, who later found an excuse to force himself on her, coercing her to give birth to his daughter, Qian Renshua. And Qian Renshua lived up to her lineage, inheriting Bibi Dong's excellent bloodline, with innate soul power reaching level 20. Although this is partly because her martial soul is the divine level angel martial soul. Having a divine level martial soul does not guarantee innate 20 level soul power. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would have unified the continent long ago. In fact, it was precisely because Qian Rinxue possessed innate 20 level soul power that she was able to inherit the angel god's legacy passed down through generations in the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, if all angel martial souls had innate 20 level soul power, why had no one been able to inherit the position of angel god before her? Why was she the only one? From this, it can be seen how important the excellence of both parents' bloodlines is for their descendants. The Star Luo Empire is even willing to offer nobility as a reward for capturing him alive. This shows how much they covet his bloodline. If Hemingway were really captured and taken back, he would likely live the rest of his life as a breeding machine. His descendants would then become tools for the aristocrats of the Starry Empire to improve their bloodlines, with no hope of ever turning their fate around. Such a tragic life. He would never accept it, even in death. Thinking of this, Hemingway's gaze must have hardened. In his heart, he had already made a resolute decision to fight to the death, preferring to be shattered like jade rather than remain intact like broken tiles. Along with this, his whole aura began to change. Seeing the shift in the aura of the white-haired youth, Hemba secretly regretted his miscalculation. He never expected that his persuasion would not only fail to achieve its purpose, but would instead backfire, solidifying the youth's determination to resist. Now, capturing him alive had become even more difficult. When the purple giant whale called them to surround Hemingway, it repeatedly stressed that he must be captured alive. He absolutely could not be killed. Whether the brothers could enjoy a life of luxury as nobles in the Starry Empire depended on whether they could capture Dai Yuhao alive. Because of this, Hemba initially ordered his only soul emperor subordinate to use all his soul power to unleash the sixth soul skill, Heavenly Net. The purpose was to ensure they could capture Hemingway alive and prevent his escape. Otherwise, if they only wanted a corpse, why go through all this trouble? They could simply unleash their martial spirits and charge indirectly. It was precisely because they needed to capture him alive that they had to be cautious. Go! Hemba signaled to the 4 middle-aged men around him. These 4 were the strongest soul kings under his command, aside from the vice-captain, and were considered the backbone of his team. He let them test Hemingway's strength first while he temporarily observed from the sidelines, collecting information during the battle to ensure a decisive strike later, capturing him alive. After all, with the Heavenly Net around, he couldn't escape, and Hemba had plenty of time to play with him. The 4 Soul Kings received their orders and immediately activated their martial spirits. Their martial spirits were a turtle, a dolphin, an octopus, and a sea snake, all beast-type martial spirits. Moreover, their soul ring configurations were white, yellow, and purple. It must be said that the soul ring configurations of these 4 Soul Kings were quite poor. From the configurations of their soul rings and the ages of these 4 Soul Kings, one could already see the potential of their martial spirits. Watching the 4 middle-aged men, who had activated their soul rings and displayed animal characteristics such as turtle shells and snake scales, leap toward him, Hemingway remained expressionless. He merely coldly observed as they gradually approached, and at the moment their soul rings lit up and they were about to unleash their soul skills, boom! A loud explosion rang out from a spot. The entire ship shook violently. Hemingway, the person, had already vanished from a spot. The 4 Soul Kings were taken aback in unison. What happened? Why was his speed so fast? Where did that kid go? In the distance, Hanba, who was observing, was also stunned. Even with his keen eyesight, he could barely see a blurry shadow, and he couldn't figure out how Hemingway had disappeared. What's going on? Is it some kind of soul skill? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. In the next moment, Hanba couldn't help but narrow his pupils as he saw Hemingway, who had vanished, suddenly appear in front of one of the bald Soul Kings, as if he had just flashed into existence. The Soul King, who was mid-jump in the air, hadn't even had time to react before he saw the cold, white-haired youth extend a finger and disappear. Boom! A sound like an explosion seemed to echo in his head. The bald Soul King's last sight was the boy's finger reappearing, now covered in blood. Is this my blood? He finally realized that. Immediately, he lost consciousness forever. At that moment, a bloody hole appeared right in the center of his forehead. Having dealt with the old Soul King before, Hemingway knew that what was a fatal wound for an ordinary person might not be fatal for someone with a special martial soul. So if he wanted to kill in one blow, aiming for the head was the most practical approach. Because under normal circumstances, the head is always a person's greatest weakness. Even if some people have special martial souls, if their head is pierced, it still results in death. Those who could survive with a pierced head are ultimately very few, belonging to the kind of freaks that are rarely seen even in 1,000 years. At this moment, all the pirates present were shocked by this sudden scene. A Soul King was pierced through the head, just like that. He died so easily. Am I dreaming? Taking advantage of the pirates' days, Hemingway pressed the attack. His feet seemed to step onto thin air, and he moved through the air as if he were stepping on solid ground rather than the empty air. This was the moon step, one of the 6 styles. The application technique of the moon step is similar to the lightness skill of Wudong, allowing one to kick in the air while jumping to change their trajectory using the rebound force, enabling them to walk on air. With this aerial movement technique, one can attack from the air without leaving any blind spots. Chapter 20. Killing 4 in a row. With a flash, leveraging the moon step that allows him to walk in the air, Hemingway quickly arrived in front of another Soul King, looking at the middle-aged man with a scarred face. He didn't use his finger gun, but directly raised his right hand and struck down with his hand blade towards the side of the man's head. Bang! A perfectly good head exploded like a watermelon. A large amount of filth splattered onto another thin Soul King nearby, covering him completely. At this point, Hanba, who had been stunned by the sudden loss of his subordinates, could no longer sit still. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his 4 generals had been lost. He knew that these were his core members. If they followed the boss, the purple giant whale, to the Star Luo Empire to become nobles, wouldn't he become a lone wolf without any subordinates to support him? He had originally thought that with 4 Soul Kings, even if they couldn't capture Hemingway alive, they could at least hold him off for a while. Hanba could also take the opportunity to observe his fighting style and look for a chance to strike a decisive blow, capture him alive. But he never expected that the 4 Soul Kings under him were so weak that 2 of them would fall to Hemingway in a single encounter. This greatly exceeded his expectations and made him feel heartbroken. Do you think Soul Kings are cabbages? Do you know how hard it is to recruit these Soul Kings? Stop. Seeing that Hemingway had killed 2 Soul Kings and was not satisfied, and was continuing to charge towards the remaining 2 Soul Kings, Hanba shouted loudly, simultaneously activating his soul rings. A massive white whale phantom appeared and then merged into his body. Immediately, his already large and strong physique began to swell even more. His terrifyingly strong muscles started to writhe, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a small giant nearly 5 meters tall. Soul Sage, Hanba, Martial Soul, Great White Whale. Soul Ring Configuration: white, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. Although it was still not the best Soul Ring configuration. Compared to the previous Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, it was definitely luxurious. After the Great White Whale Martial Soul was activated, Hanba, now a 5-meter-tall small giant, kicked off, causing the stern of the iron ship to rise sharply, while the bow plunged down hard. His kick almost sent the entire bow of the ship directly into the sea. Peering through the tube, one can discover a fact. The power of a Soul Sage is terrifying. Kid, stop it now. The small giant Hanba soared into the sky and charged fiercely towards Hemingway. At this moment, Hemingway had once again used the moon step, stepping through the air to the side of the 3rd Soul King. Due to the previous 2 Soul Kings' experiences, this Soul King, whose martial soul was a sea turtle, immediately activated his strongest defensive soul skill, Turtle Shell Protection. After the 5th purple 1,000-year soul ring lit up, the little turtle shell on his back suddenly began to swell, and then his head and limbs started to retract, ultimately fully retreating into the shell. Finally, the gaps in the shell closed, looking just like a real turtle withdrawing its head. This was his strongest defensive skill. Even a Soul Emperor would find it not so easy to break his turtle shell. At the same time, this skill was also his most proud defensive ability. Therefore, he believed he was absolutely safe. But unfortunately, he encountered a freak like Hemingway. Do you think this would keep you safe? Watch me break your turtle shell. Looking at the turtle shell in front of him, Hemingway's eyes flashed with a cold light as he raised his right hand and pointed his index finger. Then, a golden light surged from the tip of his finger, just a small amount of golden light at the tip. Armament hockey. That golden glowing index finger thrust fiercely towards the turtle shell, and then with a pop, it sounded like a balloon being popped. Even the turtle shell, which even a Soul Emperor would take time to break, was instantly pierced under his golden glowing finger, as if it were made of paper. Ah! A scream came from within the airtight turtle shell, followed by an abrupt silence. Hemingway expressionlessly extended his index finger, and a small hole appeared on the turtle shell. However, The area around this small hole was covered with cracks, which even began to expand, eventually spreading across the entire turtle shell, and with a loud bang, the seemingly indestructible shell shattered into pieces. A middle-aged man, curled up with his limbs, was revealed, but at this moment there was a blood hole on his back, and he had completely lost his breath. One strike to kill. The armed color hockey is not that simple. It can not only serve as armor for defense, but also enhance the user's attack power. It can form various changes as the user develops it. For example, after that finger pierced the turtle shell, the residual armed color hockey transformed into subtle kinetic energy, invading his body. In an instant, it shattered his internal organs. So, even though it seemed like there was just an additional blood hole on the surface, in reality, all his internal organs had long since turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Damn! A gust of wind rushed from behind, accompanied by a furious roar. The giant like Hanba had a fierce expression, and his massive figure lunged toward him. That 5-meter-tall body exuded immense pressure, and Hemingway had no doubt about the powerful force hidden within it. However, with great power comes great clumsiness and a lack of speed and movement. Moonwalk. Hemingway's legs dangled in the air as he narrowly evaded the massive figure lunging at him. He launched an attack on the last Soul King. At this moment, seeing 3 colleagues fall in just one move at the hands of this white-haired youth, the last Soul King was completely terrified. His soul rings lit up one after another, and he seemed to transform into a snake. His body twisted and turned, but in this form, he moved at incredible speed. This last Soul King appeared to have lost all his bones, slithering away like a snake, then left the ship and plunged into the sea. Hemingway's eyes flashed with a cold light as he instinctively extended his hand and raised his index finger. Golden light surged from his fingertip and then erupted violently. Boom! The small point of golden light seemed to transform into a bullet, instantly crossing a distance of over 10 meters, directly piercing into the water. Ignoring the resistance of the sea, it struck the Soul King, who had just submerged and whose figure was still visible in the water. Boom! A huge splash erupted on the surface of the sea. Some severed limbs and broken arms accompanied the rising water, scattering around the ship's deck, drenching the many pirates who had been watching in horror, leaving them covered in filth and blood. This completely panicked the extras who had been observing for half the day. Witnessing his 4 capable generals being killed by Hemingway as easily as crushing a chick, Han Boss's eyes turned red, and he let out a furious roar of helpless rage. He never imagined that in just a blink of an eye, he would lose 4 generals. After all, these were the backbone of his forces. Cultivating a Soul King like this was not easy. And now, all 4 of them have been killed. Chapter 21. The battle about to begin. Watching his most capable 4 generals lose their lives in an instant, Han Ba felt immense regret. If he had known that Dai Yuhao was so ruthless, he should have taken action to subdue him from the start. After all, with the heavenly net in place, there was no way he could escape. Was it worth being cautious and sending out 4 Soul Kings to test him? As a result, he lost 4 capable generals in one go. What a huge loss. TSK, has he hidden away in the sea? Hemingway glanced around and noticed that the Soul Emperor who had previously set up the heavenly net had already disappeared. Scanning the cabins of the 2 ships with his observation hockey, he couldn't find anyone. Clearly, that Soul Emperor realized the situation was dire and took the opportunity to hide in the sea early on, truly adept at preserving his life. However, this was to be expected. After exhausting all his soul power to deploy the heavenly net, that Soul Emperor, now with no soul power left, likely had combat strength even weaker than a soul respect. After all, he was not a beast martial soul, but a weapon martial soul. Therefore, at this level of cultivation, the enhancement of the martial soul to various aspects of the body was minimal. His true strength lay in his soul skills, but activating soul skills required soul power. So now, without soul power, he was almost equivalent to useless. Hemingway could easily kill him, so the Soul Emperor wisely hid away, though it's unclear where he concealed himself. In any case, it's unrealistic to find that Soul Emperor within this net covering a kilometer radius. His observation hockey can't cover such a vast area, unless he dives into the water and uses the ability to sense the sea. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to locate him. However, the Soul Emperor is just a trivial character. Hemingway's biggest opponent right now is still the Soul Saint Hanba. Hemingway turned around and looked at the 5-meter-tall little giant, whose anger was still evident, but whose expression had calmed down. He began to take things seriously as he observed the 7 soul rings floating around him. After the clearing ended, he looked at Hanbis, a faint smile appearing on his stern face. The real battle was about to begin. On the boundless sea, a large net formed a circle, encompassing an area of 1 kilometer. Within this net, there were 2 ships, one large and one small, facing each other from a distance. On the smaller wooden ship, 2 people were confronting each other. One was 5 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over and a face full of raw power, resembling a devilishly muscular little giant. The other was about 15 or 16 years old, with long snow-white hair that flowed straight and smooth, paired with an exquisitely handsome face. A tall and slender body, and deep blue eyes as vast as the ocean, looking incredibly attractive. On the other iron ship, about 30 pirates were holding their breath, nervously watching the 2 on the wooden ship, as if they were about to witness something monumental. At this moment, Han Bas had gradually calmed down from the loss of his 4 generals, his mind returning to a state of calm. He coldly gazed at the boy across from him, with snow-white hair fluttering in the sea breeze, eyes as clear blue as the sea, and an upright posture and unparalleled demeanor, slowly saying, "I admit, I underestimated you." He looked at the white-haired boy who had killed his 4 generals, still calm and composed, and marveled. "Indeed, you are worthy of being a rare dual martial soul seen once in a millennium. You awakened your martial soul 6 years ago, which means you're only 12 this year. To be honest, your growth in just 6 years is truly astonishing. If given time to continue growing, I can hardly imagine how vast your future will be." In response to Han Bas's admiration, Hemingway remained unperturbed, merely letting his soul power slowly circulate within him, his body poised and ready, prepared to embrace the battle. However, this was where it ended. At this point, Han Bas's expression turned serious as he looked at him and said, "Next, to show respect for a strong opponent, I will use all my strength to deal with you. Let you understand just how powerful a soul sage truly is. I await your performance." Hemingway could not deny it, simply looking at him calmly. He seemed to have no worries about the battle that was about to begin. Hanba, Martial Soul, Great White Whale, Level 73 Battle Soul Saint. Hanba had a serious expression on his face, and a phantom of a great white whale gradually emerged around his body before slowly disappearing. At the same time, the 7 soul rings surrounding him emitted increasingly intense light. Since the opponent was so serious, Hemingway also wore a grave expression, revealing his martial soul to the world for the first time. Hemingway, Martial Soul Mermaid Princess, Level 39 Battle Soul Zune. As his words fell, a massive phantom gradually appeared behind him. It was a mermaid, standing several dozen meters tall, with a regal and beautiful appearance. Silence. The entire venue fell quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the enormous figure towering above. She was so gentle and beautiful, with sea blue eyes that seemed as tender as a mother's. Her soft pink long hair styled into a noble celestial bun, her perfect figure appearing to be the most beautiful masterpiece of the ocean. Surrounding this figure were 3 massive soul rings, exuding an incredible presence, 2 purple and 1 black. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, staring at the 3 soul rings floating around the giant mermaid. They felt as if their worldview had been overturned by these 3 soul rings. How is this possible? How could someone have a 1,000-year soul ring as their first soul ring? Furthermore, the 3rd soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring that only a soul king could absorb. Hanba was also somewhat stunned, but quickly reacted, saying, "I see. I forgot that you have twin martial souls. If you cultivate one of them to a very high level, then when you add soul rings to the other martial soul that has not yet been attached, you can attach soul rings of very high age. I suppose these 2 purple and 1 black soul rings came about this way. If you think so, then it must be true." Hemingway remained non-committal. He did not reveal that his other martial soul was still a blank slate and that he was forcefully absorbing high-age soul rings based on his strength. There was no point in explaining such matters to an enemy he was about to battle. It was better to maintain an air of mystery, making the opponent unsure about his martial soul, which could create a sense of apprehension. Perhaps in the upcoming battle, he could catch them off guard. Seeing Hemingway's demeanor, Hemba indeed frowned, feeling uncertain about what trump cards he might hold. In the battles of soul masters, level does not represent everything. Sometimes, certain soul masters possess bizarre soul skills that can catch others completely off guard. Therefore, if one truly believes that relying on a higher level gives them the right to look down on those of a lower level, they will eventually suffer significant losses. As a cautious pirate, Heaven had survived to this point without dying, undoubtedly due to his very cautious nature, which had allowed him to evade numerous life and death crises. Thus, he was successfully deceived. Chapter 22, Blood Boiling. Never mind, whatever trump card he has will be revealed in the trial. Heaven barely suppressed his apprehension, and a terrifying wave of power erupted from his entire body. With a push of his legs, his massive body, standing 5 meters tall in the martial soul possession state, charged towards Hemingway with immense force. Facing the aggressive little giant, Hemingway did not hesitate at all. With a thought, the enormous mermaid martial soul behind him transformed into a beam of light and merged into his body, instantly significantly enhancing his already formidable physical attributes. His mermaid martial soul had 2 modes after possession. One was transformation, where he turned into a giant mermaid over 10 meters tall, resembling the White Star Princess. This was somewhat similar to the true form of a martial soul. In this state, not only would all aspects of his attributes be greatly enhanced, but his control over seawater would also become more adept. The downside was that in this transformation state, soul power consumption was very rapid, and once the soul power was exhausted, he would revert to his original state. Moreover, in this mermaid form, many physical techniques could not be executed, and movement on land was inconvenient. The other possession mode simply enhanced various attributes without changing his appearance. While it lacked the adept control over seawater and the benefits of the ocean found in the White Star Princess transformation, it had the advantage of lower consumption, allowing him to maintain the enhancement indefinitely. There was no doubt that one mode was suited for land combat, while the other was ideal for fighting in the sea. If they were now in the ocean, Hemingway would undoubtedly transform into the giant mermaid mode immediately, but since they were fighting on a ship, the pure enhancement mode was more economical and saved soul power. Drink. Facing the aggressive little giant, Hemingway, wanting to test the gap in power between himself and his soul sage, did not dodge or evade. Instead, he boldly charged forward, raising his fist and swinging it towards him. Arrogant. The imposing Hemba felt a flash of contempt and anger at being underestimated as he saw this. How could this mere soul master dare to confront him, a powerful attacking soul sage, head-on? He must think very little of him, although he was currently only in the martial soul possession state and had not even used any soul skills. With his soul sage level strength and the fact that his martial soul was a whale, a massive oceanic overlord, it was clear that even just in the possession state, the enhancement to his physique was absolutely not something a mere soul master could rival. Damn brat, you will pay for your arrogance. Hemba's soul power surged within him as he swung his enormous fist down towards him. Hemingway did not dodge or evade and return the punch. Bang! A large and a small fist collided with a huge difference in size. Whoosh! A terrifying gust of wind erupted from the point where their fists met. The surrounding sea seemed to be swept away by a violent wind, with waves rising and falling. The nearby iron ship was blown far away, and even the wooden boat beneath their feet sank sharply, nearly being pressed into the sea. One can imagine how terrifying their clash was. After exchanging a punch, the giant like Hanbus involuntarily began to retreat, his feet leaving a trail of cracked footprints on the deck. At the same time, his massive fist was also battered and bruised, clearly injured. In contrast, the comparatively petite Hemingway remained as steady as a mountain, his feet firmly planted on the deck. Only the cracks appearing around his feet indicated that it wasn't easy for him to take that punch. I actually lost. Hanbus looked at his bloodied fist, the intense pain from it leaving him in disbelief. Relying solely on physical strength, with his soul sage level soul power and spirit possession, he still couldn't defeat this boy who seemed to only be a 3-ring soul master. What a terrifying physique. His gaze towards the white-haired youth across from him completely changed, as if he were looking at a true monster. How is this possible? The captain was actually forced to retreat? The pirates on the distant iron ship, who were watching what should have been a sure victory, were all in disbelief as they saw their captain take a step back. A soul sage level captain losing a physical contest to a soul master. Is this the true genius? Monster. This was the perception of the pirates regarding the white-haired youth at that moment. It seems that my physical quality, after spirit possession, is roughly at the soul sage level. Slowly retracting my fist and feeling the strain from the earlier exchange, Hemingway immediately understood that in terms of pure physical strength, excluding soul skills, he was roughly equivalent to the soul sage level. Of course, this refers only to pure physical strength. The factors of soul skills were not included. So when it comes to actual combat, whether he could truly fight against the soul sage was still uncertain. After all, unlike him, for ordinary soul masters. The soul skills brought by each soul ring are fundamental. The enhancement in physical quality after spirit possession is secondary and does not represent the entirety of their strength. The reason Hemingway could contend with a soul sage was mainly due to the uniqueness of his spirit. After acquiring soul rings, it only enhanced his physical quality and dominance. One could say his situation was similar to that of a pure attribute soul master. So his combat power would naturally be much stronger than that of an ordinary counterpart at the same level. However, this also has its drawbacks. His techniques are singular. When encountering certain soul skills with unusual properties, he might face significant setbacks. Good kid, I underestimated you. I will be serious from now on. Hambus's expression turned serious, and then the first, second, and third soul rings around him shone brightly. First soul skill, strength enhancement. Second soul skill, speed enhancement. Third soul skill, attraction. Hambus's already bulging muscle mass surged again, then suddenly contracted, becoming tight and defined. Clearly, the first and second soul skills were in effect. Boom! Hambus's massive body charged forward once more, with the deck beneath his feet shattering. Watching the 5-meter-tall giant rush towards him with overwhelming momentum, Hemingway, who had just tested his own strength, did not intend to confront him head-on. Unexpectedly, an invisible force suddenly pulled at him, the terrifying attraction causing his body to uncontrollably move closer to the charging giant. Clearly, it was the effect of his third soul skill. To prevent him from dodging, this soul skill made it impossible for Hemingway to evade, forcing him to confront it directly. Facing a soul sage head-on, seeing he could not evade, Hemingway's blood was also stirred. Since there was no escape, then let us fight. Boom! The two once again collided. Hambus raised his thick arm, swinging his fist down at him. The whistling wind and terrifying pressure left Hemingway with no doubt that if he were hit by this punch on the head, it would definitely result in a fate similar to that of the Soul King whose skull he had just shattered, with bones exploding and blood splattering everywhere. So he raised his arm to counterattack, and their fists collided. Bang! Hemingway's expression changed, feeling an overwhelming force coming from the opponent's arm. This strength had actually increased by nearly 60% compared to before. How is that possible? The first soul skill is just a 10-year soul ring. How could it suddenly amplify strength by 60%? Wait, perhaps this is related to the speed amplification of his second soul skill. With a quick turn of his mind, he soon figured out the connection between the two. Chapter 23. The Battle of Men. The power amplification of Hambus's first soul skill definitely isn't as exaggerated as a 60% increase. After all, this is just a 10-year soul ring. An increase of 20% would be impressive enough. The reason it now feels like an increase of nearly 60% is probably due to the speed amplification of the second soul skill. As the saying goes, speed is power. The enhancement of speed brings about tremendous kinetic energy, which is the key to the significant increase in the power of his punch. In a flash of insight, Hemingway felt the intense pain in his arm and finally stopped hesitating, unleashing his armament haki. A flash of golden light instantly covered his fist and then spread to his entire arm. It was as if he had donned a layer of armor, greatly increasing its destructive power. Hemingway raised his golden right arm and gave it a gentle shake. A terrifying force erupted instantly, pushing Hanba back a step. Hemingway, taking advantage of his momentum, covered his other hand with armament haki as well, transforming both hands into golden arms, greatly enhancing his imposing presence. With his fists clenched, he actively launched a fierce attack on the 5-meter-tall, small giant. Left punch, right punch, the golden arms became afterimages. He crazily bombarded the small giant. With the enhancement of armament haki, Hemingway not only saw a surge in his attack power, but also a significant increase in his defense. This was merely the most basic application of armament haki. He had yet to display its more advanced uses, which he was keeping for a surprise, as the time for that had not yet come. Although Hanba was large, being big only meant he was clumsy and inflexible. Therefore, facing such a frenzied barrage of punches, he inevitably found himself in a bit of a fluster. Even though he tried his best to block and evade, he still took a dozen punches directly. Fortunately, after the spirit possession, his body's defense had greatly increased, and coupled with the enhancement from 2 soul skills, he did not suffer significant damage for the time being. However, if this continued, it would not be the case. Thus, a fierce light flashed in Hambus's eyes, and the 4th and 5th soul rings around him activated in succession. 4th soul skill, Diamond Transformation. 5th soul skill, Blue Scale Protection. Hanba's massive 5-meter frame suddenly began to shrink, his bulging muscles becoming more refined, yet his power increased instead. At the same time, scales resembling fish scales began to grow all over his body, quickly covering him entirely. Those blue scales seemed to have donned him in a suit of armor. In the blink of an eye, the originally 5-meter-tall, small giant disappeared, replaced by a 2-meter-tall, gaunt figure covered in blue scales. Bang! Boom! The two continued to battle. Hemingway felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. The opponent's shrinking body not only did not weaken his strength, but instead doubled it. The reduction in size made him even more agile. As for the blue scales that grew on his body, their defensive power was terrifying. No matter where he attacked, the feedback he received was nothing but solid, as if he were striking against an iron wall. For a moment, even with his armed color, he found it impossible to deal with this version of Hanbas. Indeed, a soul saint is not to be underestimated. None are simple, and without even using his martial soul true body, just activating the first 5 soul rings was enough to leave him somewhat at a loss. During the battle, Hemingway felt a deep sense of emotion. Bang! At that moment, Hanba's large hand, covered in blue scales, slammed down on his forehead. Fortunately, Hemingway had timely covered his head with armed color hockey, and the large hand struck against that layer of golden light, unable to harm him at all. Don't ask Hemingway why he didn't cover his whole body with armed color hockey. It's important to note that armed color hockey is not some kind of material that can be conjured from thin air, but a special power he transformed from his soul power. Hockey is a technique that consumes a lot of soul power, and the amount of soul power required to convert armed color hockey is quite frightening. Therefore, he tried to conserve as much as possible and couldn't afford to cover his entire body in such a lavish manner. Moreover, covering the whole body doesn't offer much help in battle. In terms of consumption, it's not cost-effective. The fight between the two continued. Fists and feet clashed in a battle between man and man. The many pirates watching from a distance were also filled with excitement. This was a fight where every punch connected. Hemingway couldn't break through the blue-scale defense of Hanbas, but conversely, Hanbas couldn't do anything to Hemingway, who was protected by the golden glow of hockey. The two sides remained in a stalemate. Boom! Boom! Rumbling. The battle between Hemingway and Hanba seemed to ignite a true fire, and the aftermath of their fight gradually turned the wooden boat into a wreck with countless holes. The surrounding sea also surged with waves due to their combat, the unleashed force creating a tumultuous and rolling surface. Finally, after yet another strike, the wooden boat beneath them could no longer withstand it, collapsing with a deafening crash amid the dissipating shockwaves of their powers. It shattered into pieces of various sizes. The two fighters naturally fell into the sea, momentarily halting the intense battle. Moonwalk. Hemingway kicked his legs and splashed a burst of water. His whole body directly stepped into the void, leaving the sea surface. He then jumped onto a piece of wreckage, breathing slightly heavily. His heart was pounding, and blood was surging through his body. In contrast, Hanba had inexplicably sunk into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Hemingway certainly wouldn't think he was drowning. That would be a joke. Have you ever seen a whale drown? So he could conclude that Hanbas sinking into the sea was definitely part of another scheme. At this moment, a deep voice echoed through the ocean. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body. A massive wave of energy is emanating from the sea. Hemingway's face changed dramatically upon hearing this, sensing the danger. He pushed off with both legs and quickly left the wooden plank he was standing on. Just a second after he left, a crashing sound followed. A giant mouth filled with sharp teeth suddenly emerged, completely engulfing the area where the plank had been. Immediately after, a massive white whale's head broke through the surface of the sea, surrounded by 7 soul rings, indicating it was not a sea soul beast, but a form transformed by a soul master. This is troublesome. Looking at the ferocious and greedy giant white whale staring at him, Hemingway couldn't help but show a bitter smile. This is the martial soul avatar. All soul masters acquire a similar 7th soul skill upon reaching level 70, known as the martial soul avatar. Just as level 30 represents a bottleneck for soul masters, so does level 70, especially for beast martial soul masters. Their strength dramatically increases when using the martial soul avatar, and this skill is their ultimate trump card. What Hanba is using at this moment is precisely his 7th soul ring skill, the most domineering and strongest in side effects. The martial soul avatar. Once the martial soul avatar is activated, It allows unlimited use of all soul skills below 7 rings, except for the martial soul avatar, for 30 minutes. With power increased to 150% of the original. All aspects of their attributes will be greatly enhanced. Of course, there are trade-offs. After using the martial soul avatar, the Soul Master's attributes will be weakened by 50% and will take 7 days to recover. Therefore, Soul Masters above level 70 would never use their martial soul avatar lightly unless absolutely necessary. Now, that Hanba has been forced to use the martial soul avatar. It is evident that he has no way to deal with Hemingway and plans to gamble everything to take him down. P.S. Please support with tickets and bookmarks. Chapter 24, Natural Enemy. Do you think you're the only one with a martial soul avatar? Looking at the massive form of the white whale, Hemingway thought for a moment. He felt that if it were just a simple power boost, he would be at a disadvantage. Although he was reluctant to use that form, he had no choice in the current situation. Transform. The white-haired youth radiated brilliance, gradually enveloping his entire body. Then he suddenly expanded. With a loud bang, a large splash of water erupted. A giant mermaid, several dozen meters tall, appeared on the surface of the sea, standing in opposition to the massive white whale not far away. Martial soul avatar. How is this possible? You also have a martial soul avatar. Could it be that you are a soul saint? The giant white whale stared at the elegantly poised figure nearby, with azure blue eyes that were deep and distant, as if the most beautiful creature of the sea, a remarkably perfect mermaid. It couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation, emitting a human-like voice. The giant mermaid incarnated by Hemingway did not speak, because at that moment, any sound he made would be a melodious voice akin to a beautiful song. This was somewhat uncomfortable for someone who considered himself a man, as it felt like if he got used to it, it might awaken some extraordinary interest. No, this is not the true form of a martial soul. The great white whale sensed carefully and suddenly realized, if it were the true form of a martial soul, then his aura would have dramatically increased at this moment. It would not be so similar to before. So this should not be the true form of a martial soul, just a unique state of martial soul possession. Or perhaps it was some kind of soul skill. Nevertheless, looking at the enormous mermaid opposite him, Hansbus couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure. Although size does not necessarily represent strength, a larger physique definitely implies greater power. He had transformed into the true form of the white whale martial soul, which was about 30 meters long. In contrast, the mermaid incarnated by Hemingway was actually several dozen meters tall. In terms of size alone, Hansbus had already lost. However, who was stronger in actual combat could only be determined through a real fight. As a battle-hardened warrior, Hansbus naturally understood this principle, and he would not be easily intimidated by Hemingway's mermaid form. Therefore, he boldly took the initiative to attack. Sixth soul skill, Tidal Wave. The sixth soul ring around the enormous white whale shone brightly. Instantly, the sea within a kilometer of the heavenly net began to churn. The sea surface began to surge violently, with a white whale at the center, creating a terrifying vortex around it. Not far away, the crew on the pirate ship saw this and quickly steered their vessel away. They were very aware of the power of their captain's move. The closer they got, the more dangerous it became. Finally, as if the charge was complete, the massive white whale swung its tail, generating a terrifying water column from the vortex, rushing towards Hemingway. Meanwhile, the giant mermaid that Hemingway transformed into floated calmly on the surface of the sea, her fish tail submerged in the water, leaving only the upper half of her graceful body above the surface. The turbulence of the surrounding water had no effect on her. Any surging waves that approached her would inexplicably stop a few meters in front of her. The storm calmed, which was precisely the innate ability of the mermaid's spirit. The ocean was her domain. Facing the aggressive water columns, the huge and beautiful figure raised her slender arm gracefully and gently clapped forward. Bang! The incoming water column shattered and splashed everywhere. How is this possible? Hanbase was stunned by this sight. His long-prepared move was effortlessly dispersed with a single slap. Could it be that he was mistaken? Is this really the true form of a martial spirit? Impossible. My senses are not wrong. Unwilling to accept defeat, Hanbase summoned his soul power again, using his sixth soul skill, turning the tide, which granted him the ability to manipulate the seawater, creating various attacks. Even among soul saints, he was one of the best, definitely not a weakling. The sea roiled violently, transforming into serpentine shapes resembling living pythons, each several dozen meters long. Their tongues flicked out as they twisted their bodies under the control of the giant white whale, lunging towards the mermaid. In response to these snakes, the massive mermaid simply raised her delicate hand and casually swatted them away. Bang, bang, bang. The imposing sea serpents were effortlessly turned back into seawater with a single slap. So that's it. This time, Hanba finally discovered the key point. He realized that the opposing force was not truly that strong, but they were far superior in controlling the seawater. Thus, when his sea creations faced her, they could be easily swatted away. In the past, after he activated his martial spirit true form, combined with his 6th soul skill that turned the tides, he rarely encountered enemies of the soul saint level on this sea, even if he sometimes stumbled against weaker soul fighters. Don't underestimate the ability to manipulate seawater. Hanba was simply unlucky to encounter Hemingway, who had the mermaid martial spirit, a natural nemesis. If it were someone else facing the endless onslaught of seawater attacks, they could never perform as effortlessly as he did. Most likely, they would be overwhelmed by the attacks formed from the boundless seawater. Since seawater won't work, then let us go for a direct confrontation. After realizing this, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the giant white whale, and the surrounding seawater surged violently, assisting him. Then, with his mouth full of sharp teeth, he charged towards the massive mermaid like a bolt of lightning. He intended to engage in close combat. Now that he had activated his martial spirit true form, not only could he use all his soul skills at will, but all his attributes were significantly enhanced. Hanba believed that with this new power, he could certainly subdue her. Little did he know, as he watched the approaching giant white whale, Hemingway was not surprised but rather delighted. Want to fight in close quarters? That's great. He was least afraid of close combat. Don't be fooled by his current appearance as the White Star Princess, seemingly delicate and weak. But who would think that her towering figure of several dozen meters was just for show? Anyone who was misled by the White Star Princess's gentle exterior, thinking she was a fragile girl, would be gravely mistaken. Boom! Bang! The enormous white whale charged towards a mermaid, but was blocked by her hand. The giant whale shimmered with light, its blue scales covering its body in an instant, greatly increasing its strength. Then, like lightning, it lunged forward, opening its massive jaws filled with sharp teeth, viciously biting towards the mermaid's prominent chest, without any hesitation. The enormous mermaid princess instinctively furrowed her brow. She had no intention of being bitten by those sharp teeth. However, there was no time to block with her hand. But thankfully she still had her armed color to use. With a thought, a layer of golden light quickly enveloped her chest. Boom! Crack! The giant whale's mouth full of sharp teeth bit down, producing a loud sound. One can imagine how terrifying the destructive power was. If it had bitten her, that portion of flesh would have been in its mouth. P.S. Seeking votes and collections. Chapter 25. Fierce Battle. The giant white whale opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and bit down. But fortunately, the golden-armed, domineering spirit activated in time, covering her soft chest with a layer of golden light, instantly turning the soft flesh into hard armor. The bite from the giant whale felt as if it had struck solid iron, with no softness to be found. Crack! The incredibly hard-armed color even shattered the giant whale's sharp teeth. Roar! The giant whale couldn't help but let out a mournful roar, feeling not only the intense pain from its teeth shattering, but also a buzzing in its head from the recoil. Now's the time. The giant mermaid's sea blue eyes flashed with fierceness, and her large yet elegantly slender right hand extended, with golden light surging from 2 of her slender fingers, thrusting down towards the whale's blowhole. If this hit, the armed color attached to her fingers could penetrate directly into the whale's body through the blowhole, directly damaging its brain. A fatal strike. Not so fast. But at that moment, sensing the imminent threat, the giant whale instinctively gathered its internal soul power, crazily compressing and refining it until it erupted from the blowhole on its head. Boom! A water blue beam of light exploded from the blowhole of the giant whale's head. This strike gathered Hamba's highly compressed soul power and was formidable upon eruption. It even formed a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. The giant mermaid's fingers hadn't yet pierced the blowhole when they were blown away by the suddenly erupting water blue beam. Immediately following, the surging shockwave violently knocked her massive body back. That beautiful pink fishtail arched out of the water, and her entire magnificent body elegantly soared into the air, as if leaping out of the water. However, despite the beauty of this scene, it was very unfriendly for Hemingway, as at this moment, being in midair left him with no leverage. He couldn't even use the moon step to move through the air. After all, he didn't have legs. This was one of the drawbacks of transforming into a mermaid. Ugh, there is no other choice. Watching the blowhole of the giant whale gather light again below, clearly preparing to launch another attack. While he was mid-air, Hemingway had no choice but to deactivate his transformation. After all, he couldn't guarantee that he would come out unscathed if hit directly by that water blue beam. Even with the armed color protecting him, it would probably still be quite severe. As the elegant mermaid soaring in the air seemed to dissipate like smoke, she transformed back into the image of a white-haired youth. Moonstep. As soon as he returned to his human form, Hemingway quickly stepped in the air, trying to escape the danger. But unfortunately at that moment, the energy in the giant whale's blowhole had reached its limit, and a water blue beam of light erupted. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The beam of light, several meters in diameter, shot skyward, illuminating the surroundings in a blue world, while its speed was astonishing. The coverage of the several-meter-wide beam was far too vast. Hemingway couldn't dodge at all and was brushed by the beam of light. The terrifying water blue beam shot up into the sky. It was like a divine pillar that could pierce through the heavens. The net above couldn't stop it. It was easily broken through by the water blue beam. The heavenly net that could block the soul sank couldn't even withstand a single strike from this water blue beam. Hemingway felt a cold sweat break out all over his body, and he was extremely grateful that he hadn't been reckless just now. Otherwise, even with the protection of armed color hockey, being hit head-on by that water blue beam would probably leave him half dead, especially now, even though he hadn't been directly hit. Just a slight graze had sent shockwaves through his body. A trace of blood couldn't help but flow from the corner of his mouth. Just from this one strike, he had suffered significant internal injuries. The power of a soul saint was indeed something I couldn't withstand head-on at this moment. Once it got serious, even a mere graze could almost leave me seriously injured. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up as the water blue beam dissipated, revealing a giant void at the center of the net. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. It was truly a stroke of divine help. Moonstep. Hemingway stepped lightly, quickly flying towards the hollow of the net above. At this moment, he had lost the will to continue fighting. Indeed, retreat was the best option. Want to escape? It was simply a delusion. Below, the great white whale, slightly fatigued from launching 2 ultimate moves, saw the scene above, and a flicker of contempt flashed in its fierce eyes. It sneered inwardly, too lazy to even attempt to stop him. Instead, it remained rooted in place, focusing on recovering its consumed soul power. Above, as Hemingway approached the hollow of the large net, he stepped lightly, a hint of joy appearing in his sea-blue eyes. But just then, the massive net trembled. Suddenly, the lifeless net seemed to come alive. Just as he was about to break through, the area where the water blue light beam had pierced began to writhe, with strands of the net intertwining rapidly, restoring the large hole in the net to its original state. Hemingway's eyes were bloodshot, and he was on the verge of escaping to safety. However, at the last moment, his good fortune was disrupted by the Luo Emperor, who had been hiding in the shadows. At this moment, Hemingway deeply regretted not using his ability to sense the ocean while he was in the sea to locate the Luo Emperor and eliminate him first. Otherwise, he would have already escaped. With a last glimmer of hope, Hemingway lifted his foot and kicked into the air. A golden slash shot through the air, fiercely striking towards the seemingly indestructible net. Boom! The slash, imbued with armament hockey, hit the net, creating ripples. However, this seemingly fragile thin net remained incredibly resilient, showing no signs of being torn apart. Seeing this, Hemingway could further sense how terrifying the power of the water blue beam that Hanba had shot out earlier truly was. If he hadn't decisively exited his transformed state at that moment, being hit directly by that water blue beam would definitely have resulted in serious injury or even death. Even with armament hockey acting as armor, it wouldn't have mattered, as the difference in their levels was just too great. Hemingway is now only a level 39 Soul Master, and being able to use his physical prowess to perform the Navy 6 styles and leverage the uniqueness of armed color hockey to force him out of his martial soul true form is already quite remarkable. If it weren't for the mermaid state allowing him to control the seawater, negating Hanba's advantage of manipulating the sea while in it, the battle between the two would have ended long ago when Hanbei transformed into his martial soul true form. P.S. The collection is quite low. Please give me votes. Chapter 26, Putting on a Show. After making several efforts and finding that he still couldn't break through this layer of heavenly net, Hemingway also calmed down and gradually realized that even if he could escape this net, it would be useless as he was in this vast ocean. Even if he managed to escape, where could he go? Into the sea? How long could his martial spirit sustain him? What would he do if those people caught up with him? There was no way to hide. Absolutely no way to hide. Hemingway helplessly realized at this moment that in the end, the key to breaking the predicament he faced lay with Hanba. He must first resolve him to have any chance of escape. Well, at this point, rather than avoiding it, it would be better to fight with no way back. Suspended in midair, Hemingway cast his gaze down at the massive white whale, and with a thought, he slowly unfolded his observation haki. Unlike the armament haki, which consumes soul power, the observation haki consumes his mental energy, and if he only uses the scanning function without prying into others' minds, the consumption of mental energy is not significant. At this moment, he unfolded his observation haki, which could only cover an area of about 120 meters. This was the limit of what he could do at his current stage. To cover a wider range, he would have to break through his soul power level, which would enhance his mental energy or somehow gain an upgrade in his soul aspect. Below, the massive white whale floating on the sea had finally recovered slightly from the exhaustion of its previous powerful attacks. Seeing the white-haired boy who was suspended in midair, apparently not planning to transform into a giant mermaid again, it knew that the opponent had been frightened by its previous battle. Now it probably wanted to use its smaller size to attack from a distance in the air. Oomph. Ignorant kid, thinking that this way he could avoid my attacks. Hanba sneered inwardly, without any hesitation, as the soul power surged within him, causing the previously calmed sea surface to begin to surge violently once again. The ability to manipulate the sea was partly due to his sixth soul skill, but more so because his martial soul itself had some innate ability to control the sea, creating mighty waves. After all, he was the ruler of the sea, a whale. Even though his martial soul was just an ordinary whale, not a high-level sea soul beast like the deep-sea demon whale, he still had the advantage of being a whale in the ocean. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The rolling sea surface suddenly exploded, shooting out columns of water that surged toward Hemingway in overwhelming force. However, Hemingway, who had anticipated this move, remained completely calm. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, fully entrusting his perception to the observation haki, discarding his eyesight, and using this life and death crisis to sharpen his observation haki. The observation haki covering a radius of 120 meters allowed him to clearly sense the trajectory of those water columns. Despite the rapid speed of the water jets and the angles of attack obstructing his escape direction, under the meticulous observation of the observation haki, it was not a problem at all. Hemingway closed his eyes and performed the moonwalk, continuously jumping and dodging in midair, effortlessly avoiding wave after wave of water columns. When faced with particularly dense water columns that he couldn't evade, he relaxed his body and used a technique called paper drawing, allowing himself to drift like paper in the wind. He slipped through the narrow gaps between the water columns without a single droplet touching him. How is that possible? Below, Hanba could hardly believe his eyes. How could anyone dodge such a dense attack? What was even more astonishing was that this person seemed so relaxed and carefree. Damn it, I refuse to believe you can dodge them all. The great white whale, with a fierce expression, increased the output of his soul power. Suddenly, in addition to the constantly erupting water columns, water snakes formed purely from condensed seawater emerged. These water snakes seemed to possess their own life, soaring into the air, twisting and coiling, continuously attacking the white-haired youth from tricky angles. But it was useless. No matter how many water columns or water snakes there were, none could touch the white-haired boy with his tightly closed eyes. Not even a single droplet. Hanba was on the verge of madness at this sight. He initially thought that with his soul sage strength leading a group of subordinates, capturing a mere 12-year-old boy would be an easy task. But unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, 4 of his Soul King subordinates were eliminated on the spot. This 12-year-old boy's combat power was terrifying, despite only being at level 39. He could fight evenly against Hanba in his normal state, a true prodigy rarely seen in 1,000 years. When Hanba decided to get serious and activated his martial soul's true form, he thought he could finally capture him. But as he grew stronger, so did the boy, who was as slippery as an eel, making it impossible to catch him. After a series of setbacks, Hanba seemed to have lost his mind. He gradually stopped considering the issue of consumption, and now only wanted to use all his strength to catch this slippery little eel. Boom! Boom! Water columns shot up into the sky. Water snakes soared in the air. By the later stages, various fish appeared, all sorts of them. Hanba's ability to manipulate seawater was utilized to perfection, creating a visual feast from the various water constructs soaring in the air. Yet even so, he still couldn't touch the white-haired youth who walked through the air. At times, he floated like a falling leaf, at times swaying like a willow branch, using an extremely bizarre movement to evade the dense attacks from the water constructs around him. Gradually, as time passed, the surrounding water constructs became fewer, and it seemed Hambaz's soul power was also gradually depleting. Finally, the water constructs of various sea creatures disappeared, leaving only the pure water column strikes. With his eyes tightly closed, Hemingway found it increasingly easy to dodge, while below, Hanba seemed to have completely lost his sanity, still frantically controlling the water columns to attack someone he couldn't even touch. The breath of the great white whale grew weaker, and the fluctuations of its soul power gradually became faint. Clearly, the soul power within him was nearly exhausted. If this continued, it seemed Hemingway could drag this out until Hanba ran out of soul power, then calmly deal with him. But as a pirate who had roamed the seas for many years, Hanba would not be so easily swayed by anger. Sure enough, very soon, when Hemingway jumped to a certain position to avoid a water column, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The seemingly calm sea surface suddenly erupted with a blue light. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, countless tiny streams of water shot into the sky, intertwining and merging to finally form a large net. Within the net was trapped one person. Chapter 27. Fusion. Inside the net, the surging sea gradually calmed down. The previously erupting water columns now vanished, replaced by a vast net. This net was a deep blue color, appearing to be made of pure water. But the blue light continuously radiating from it indicated that this water net was anything but ordinary. And at this moment, Hemingway was trapped inside this large net. He had completely become a fish in the net. Ha ha ha. The great white whale opened its mouth filled with jagged teeth and laughed heartily, looking at the white-haired youth trapped in the water net, filled with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy to weave this large net. Hanba had deliberately pretended to lose his mind earlier, continuously manipulating the seawater and expending soul power. On the surface, it seemed he was just rampaging in frustration. But in reality, every water construct that had been evaded didn't disappear when it fell into the water. Instead, they lay in wait beneath the surface, ready for his summons. Countless water constructs that had fallen into the sea silently formed a strong and terrifying large net, waiting for Hemingway, this big fish, to swim into the net. Ha ha ha. Keep running, keep running. The great white whale laughed wildly, slowly controlling the large net to shrink. The water net surrounding dozens of meters began to contract inward, continuously approaching the white-haired youth in the net. The more it shrank, the deeper the color of the water net became. This large net condensed the majority of Hambaz's soul power, and in terms of strength, even the outermost layer of the net was far inferior. After all, this was a culmination of a soul sage's soul power, something a mere soul emperor could not compare to. Eventually, the water net condensed into a circular cage about a person high. Hanba controlled the net cage to slowly approach him, stopping just close enough to touch. He looked at the white-haired youth in the cage, who still had his eyes tightly closed, and mocked. What's wrong? Our Prince Dai is so scared he doesn't even dare to open his eyes. Weren't you quite capable earlier? Why are you mute now, deaf? Hanba unscrupulously vented his earlier frustrations. To him, Hemingway was now just a fish in the net, posing no threat, so he took the opportunity to show off and let out his anger. I told you. The white-haired youth finally reacted. He slowly opened his ocean blue eyes and stared at the fierce-looking great white whale in front of him, observing its proud, scaled, and armored demeanor. In a completely emotionless tone, he said, Dai Yuhao is dead. I am Hemingway. With that, he gently extended a finger. The golden-tipped finger, with a swift yet slow motion, slowly pointed through the gaps of the cage to the great white whale's forehead. The ultimate technique of the 6 styles, 6 Kings Spear. An icy chill that penetrated to the bone surged through the soul. Hambaz's 2 large pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. He felt an unmatched sharpness surge from the fingertip on his forehead into his brain, penetrating his soul. At that moment, scenes from Hambaz's past memories flashed through his mind like lightning. They were memories from his entire life, from when he was born to later becoming a pirate to survive. Initially reluctant to kill, and eventually becoming numb and accustomed to bloodshed, continuously plundering passing merchant ships, robbing fishermen on nearby islands, committing murder, robbery, and rape without remorse. If there really is such a thing as good and evil and retribution in this world, he would truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Ha! A faint sound, like a bubble bursting. Hemingway slowly withdrew his hand. The massive white whale in front of him appeared intact, but its two enormous eyes were gradually losing their luster. The light emanating from the water net that had trapped him began to dim, losing the control of its master's will, and the soul power started to dissipate back into the world. The net made of water also gradually collapsed, eventually transforming back into ordinary seawater and falling back into the ocean. Accompanied by the final splash of water, the turbulent sea finally calmed down completely. In the distance, at the edge of the web of heaven and earth, on a gigantic pirate ship, numerous pirates looked at the eerily calm sea, feeling inexplicably uneasy, especially upon seeing the massive white whale, which had transformed from their leader. Remaining motionless, they felt even more anxious. An ominous premonition arose within them. Could be? No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The captain is a soul sage. How could he be defeated by a mere soul sovereign? Absolutely impossible. The pirates subconsciously refused to believe such an unbelievable thing. Indeed, battles are an unparalleled way to enhance one's strength. Looking at the gigantic white whale, whose eyes had lost their spirit and whose massive body was slowly disintegrating, Hemingway couldn't help but feel a bit emotional about his current gains. Not long ago, after he had resolutely decided to fight to the end, he closed his eyes and completely entrusted his perception to the observation haki while constantly dodging. Not only did his use of observation haki become more proficient, but even the already well-mastered Navy 6 styles began to gradually merge into one through continuous evasion. Gradually, his entire being immersed in that unique state, which was akin to enlightenment. He felt that all the past learnings were continuously evolving, bringing him various wonderful insights. Ultimately, not only did his observation haki reach a new realm, allowing him to vaguely foresee the enemy's next move before they struck, but even the Navy 6 styles were thoroughly integrated. This led to the emergence of the ultimate move, the Six Kings Spear. The so-called Six Kings Spear is a technique that utilizes all of one's internal power. An ordinary person only uses a small portion of their physical strength, leaving a large part idle. The purpose of this move is to channel that unused power, lifting the innate limitations of the body and releasing hidden energy in an instant. It thus unleashes strength that exceeds several times or even dozens of times the usual amount. The earlier gentle finger point was not just a simple point. It was in fact a gathering of all his strength, extremely compressed and refined to that single point on his fingertip. From this, a terrifying power burst forth. When the power contained in that finger struck the forehead of the white whale, it exploded instantly. A fierce and violent force formed a shockwave that penetrated through, instantly engulfing the entire body. It gave him no chance to block or even react. In an instant, it destroyed everything within him, severing his life force. On the surface, the white whale, transformed from Han base, appeared unscathed, but internally, whether it was the organs or bones, everything had been turned into a mass of flesh and blood residue by the violent power contained within Hemingway's seemingly casual finger. The Six Kings Spear is precisely such a domineering technique. Chapter 28. Speechless, Tears Like Rain. The massive white whale gradually began to shrink, eventually reverting back to Han base's form. But at this moment, his eyes were wide open in anger, and his expression seemed to be one of disbelief, or perhaps relief. Looking at the seemingly unscathed exterior, Hemingway sighed. After all, you are a generation of soul saints. It's a bit too lonely on the road to the underworld for just one person. Let your subordinates accompany you on the journey. As he spoke, his whole body began to glow and then transformed into the beautiful mermaid princess, White Star. Her lower body, with its alternating shades of pink fishtail, was submerged in the sea, quietly activating the ability to sense the ocean. Her sea blue eyes gazed at the distant large ship on the edge of the net. Watching the little minions on the pirate ship who were panicking immensely at witnessing their leader transform back into a human. Now, just a corpse floating on the sea surface. Slowly raising her large, pink fishtail with its varying shades, a series of water droplets fell from the almost transparent tip and were gently whipped into the air. A tide surged forth with a flick of her tail, wildly sweeping out to the distance. Boom! The terrifying tide violently engulfed the pirate ship. The horrific impact contained within directly killed all the people on board. This was the inherent ability of the mermaid, martial soul, to manipulate seawater. Just a gentle flick of that beautiful tail could trigger various maritime disasters. Of course, using any innate ability required soul power. It couldn't create something from nothing. The strength of all abilities depended on the energy consumed. The more energy one could provide, the more terrifying and powerful the effect. Currently, Hemingway's ability to manipulate seawater was limited to this small area within the net. Faced with the vast and boundless ocean, his power was still too insignificant. All right, the little minions have been cleared out. Only one remains. Hemingway clapped his hands, and with the ability he had secretly activated earlier, he noticed the sea water in the distance suddenly began to swirl. Then a cage formed purely from water slowly emerged, within which an old man with his eyes tightly shut was imprisoned. This was the Soul Emperor Elder who had vanished into the sea after initially activating the net. Having suffered losses in the Lost Sea before, Hemingway spared the Elder's life merely to have him guide his way through the ocean. He was truly fed up with aimlessly drifting in the sea without knowing where to go. In his view, since the Soul Emperor Elder was the vice captain and had been a pirate his whole life, he should be able to read nautical charts and definitely guide him in the right direction. As for what to do if he didn't cooperate or deliberately pointed him in the wrong direction, Hemingway stated that under the influence of his vivid experiences, no one could pretend or be deceitful in front of him. If someone wanted to outsmart him, it would still be millions of years too early. By the way, the boat should still be usable, right? Hemingway suddenly remembered something, and a thought crossed his mind. He saw the sea in the distance begin to churn, and then a massive steel object was pushed out of the water. It was the pirate ship that had been overturned by a wave just moments ago. By now, the bodies on the pirate ship had already been swept away by the water he controlled while they were still submerged. So, the entire pirate ship was now clean, aside from a few remaining water stains, and it was in relatively good condition overall. Hemingway exited his transformation state and lightly leaped onto the pirate ship. Following that, the cage that imprisoned the Soul Emperor Elder began to morph, turning into waves that forcefully tossed him onto the pirate ship. Bang! The Soul Emperor Elder crashed heavily onto the deck of the pirate ship. The impact from the fall finally allowed him to gradually regain consciousness, slowly pushing himself up with his hands. When he saw the empty pirate ship and the white-haired boy approaching him, he suddenly understood everything. At that moment, apart from him, the entire white whale pirate crew had been defeated by this 12-year-old white-haired boy. Even the captain, a soul saint, had met a tragic end at the hands of this white-haired youth. To live or to die? Hemingway walked up to the Soul Emperor Elder and asked in a tone devoid of any emotion. Unexpectedly, the Soul Emperor Elder looked at him and instead burst into laughter, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. Hemingway furrowed his brow and said coldly, "What are you laughing at?" Ha ha, old man laughs. Laughs at you who are on the brink of death and still don't know it. The Soul Emperor Elder laughed wildly, as if he were a madman who didn't care about life. Do you really think that we're the only ones here to catch you? Ha! The Soul Emperor Elder laughed so hard he was breathless, his dim old eyes filled with malice as he stared at him, saying ominously, "We are just the vanguard. Behind us is a group of pirates not weaker than us, coming right after. They should be arriving soon." At that moment, Hemingway, whose observation haki was constantly enveloping the Soul Emperor Elder, could clearly sense that the old man was not lying. There were indeed many pursuers behind. Instantly, his expression completely changed. Coincidentally, at that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the net. Boom! With just one strike, the heavenly net that covered a radius of 1 kilometer instantly collapsed into fragments, gradually dissipating in the world. Without the heavenly net blocking his view, Hemingway could finally see the many pirate ships surrounding him from all directions. There were at least a dozen pirate ships. Each pirate ship had a different pirate flag hanging at the top. But the one thing they all had in common was an undiminished soul power fluctuation spreading recklessly. Not weaker than Hanba. This meant that on each of these dozen pirate ships, there was at least one soul saint stationed. A dozen soul saints. Hemingway felt his heart racing. Just dealing with a Hanba almost exhausted all his efforts. In the end, it was sheer luck that triggered a moment of enlightenment after years of accumulation, leading to the realization of a powerful move. Only then could he deliver a fatal blow under the perfect conditions of timing, location, and support. To be honest, being able to kill Hanba was purely a matter of luck. It was truly dominated by too many factors of chance. After all, if it weren't for his arrogance and belief that victory was in the bag, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to get so close. Thus, He was caught off guard and killed instantly by a sudden strike from the Six Kings spear. Such an opportunity was filled with too many coincidental factors and was an irreplicable situation. If another soul saint came along, he might not even be able to win. Not to mention facing a dozen soul saints together. The worst part was that these soul saints even resorted to a group assault. My goodness. Hemingway only felt a wave of dizziness. Could it be that heaven wants to take my life? Hemingway raised his head to the sky, looking at the pure and flawless blue sky, feeling an impulse of silent tears flowing like a river at this moment. It was painful, and he wanted to cry. Chapter 29, My Life is Over. On the pirate ship, watching the white-haired boy raise his head and gaze at the sky in silence. The old Soul Emperor gradually stopped his wild laughter and curiously asked, "What are you thinking? Are you considering surrendering?" "I am reminiscing about my life." Hemingway's eyes were filled with emotion as he slowly turned his gaze to the Soul Emperor Elder and said, "Since it is already destined that there is no escape, then there is no need to keep you." "Wait." The Soul Emperor Elder, realizing something, opened his mouth to say something, but a burst of blood exploded from his forehead. His head was blown off by a finger gun shot. Slowly retracting the bloodied finger, Hemingway gently flicked away the blood and brain matter from his fingertip. Knowing that he could no longer escape, Hemingway did not show any signs of hysteria. Instead, he calmly walked to the bow of the ship, silently waiting for the pirate ships surrounding him to approach, appearing like a silent stone statue. The pirate ships surrounded Hemingway's ship from all directions, forming a massive circle. At this moment, all sides were blocked by enormous pirate ships, creating an impenetrable cage with no way to escape. On the dozens of large pirate ships, pairs of greedy eyes stared intently at the white-haired youth standing at the bow, seemingly wishing to swallow him whole. In total, there were hundreds of people present. Each ship had a soul sage, along with soul emperors and several soul kings, as well as numerous pirate lackeys. Under the gaze of those greedy eyes, anyone would feel a chill. It seemed that today was truly the end for him. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from all sides, Hemingway was filled with emotion. He never expected that as a traveler, after surviving for 6 years on a deserted island, he would finally gain some self-defense power only to face the terrifying scene of being besieged by dozens of soul sages right at the start. This damned fate was too unkind to him, an outsider. Just as he stepped onto the scene, he was about to meet his end. He might be the most unfortunate traveler ever. At this point, knowing that his chances of survival today were slim, Hemingway calmed down instead. He understood that panicking at this moment would be useless. The more critical the situation, the more composed one must be to find a glimmer of hope. He began to carefully recall what cards he had to deal with the current crisis, aside from his arm color and the Navy's 6 styles. The ability of the meatball fruit? No, that wouldn't work. Although it was said to be able to bounce off everything, even concepts, that was merely a potential for the future, not something he could achieve right now. If he were truly that powerful, he wouldn't have had to face so many dangers when he fought Hanba earlier. He could have just slapped his martial soul out of him and turned him from a soul master into a mortal on the spot. The reality was that the stronger a soul master was, the greater the resistance his meatball fruit would encounter. Therefore, at this stage, the meatball fruit's ability could not be used to confront strong enemies. It could only be used to bully the weak and show off. Then, what about using the ability to summon sea soul beasts from the mermaid princess, martial soul, to break free? That wouldn't work either, as it also had its limitations. First, to summon sea soul beasts, they had to be within his ocean sensing range to be controlled. This meant that anything beyond that range was out of his reach. Currently, his ocean sensing ability could only cover 1,000 miles of sea area, which might seem vast on land, but in the ocean, 1,000 miles was just a tiny speck in the vast sea. So, within this 1,000-mile range, if he was lucky, he might encounter powerful soul beasts. However, the greater possibility was that they would be weak soul beasts, or perhaps even none at all. In short, it all depended on luck. Moreover, aside from the distance limitation, there was also a time limit on the controlled soul beasts. If the soul beast strength exceeded his by too much, it would not be under his control. Controlling sea soul beasts did not mean he could ignore time limits or strength. Otherwise, Hemingway wouldn't have spent 6 years honing his skills on a small island. He could have summoned a bunch of 10,000-year or even million-year soul beasts and swept the sea upon arrival. The reality was that the sea soul beasts Hemingway could control had to be a similar level to him. Given his current level, he could control at most soul beasts that were around 10,000 years old, and there were limits to the number he could control. It wasn't as if he could control as many as he wanted. With his current mental strength, Controlling 10,000-year sea soul beasts at once was already the limit. Otherwise, he would know the saying about many ants being able to kill an elephant. Summoning a few thousand, or even dozens of 10,000-year soul beasts, would be more than enough. If he could summon dozens of 10,000-year soul beasts, then these pirates would be nothing to fear. So, despite the seemingly invincible ability to control sea soul beasts, its actual power was still tied to Hemingway's own strength. The higher his level, the higher the age of the soul beasts he could control. And the more he could control, it also depended on luck. If there were no strong soul beasts within the ocean's sensing range, then even if he could control them, it would be useless. After counting the abilities he currently possessed, Hemingway helplessly discovered that in this situation, aside from fighting these pirates, there seemed to be no other way out. At that moment, the surrounding pirate ships suddenly began to slowly part. And then a ship that could be considered the largest in the area slowly sailed in through the gap. The pirate flag at the top of this ship depicted a fierce deep-sea demon whale surrounding a skull. Upon seeing this iconic pirate flag, Hemingway couldn't help but gasp. He understood all too well what this pirate flag represented. The Magic Whale pirate crew, the most ruthless and powerful pirate crew in the entire sea. At the same time, its captain was also recognized as the uncrowned king by all pirates across the sea. Pirate King. Contra Hemingway weakly closed his eyes, and even without trying to sense it carefully, he could feel an overwhelming and terrifying momentum approaching with the large ship ahead. This level of momentum far exceeded that of a soul sage. It was clearly that of a soul Douluo without a doubt. In the current situation, the arrival of this soul Douluo was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. One soul Douluo, along with more than a dozen soul sages, numerous soul emperors, and several soul kings. Not to mention the lower-level soul masters. Hemingway could tell. In order to catch him, these pirates had almost mobilized their entire forces. The Star Luo Empire has really invested a lot. Hemingway revealed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a mere soul master? A mere 12-year-old boy? You pirates have no sense of honor. At this moment, the purple giant whale was extremely excited because the bounty target was right in front of him. As long as he captured this bounty target alive and handed him over to the Star Luo Empire, he would not only gain a chance to obtain a soul bone and hunt for soul rings, but more importantly, he would also receive a noble title from the Star Luo Empire. From then on, he could enjoy the protection of the Star Luo Empire and no longer live as an unstable pirate. How could all this not excite him? How could it not make him overjoyed? Seeing her father with a smile, so wide it seemed about to crack, his daughter, Purple Pearl, couldn't help but say somewhat speechlessly, "Dad, it's just a 12-year-old kid. Is it really necessary to smile so disgustingly? You've lost all the Pirate King image. Dear daughter, you are still young. You don't understand." The exaggerated smile on the purple giant whale's face eased slightly, but he still smiled broadly and said, "Being a pirate has no future. It's unstable. Don't think your old man is doing well now, being called a Pirate King or something. But who knows when I might provoke someone I can't afford to offend. And it wouldn't be surprising if someone came to kill me. In the end, being a pirate is not a good profession." As he spoke, it seemed he recalled some past events, and the smile on his face slowly faded, letting out a sigh filled with complex emotions. Clearly, he was a man with a story. Therefore, this rare opportunity must not be missed. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. A terrifying aura spread all over him. It was a ferocious and iron-blooded power. Having come this far and becoming a titled soul Luo, the purple giant whale's experiences were also legendary. If it were made into a novel, it would surely be a hit, a thrilling and exciting story. Everyone's experiences are unique. This world does not revolve around any one person. Everyone is the protagonist of their own life. Yes, I don't understand." Purple Pearl rolled her eyes beautifully and pouted, saying, "What's wrong with being a pirate? I think being a free pirate is pretty good. I really don't understand why you want to be some noble. We'll have to accept the Star Luo Empire's control. There's no freedom like we have on the sea, doing whatever we want." Sigh. Hearing his daughter's naive words, the purple giant whale couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head in silence. He thought to himself, have I protected her too well? Not letting her realize the world's cruelty. The sea is far from as beautiful as she imagines. It is filled with dirtiness and filth that can sometimes completely destroy a normal person's worldview. The purple giant whale treated his only daughter, Purple Pearl, like a precious gem. He had never let her suffer or face any setbacks since she was little. He had also kept her ignorant of the dirty and vile deeds committed by his pirate crew. As a result, She had grown up to be a naive little flower, pure-hearted and unaware of the world. How could such a naive girl survive in this brutal world of cannibalism without her father's protection in the future? Could she adapt to the sea's reality and cruelty? The purple giant whale didn't dare to think about it. He felt it was for his daughter's good. After this incident, he really should let her begin to understand some of the harsh realities, to let her know that the reality is far worse than she imagines. The world of soul masters is not as clean as she thinks. The world is not as beautiful as she imagines. A good person is destined not to live long in a world where the strong dominate. Chapter 30. Not a mere fish in the pond. A vast and boundless sea. More than a dozen pirate ships formed a circular encirclement, tightly surrounding a single pirate ship in the center. At this moment, the circle formed by the many pirate ships opened a gap. Following that, a massive pirate ship, much larger than the other pirate ships present, slowly passed through the gap and sailed into the circle, heading towards the pirate ship located in the center. The distance between the large and small pirate ships continuously closed. The two sides standing at the bow of the ships gradually began to see each other's faces more clearly. Hemingway stood at the bow of the ship like a spear, his back straight. Even in the face of such a desperate situation, there was not a trace of fear on his face. Losing people, but not the battle. Although he felt a bit scared inside, he knew that even if he appeared pitiful, it would not change the current situation. These bloodthirsty and ruthless pirates would not spare you, just because you looked pathetic. So rather than showing weakness and losing the dignity of being a time traveler, it was better to face his fate with composure. Hemingway watched coldly as the large ship approached slowly. The figures standing at the bow became increasingly clear. Among them a strong middle-aged man, radiating a powerful aura. Without a doubt, he was the so-called pirate king, the purple giant whale. Indeed, he was formidable, exuding an iron-blooded, battle-hardened ferocity. However, at this moment, Hemingway's attention was quickly drawn to the spirited young girl with purple hair standing next to the purple giant whale. Don't get it wrong. He wasn't captivated by her beauty. Rather, he saw a glimmer of hope in her. The relationship between these two was that of father and daughter, with his observation hockey enveloping a radius of 120 meters. Hemingway could clearly sense the affection and indulgence the purple giant whale had for the purple-haired girl. This feeling was undoubtedly that of a father towards his daughter. Perhaps the breakthrough for his escape lay in this purple-haired girl. As Hemingway was contemplating this, the distance between the two pirate ships closed in and eventually stopped about 10 meters apart. The ship carrying the purple giant whale and his companions was quite tall, allowing them to look down from the bow at Hemingway, who stood alone at the front of the other ship. Both sides faced off against each other. The crew of the Magic Whale pirate group was quite luxurious. Aside from the purple giant whale and his daughter at the bow, there were 2 Soul Saint lieutenants, several Soul Emperors, and numerous Soul Kings. In stark contrast, Hemingway stood there all alone. The disparity in numbers was immense. Yet, despite being at a disadvantage in every way, Hemingway maintained a calm demeanor, standing alone at the bow with an unyielding presence. His strikingly handsome face remained unfazed, exuding an aura that was no less than that of the many before him. One man's strength could rival 1,000 armies. He managed to suppress the aura of the opposing Soul, Douluo, and numerous Soul Saints and Soul Emperors. At this moment, the purple giant whale and his daughter finally got a clear view of the white-haired figure standing at the bow of the ship. Just one glance. The purple giant whale couldn't help but think, this young man is no ordinary person, having roamed the seas for decades. He had never encountered someone with such a unique aura. It was as if he was a born strong man, standing there unmoving, exuding a serene and resolute demeanor, as if no storm or tsunami could shake his presence. If this young man managed to escape today, his future achievements would be limitless. The purple giant whale realized this clearly upon seeing Hemingway's figure. As for his daughter, the purple pearl, she didn't think as far as her father. Upon seeing the white-haired figure at the bow, she had only one thought. So handsome, so manly. Even though the purple pearl was not infatuated nor a superficial woman, she couldn't help but feel a shock upon seeing the figure at the bow. The kind of pride and resilience that belonged to a strong man, standing calmly even when surrounded by powerful foes, deeply moved her, having been pampered and protected by her Soul Douluo father since childhood. All the men she encountered treated her with flattery and servility. Over time, this led her to develop a certain prejudice against men, thinking that they were nothing but a bunch of submissive weaklings, not even as good as herself. But today, upon seeing this man, all her past impressions of men were shattered. It turned out this was what a true man was like. A hint of confusion flashed across the purple pearl's beautiful purple eyes as she felt her heart race slightly, a feeling she had never experienced before. This 18-year-old girl finally understood what it meant to have her heart moved. The two sides stared at each other for a long time. Ultimately, it was the purple giant whale who could no longer contain himself and spoke first. To be honest, you are completely different from what I imagined. The purple giant whale gazed at the proud and unyielding white-haired youth at the bow, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he said, "I thought you would panic and flee in this situation, yet you remained so calm. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I also didn't expect that capturing just one soul Zune would require the famous pirate king to take action. I suppose their bounty means a lot to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't lead your men to mobilize." Hemingway's azure eyes remained calm as he replied in a flat tone, "But even so, it is absolutely impossible for me to surrender. Looking at the surroundings, Han Base has already been killed by you," the purple giant whale remarked, surveying the many floating corpses in the sea, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. When he looked back at the white-haired youth standing at the bow, it was as if he were looking at a true monster. Killing a soul saint with soul Zune's strength, even if you may have taken advantage of something, it is enough to prove how terrifying your talent is. If given another 10 years, perhaps even I would not be your match. The purple giant whale's gaze towards Hemingway changed completely. A genuine desire to recruit talent arose in his heart. If not for the fact that his title was too important to him, he might have given up on capturing him and instead recruited him into his pirate group. He might even consider making him his son-in-law, a potential successor in the future. After all, Hemingway's accomplishments were indeed terrifying. Such a genius, given time to grow, would have an immeasurable future. The purple giant whale looked at Hemingway, feeling deeply regretful. Regretful that such a talented individual, who should shine like a brilliant sun, was about to fall without even a chance to display his brilliance. His glorious future had not even begun before it was about to end. Alas, it seems you are destined not to surrender. The purple giant whale looked at the cold-eyed, composed white-haired youth and sighed. Very well. Since that's the case, let me capture you myself. As a soul Douluo, it wouldn't be a disgrace to you. The purple giant whale planned to personally capture Hemingway. One reason was that he feared Hemingway might choose to commit suicide out of humiliation when he saw capture was inevitable. After all, being captured and brought back to the Star Luo Empire would undoubtedly lead to a miserable fate. Sometimes, dying by one's own hand could be a form of relief. The other reason was that the purple giant whale felt regret for such a talented individual who was destined for greatness, believing he shouldn't fall into the hands of a bunch of insignificant fish. Ending his future under the name of the soul Douluo and Pirate King would not be a disgrace to him. Hemingway was surprisingly pleased when he saw the purple giant whale preparing to personally capture him. He certainly knew he was absolutely no match for the soul Douluo. He had other plans. He could barely contend with a soul saint, but facing a soul Douluo, especially a powerful attack type one, what a joke. Being able to block a couple of moves would be considered good. Most importantly, his soul power had already been depleted by more than half after the previous battle. His body also felt a bit tired, but luckily, years of training under altered gravity had given Hemingway excellent endurance. He might not have many other strengths, but he was persistent. For now, his body could still hold up, but there was nothing he could do about the consumption of soul power. At this moment, he estimated that he only had about 20 to 30 of his peak soul power left. He didn't even know how many moves he could withstand against a soul Douluo in such a state. He hoped he wouldn't be knocked down in just one encounter. Of course, Hemingway actually had other plans in mind. The fact that the purple giant whale chose to act personally was quite favorable for him. It made him more confident about the chances of success for his upcoming plan. Boom! The purple giant whale leaped, crossing over 10 meters, and landed directly on the ship where Hemingway was. The surrounding pirates saw their boss was about to take action and didn't say anything. They silently moved the ship further away to avoid interfering with the battle. They only stopped when they were about several dozen meters away from the center. The many pirates on the ship silently began to watch. As for the purple pearl, seeing her father prepare to take action, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried as she looked at the white-haired boy. She hoped her father would go easy on him. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway turned around to face the tall, middle-aged man not far away from him. His soul power, already poised and ready, surged violently. Air currents swirled around him, and his fluttering clothes looked exceptionally stylish. The purple giant whale smiled at this, clearly not taking the duel too seriously. However, out of respect for the young man, he chose to manifest his martial soul. A massive silhouette of a sapphire-colored giant whale appeared around him, then fused into his body. Instantly, his muscles expanded, and he grew to a height of 3 meters, his skin turning blue, exuding an aura far beyond that of the soul, Saint Hanbas, who also had a whale martial soul. The purple giant whale's martial soul was not an ordinary whale. It was the noble deep-sea demon whale. The name of the demon whale pirate group came from this. With such a super-sea soul beast as his martial soul, it was no wonder the purple giant whale had achieved such success. In this world, which highly values bloodline and talent, the quality of one's martial soul determines their future achievements. Douluo continent is a world where bloodlines reign supreme. It has never been heard of a waste martial soul grassroots making a comeback. Such things only happen in dreams. At the same time, 8 soul rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 appeared around the purple giant whale, and a terrifying sense of oppression came rushing in. Hemingway felt the overwhelming pressure of terror, and his heart couldn't help but feel a bit heavy. The strength of Contra was indeed terrifying. Hopefully, he wouldn't be taken down in just a few rounds. Otherwise, that would be too unfortunate. Ha. Being able to battle Contra, even if he loses, would still be an honor in defeat. While Hemingway secretly calculated in his heart, he let out a hearty laugh on the surface, displaying the bold and carefree spirit of a man. This drew the attention of the surrounding pirates, who couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. Facing Contra, he could still remain so composed and at ease. Not to mention, just this mindset was enough to make people take notice. As for the purple pearl that looked at him, her gaze became even more enchanting, and inwardly, she quietly made a decision. She planned to find an opportunity to secretly let him go when Hemingway was captured. Such a man shouldn't be reduced to a breeding tool in misery. Come on, please teach me. A huge phantom of a mermaid appeared and then vanished behind Hemingway, instantly activating his martial soul. The 3 soul rings that should have appeared around him did not manifest under his intentional control. Then he pushed off the ground with force, unexpectedly charging forward despite the gap in strength. Let me see how powerful a soul fighter is. The purple giant whale looked at the approaching youth and couldn't help but show a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He thought to himself, regardless of his strength, this courage is commendable. Of course, while he thought this, he had no intention of holding back. Facing the aggressively charging white-haired boy, the purple giant whale did not directly unleash his soul skills to subdue him. Instead, he wanted to see how he could kill a soul sage with the strength of a soul emperor, ignoring such a huge gap in levels. Could it be that he has fused soul bones? Considering that Hemingway possessed the noble bloodlines of 2 royal families, the purple giant whale thought it was not impossible for someone of his identity and background to have soul bones. Hemingway charged in front of him, a golden light shining on his right arm. The armament hockey covered his arm, and he slammed a powerful punch directly into the chest of the purple giant whale. This punch was delivered without reservation, using all his strength. Feeling the ferocity of the punch, the purple giant whale, relying on being a soul Douluo, surprisingly did not dodge or evade. Just like that, it took the full force of his punch to the chest. Boom! The fist, as if forged from gold, collided violently with the strong chest. Bang! At the point of contact between the fist and the chest, a fierce gust of wind erupted. The deck beneath the purple giant whale's feet exploded, and the entire ship suddenly sank. It was almost completely submerged, with large amounts of seawater rushing onto the deck from the edges. Fortunately, sensing that the whole ship was about to sink, Hemingway quickly retracted his punch, pulling back several meters in an instant. Without the heavy pressure of his power, the ship that was about to sink again floated back up. Chapter 32, An Unequal Battle. Indeed, even a regular soul saint would find it difficult to take that punch. The purple giant whale, as if nothing had happened, patted its slightly wrinkled clothes and commented to itself. But with this kind of power, it's still far from enough to kill a strong, attacking soul saint like Hanba. Use some tricks, or you won't have a chance. So strong, even though he had anticipated it. Seeing that his full power strike, enhanced with armament hockey, couldn't even force it back a step, Hemingway couldn't help but be shocked by the power of the soul Douluo. Is this what a soul Douluo is like? It really is not on the same level as a soul saint, just relying on a mere martial spirit. It could easily block his full-strength attack. Watching the purple giant whale, which had taken his full power punch without any visible effect, Hemingway felt a deep shock at the strength of the soul Douluo. There was no doubt that Hemingway currently could not defeat the purple giant whale, but given his situation, he had to fight. Surrendering was absolutely not an option. So even though his powerful punch was easily blocked, Hemingway did not give up. Armament Haki covered him again, and he fiercely launched another attack. Bang! This time, the purple giant whale did not just stand there and take the hits. Facing Hemingway's punch aimed at its abdomen, it directly reached out to block it. Then with the other hand, it punched him in the chest, sending him flying, even with Armament Haki protecting his chest. The massive force behind the Soul Douluo's punch still left Hemingway feeling a tightness in his chest, a terrifying power that made his lungs ache faintly. And this was just a punch enhanced by the martial spirit without using any soul skills. The strength of the Soul Luo was evident from this. In Hemingway's view, this pirate king was no ordinary opponent. He was definitely not as simple as a regular Soul Luo. Hemingway is convinced that if the purple giant whale were in the ocean and had the geographical advantage, it would probably be enough to rival an ordinary tidal Douluo. This is because its martial soul is the noble among whales, the deep-sea demon whale. This type of sea soul beast is inherently a ruler of the ocean. And now that it has become a human's martial soul, it is easy to imagine that a soul master possessing this martial soul would be far more powerful than an ordinary soul master. In this world where martial souls determine everything, having a good martial soul truly decides one's future achievements and the limits one can reach. Bloodline determines everything. He took a punch from me and seems fine? What is that layer of golden light? Is it some kind of special soul skill? Or perhaps a skill attached to a soul bone? And why did he not show any soul rings after summoning his martial soul? The purple giant whale, seeing the white-haired boy who was hit in the chest, yet appeared unharmed, then charged at him again, felt a surprise that is beyond ordinary understanding. Just as Hemingway guessed, as an outstanding figure among Soul Luo, his strength cannot be measured by an ordinary Soul Luo. With the super martial soul, deep-sea demon whale, if he unleashed his full power, his hard strength could even compete with an ordinary tidal Douluo, if it weren't for facing multiple life and death crises in his youth, which forced him to absorb soul rings with low age to quickly enhance his strength, combined with the accumulated hidden injuries from years of battle damaging his body, leading to a significant drop in talent and a lifetime without hope of becoming a tidal Douluo. He would probably have already become a tidal Douluo by now. Why would he go to such lengths to capture a mere boy for a title? Boom, bang, rumble. Hemingway continuously launched attacks on the purple giant whale, his fists and feet swinging with the accompanying golden-armed color domineering that tore through the air, the howling force crashing into the surrounding sea, creating a series of explosions. In the face of such a fierce offensive, the purple giant whale remained remarkably nonchalant, easily blocking his incoming punches and kicks with a wave of its limbs. It didn't even resort to using its soul skills. Simply activating its martial soul was enough to fend off all of his attacks. The pirates on the surrounding ships watched the battle intently, initially considering the white-haired youth to be overestimating his abilities. However, as the fight progressed, and they witnessed the brutal exchanges, their blood was stirred. Many clenched their fists tightly, staring fixedly at the white-haired youth in the arena, silently cheering him on. This was an inherently unequal battle. Yet, Hemingway's courage to throw punches at a stronger opponent, fully aware of his impending defeat but still determined to fight until the last moment, inspired those around him. The beautiful purple eyes of the purple pearl were filled with worry as she gazed at the white-haired youth, who was gradually covered in blood stains and had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth amidst the battle. In her heart, she anxiously cried out, "Stop fighting. Even if you get caught, I will let you go. If you continue, you might really die." But at that moment, Hemingway could not hear her thoughts. He was still like an unwearied machine, frantically attacking the purple giant whale. Even though his every strike was easily blocked, and even when he did land a hit, it couldn't inflict any harm. Boom! Bang! Once again, he was blocked by a punch. And then the purple giant whale casually returned the favor with a punch of its own. The whale's mood grew slightly impatient. After playing with him for so long, it decided to end the battle directly. With the observation Haki enveloping the area, Hemingway naturally sensed that the purple giant whale was about to use a soul skill to resolve the fight. His heart leaped with joy, knowing that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. "Kid, I'm gonna get serious now. Hurry up and show me what else you've got. Where you want to have a chance." The purple giant whale said, its expression gradually turning serious, and the 8 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black around its body became increasingly clear. It was clearly a sign that it was about to unleash a soul skill. I have one last move. Hemingway's expression also became serious as he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. Despite being in a miserable state, covered in wounds, he calmly said, "This move is called the Six Kings Spear. It gathers all my strength, and its power is boundless. I once used this move to kill a soul sage. Do you dare take it?" "Oh, it seems that Hanbus died from this move," the purple giant whale said with great interest. "I must see this for myself." In his eyes, Hemingway was merely struggling to the death, and after using this move, the Six Kings Spear, he would have no power to resist. This was likely his last desperate attempt, the final brilliance before the curtain fell on this performance. Therefore, the purple giant whale decided to generously fulfill his wish, taking the move head-on without dodging or evading, and then ending this unequal battle. The surrounding pirates quickly regained their composure, nervously watching the situation in the arena, knowing that after the strike, it would all come to an end. The purple pearl clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, as if in prayer. Her purple eyes fixated on the not-so-broad back of the white-haired youth, showing the same concern as a girl worried for her lover. However, the attention of those around was drawn to the battle, so no one noticed her unusual behavior. Chapter 33. The true purpose. The white-haired youth closed his eyes, slowly exhaling, and then stood upright, his body relaxing. But soon, the muscles on his surface began to swell, and the flow of blood gradually boiled. The remaining soul power began to run rampant. Fierce energy continuously leaked from his body, creating a small whirlwind around him. The purple giant whale, seeing this, became slightly more serious. Among the 8 floating soul rings around him, the 6th black soul ring burst forth with light, finally releasing a soul skill. Of course, he claimed he would take it, but would never strike first. Thus, this soul skill was of a defensive nature, with his soul low-level strength and his martial soul being the super martial soul deep-sea demon whale. Once he got serious, even a defensive soul skill would not be easily broken by mere soul respect. Even if this soul respect had previously killed a soul sage in an astonishing manner, it would still be impossible to break through his defense. This was the confidence of the purple giant whale as a powerful being and the intuition cultivated over many years of being a pirate. He could feel that although the power brewing within the white-haired youth not far away was astonishing and could likely kill a soul sage once unleashed, it would be utterly impossible to break through his defenses. Absolutely impossible. If it could truly be broken, then he wouldn't need to be the pirate king anymore. He could just go home and farm. There was no need to embarrass himself here. At this moment, whether it was pure physical strength, soul power, or armed color, all the forces within Hemingway's body, under the perfected technique of the 6 forms, continuously harmonized and concentrated together, gradually gathering on his right arm. Hemingway's right arm was completely enveloped in a burst of golden light. Finally, it seemed to reach a peak. The dazzling golden light on his right arm began to converge, transforming the entire arm into a true golden hand. The accumulated power reached its zenith. The white-haired youth opened his eyes, like a flash of lightning on a stormy night, illuminating the entire world. The sharpness in his gaze, even from dozens of meters away, made those around him who were constantly watching him feel a slight pain in their eyes, instinctively avoiding his gaze, their hearts filled with astonishment. The purple giant whale opposite him also gradually grew serious, its originally nonchalant stance subconsciously adjusting to brace for the impending terrifying impact. He had a premonition that the boy's next strike would definitely exceed his expectations. If he didn't focus a bit more, he might really suffer a small loss. Underestimating the enemy is a major taboo on the battlefield. The ultimate secret technique of the 6 styles, 6 King's Gun, revised. The white-haired youth slowly raised his golden right hand, not clenching his fist, but instead spreading his fingers, then forming his palm and pointing it far towards the purple giant whale, seemingly intending to unleash the 6 King's Gun with a palm strike. Boom! The ground exploded, and a large hole was blown through the deck. The white-haired youth vanished from his spot. Soru, when he reappeared, he had already extended his golden right palm, forcefully pushing towards the 3-meter-tall blue-skinned giant. The purple giant whale's pupils constricted, as at that moment, he oddly felt that the boy's palm strike posed no threat to him at all. It was as if this palm was merely a distraction, and the real killing blow was yet to come. Not daring to be careless, the purple giant whale let out a low roar, and a water-blue barrier appeared around his body, firmly enveloping and protecting him. Hemingway pressed his palm against the protective shield. Although he didn't actually touch the body of the purple giant whale, he could feel a surging force penetrating the shield, crashing towards his chest like a tidal wave. Oomph. The purple giant whale, having taken this hit, couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, feeling as if the force had penetrated the shield and directly damaged its organs. Fortunately, the physical qualities of a Star Luo were not to be underestimated. Even after this hit, it was merely a slight injury from a minor shock to the lungs. With its recovery ability, it could return to normal in just a few breaths, which meant it had no real impact. However, although this injury was minimal, to be able to harm a soul Douluo who had activated a defensive soul skill with the strength of Soul Sovereign was enough to be proud of. The purple giant whale couldn't help but look at the young man in front of it, who was pressing his now flesh-colored palm against the blue protective shield, and said, "Is that so? Soul Douluo is indeed terrifying." Surprisingly, Hemingway didn't show any disappointment on his face after seeing that his full-force attack had only caused a slight effect on the boy. Instead, he smiled and said, "But my goal has never been to defeat you." What does that mean? The purple giant whale's expression changed, instinctively sensing something was off, feeling as if its most treasured possession was being threatened. Bang! Hemingway's palm, which was pressing against the protective shield, suddenly bulged with a cat-like paw pad, a sign that the rubber fruit was about to activate. The spot where his palm pressed suddenly emitted a muffled sound. The blue protective shield began to shake violently. Before the purple giant whale could react, the white-haired boy in front of it vanished in an instant. He ran away? This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. The next moment, the surrounding pirates erupted in noise, informing him of where Hemingway had gone. "You brat, you dare! Let go of our young commander. I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Kid, if you have any sense, let go of our young commander quickly. Otherwise, you'll have no place to die." The purple giant whale looked up in shock and saw, several dozen meters away on the ship it had originally boarded, the missing white-haired boy, for some unknown reason, gripping the neck of its precious daughter while looking at it coldly. For a moment, the purple giant whale was completely stunned. Purple Pearl, at this moment, felt utterly bewildered. 1 second, the white-haired boy was fighting with her father dozens of meters away, covered in blood. The next second, he appeared right in front of her, coldly gripping her neck. His initial target was her, looking into the indifferent gaze of the white-haired boy, so close to her. Purple Pearl suddenly understood everything. It felt as if a mix of emotions had spilled over in her heart, a bittersweet surge of feelings, and a sense of loss akin to an idol shattering. My beloved was supposed to be a great hero, but you are so despicable. The purple-haired, purple-eyed, beautiful girl bit her red lip, staring at him in extreme disappointment. Chapter 34. You shouldn't be this kind of person. You are so despicable. I never thought you would be this kind of person. Looking at the disappointed and disheartened expression in the eyes of the purple-haired girl in front of him, Hemingway felt an inexplicable sense of shame swell within him. He felt as if he had become the disgusting villain from a novel. When did he become such a person? What was the difference between his actions now and those of the pirates? Such despicable and sordid behavior. No wonder he couldn't awaken the Conqueror's haki. However, despite the slight wavering in his heart due to the words of the purple-haired girl, the current situation did not allow Hemingway to think deeply. Because reason told him that to escape from this predicament, the current plan of taking a hostage was the best choice. Therefore, to maintain his morale and prevent his emotions from affecting his judgment, Hemingway began to retort without holding back. "Am I despicable?" Hemingway looked at her with a bewildered expression, and in a fit of rage, he laughed and said, "So you pirates, with no shame at all, think it's not despicable to surround and capture me? A mere soul sovereign like me is being attacked by a group of soul Douluos and dozens of soul emperors, and you think that's not despicable? How could you even say that? Do I need to talk about some kind of chivalry with you pirates?" The more he spoke, the more reasonable he felt. He was almost convincing himself. Indeed, what kind of chivalry could he talk about with these pirates? It didn't matter whether it was despicable or not. He just wanted to survive. Since coming to this world, he had never harmed anyone. Yet misfortune came one after another. His mother was killed, and the Emperor ignored him. He was cast adrift at sea, alone and helpless. If it weren't for the awakening of his external powers and the restoration of his past life memories, how could a 6-year-old child like him survive on that deserted island? Faced with such a drastic change, witnessing his mother's tragic death, going from a pampered prince to a lonely outcast, and then being stranded on a deserted island, what kind of trauma would a 6-year-old child's mind endure? In such a situation, if he hadn't awakened his past memories, he would probably have already collapsed mentally and committed suicide. Who did he offend? The fierce questioning from the young boy left Pearl stunned, her lips parted in disbelief. Although the reasoning was indeed sound, she felt something was off. It was as if he shouldn't be this way. He shouldn't be so sinister. He should be the kind of person who stands firm in his beliefs, not engaging in these schemes, a true man of integrity and grandeur. In simple terms, Hemingway's appearance was too deceptive. From his looks, he didn't seem like someone who would take hostages. Therefore, both Pearl and the surrounding pirates were completely unprepared, and as a result, he caught the hostage by surprise. Thus, in such an unexpected situation, Hemingway's actions, which contradicted his character, left Pearl's youthful heart unable to accept it emotionally. "You shouldn't be like this," Pearl murmured, as if she had suffered a major blow, feeling downcast. "I'm sorry. Perhaps my appearance has led you to misunderstand. But you need to understand that longing is the farthest emotion from understanding," Hemingway said, his gaze gradually becoming indifferent as he calmly continued. "Judging people by their appearance is the most superficial behavior. In the absence of mutual understanding, the feelings you develop are merely a simple desire for my body." His words made Pearl's cheeks flush red, and she felt deeply ashamed. She wanted to retort loudly that she wasn't that superficial of a woman, but for some reason, the words of rebuttal just wouldn't come out. "Kid, let go of my daughter." At that moment, the purple giant whale approached aggressively from afar. Seeing his precious daughter being held hostage, he was about to explode with rage. I was wrong. At this moment, the purple giant whale regretted his earlier judgment, never expecting that after chasing wild geese all day, he would be pecked in the eye today. He had to admit that he had been deceived by Hemingway's appearance, which clearly didn't look like someone who would do such a thing. He didn't expect that he would also fall into the trap of judging by appearance. If he had known this kid would be so despicable, he should have acted decisively from the start and taken him down on the spot. Now, his daughter had become a hostage, turning what should have been a sure capture into a situation full of uncertainty. The purple giant whale was filled with regret, exuding a terrifying aura. It was far from the level of intensity he had during his battle with Hemingway, and it was clear that he was truly angry now. He was already preparing to get serious. The surrounding sea began to surge under his pressure, and even the air felt unusually heavy. A terrifying phantom of a deep-sea demon whale appeared above the purple giant whale, causing all the surrounding pirates to involuntarily bend slightly at the waist. This was the suppression of martial soul levels. The only ones able to withstand this pressure at the scene were Hemingway and the hostage, Pearl. The former was because his martial soul level was far higher than that of the deep-sea demon whale, while the latter was simply because she was his daughter, and the purple giant whale intentionally restrained his pressure towards her, so she wasn't greatly affected. "Let her go," Hemingway said expressionlessly, positioning Pearl in front of him, gripping her delicate neck as if using her as a shield. "Prepare a ship for me. Once I reach a safe place, I will naturally let her go. Kid, don't go too far." The purple giant whale's face darkened. The pressure radiating from him became increasingly terrifying, as if brewing some kind of thunderous wrath. "Too far? No. This request is not excessive at all." Hemingway stared at him, his tone cold as he said, "I'm just seeking self-preservation. The ones truly going too far are you. If you hadn't come to capture me, I wouldn't have to resort to such actions that go against my principles. This is what you brought upon yourselves. I'm asking you again, will you let her go?" The already dark expression of the purple giant whale became even more terrifying, a tangible pressure spreading that caused fine cracks to appear on the nearby ships. Hemingway was secretly shocked by his strength, and at the same time, he felt increasingly that the decision to take hostages was the right one. In front of such a powerful figure, escape was definitely impossible. The only option left was to take hostages, making him wary of taking action. "No way," he blurted out without thinking. At that moment, Hemingway inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. He always felt that if he delayed any longer, something unpredictable might happen. So he spoke directly. "If you want her to live, hurry up and do as I say. Otherwise, if my hand trembles, I might just crush her neck. Then you'll just wait to collect her body." The expression on the purple giant whale's face was unpredictable, as if weighing the pros and cons in his mind. But in reality, Chapter 35, Too Early to Be Happy. Hemingway stared intently at the face that fluctuated between dark and light, seemingly weighing whether it was worth giving up the pursuit of the purple giant whale for this daughter, feeling somewhat strange. Because according to his earlier observation with the observation hockey, the purple giant whale shouldn't be entangled for such a long time under the circumstances of his precious daughter being held hostage. Why did it seem like he was intentionally putting on a show to delay time? Wait, delaying time? Not good. Hemingway thought of this. and all the hair on his body instantly stood on end. But it was too late. Boom! It was as if a bomb exploded in his brain. Hemingway felt everything in front of him distort, and the world spun around him. The hand gripping the purple pearl's neck also loosened slightly. This is bad. It's a mental attack. In his dazed state, Hemingway felt as if someone was using a power drill to bore into the crown of his head, the twisted pain seeming to penetrate his very soul. He was so focused on guarding against the purple giant whale that he overlooked the large group of soul saints around him. And, as a result, in a moment of carelessness, he was ambushed. Buzz! Before he could react, the second wave of attack struck. A strange, vibrating sound. Poof! Hemingway only felt his internal organs tremble wildly, and then he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This made him immediately realize that it was a type of sonic attack. Unlike the previous mental attack, it could penetrate the human body and directly harm the internal organs. Damn it! Hemingway finally reacted, unleashing the remaining soul power within him to transform it into armament hockey. A faint layer of golden light suddenly enveloped his entire body, turning him into a small golden figure. Compared to before, this golden light was very dim, indicating how strained he was in manifesting this armament hockey. Clang! 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 3 consecutive sound wave attacks struck him, but this time, the attacks were blocked by the golden armament hockey. His body emitted a sound like iron clashing, and even the subsequent silent mental attack that hit his head could not penetrate this thin layer of armament hockey. It must be said that armament hockey is indeed a very magical power, capable of both offense and defense. To break through this layer of armament hockey, one would need a force powerful enough to exceed Hemingway's tolerance limit. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to break through the defense of the hockey. It was clear that the person attacking from the shadows, although their attacks were extremely strange, likely even a typical soul saint would be affected, did not possess strong destructive power. And encountering Hemingway was like meeting their nemesis. What other moves do you have? Use them all. Hemingway tightly gripped the purple pearl's neck with one hand, while casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the other. It seemed that the previous 2 waves of attacks had not affected him much, and he appeared quite at ease. I underestimated you. The purple giant whale, who had been pretending to be unpredictable, now saw that the covert attacks seemed to have little effect on him, and returned to a normal expression. The look directed at him was like that of a monster. In fact, there were 2 people who had secretly launched the ambush, both at the Soul Emperor level. Although their strength was merely that of a Soul Emperor, their soul skills were very peculiar. One was a mental attack, which was hard to guard against, and the other was a sound wave attack, which was silent. With these 2 joining forces, even a soul sage would stumble unawares, let alone someone like Hemingway, who appeared unfazed at this moment, especially after being covered by that strange golden light. It seemed he was completely immune to the attacks of these 2, which truly shocked him. What kind of monster is this? What is that layer of golden light, capable of both offense and defense, and able to withstand mental and sound wave attacks? It was truly terrifying. The purple giant whale felt as if a layer of mist enveloped the white-haired youth. So, have you thought it through? Is it your daughter's life? Or do you insist on capturing me? Hemingway, seeing the purple giant whale silent for so long, said impatiently, I don't have time to drag this out with you. If you don't decide soon, I will perish with you, and before I die, I'll take your daughter down with me. The after effects of the mental attack left Hemingway with a splitting headache, yet he had to force himself to appear unaffected, not letting these pirates know that he was now at the end of his rope, merely holding on. Otherwise, trying to use the hostage to escape would surely involve more complications. I hope you can keep your promise. Faced with his urging, the purple giant whale's face darkened. Despite feeling extremely reluctant, he was ultimately concerned for his daughter. He waved his right hand, and immediately a few people not far away activated their soul rings, working together to bring out a slightly smaller boat from the cabin, 30 meters long and about 10 meters wide. The entire boat was made of steel and was a small sailing vessel. Boom! The steel ship was thrown down hard by several people, crashing heavily onto the sea surface. However, it did not sink, but instead floated steadily on the water. Clearly, this ship was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. It must possess shipbuilding technology unique to this world. Otherwise, if it were on Earth, such a heavy ship thrown down like that would definitely sink to the bottom, without question. Kid, the boat is ready for you, and you still won't release her. The purple giant whale said coldly, if you dare to harm a single hair on my daughter, I will ensure you have no place to die. Hemingway rolled his eyes. Let her go now. Do you think I'm a fool? Letting her go is negotiable, but for now, I still need this young lady to come with me. Once I've shaken off all of you, I will naturally let her go. He tightened his grip on Ji Pearl's neck, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. As he held the hostage, he slowly walked towards the edge of the ship, keeping his senses alert to prevent any ambush. The surrounding pirates initially wanted to rush in, but were stopped by the purple whale's gesture. The title of Pirate King was still quite effective. All the pirates at the scene obediently halted their movements. Thus, they watched as Hemingway dragged Ji Pearl to the edge of the ship, and then leaped off with her into a smaller boat below. Thud! When his feet finally landed on the deck of the small boat, Hemingway secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he delayed any longer, he would expose himself. Summoning his energy, Hemingway took Ji Pearl into the cabin and shut the door, blocking the view from outside. Soon, the small iron sailboat slowly began to move. At that moment, the sea had a favorable wind, and with the adjustment of the sails, the little boat gradually started to move, slowly escaping the encirclement of the 10 or so large ships, then suddenly picking up speed, riding the wind and waves. The giant pirate ships that remained stationary did not pursue, watching from a distance as the small sailboat sailed further and further away. Oomph! Do you think you can escape just like this? The purple whale pushed through the crowd to the bow, staring at the small boat that was gradually disappearing from view, his eyes flashing with cold light. He showed no signs of panic despite his hostage escaping. Chapter 36. The Limitations of the Meatball Fruit. No matter where Hemingway escapes to, as long as he carries that soul guiding conch, the purple whale can pinpoint his location at any time. So, not worried about his escape, the purple whale's primary concern was still his daughter's safety. Captain, the ship is almost out of sight. Should we chase after it? At this moment, a soul saint approached and whispered, or should we hang back and wait him out? No need. Just wait. He can't escape. The purple whale looked at the distant ship that was almost invisible, coldly saying, let him be proud for a few days and let his guard down. Once my daughter is safe, it will be this brat's turn to settle the score. For his daughter's safety, he could only hope that Hemingway would keep his promise. On the boundless blue ocean, a small sailboat was cutting through the waves, sailing against the wind. Inside the cabin, a pale-faced Hemingway was adjusting the sails while confirming the wind direction through the window. Fortunately, the boat was not difficult to maneuver. Otherwise, he would have faced the embarrassing situation of having a ship, but not knowing how to operate it. At this moment, the hostage Ji Pearl had already passed out, carelessly thrown into a corner of the cockpit. To be safe, he had knocked her out as soon as he boarded the ship, to avoid her being a nuisance. 2 hours had passed since he began sailing to escape. Hemingway found that the pirates indeed did not pursue, clearly wary of the hostage in his hands. However, he did not let his guard down. He continued to sail for 2 hours, finally feeling a bit relieved. Because at this distance, the pirates would not be able to catch up anytime soon. He could finally relax a little. But as soon as he relaxed, the injuries he had suppressed for 2 hours could no longer be contained, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. It was evident that the injuries from the sound wave had affected his lungs more severely than it appeared on the surface. Yet what pained him the most was the excruciating headache, like a drill piercing through his brain. If it weren't for the 6 years of hard training on the deserted island, which had toughened his will and body, he likely would have fainted when ambushed. Fortunately, years of gravity training had given him incredible endurance. His greatest strength was his stamina, both mentally and physically. But now, he was pushing himself to the limit. Accompanying the excruciating pain was a strong sense of fatigue. He desperately wanted to just lie down and sleep, to repair his mental injuries in his dreams. But, no, I can't pass out. I'm not out of danger yet. I must recover from my injuries as soon as possible. Hemingway stared with bloodshot eyes at the unconscious Ji Pearl beside him, forcing himself to focus, releasing the ship's wheel, and sitting cross-legged. He forced himself into a meditative state. However, perhaps due to the mental trauma, the efficiency of his meditation was very low, intermittent, and sluggish, but after half an hour, Hemingway managed to recover about 20% of his soul power. This speed was considered quite fast. The better the quality of the martial soul and the higher the innate soul power level, the faster the recovery of soul power, giving an advantage in all aspects. Thus, this was a world destined from birth. Hemingway opened his eyes and exited his meditative state. He then raised his right hand, and the fleshy pad of his palm bulged up like a cat's paw. He wanted to use the ability of the meatball fruit to bounce out the mental trauma he had suffered. He concentrated hard. The entire world transformed into vibrant colors in his eyes. He hoped he could do it. After activating his observation hockey, He observed himself with a godlike vision and successfully found the concept of his mental trauma in his brain. Then he gently slapped his forehead. He wanted to bounce that concept of trauma out. Bang! His forehead received a light tap. The soft, fleshy pad of his palm bounced against his forehead, feeling almost like a massage, and, surprisingly, it was quite comfortable. But it was useless. That concept representing his mental trauma simply could not be bounced out. Was it as expected? Hemingway sighed when he saw this, knowing it wasn't that simple. Although he could see all sorts of concepts and even easily pop out tired concepts. The concepts themselves were different, with distinctions between low-end and high-end. Just because he could see those high-end concepts didn't mean he could pop them out. At his current stage, his ability to develop the fruit was still too superficial, and there were many more advanced concepts he couldn't even see, let alone pop them out. During his 6 years on the deserted island, he had also specifically trained his meatball fruit ability in his spare time, but the results were minimal. This ability was still too advanced for him at this stage. It couldn't be mastered through training alone. He needed to become stronger to use this ability at will. Concepts like aging and death were still too high-end for him at this point, completely beyond his reach. Moreover, using fruit abilities also required consuming soul power. The higher end the concept popped out, the more terrifying the consumption of soul power. The activation of any ability cannot be created out of nothing. It must consume one's energy. Otherwise, if it could be used without limits, that would be unreasonable. Therefore, in summary, although the meatball fruit's ability is invincible, he has not developed this ability to its fullest at this stage. Thus, when used in combat, it can only bully weaker opponents, and he can't rely on it against true experts if he wants to truly wield the meatball fruit's ability with ease. Hemingway estimates that he might only be able to apply it somewhat after he becomes a god. After all, the ability of this fruit itself is very advanced, and it is conceivable that reaching a high level requires a massive amount of energy, which ordinary soul masters cannot afford. Forget it. Since his injuries cannot be healed for the time being, he should deal with this woman first. Otherwise, keeping her around is too dangerous. Hemingway sighed, then endured the excruciating pain in his organs and slowly stood up. Staggering, he walked toward the corner where the woman lay unconscious on the ground. As he activated his observation haki, it enveloped the entire area around the ship, allowing him to sense that the woman was still in a coma and not pretending to be unconscious. He crouched gently in front of the purple pearl, extending his hand to press his palm, glowing with golden light against her forehead. He gently closed his eyes, allowing some of his soul power to recover, continuously transforming into armed color haki. Streams of golden light invaded her body, freely traversing her meridians, blocking and binding her meridians, sealing her acupoints. And after circulating throughout her body, the remaining golden light gathered at her dantian, transforming into a large net that firmly wrapped and imprisoned all her soul power. Chapter 37. Sacred Land, Sea God Island. That should do it. Hemingway opened his eyes and removed his hand from the forehead of the purple pearl. He was covered in cold sweat, his face pale. Just a moment ago, he had regained 2/10 of his soul power, but now it was completely exhausted. Not a drop remained. Hemingway had just transformed his soul power into a golden-armed color haki, invading the body of the purple pearl, blocking and sealing her meridians and acupoints, and completely sealing the soul power in her dantian. This was a sealing method that Hemingway had devised during his 6 years of training armed color haki on the deserted island, inspired by the theory of acupoint strikes and meridians from martial arts novels. It could seal the soul power of soul masters and a portion of their physical strength. Of course, the reason he was able to invent such a sealing method was not because of his genius. The key lay in the armed color haki. Armed color haki is a very magical power, with a variety of uses similar to soul power, but far more variable. It could be said that after Purple Pearl's soul power was sealed, she could not use her soul skills at all, and even her physical constitution was greatly weakened due to the blockage of her meridians and acupoints. She had completely turned into a weak woman, unable to break the seal with her soul power, because armed color haki is a power completely different from soul power. It is transformed from soul power. It is even more strange and variable. Even if the purple giant whale came, facing this sealing method formed by armed color haki, it would probably be helpless, as this unique power exceeded its understanding. When Purple Pearl woke up from her coma, the first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was the white-haired boy sitting cross-legged not far away, seemingly in meditation. Yes, I had been captured by him. When Purple Pearl saw Hemingway, The memories from before her coma surged to her mind, causing her initially dazed expression to suddenly focus. And her body instinctively tried to get up. However, she suddenly felt a sense of tightness. Looking down, she saw her hands and feet tightly bound by a thick rope, just like a tied-up pig. Seeing this, Purple Pearl instinctively wanted to break free, but found her body weak and powerless, unable to exert any strength. In the past, with her soul master power, she could easily snap such small ropes, but now she couldn't muster any strength at all, as if she had become an ordinary person without soul power. No, even less than an ordinary person. Purple Pearl felt a little panic in her heart. She was afraid that this man would disable her soul power. Fortunately, after carefully sensing, she discovered that her soul power was still there. She didn't know why, but at that moment, her soul power felt like a stagnant pool of water. No matter how she tried to manipulate it, it wouldn't ripple at all, as if the soul power no longer belonged to her. It was his doing. Purple Pearl immediately understood that the abnormality in her body was definitely related to Hemingway. At this moment, it seemed that her movements had startled the white-haired boy who had been meditating. He slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with bloodshot veins, as if he hadn't slept for several days and nights. He looked unwell. Was he injured? Despite being in a state of captivity, Purple Pearl surprisingly did not feel overly panicked. Hemingway quietly gazed at the Purple Pearl without saying a word. He simply got up to adjust the ship's helm, casually checking the wind direction. The cabin was silent, and neither of them spoke. After a moment, Hemingway, who was steering the ship, suddenly asked, "Do you know where the island of Poseidon is?" The Purple Pearl was initially taken aback, and after processing the meaning of his words, her expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to go to the island of Poseidon? That place is extremely dangerous, and it doesn't welcome outsiders. As the sacred place in the hearts of all sea soul masters, the sea god island represents the faith of all sea soul masters. How could Zhejian Pearl not be aware of it? However, she only knows of its existence, and she is unclear about the specific location of the sea god island. After all, the reason why a sacred place is sacred is that not everyone can go on a pilgrimage there. Therefore, unless one is born on the sea god island, very few sea soul masters from the outside world can know its exact location. Zhejian Pearl is clearly not among them. Perhaps her father knows, but he hasn't told his daughter, so Zhejian Pearl can only regretfully inform Hemingway that she doesn't know. Upon hearing Zhejian Pearl say that she also doesn't know the location of the sea god island, a flash of disappointment crossed Hemingway's eyes, and he felt that his current situation was becoming increasingly dire. Even though he had someone as a hostage, it was still not safe. The threat from those pirates had not disappeared, and he didn't know how they had locked onto his position. It was truly strange. The reason he wanted to go to the Sea God Island was to get rid of these pirates. As long as he reached the Sea God Island and participated in the divine examination, he would be able to gain the island's protection. Those pirates would definitely not dare to run rampant in the sacred place of sea soul masters. At that time, he could quietly develop on the Sea God Island, especially since the various environments that were very suitable for cultivation. It would allow him to become stronger in a short period of time. Therefore, going to the Sea God Island was his best option for getting rid of the current awkward situation. Based on his qualifications, he could at least obtain a black level assessment, and there was even a possibility of achieving a red level assessment. After all, he possessed dual martial souls. One was the Mermaid Princess by Xing, known as the Sea King, and the other was the Land King, the Nether White Tiger, which could soar into the sky. These two martial souls completely dominated land, sea, and air. With such terrifying qualifications, if it weren't for the fact that he didn't have the vast sea's protection, he believed that even the Sea God 9 test would not be impossible to pass. Moreover, compared to the original character Tang San, his mermaid martial soul characteristics were even more suited for the position of Sea God. But unfortunately, the current situation he faced was that he did not know the way to the Sea God Island. Sighing, Hemingway knew that he could only take a chance and wander aimlessly on the sea, hoping to come across the traces of the Sea God Island or find an inhabited island. After all, drifting at sea indefinitely was not a solution. After some time passed, the sky gradually darkened. At that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from his stomach. Hemingway was taken aback, turning to look at the girl whose pretty face had turned beet red, and then said nothing. He simply turned and stepped out of the cabin, not knowing what he was going to do. Why did she have to call out at this moment? Zizenzu slightly lowered her head, feeling an indescribable sense of shame welling up inside her. Normally, she was not the type to get easily embarrassed but for some reason, when faced with Hemingway, she couldn't help but want to perform better, to make her image more favorable in his eyes. Perhaps this is what love is. P.S. Seeking votes and we're almost at Sea God Island. Chapter 38. The string is broken. After a while, the cabin door opened, and Hemingway came in holding a tray with a piece of smoked fish and a small bowl of fresh water as soup. Eat, he said, placing the tray on the table next to Zizenzu. He squatted down and untied the ropes binding her hands so she could eat by herself. Then he took out a flint and lit the oil lamp in the cabin. The dim cabin suddenly brightened with a beam of light. On the ship they were currently on, besides the necessary living supplies, there was no food available. Fortunately, Hemingway had stored a large amount of smoked fish and, most importantly, fresh water in his sole guide before leaving the deserted island, just in case. It turned out to be quite a stroke of luck. Of course, even if he hadn't stored the fish and fresh water beforehand, Hemingway could have directly fished in the sea, and for fresh water, he could use the ability of the meatball fruit to extract salt from seawater. It would just be a bit more troublesome. Zizenzu, with her hands untied, remained silent, rubbing the places where the ropes had tightly bound her. She then moved her still-bound feet and obediently sat down in the chair, looking at the simple smoked fish and the small bowl of fresh water. She felt a bit disdainful. When had she ever eaten such coarse food? But there was no choice. As a prisoner, having something to eat was already good. Zizenzu understood very well that this was not a place where she could throw a tantrum like a spoiled young lady. This man was not as gentle as she had imagined. If she provoked him, who knew what he might do? Seeing Zizenzu honestly take a big piece of fish and nibble on it bite by bite, her exceptionally cooperative demeanor surprised Hemingway, who thought he would have to force her to eat. This woman is somewhat interesting. Slowly finding a place in the cabin to sit cross-legged, Hemingway closed his eyes and silently began to meditate. To be honest, his current state was not good. His spirit had been traumatized, and his internal organs had also suffered serious shock. His condition was at its worst. What he should be doing right now was to sleep and slowly recover from his spiritual injuries in his dreams. But the pursuing enemies made Hemingway dare not sleep. He was afraid that if he fell asleep, he would wake up to find himself bound and caged again. This was something he could not tolerate. So until he could ensure his own safety, Hemingway dared not sleep. At most, he would just close his eyes to rest or use meditation to recover his soul power. He was merely relying on his strong physique to hold on. The 6 years of rigorous training on the deserted island had not only tempered Hemingway's will, but had also given him a resilient and remarkably enduring body. Zizenzu nibbled on the fish, while secretly observing the white-haired boy meditating not far away, growing increasingly curious about this man full of secrets. After a while, she finally finished the fish, which had only a bit of salt for flavor. She gently covered her mouth, feeling a bit nauseous. Having been meticulously cared for by her father, the Pirate King, Zizenzu had never eaten such crude food. She was forcing herself to eat it, feeling a bit nauseous. Zizenzu quickly picked up the small bowl and drank all the fresh water in one go. The clear spring water eased her nausea. With a long breath, Zizenzu quietly glanced at the still meditating white-haired boy, then looked at the ropes binding her feet, hesitating for a moment. In the end, she still did not move the ropes, but slowly shuffled her feet closer to a small bed nearby. Then she sat down and quietly glanced at Hemingway again, before lying down, pretending to sleep. The white-haired boy remained cross-legged, silent, as if he had entered a deep state of cultivation. This seemed like the best time to launch a sneak attack or escape. However, Zizenzu did not think the boy would be so careless. And now that her soul power was sealed, she was just a weak girl, even weaker than an ordinary person. In this vast ocean, where could she escape to? Thinking of this, Zizenzu sighed in her heart. Then she slowly closed her eyes, immersing her mind within her body, trying to mobilize her soul power to break through the seal Hemingway had set. Zizenzu's small actions were fully captured by Hemingway, who had his observation haki activated. But he did not expose her. Instead, he pretended not to know and let her try her best. After all, with her strength, it was impossible for her to break the seal formed by the armament haki. It was better to give her a bit of hope, let her slowly work hard, and not cause trouble for himself. That would be enough for Hemingway. After all, his current state was not good, and he did not have the energy to be constantly on guard against her. Time passed quietly. Half a month went by. During these days, Hemingway, besides needing to get up to adjust the sails and control the direction due to changes in the wind, spent the rest of the time either resting with his eyes closed or meditating to circulate his soul power and heal his injuries. He didn't even dare to sleep, afraid that if he fell asleep, he would wake up to find himself deprived of his freedom. In contrast, as a hostage, Zizenzu had been living quite comfortably these days. She ate and slept as she pleased. She cooperated with him and did not make any extreme moves. The only time she had to blush and ask him to untie her hands and feet was when she needed to use the ship's toilet. The rest of the time, she was diligently meditating, trying to break the seal within her body, but no matter what she did, she could not shake off those golden lights inside her. Zizenzu's exceptionally cooperative demeanor gradually made Hemingway lower his guard. Eventually, he thought that since her soul power was sealed, she couldn't escape in this vast ocean anyway. So, he simply untied her hands and feet, allowing her to move freely on the ship. Now, it had already been half a month. Hemingway was not afraid that she would jump ship and escape, because although it seemed like he spent most of the day in meditation with his eyes closed, he always had a small part of his awareness focused on her. So once Zhejian Pearl had the thought of escaping, he could immediately sense it and rush over to subdue her. Fortunately, perhaps because she knew there was no way to escape, Zhejian Pearl did not have any thoughts of running away and remained obediently and honestly playing the role of a hostage. On this day, after half a month of recuperation, Hemingway finally managed to repair the internal injuries caused by the sound waves. Physically, he was no longer in serious trouble. However, his mental state had not improved. In fact, it seemed to have worsened. This was quite normal, as he had been mentally tense for over half a month. He hadn't even had a proper sleep, at most just closing his eyes to rest, and even that was for fear of accidentally falling asleep, so he didn't dare to keep his eyes closed for too long. In such a state, it was a miracle that his mental trauma hadn't worsened. The fact that he managed to stay awake for half a month was solely due to sheer willpower. Now that his physical injuries had healed, coupled with the calm of the past half month without pursuers and the unusually cooperative demeanor of the hostage, Purple Pearl, it finally allowed him to entertain the thought of a momentary safety where he could rest a little. As this thought arose, it triggered a chain reaction. The taut string in his mind seemed to snap completely. At that moment, Hemingway felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. Just a little sleep. I'll just sleep for a short while, and once I recover a bit of energy, I'll get up right away. Once I find a safe place, I can rest in my heart's content. Just hold on a little longer. I must wake up later. I must wake up. In a daze, Hemingway maintained his meditative posture and fell into a deep sleep. He had originally planned to sleep for just a little while, but had clearly overestimated his willpower. With his mental trauma and the exhaustion from half a month without sleep, once he fell into slumber, it was not something he could simply wake from at will. This overwhelming drowsiness could not be resisted by mere will. After holding on for half a month, Hemingway ultimately could not persist any longer. He fell into a deep, near comatose sleep. At this time, even if someone tied him up and beat drums in his ears, or even stabbed him with a knife dozens of times, he would not wake up because this sleep was not normal. It was a fainting spell brought on by reaching his mental limit. He had completely lost consciousness. Now, he could only be at the mercy of others. Chapter 39, Coma. Inside the cabin. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground startled Purple Pearl, who was in meditation. She opened her gorgeous purple eyes warily and quickly looked toward the source of the sound, her small red mouth dropping open in astonishment. As if she had seen something incredible. There lay the white-haired youth, who had been meditating for the past half month, maintaining a seated position but had tilted forward and fallen to the side, his forehead hitting the deck heavily. His long white hair cascaded down, obscuring his profile, making it impossible to see his face, but he seemed to have lost all signs of life. "Hey," Purple Pearl tentatively called out, suspecting that this was Hemingway pretending to be unconscious, intending to lure her in. If she had any thoughts that could harm him, she would probably face terrifying punishment. The white-haired youth on the ground showed no signs of movement, remaining in that position, like a soulless corpse. Purple Pearl furrowed her elegant brows, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth, struggling and hesitating in her beautiful purple eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly stood up, taking small steps to slowly approach the fallen white-haired youth. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked cautiously. As she spoke, she reached out a finger and gently poked the back of his head. The touch felt his hair was exceptionally smooth, and she couldn't help but cover his head with her whole hand, gently stroking it, then quickly withdrew her hand to observe his reaction. No reaction at all. Purple Pearl's concerns lessened significantly as she placed her hand back on his head, rubbing it vigorously. A relaxed expression appeared on her lovely face as the pressure of the past few days began to dissipate, a sensation that was truly indescribable. As if this man had submitted to her and her life had reached its peak. "Oomph," Serves you right for bullying me. She smirked, tapping the back of his head in a vengeful manner. However, when she turned the white-haired youth over, she was taken aback. His pale, weak face and the frown he wore, even in sleep, erased all traces of her earlier satisfaction, replaced by anxiety and panic. What is happening? Why does he look so bad? Did he suddenly fall ill? Purple Pearl hurriedly struggled to support the unconscious Hemingway, bearing his considerable weight with her delicate body. Step by step, she slowly helped him to sit by the bed. Then she laid him flat and finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the pained expression on the young man's face even in sleep, her heart twisted with worry. Although Purple Pearl had been kidnapped by Hemingway, aside from her initial shock, she gradually came to terms with it. Rationally, Hemingway's actions were indeed the best way for her to escape at that time, even if it felt like deception. However, that did not mean she wanted to see him suffer. In the depths of the sea's whirlpool, in his coma, Hemingway felt as if his whole world was spinning, his body being pulled down by the whirlpool, sinking endlessly with no bottom in sight. He could only be dragged deeper into the abyss alongside the whirlpool. Didn't he know how long had passed? Bang! At a certain moment, it felt as though his body had finally hit the bottom. His consciousness regained control of his body. Hemingway slowly opened his eyes, and everything before him was blurry. His eyes, which hadn't been open for a long time, were stung by the light in front of him. Instinctively, his eyes closed again, and he felt utterly powerless. His mind heavy and foggy. Where am I? What happened? His brain felt like a machine that hadn't been used in a long time, and, at that moment, Hemingway's thoughts were unusually sluggish, unable to recall what had happened before he lost consciousness. He was in a state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness. At that moment, he heard a faint sound of footsteps nearby. Who is it? Hemingway, unable to open his eyes due to weakness, could hardly muster the strength to lift his eyelids. He could only vaguely perceive through his hearing that a heavy object had been placed beside him. Following, that was the sound of something being wrung out. And then a cool, damp object was placed on his forehead, bringing a refreshing sensation that eased the heat in his foggy mind. After a moment, Hemingway drifted off into a deep sleep again. When he woke up once more, Hemingway felt as if there was a fire burning inside him. It seemed like a volcano was about to erupt within him. Sweat poured down his body uncontrollably, yet it still couldn't dissipate much heat. He wanted to control his body to find a cool place, but it felt as if his body was not his own. Although he had awareness, he couldn't move a single inch. Even his eyes couldn't open at that moment. If this continued, he might just burn to death, right? Fortunately, at that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Then, Hemingway could feel his upper body being lifted, and then his clothes were removed one by one. Next, a cool, damp towel was pressed against his body, gently and smoothly wiping away the sweat, accompanied by a slight coolness that surged within, extinguishing the flame. Again and again, every part of his body was wiped down, and the flame within him gradually dimmed with the gentle strokes, ultimately being completely extinguished. Hemingway's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He fell into a drowsy sleep again. Just like that. With each awakening, he would drift off to sleep once more. His sluggish mind slowly began to revive. Finally, one day, Hemingway slowly opened his sea blue eyes, but the light in the cabin pierced them painfully. He quickly closed them again, but by this time, he was already fully awake. Although his body was still somewhat numb, he could barely move his hands and feet. At that moment, the cabin door opened, and a familiar soft footstep approached. With his eyes tightly shut, Hemingway seemed to still be asleep, but in reality, he had already completely awakened. However, the girl holding a basin of water was unaware of this. So, next, the white-haired boy's clothes were gradually removed. While the purple-haired girl wrung out a towel and gently wiped his body as usual, her pretty face flushed. Even though this had happened many times before, she still couldn't help but feel a bit shy and her heart race every time she saw his strong, perfect body. The body of the opposite sex, especially one she had feelings for, was too stimulating for her, a young girl. Therefore, she could only force herself not to think about such things. Treating his body like a fragile porcelain piece, she carefully continued to wipe him down until her gaze met his sea blue eyes. Purple Pearl's hand froze, the towel still pressed against his strong chest. A boy and a girl, with sea blue and rosy purple eyes, locked gazes, and time seemed to come to a complete stop at that moment. P.S. We're at key plot point, currently sorting it out. Chapter 40. Can't get married anymore. Inside the cabin. At this moment, the air seemed to solidify as the two young boys and girls stared at each other, speechless for a long time. Finally, Purple Pearl's purple eyes moved away first, and then, As if she hadn't noticed he was awake, she continued her actions, just like the past few days, gently helping him wipe down his body. Hemingway, who still couldn't move, had a complex expression. During his days of unconsciousness, he was not entirely without sensation. Every time he briefly woke up, he could feel her care for him, and he should have been grateful to this woman. But let's not forget that his current predicament was greatly related to her. After all, it was her father who brought people to capture him. And now he was in such a state of exhaustion and almost lost his fighting ability. Injured by her actions, yet saved by her as well. How should this be counted? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt, and he finally closed his eyes. He chose to bury his head in the sand, thinking, I don't care anymore. Anyway, I can't move now. Do as you please. At this moment, Purple Pearl was like a little wife, gently using a wet towel to wipe his entire body. Although her pretty face was completely flushed, her movements were still meticulous. Judging by her skilled demeanor, it was clear that this was not the first time she had done this. And for Hemingway, who had closed his eyes and buried his head in the sand, it was an entirely different feeling. Feeling the damp towel glide over his body and the gentle, soothing motions made him so comfortable that he was almost falling asleep. But more than that, he felt embarrassed. Being cared for so attentively by a young woman he barely knew, exposing his body completely in front of her, made Hemingway feel like he had no secrets left before this woman. He didn't know how to describe this feeling, only knowing that if his body could move freely at that moment, he would immediately put on clothes and wrap himself up tightly. For the first time, he realized how fortunate it was for humans to have clothes to wear. The psychological trauma was far more serious than he had imagined. The brain, as the core of the human body, controlled everything. Therefore, his mental trauma affected his control over his body. Although his physical injuries had already healed, he found himself unable to exert even a bit of strength. It was as if his body did not belong to him. Due to the mental trauma, his control over his body had dropped to an extreme level. He could barely move his fingers, and attempting to do more was impossible. Gurgle at this moment. A sound of hunger echoed. Hemingway felt a sense of hunger. At that moment, Zijin Pearl had just finished washing him all over and then picked up the basin to leave the cabin. Her beautiful face looked unusually calm. However, that seemingly tranquil pace carried a hint of unease compared to before. Clearly, the girl was not as composed as she appeared. I'm so hungry. Feeling the hunger in his stomach, Hemingway suddenly thought of a crucial question. How had he eaten during the days he was unconscious? Hemingway estimated that he had been unconscious for at least more than 10 days. If he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for over 10 days, he certainly wouldn't be in such good condition now. Even if he had spiritual energy, he would probably be emaciated and on the verge of collapse. How could he only feel hungry? Unless, just as Hemingway thought of this, the cabin door was opened again. He saw Zijin holding a bowl of steaming millet porridge, slowly walking towards him. Even from a distance, he could smell the aroma from the bowl. Well, the case is solved. Hemingway knew his condition, and now why he was feeling so good. Can you move now? Zazinza walked beside him, gently squatting down, and asked softly. Hemingway didn't speak. Although he couldn't control his limbs now, he could still move his head and say a few words. He just didn't know how to face this woman or what attitude to adopt towards her. Should he remain indifferent as before, or smile? Noticing his silence, the beautiful sea blue eyes of the girl reflected a complex understanding, and the Purple Pearl seemed to realize something, gently nodding. She then set down the bowl in her hands, reached out, and gently helped him up, supporting his upper body against the wall of the cabin. She then picked up a bowl nearby, scooped a spoonful of millet porridge, blew on it lightly, and brought it to Hemingway's lips. Looking at the spoonful of porridge so close, Hemingway hesitated for a moment, but eventually slowly opened his mouth and took a bite. After years of eating fish and meat on the deserted island, Hemingway found this ordinary spoonful of millet porridge unexpectedly sweet, even bringing him to the verge of tears. However, where did this millet porridge come from on the ship? Immediately, Hemingway felt a bit confused. He remembered that the ship was supposed to be empty and had no food supplies, and even if there were ingredients. What utensils did she use to cook? But when Hemingway saw the girl offering him the spoon again, his gaze shifted to the exquisite bracelet on her wrist, and he suddenly understood. This bracelet was obviously a storage soul tool. These items must have been hers all along. She just hadn't taken them out before. One spoonful after another, as the sweet millet porridge filled his stomach, Hemingway's troubled belly gradually calmed down. By the time he finished the bowl of porridge, he felt his mental state improve significantly. Unfortunately, he still couldn't control his body. So for the next few days, Hemingway lay motionless in bed like a paralyzed patient. Zhu continued to act like a diligent and selfless young wife, washing his body every day, cooking for him, and even supporting him to the bathroom when he needed to relieve himself. She was like a devoted wife taking care of her paralyzed husband. At first, when Zhu wanted to help him to the bathroom, Hemingway refused. It was simply too humiliating. A grown man needed a woman's assistance, even to go to the toilet? What kind of situation was that? However, no matter how much he resisted, reality would not change because of his objections. Feeling that his patience had reached its limit, he ultimately succumbed between the choice of wetting himself or being supported to the bathroom. He closed his eyes like a puppet, allowing her to guide his body to the toilet, where he then skillfully undid his pants. Hey, why are you so proficient at this? Hemingway suddenly realized this. Not good. Look at how skilled this woman is. Could it be that during these 10 days of unconsciousness, sometimes the more you think about certain things, the more unbearable they become? Hemingway suddenly realized a crucial question. That is, how has he been eating and drinking over the past 10 days? Can he really just take a spoon and force it into his mouth? Moreover, food that hasn't been chewed is hard to digest, and after eating, one must excrete. He is still a mere mortal, so he cannot avoid this common necessity. Therefore, since he has been eating over these days, there must have been a normal metabolism. So what on earth has this woman done to her body during this time? Hemingway suddenly had an impulse to cover his face. It was over. Completely over. He was no longer pure. If he were a woman, would it be said that she would never get married again? Chapter 41. The great filial daughter, after being supported by the purple pearl and resolving his physiological issues, Hemingway's face was numb, like a soulless puppet. He allowed her to support his body back to the cabin, lying on the bed like a corpse. Hemingway stared blankly at the ceiling of the ship's hold, a strong sense of shame making him feel that his life had lost all meaning. He had completely turned into a salted fish. Anyway, since it had come to this, he felt indifferent. Time passed quietly like this. After a few days of being treated like a paralyzed person, Hemingway gradually regained the sensation in his body, as his brain began to take control again. From barely being able to move his fingers to now being able to stand up, eat from a bowl, and go to the bathroom by himself, his movements were still somewhat inconvenient and slow. It was as if he had a 1,000-pound burden added to him, always a beat behind in everything he did. Fortunately, he no longer had to endure being fed like a baby and living a life of dependency. It was truly a small blessing amidst the misfortune. During these days, the interactions between Hemingway and the Purple Pearl became unusually awkward. Their conversations were very few, except for when nature called, forcing them to talk. Hemingway never took the initiative to engage with the Purple Pearl, and even now, he didn't know her name. He also didn't realize that this woman was actually a well-known supporting character from the original work of Douluo, with a name and popularity of her own. Nearly 10 more days passed. Hemingway has finally made a full recovery, and it has been a month and a half since he was taken hostage by the Purple Pearl and drifted at sea. During the first half of that month, Hemingway was focused on escaping by sailing the boat, but during the second half, he fell into a coma. When he finally woke up, he struggled for a few days before regaining his full strength, taking about 10 more days to return to his prime condition. A month and a half. For the Purple Whale, who was a father, this time was filled with anxiety and monotony, although he had a sea conch to locate the whereabouts of the scoundrel who had taken his daughter hostage. He hesitated to act because of the hostage in the scoundrel's hands. Thus, he could only follow at a distance, waiting for an opportunity to rescue his daughter. Originally, the Purple Whale planned to wait until Hemingway's ship reached a trade-rich island, believing that once it was safe, the scoundrel might release his daughter. Even if he didn't, he could lead his men to sneak onto the island and secretly rescue her, after which he could capture the scoundrel without any worries. He estimated that, given Hemingway's ship speed, it would take about half a month to reach that island. However, to his surprise, Hemingway's ship drifted at sea for a full month and a half without encountering a single island. Coincidentally, they passed by many populous islands and sailed toward a more remote direction. This completely disrupted his initial plans. Why did this happen? Logically speaking, according to the positioning on Hemingway's ship, there were several trade-rich islands in the direction they were sailing. As long as Hemingway stopped and hid on island, even the Purple Whale wouldn't easily find him without the sea conch. It would be better than drifting at sea. But why did Hemingway ignore those islands? Could it be that the scoundrel knew about the positioning device on him, so he avoided the islands? But that didn't make sense. If he truly knew about the positioning device, he could have simply thrown the conch away. Wouldn't that be easier? Why deliberately avoid the islands? He couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried. But the answer was actually quite simple. It was because Hemingway had fallen into a coma before reaching any island due to exhaustion. After that, the one steering the ship became his precious daughter, Purple Pearl. Shortly after Hemingway fell unconscious, Purple Pearl took the helm and soon saw a huge island ahead. Seeing the bustling dock not far away, Purple Pearl realized that if she brought her unconscious father to the island, he would catch up within 2 days, and all the man's efforts would be in vain. He would end up imprisoned in the Star Luo Empire as a breeding stallion for the rest of his life. Therefore, unwilling to let this man be captured and turned into a breeding machine, Purple Pearl inexplicably chose to ignore the island, turning the ship around and drifting in another direction, deviating from the original course. For the first time, she defied her father for a man whose name she didn't even know. What a filial daughter. If the purple whale knew about his daughter's actions, he would surely spit blood in anger. At this moment, in his luxurious cabin, the purple whale was watching the sea chart and monitoring Hemingway's ship's course with a sea conch in hand. This conch looked very magical, as it emitted a hazy glow that converged to form a miniature 3D map with a small red dot moving constantly, revealing its presence. The purple whale furrowed his brow tightly, comparing the map generated on the conch with the sea chart hanging in the cabin to deduce Hemingway's location. The more he compared, the worse his expression became, until it looked as if it might drip water. Not good. That scoundrel had deviated from the course, but on top of that, he was moving closer to a dangerous sea area. He was truly courting death. If he died, that would be one thing, but he must not implicate my daughter. The purple whale was nearly driven mad with anger. It should be known that, apart from the harsh, stormy weather at sea, the almost omnipresent sea spirit beasts were the real enemies of sea spirit masters. Among them, especially those with extremely high age, claimed certain sea areas as their territories. Any ship passing through would be ruthlessly attacked. Over time, those who survived at sea had summarized several major forbidden zones. These forbidden zones were basically the territories of certain powerful spirit beasts. Thus they were human forbidden areas. No ships dared to pass through there, except for special circumstances. No one would step into those forbidden sea areas, because once you enter, the chances of survival would be very low, and coincidentally, according to the positioning conch, the purple whale discovered that the scoundrel who had taken his daughter was gradually moving toward an extremely dangerous forbidden sea area. Now he can no longer sit still. Everyone, listen to my orders. The purple whale picked up the communication conch and shouted, according to the course chart I sent you, advance at full speed. Make sure to intercept them before that ship enters the forbidden zone. At the same time, all the captains of the subgroups with conchs heard the boss's voice coming from their conchs. Looking at the floating sea chart above the conch, they did not dare to slack off and hurriedly ordered their men to advance at full speed. In an instant, more than a dozen giant pirate ships unfurled their massive sails and raced madly toward a certain direction. Some crew members even seemed to think it was too slow and jumped into the sea, using spirit techniques to propel the ship forward. They all rushed forward frantically toward a certain direction. Chapter 42, The Old Father Goes All Out. Where are we now? Hemingway stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the calm sea around him. He felt an uneasy sense in his heart. His instinct for danger made him turn to Purple Pearl, who had just come out of the cabin, and asked what is going on. I'm not sure. Purple Pearl shook her head in confusion. Although she could read the sea chart, she was not a professional navigator. She couldn't determine their location based solely on a sea chart. Therefore, she was also in the dark about where they had drifted to. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly ask that? She asked, puzzled, without realizing that they might have already entered a forbidden sea area. Since childhood, Purple Pearl had been so well protected by her father, the purple whale, that she had rarely faced any danger. Thus, she had only heard the name of the so-called forbidden sea area and had never truly been there. That's why she was so slow to realize they might have entered a forbidden zone. It's nothing, just a sudden feeling of foreboding, as if this sea area around us hides some inexplicable danger. Hemingway shook his head, his expression serious. Danger? Upon hearing this, Purple Pearl's face also grew serious. At that moment, she suddenly thought of the forbidden sea area. Could it be that we have already entered the forbidden zone? Quick, accelerate. Give me more speed. A dozen giant pirate ships raced against the wind, with the largest ship leading the way, flying a pirate flag emblazoned with the image of a deep-sea magic whale. Inside the cabin, the leaders of the magic whale pirate group had gathered, all at the Soul Saint level, summoned by the purple giant whale to discuss countermeasures. While checking the real-time location displayed on the seashell, the purple giant whale compared it with the sea chart, watching the little red dot on the 3D map gradually approach the forbidden zone. Looking at the distance between himself and the red, his face darkened completely. There's no time left. The surrounding soul saints were also observing the sea chart, and when they saw the red dot about to enter that area, they couldn't help but shake their heads in unison. Given the current condition of that ship, they realized they could no longer intercept it before it entered the forbidden zone. It's over. Everything is over. Bang! The seashell he had been tightly gripping fell to the ground. At this moment, the purple giant whale felt immense regret. Regretting why he had coveted the title of the Star Luo Empire, and even more regretting not having taken down that brat from the very beginning. But it was too late for regrets now. All he could do was pray. Pray that when the two of them entered the forbidden zone, they wouldn't disturb the monster within. Otherwise, he might not even be able to collect his daughter's body. No, it's not time to give up yet. The purple giant whale paced back and forth anxiously, his face extremely grim, and his oppressive aura made it hard for the nearby soul saints to breathe, leaving them too afraid to speak. They could only watch as their leader made the final decision. Forget it. Suddenly, the purple giant whale slammed his hand on the table, as if he had finally made up his mind. He was still worried about his daughter. As a pirate who had gambled his life, his daughter, Purple Pearl, was his only soft spot. Now that his daughter was in danger, how could he just stand there and leave it to fate? To entrust his daughter's life and death to the intangible whims of luck was something the purple giant whale, as a father, could never tolerate. Therefore, for the sake of his daughter, he decided to take a risk. Captain, it seems they're destined to enter the forbidden zone. Should we continue to pursue? At that moment, a soul saint suddenly asked. Pursue. Of course, we must pursue. The purple giant whale gritted his teeth. He had decided to follow them into the forbidden zone. As long as he was there, even if his daughter encountered danger, she would have a chance to escape. For his daughter, he was willing to risk his life. However, the purple giant whale could risk his life for Purple Pearl because she was his only daughter, his precious jewel. But the dozen or so division leaders in the cabin had no blood ties to her. How could they put themselves in danger for someone unrelated? Thus, after exchanging glances, one middle-aged soul saint with a sharp face stepped forward as a representative and said, Captain, our niece Pearl is in danger, and we are all quite anxious. However, that Forbidden Sea area is extremely perilous. Even if we all go together, we might not survive a single wave. Perhaps you should reconsider? His tone turned to one of negotiation at the end, clearly indicating they did not wish to accompany the purple giant whale to death. Do you all think the same? After hearing the middle-aged soul saint's words, the purple giant whale glanced around at the dozen or so soul saints and said expressionlessly, You have all been my companions through life and death for over 30 years. We are all brothers. I won't force anyone who doesn't want to go. If anyone doesn't want to go, sit down. Upon hearing their leader's words, the surrounding soul saints immediately erupted, rushing to the nearby chairs that had been set up, each claiming a seat. Not a single one chose to stand. Seeing this scene, the purple giant whale felt an undeniable disappointment, but was not surprised. He had never expected these so-called brothers to risk their lives for his daughter. Although they called each other brothers and were nominally under his command, that was simply because he was the strongest. He could not expect them to be loyal. After all, pirates were not known for being good people. There was no such thing as honesty and chivalry. They believed in the principle of self-preservation above all else. Thus, the purple giant whale was not surprised that his subordinates did not intend to accompany him to rescue his daughter. He merely nodded expressionlessly and said, Well then, since you don't want to go, I won't force you. You can wait for me here. I can go alone. Upon hearing this, the dozen soul saints all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky to have saved their lives. In fact, if the purple giant whale had insisted on forcing them to go, they would ultimately have been unable to refuse. However, as the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. If he truly forced them, it would inevitably hold them back, and they might even turn against him, wanting to perish together. After all, going meant risking their lives, but if all of them, a dozen soul saints, went together, there was a chance to eliminate the purple giant whale and survive. Never underestimate a pirate's craziness. These desperate men would do anything when their lives were threatened. Beside the giant pirate ship, a smaller vessel was being lowered to the sea by ropes. The purple giant whale stood on this small boat, looking up at his subordinates on the deck above, and ultimately decided to go alone, not taking a single subordinate with him. After all, if he couldn't handle it alone, having more subordinates wouldn't help. Turning around, he released his soul power, and suddenly the small boat beneath him shot forward like an arrow, splashing up a long trail of water as it darted toward a certain direction. If I can't return after this, then the Magic Whale Pirate Group shall disband. The pirates standing on the bow of the ship heard a faint voice coming from the now invisible small boat ahead, and their expressions all turned incredibly complex. Chapter 43. Unmatchable. Whoosh! A small boat raced across the vast sea like an arrow, stirring up a high spray of water. The purple giant whale stood on the small boat, one hand holding the seashell while he looked at the floating positioning map above to confirm his direction. And at the same time, 8 soul rings floated around him, one of which was glowing. The sole skill of this soul ring was simple. It only served to increase travel speed. As long as there was a floating object, be it a ship or just a piece of wood, he could make it race forward at incredible speed. Of course, saying it could travel 1,000 miles in an instant was an exaggeration, but the speed was indeed very fast. He had escaped countless life and death crises relying on this ability in his youth. Faster, faster. Looking at the red dot on the seashell, the purple giant whale's expression grew serious, and he released his soul power without reservation. Instantly, the speed of the small boat increased once more. It was visible to the naked eye that he was quickly closing the distance to the red dot on the floating map. However, it was already too late because, according to the display on the map, at this moment, his daughter and the others had already entered the Forbidden Zone. Now he could only hope that they would not disturb that monster and could safely cross that sea area. The Forbidden Sea area that Hemingway and his companion accidentally entered is called the Sea of the Devil Whale. It is said to be the deepest place nearby, with a trench that reaches thousands of meters below the surface. Therefore, if a flying soul master were to look down from the sky, they would discover that the sea there is the darkest in color. The reason it is called the Sea of the Devil Whale, as the name suggests, is that beneath this sea area lives a deep-sea devil whale. As mentioned earlier, whales themselves are a type of extremely powerful sea spirit beast, and the deep-sea devil whale is a standout among whales, a noble among them. The deep-sea devil whale living in this sea area is not an ordinary one. It is known as the overlord of the sea, existing at the level of 100,000 years. A 100,000 year soul beast. It is conservatively estimated to be at the level of a tidal Douluo. Although the purple giant whale can match an ordinary tidal Douluo, it still feels a sense of dread when facing a 100,000 year soul beast, especially since this 100,000 year soul beast is the same as its martial soul, the deep-sea devil whale. No one knows better than it how terrifying this deep-sea devil whale truly is. Fortunately, there is always a glimmer of hope. Even if someone mistakenly enters the sea of the devil whale, it doesn't mean there is no chance of survival. This deep-sea devil whale living in this sea area has a blind left eye. Throughout the year, during spring and autumn, its head faces east, while in summer and winter, its head faces west. Therefore, even ships passing through the sea of the devil whale only need to sail in the direction of its blind side to avoid provoking it easily. Most importantly, this deep-sea devil whale is inherently lazy. Generally, it lurks at the bottom of the sea, opening its massive mouth to swallow marine creatures, and rarely takes the initiative to attack, except for intruders into its territory. At this moment, the purple giant whale can only pray that his daughter and the others are sailing towards the blind side of the deep-sea devil whale, hoping to safely cross the sea of the devil whale. Wait, something is wrong. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway looked at the eerily calm sea around him, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What's wrong? The nearby purple pearl asked in confusion. It's too calm. Hemingway's expression was very serious as he cautiously looked around at the sea, speaking in a low voice. Don't you think this area of the sea has been too calm since just now? Even though the sea breeze is blowing. Look at the surface of the water. Upon hearing this, Zhejian Pearl directed her gaze to the sea surface, observing carefully. Suddenly, her purple eyes narrowed, for the sea was completely still, and despite the continuous sea breeze around, the surrounding water was eerily calm. What's going on? Have we inadvertently entered a forbidden zone? Zhejian Pearl's delicate face turned pale as she couldn't help but murmur to herself. Forbidden zone? Hemingway was somewhat puzzled, but before Zhejian Pearl could explain in detail, the surrounding air twisted strangely. A violent shock suddenly surged from beneath their feet, accompanied by a deafening roar that temporarily rendered them both deaf, hurling their bodies and the small boat high into the air. The nearly 30-meter-long vessel, completely forged from steel, was instantly shattered into pieces by the violent impact. What was most terrifying was that under the intense shock, both of them fell into a state of dizziness, being thrown up to a height of 100 meters. The originally calm sea began to churn violently, with towering waves. A thick water column, 15 meters in diameter, shot up into the sky, with the distorted air becoming the culprit that destroyed the steel vessel. Along with the destruction of the steel boat, a massive body, resembling a small island, slowly surfaced from beneath the water. All the surrounding seawater glowed with a dense blue light, making it seem as if the sky was the ground and the sea had turned into a vast blue sky. A deep, muffled roar echoed. An enormous sound wave surged forth. Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl had not yet recovered from the dizziness caused by the earlier shock when they were plunged into an even deeper daze by the massive sound waves. They saw that the gigantic body rising from the sea was over 200 meters long, displaying a sapphire-like color, with two enormous eyes on its head. However, the left eye was just a black hole, clearly blind. Its massive size meant that its eyes were over 3 meters in diameter. The remaining right eye glinted with a cold gaze, piercing the air. They watched as its body moved slightly, and a gigantic tail rose from behind, striking the sea with a distorted blue light. Millions of water droplets shot up into the sky, each one like a swift arrow. In midair, the strange water curtain, illuminated with a blue glow, lit up the horizon, enveloping the shattered steel boat and the two airborne figures within it. The first to make contact with the scattered fragments. If they were fragments a moment ago, in the next moment, they had turned to dust. This was the true might of a 100,000-year soul beast, a force more terrifying than that of a tidal Douluo, especially in the ocean. Provoking a 100,000-year soul beast only led to destruction. In midair, Hemingway was the first to regain consciousness, not only because of his robust physique, but primarily due to his stronger mental power compared to Zhejian Pearl. The moment he awoke coincided with the moment the tail of the 100,000-year magic whale struck the sea, splashing thousands of water droplets. In an instant, Hemingway's heart raced wildly. He clearly saw the horrific scene of the sturdy steel boat being pierced by the water droplets. He understood that the water curtain made of these droplets was absolutely beyond his current strength to withstand. He could not take it head-on. P.S. Please vote and save this. Chapter 44. The best strategy is to retreat. Moonstep. At this critical moment of life and death, Hemingway disregarded the consumption, and his soul power rapidly transformed into armed color domineering. A blinding golden light erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely, turning him into a golden figure. With the armed color domineering covering his whole body without considering consumption, Hemingway's attributes were greatly enhanced at this moment. His feet stepped into the air, and he instantly transformed into a streak of golden light, zipping through the air like lightning, scooping up the still-dazed Zhejian Pearl into his arms, and then stepping into the air again. Using the moon step, he finally evaded the overwhelming rain of water droplets that came crashing down. Unless one truly faced it, one could never comprehend the terror of a 100,000-year soul beast. Hemingway executed a series of moon steps, holding the still somewhat dazed purple pearl, continuously ascending into the sky. The golden light covering his entire body quickly dissipated. Just that one moment of coverage had consumed 1/20th of his soul power. It was evident that while the armed color hockey was strong, it also consumed soul power at a terrifying rate. Suspended in midair, Hemingway's gaze was firmly fixed on the enormous whale below, especially its single eye, which made his mouth twitch. His heart was filled with indescribable feelings. Such a massive size, along with that iconic single eye. Wasn't he that the Sea Devil Whale King? A nearly million-year-old super soul beast from the original Douluo. What kind of luck was this? Hemingway was almost in tears, drifting aimlessly in the ocean. As a result, he unexpectedly floated into the domain of the abyssal whale. His luck was really terrible, wasn't it? Was it really fate trying to take him down? Below, the deep-sea abyssal whale king, seeing that these two tiny insects had actually evaded its attack, seemed enraged. A massive blue light, over 5 meters in diameter, began to coalesce at the peak of its mountain-like head. The incredibly terrifying blue light only gathered for an instant, and the next moment, it was already shooting out, heading straight for Hemingway, who was holding the purple pearl. Hemingway could clearly feel that this blue light was the attack method that had previously surged from underwater, destroying the steel ship. Compared to the rain of light just now, this was the true means of attack of the deep-sea demon whale. The surrounding space suddenly became strange. Hemingway felt distinctly that although he was in the air at this moment, it was as if he were submerged in the ocean. The surrounding air displayed an odd rippling state, and the invisible resistance made him feel as if he were soaking in the deep sea. However, this ocean made of air possessed even greater resistance, an insurmountable force. It was a domain, Only the power of a domain could control the entire sky over such a vast area. This was the domain of the deep-sea demon whale king, a soul beast belonging to nearly 1,000,000 years of age. Even though Hemingway had moon step and could walk through the air, he found himself unable to escape quickly while within the domain. There was no possibility of dodging or catching his breath. That incredibly terrifying blue light had already soared into the sky. It was over. My life is at an end. Hemingway watched helplessly as the overwhelming blue light surged toward him, his soul power continuously transforming into armed color, domineering aura, golden light enveloping his entire body, trying to break free from the constraints of the domain. However, he found it to be futile. The gap in strength was simply too vast. As a mere soul master of over level 30, how could he possibly contend with a nearly 1,000,000-year-old super soul beast that could almost be called a demigod? Especially since this super soul beast was situated in the sea, taking full advantage of the terrain, maximizing the power of its domain. All these disadvantages left Hemingway utterly powerless against the deep-sea demon whale king. Even though his martial soul was the mermaid princess, known as Poseidon, capable of commanding sea soul beasts, in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength, how could an ant command an elephant? If only Hemingway's strength were a bit stronger today, he wouldn't dare to imagine being a title Douluo. Even being a soul Douluo would be sufficient. If his current strength were that of his soul Douluo, then once he activated his ability to control sea soul beasts, even if he couldn't control the deep-sea demon whale king's actions, at least he could eliminate its hostility, making this irritable monster let them go peacefully. It would never be like now, where his ability to command sea soul beasts felt completely useless, almost insulting the title of the Sea King. Is this how it ends? Bound by the domain and unable to move, Hemingway looked at the approaching, almost colorless destructive blue light, surprisingly feeling an inner calm. Time, in his perception at this moment, seemed to slow down immensely. Thump, thump. The sounds around him gradually faded away. At this moment, Hemingway could clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat, gradually quickening. The flow of blood throughout his body also starting to accelerate, as if his blood was beginning to boil. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat grew faster and faster. Hemingway felt as if something was stirring inside him, like a seed hidden in the soil about to break through the ground. The destructive blue light was getting closer. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat grew faster and faster. Staring intently at the blue light ahead, Hemingway sensed something awakening within him, just as he was about to reach the critical point. Roar! A brutal and frenzied roar suddenly interrupted his strange state. Hemingway was suddenly stunned, his racing heart instantly calming down. It was as if the feeling that something was about to awaken was just an illusion. He felt a sense of loss, as if he had missed some great opportunity. In the next moment, a deep-sea demon whale, surrounded by 8 soul rings and measuring several dozen meters in length, suddenly appeared before him, blocking the incoming destructive blue light. Boom! The terrifying destructive blue light struck the small deep-sea demon whale, causing it to instinctively let out a mournful cry and a roar of pain. Is this the true form of a martial soul? Hemingway was taken aback upon seeing this. Looking at the 8 soul rings surrounding the small deep-sea magic whale, he felt that this configuration seemed familiar. That's right. Isn't the soul ring configuration of that pirate leader just like this? Moreover, his martial soul is also the deep-sea magic whale. It turns out that this small deep-sea magic whale is indeed that pirate leader's. Hemingway quickly realized the identity of the small deep-sea demon whale in front of him. Kid, take my daughter and go. A voice conveyed to Hemingway's ear. Immediately afterwards, he saw the small deep-sea demon whale suddenly erupting with a terrifying blue light, its raging soul power fluctuations disrupting the surrounding area. The heavy burden on him vanished in an instant. Hemingway hesitated not at all, his entire body covered in golden light. Then, holding the gradually recovering purple pearl, he stepped into the void and transformed into a beam of golden light, fleeing into the distance. P.S. Please support with tickets and collections. The new book's data is really poor. Chapter 45, The Missing Thing. Under the condition of using armed color domineering to amplify himself without considering the cost, Hemingway's speed with the moon step was incredibly fast. He transformed into a beam of golden light and escaped a great distance in an instant. At this moment, the purple pearl he was holding had also completely awakened from her dizziness. She looked at the small deep-sea magic whale fighting a super giant deep-sea magic whale in the distance and exclaimed, "Dad," although it was called a battle. It was actually an exaggeration for the purple giant whale. In front of the 200-meter-long deep-sea magic whale king, the true form of the purple giant whale was simply like a baby. Any attack he made was inconsequential to the deep-sea magic whale king. On the other hand, a casual tail swipe from the deep-sea magic whale king could send him flying far away with a splash of water. The deep-sea magic whale king was just playing. It found the small deep-sea magic whale, transformed from the purple giant whale, quite amusing. So it temporarily entertained itself by playing with him. If it truly wanted to take his life, one hit would be enough. After all, the gap in strength between the two parties was simply too enormous. The purple giant whale could naturally sense this clearly, but he didn't care. As long as he could buy time for his daughter to escape, what did it matter if he sacrificed his life? Put me down. I want to help Dad. Seeing the small deep-sea magic whale being toyed with by the deep-sea magic whale king, the purple pearl struggled hard in Hemingway's arms, wanting to break free. Calm down. Hemingway tightly held her soft and delicate body, frowning as he said, "That is the deep-sea magic whale king, a super soul beast that is nearly a demigod and has lived for 1,000,000 years. It is absolutely beyond our strength to contend with. Even if your father joins us, it would still be like an ant trying to stop a chariot. Don't do something foolish." Zizenzu's struggling body stiffened, seemingly shocked by his words. Oh my god, 1,000,000-year soul beast? What kind of concept is that? Zizenzu didn't know. Even 100,000-year soul beast was a legendary existence for her, let alone a so-called 1,000,000-year soul beast. But so what? Could this be her reason for abandoning her father and running away? Let me go. Zizenzu's voice was cold, and a deep disappointment surged in her heart towards this man. Don't do something foolish. Hemingway temporarily halted his rapid steps, his feet still slowly hovering in the air, maintaining his position without falling. Looking at the girl in his arms, he sternly reprimanded, "Do you want your father's sacrifice to be in vain? Put me down." Zizenzu was not moved by his words. In her purple, beautiful eyes, there was a firm and resolute determination. Hemingway was taken aback by her gaze. From those eyes, he saw something that one would rather die than abandon. It seemed that what he lacked at that moment was precisely this thing. I understood. Hemingway, for some reason, did not persuade her further. He slowly released her, one hand still around her waist, while the other pressed on her shoulder. The soul power within him surged in without reservation, unblocking her meridians and dissolving the golden armor that sealed her dantian's soul power. With a loud bang, the soul power that had been coiled in her dantian erupted, instantly flooding her limbs. Feeling the surging soul power within her and the long-lost sense of physical strength, the purple pearl's beautiful eyes showed a hint of daze. But she quickly reacted. She fixed her gaze on his sea-blue eyes, as if wanting to engrave his shadow deep in her heart forever. "Thank you," the purple pearl said, then broke free from his hand, letting herself fall into the sea. At the same time, 3 soul rings began to appear around her body, and the phantom of a sea snake emerged, quickly merging into her body. Her form twisted slightly, making her seem softer, with a chill in her eyes and a layer of gray-blue scales appearing on her skin surface. "You should go. It's very dangerous here. I'm sorry about your father, but I can't just leave Dad behind and escape alone." The purple pearl did not look back at him as she fell into the sea. With a twist of her waist, a faint glow emerged around her, and she seemed to truly transform into a sea snake, swiftly swimming towards the battlefield ahead. Hemingway watched her figure swimming away into the distance, gritting his teeth. He turned and continued to use the moonwalk to escape. Yet for some reason, it felt as if a flame was burning fiercely inside him. Clearly, he had made the right decision at this moment, taking advantage of the deep-sea magic whale king being blocked by that pirate leader to escape quickly. After all, he had no ties to that pirate father and daughter. On the contrary, there was even a grudge to speak of. There was no need to risk his life for these two people. Moreover, even if he went back, it wouldn't change anything. It would only mean one more person would die. As a transmigrator, with a bright and beautiful future ahead, and deep-seated blood feuds yet to be avenged, how could he just die here in such a suffocating manner? Run, hurry, and escape. Like a coward. Bang! His hurried steps suddenly came to a halt. Hemingway stood in midair, slowly raising his head to gaze at the azure sky, and memories of his arrival in this world began to replay in his mind. He recalled the tireless care that Purple Pearl had given him while he was unconscious. His fists slowly clenched. Boom! A large splash of water mercilessly slammed against the body of the purple giant whale, leaving its dozens of meters long body battered and bruised. At that moment, The deep-sea demon whale king's remaining single eye was filled with mockery as it looked at the little deep-sea demon whale transformed from the purple giant whale, as if it were watching a toy for amusement. As for the fleeing Hemingway and Purple Pearl, it didn't care at all. After all, they couldn't escape. Once it was done playing with this toy, it would rise to chase them down and catch up quickly. In this vast ocean, how far could those two escape? No one had ever evaded its pursuit on the sea, except for that kid who wielded a trident and later became the sea god. Thinking of this, a shadow of gloom emerged in the deep-sea demon whale king's single eye. It had been many thousands of years since that kid, named Poseidon, became the sea god. It had been here for far too long, and the divine realm had eliminated the qualification for soul beasts to become gods. Even though its cultivation had already reached 1,000,000 years, granting it the qualification to become a god, it had always been unable to take that last step, always missing that insignificant little bit. But that insignificant little bit made all the difference in the world. The difference between mortals and gods. No matter how hard it tried, it could never become a god. Over time, the deep-sea demon whale king had also become somewhat disheartened and dejected. Usually, it would stay at the bottom of the sea, sleeping away the time, and it was quite boring. Originally, when it was awakened by 2 little bugs today, it had planned to just kill them off. Unexpectedly, a larger bug appeared shortly after and foolishly stepped forward to take a beating, which piqued its interest a bit. So it decided to play with it to pass the time. Chapter 46, Unbelievable. On the azure sea surface, the large and small deep-sea demon whales stirred up a raging ocean. However, it was obvious that the larger deep-sea demon whale was purely toying with the smaller one, as if treating it like a toy. The purple giant whale could only struggle desperately, barely defending against the mockery of the deep-sea demon whale in front of it. It knew that it was definitely not a match for this super soul beast and understood that once this soul beast was done playing, it would be its death. However, it didn't care. As long as it could buy a little more time for its daughter to escape, being toyed with was of no concern. Was this retribution? The purple giant whale bitterly smiled in its heart. It had roamed the sea for decades, not expecting that today would be its death. Perhaps there really is a sense of justice in the universe. This was its retribution coming. Forget it. The purple giant whale sighed. Allowing its daughter to escape was already a great fortune in its eyes. What more could it ask for? The immediate priority was to delay a little longer so that its daughter could run further away. However, soon, a melodious female voice from afar completely unsettled its heart. Daddy. The purple giant whale's heart was thrown into chaos, and it felt an indescribable panic rising. Why had she returned? Wasn't she supposed to run away with that kid? Damn it. The purple giant whale felt it had made a mistake. It hadn't expected that kid to be so unreliable, letting him take its daughter away. And now what are you back for? Hurry up and leave. The purple giant whale roared deeply from its throat while struggling against the mockery of the deep-sea demon whale king. I won't. Purple Pearl shook her head fiercely. Now that her father had fallen to this point, it was all her fault. So if she just ran away like this, she would never be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. She knew what the consequences of returning would be and understood that the wisest choice should be to flee immediately. But what makes a person human is the presence of emotions, joys, sorrows, and feelings. They are not mere machines that measure gains and losses. For Purple Pearl, compared to fleeing for survival, she would rather fight alongside her father. What if they died? Sometimes death is not the most terrifying thing. There are some things in the world that are more frightening than death. You are simply trying to drive me crazy. The purple giant whale looked at its willful daughter, nearly furious enough to have a heart attack. I risked my life to save you, and you foolish girl, actually came back. Are you trying to drive me to death? Hurry up. Get out of here. The purple giant whale's soul power erupted, and it began to stir the surrounding sea. The waves surged violently, and waves of spray rushed towards Purple Pearl, who was swimming from afar, pushing her back repeatedly to prevent her from getting close. But the determined girl still swam desperately towards them. This made the purple giant whale feel both heartbroken and helpless. Perhaps this was retribution. Heaven's retribution against him had simply come late. The deep-sea demon whale king watched with great interest the interaction between this father and daughter, then lightly flicked its tail. A terrifying tide accompanied by water droplets like rain poured down in overwhelming waves. It seemed to want to sweep this father and daughter away in one go. Damn it! The purple giant whale saw that the deep-sea demon whale seemed to be a bit bored with playing and dared not hold back any longer. It directly unleashed its most powerful soul skill. The 8th soul ring shone brightly. 8th soul skill, icebound for thousands of miles. The little deep-sea demon whale, transformed from the purple giant whale, took a deep breath, and its entire abdomen instantly swelled like a balloon. Then it opened its mouth wide without pause, and a blue light surged from its throat before erupting. Boom! A terrifying cold current spouted from the mouth of the purple giant whale. Wherever the cold current passed, whether it was the splashing waves or the incoming droplets, everything was instantly frozen into ice blocks. As for the deep-sea demon whale king facing this cold current, its massive body of over 200 meters was also instantly covered with a layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, the sea surface within a radius of over 1,000 meters was frozen into ice, except for the purple giant whale as the sole skills caster. Purple Pearl, who was too far away, was only affected and not trapped in ice. The sea surface beneath her feet turned into a thick layer of ice, but fortunately, she jumped up in time and was not wrapped underneath. After unleashing this powerful move, the purple giant whale had completely exhausted all its soul power, emanating a faint glow. Its massive body gradually shrank, finally transforming back from its martial soul form to that of a human. Huff, a middle-aged man, panting heavily and looking disheveled, stepped onto the frozen sea surface, gazing at the deep-sea demon whale encased in ice not far ahead. He muttered to himself, teetering on the edge of collapse. Did I succeed? With a face full of relief from surviving a calamity, even he found it unbelievable that his strongest move had truly frozen this 10,000-year soul beast. However, he did not know how long the ice would last, so he needed to escape quickly. The purple giant whale's heart felt something was off. How could this master of the Forbidden Zone, a rumored super soul beast, be so easily frozen by him? But at that moment, he was too lazy to think too much, or rather, he didn't dare to think. In any case, the urgent priority now was to leave this place as soon as possible. Fear could indeed lead to change. Daddy! At this moment, Zi Jinju finally ran over from a distance, and the sea surface within a radius of over 1,000 meters had turned into an ice layer, at least 10 meters thick, allowing her to run swiftly on it. You silly girl, the purple giant whale looked at his beloved daughter flying towards him, his face filled with helplessness. But in the end, he still indulgently stretched out his arms to catch his precious daughter. When she collided into his embrace, the purple giant whale, with his towering body, couldn't help but take 2 steps back, which showed how weak he was at that moment. Feeling his daughter's slightly trembling body in his arms, the purple giant whale fell into a daze. How long had it been since he last held his daughter? It seemed that since she turned 10, she hadn't acted so spoiled towards him. Be good. Daddy is fine. He gently held his daughter's relatively petite body. After experiencing this life and death crisis, the purple giant whale suddenly felt weary of life at sea. He realized that the fame and fortune he had pursued ultimately amounted to nothing. It would be better to lay down his armor and return to the fields, to leave the perilous sea with his daughter. They could find a quiet place on the mainland and start new life. Although their strength would be somewhat discounted on the mainland due to being soul masters, he was still a soul Douluo, and with his strength, he could protect his daughter and ensure she lived a safe life. There was no need to deliberately pursue any titles. In this world, having strength meant having everything. With his strength, no matter where he went, it would be enough for both father and daughter to live well. The purple giant whale finally understood. However, just at this touching moment of reunion after surviving a calamity, a loud explosion interrupted everything. Chapter 47. This kid's mind is broken. Boom! The ice layers shattered, and the deep-sea magic whale king, which had been frozen on the sea surface, gently moved its body, causing the surrounding ice to crack into pieces. The ice covering the deep-sea magic whale king was more than 5 meters thick, but for this ruler of the sea, this thickness was practically nothing. Just a slight movement of its body caused the ice that had sealed it to shatter completely. The purple giant whale and Zi Jinju were both dumbfounded. Who would have thought that just a moment ago it was frozen solid, seemingly out of danger, and the next second, everything returned to square one. The deadly crisis was still looming nearby. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. The purple giant whale shook his head with a bitter smile. In fact, he had long anticipated such a situation. After all, he had unleashed his 8th soul skill as a last-ditch effort, betting everything on the chance that a miracle might occur. As for defeating the deep-sea magic whale king, or temporarily freezing it, he hadn't even considered it. Because of this, when he saw it being frozen earlier, the purple giant whale felt that everything was somewhat dreamlike and unreal. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised by the deep-sea magic whale king's escape. It was just unfortunate for this child. So young, Yet she had to accompany this old man to perish in the sea, looking at his vibrant daughter. The purple giant whale couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. However, at this moment, he was also powerless to do anything due to his exhausted soul power. The deep-sea magic whale king looked at the pair of human father and daughter who were no longer putting up any resistance, and a hint of boredom appeared in its remaining eye. It had grown tired of playing. It was time to eliminate these two little bugs and then pursue that escaping little bug. The massive mouth of the whale slowly opened, revealing a gathering of blue light in its throat, which at first glance resembled the cold current breath that the purple giant whale had just released. The difference was that this breath did not contain any freezing intent. It was merely a destructive force mixed with soul power and water. The ice layer covering an area of over 1,000 meters created by the purple giant whale's powerful strike had displeased the deep-sea magic whale king. So it decided to use a bit more power to clear away the troublesome obstacles around it. The purple giant whale and Zhizhenju were merely collateral damage in this process. Buzz. The energy in the whale's wide-open mouth began to vibrate the air, producing a buzzing sound. Finally, when the energy accumulated in the deep-sea magic whale king's mouth reached a certain level, it swelled its abdomen and released it. Whoosh! The air howled. A blue beam of light erupted from the mouth of the deep-sea magic whale king, forcefully pushing away the surrounding air with an unmatched momentum. Magic whale breath. As the direct targets of this breath, the purple giant whale and Zhizhenju felt as if their vision was completely occupied by the blue light. Even before the beam arrived, a terrifying sense of oppression had already spread in all directions. The father and daughter could do nothing. The only thing they could do was stand still and silently await their demise. At this moment, looking at the water blue beam of light that almost filled her entire vision, Zhizhenju couldn't help but close her eyes in fear, waiting for her end. The experiences of her 18 years of life flashed through her mind like lightning, but unexpectedly. The most profound impression during her short life was that white-haired boy. Those clear and deep sea blue eyes seemed to contain endless stories waiting to be explored. Unfortunately, she would no longer have the chance. Am I really going to die? How could it be him? I hope he can escape in the end. In this final moment before death, Zhizhenju completely understood her feelings. It turned out that the white-haired boy, with whom she had only spent less than 2 months, had left such a deep and unforgettable impression on her. What a pity. I won't be able to see him again. I want to fall in love so much. I want to be by his side. Was this what they always said about the feeling of liking a man? Recalling the time spent with that boy, Zhizhenju couldn't help but reveal a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. After a long time, Zhizhenju suddenly felt something was amiss. Why had the terrifying sense of oppression around her disappeared? Could it be that she had actually died? And the destructive power of that breath was so strong that she felt no pain, and she was already in the afterlife. Holding on to such doubts, Zhizhenju slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was light, blinding white light. This dazzling brightness made her instinctively close her eyes again, but she found it strange. Wasn't the breaths light blue? Where did this white light come from? Could it be that she really was in the afterlife? Confused, Zhizhenju cautiously opened her eyes again. Just a slit, carefully examining the source of the white light, trying hard to see what it was. It seemed to be a blurry silhouette. Behind it extended a pair of beautiful and pure snow-white wings. Is this an angel? Zhizhenju couldn't help but think. However, as she gradually adapted to the light, the blurry silhouette became clearer, and her squinted eyes gradually opened wider, until she stood there in shock. Zhizhenju stared blankly at the familiar figure ahead, a figure that should have gone far away and would never return. She felt as if her heart was filled with a warm sensation, and an uncontrollable smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's him. He has come back. Purple Pearl couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Her once lifeless heart felt as if it had been infused with new life. A sense of indescribable security surged within her. Rationally, she knew that the return of this boy would only lead to their deaths together. However, when the boy stood resolutely in front of her at this most dangerous moment, she was overwhelmed with joy, as if everything would no longer be difficult as long as he was there. The fear of death in her heart had long been filled with another emotion. This kid actually came back again? The purple giant whale also stared in disbelief at the white-haired boy who was blocking the breath of the deep-sea demon whale king with outstretched hands, feeling somewhat unable to comprehend his thought process. Logically, he should have taken the opportunity to escape. Why come back to seek death? Could it be? The purple giant whale glanced at his precious daughter, whose purple eyes were dreamy as she gazed at the boy, thinking, could it be that this kid has taken a liking to my daughter? But this kid isn't smart enough. What use is it to come back at a time like this? With his strength, he's just another person to die. The more he thought about it, the more the purple giant whale felt that this kid must have lost his mind. Chapter 48, Awakening. Conqueror's Haki. A pair of swan-like white wings sprouted from the back of the white-haired boy, radiating a warm white light. This was the state of the phantom, white tiger, martial soul manifestation. At this moment, Hemingway extended his hands, with small cat-like pads bulging in his palms, firmly holding back the water blue breath that was 10 meters in diameter with his tiny body. The ability of the meatball fruit finally came into play at this moment. He firmly blocked the terrifying breath that was rushing toward him, preventing it from advancing even a bit. If his strength had been sufficient, he could have easily rebounded this breath. Unfortunately, limited by his own weak strength, just maintaining the stalemate had already exhausted nearly all his energy. The deep-sea demon whale king, which was expelling the destructive breath, looked at the small figure blocking its breath ahead, and a hint of surprise flashed in its remaining eye. Strange, too strange. Normally, the breath it expelled was composed of energy mixed with pure water essence. Even if blocked, the remaining energy would spray in all directions. How could it be stuck like this? It was as if the breath had turned into something tangible. This was truly strange. What allowed this breath to undergo such a change? The deep-sea demon whale king became a bit interested. Initially, this attack did not use much power, which is why Hemingway could barely block it. Now interested, it began to slowly increase the energy of the breath in its mouth. Want to see how long this self-important little bug could hold out? I'm definitely crazy. At this moment, Hemingway, who was struggling to withstand the increasingly terrifying breath of the deep-sea demon whale king, had only this thought in his mind, and he was becoming more and more certain that there was definitely something wrong with his head. Otherwise, why would he foolishly run over to block a fatal blow for this pirate father and daughter? There was no reason at all. He had no familial ties to them. On the contrary, they were enemies. Watching the father and daughter about to die under the breath of the whale, he should have observed coldly or even applauded without any sense of guilt. Instead, he foolishly ran over to block a fatal blow for them. To be honest, Hemingway himself didn't know what he was thinking. Why did he come back to seek death? He only knew that he could not bear to watch the girl die while he escaped to save himself. Humans are extremely impulsive beings, often driven by emotions. They do things that seem very irrational in normal circumstances. Undoubtedly, Hemingway's pride as a man prevented him from just watching the girl he had feelings for go to her death alone. After more than a month of being together, with Purple Pearl's meticulous care while he was unconscious, he had already developed a slight affection for her. If he watched the girl he liked go to die, what kind of man would he be? If he abandoned her and ran away, he would probably look down on himself. He would carry that burden in his heart for a lifetime. It would become his eternal demon. So he came, no longer caring about anything else. Following the guidance of his heart, he stood resolutely in front of Purple Pearl, blocking the destructive breath of the demon whale for her. Boom! The already terrifying water blue breath deepened in color. Hemingway, who was extending his hands to block it, could clearly feel the increasing power of the breath. His bones were creaking, and it was evident that the power of the breath was gradually exceeding his capacity. Once he could no longer hold on, the outcome was obvious. Everything would be reduced to ashes under this destructive breath. To be honest, feeling the power growing stronger and that he was gradually unable to endure it, with death approaching, was truly awful. Those with a slightly weaker psychological endurance might have given up at this point, directly surrendering to death. However, Hemingway's mind was clearer and calmer than ever, showing no fear of the impending death. Instead, there was a hint of relief. Is this it? Is this my end? He never expected that in the end. It would be you to conclude my life. He quietly stared ahead, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the water blue breath, seeing the deep-sea demon whale king that was filled with mockery in its single eye. Slowly, he closed his eyes. At this moment, all the memories of his past lives flashed through his mind like a slideshow. He recalled his previous life of mediocrity and isolation. In this life, he was born noble, with a mother who loved him dearly. But unfortunately, all that was beautiful vanished due to others' destruction. He went from a well-fed prince to being stranded on a deserted island. Wandering, helpless, and confused, Hemingway once again tasted the loneliness akin to his previous life. Yet this time, the blow was far greater than in his past life. After all, he had never gained anything in his past life, so how could he talk about loss? But in this life, he had gained and then lost. Finding himself alone on a deserted island, unable to feel a shred of warmth in this world. He truly sensed his powerlessness and the cruelty of the world. Hatred. He hated the jealous Star Luo Empress, and he hated the heartless Emperor. But most of all, he hated the weak and powerless version of himself. Suddenly, Hemingway opened his eyes, feeling as if an invisible force was awakening within him. This force supported him, allowing him to forget fear, forget death, and granting him unparalleled confidence and courage. Yes, he felt it. That force had been lurking deep within him all along, a unique light of the soul. However, after arriving in this unfamiliar world, stranded on a deserted island, the despair and helplessness of being lost and alone had covered his spirit with a thick layer of dust, obscuring that light. But now, under the immense terror of life and death, a glimmer finally pierced through the dust, gradually blooming into a faint radiance. How could I stop here? A spark of red ignited in his azure eyes, those beautiful eyes like the sea, slowly veiling themselves in a layer of blood, transforming from their originally clear and beautiful state into something dark and ominous. A beast dares to end my life. He had not avenged his great hatred. How could he die here in such a disgraceful manner, having crossed into this world, yet not even having had the chance to let his light shine? He was to die so suffocatingly in this remote land, like an ant, unable to stir a single wave in this world. I, Hemingway, refused to accept this. Rumbling. It was as if there were an invisible roar exploding in his ears. Hemingway looked ahead, as if something within him shattered at that moment, and an endless surge of power erupted from inside. Rays of light pierced through the dust that obscured the mind, and it felt as if his heart broke free from some restraint at that moment. A sense of natural, unrestrained beauty surged in his heart. I have a pearl, long confined by the toil of dust. Today, as the dust settles, the light is born, illuminating the mountains and rivers with countless blossoms. Chapter 49, Rebirth. Boom! The azure sky suddenly fell into darkness with a thunderous roar, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A terrifying pressure spread wildly in all directions. The once surging waves of the sea fell silent at that moment, and the entire demon whale sea area suddenly quieted down. It was as if it had plunged into eternal silence. The body of the deep-sea demon whale king remained stiff and motionless, and in the remaining single eye, an indescribable horror flickered. The purple giant whale and her daughter, the purple pearl, were also horrified, their faces pale as they gazed at that figure, as if witnessing the arrival of a true deity. As the root cause of all this anomaly, Hemingway's gaze was calm, and the blood-red hue in his dark and ominous eyes gradually faded, transforming into the deep blue beauty akin to the ocean. His emotionless gaze penetrated the blue breath of water, directly looking at the deep-sea demon whale king. With just one glance, an indescribable panic surged within the deep-sea demon whale king. It felt as if a pair of cold and indifferent eyes from the heavens were fixed upon it, like the gaze of a deity. This reminded the deep-sea demon whale king of the pain from the sea god's lost eye from 10,000 years ago. No, the feeling this human gave it was even more terrifying than the feeling the sea god had given it back then. It felt as if it were a small fish on a chopping board, with a great, indescribable deity slowly raising a divine knife to strike down upon it. No, I must escape. I cannot stay here any longer. The instinct to survive overtook all thoughts, and the deep-sea demon whale king was completely terrified at that moment. It didn't dare to linger any longer, closing its gaping mouth, cutting off the energy supply for the breath, and with a flick of its tail, its massive body instantly plunged into the sea with a thunderous crash, smashing through the ice layer. Without the continuous energy supply from the deep-sea demon whale king to increase the pressure, Hemingway felt his entire body suddenly relax, as if a long-stressed spring, and the massive breath he had touched was rebounded back by his palms. Boom! The rebounded breath shot into the distance, exploding far away. The explosion immediately caused the entire sea surface to become turbulent, with energy-induced gales blowing continuously. The fierce winds whipped his white hair, but could not budge his body even slightly. Instead, the purple giant whale and its daughter were pushed back repeatedly by the strong gusts. When the oncoming storm subsided, the father and daughter looked forward again, only to see that divine figure had now fallen to the ground. Unexpectedly, they were able to save their lives this time. A small boat without a cabin drifted on the sea. The purple giant whale stood at the bow, comparing the map while observing the surrounding wind direction. They had already left the demon whale sea area and arrived in a safe zone, filled with a sense of relief after surviving. However, this time, it was truly thanks to that kid. Recalling that figure that seemed to be a god, the purple giant whale still felt a deep sense of awe. At that moment, it no longer harbored any malice towards the boy. It even had no thoughts of opposing him. Such a person was destined not to be provoked by it. Turning around, it looked at the white-haired boy lying on the boat, watching as its daughter, using her knees as a pillow, stayed by his side caring for him, and couldn't help but twitch its mouth. The purple giant whale knew that its precious daughter's heart had completely been taken by this kid. When Hemingway woke up from his coma, it was already 3 days later. He had been unconscious for a full 3 days and nights. However, during these 3 days of unconsciousness, he underwent a silent and profound transformation. As soon as he opened his eyes, Hemingway would see the world very differently now. The deep-seated anxiety and uncertainty within him, the confusion and fear about the future, have all dissipated. He is no longer the person he once was. Where am I? Hemingway slowly propped himself up, his azure gaze calmly scanning the surroundings, and found that this was a beautifully decorated room. Clearly, his treatment was not that of a prisoner. On the contrary, it seemed he was still a guest of honor. He remembered how he had used his conqueror's haki to intimidate the sea devil whale king, causing the beast to flee in panic. It was because of the initial activation of his conqueror's haki that he had exhausted himself and fainted. Before losing consciousness, he had thought that when he woke up again, he would be in some cage or perhaps in a prison. However, it seemed that the pirate father and daughter had no malicious intentions towards him while he was unconscious. Creak! The door suddenly opened. A girl with long purple hair and beautiful purple eyes, with skin as white as jade and an extraordinarily lovely appearance, walked in holding a basin of water. When she saw the boy sitting on the bed staring at her, she couldn't help but let go of the basin she was holding, which fell and made a clattering sound, splashing water everywhere. You're awake. The purple pearl looked at him excitedly. He had been in a coma for 3 whole days since that day, seemingly in a state of deep slumber. She was so scared that she thought he would never wake up. Where's this place? Hemingway slowly lifted the blanket and stood up. At this moment, he was only wearing a pair of boxer shorts, his muscular body fully exposed. This is Magic Whale Island, my home. Jinju looked at him, unashamedly revealing his body, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn slightly red. She instinctively averted her gaze and said softly, "You've been unconscious for 3 days." Really? Hemingway was not surprised to hear that he had been unconscious for 3 days. He just looked at her with a hint of curiosity and said, "But you have exceeded my expectations. During the time I was unconscious and completely defenseless, you didn't send me off to claim a reward?" Listening to his words, which she couldn't tell were laced with sarcasm, Zijin couldn't help but puff out her cheeks slightly, feeling a bit annoyed as she replied, "Although we are pirates, we won't repay kindness with enmity. You saved our lives, and no matter what, our sea monster pirate group will no longer harm you." Pirates actually talk like this? Are you kidding me? Looking at the overly innocent purple-haired girl, Hemingway thought for a moment, but still didn't say the words out loud. After all, it would be too hurtful. He could tell that the girl in front of him had developed some feelings for him, and facing such a girl, he couldn't bear to shatter her worldview, making her understand the world's dangers and the ugliness of human nature. Sometimes it's hard to be confused in life. So, Hemingway changed the subject and said, "By the way, we've known each other for so long, but I still don't know your name." Upon hearing this, the purple-haired girl looked at him with her equally purple eyes and said with a complex expression, "My name is Purple Pearl. Remember it, young man. You must never forget." Chapter 50, Awakening of the King. Purple Pearl. When he heard the girl's name, Hemingway was finally a bit surprised. He scrutinized the girl in front of him, looking at her beautiful and delicate features, her charming and heroic aura, and couldn't help but ask, "Your name is Purple Pearl? What is your martial soul? Isn't Purple Pearl the female pirate that Tang San and the others encountered when they came to the sea for the sea god 9 trials in the original story?" At the time of her appearance, Purple Pearl was already in her 30s, so according to the current timeline, this girl in front of him could really be the same Purple Pearl from the original story. But that doesn't make sense. If this girl is really the Purple Pearl from the original story, how could she end up in such a miserable state despite having a father with soul master-level strength? The daughter of the great pirate king ended up only occupying a small island, and being a small pirate, stirring up trouble? How did she end up in such a situation? Yes, my name is Purple Pearl, and my martial soul is the sea snake inherited from my mother. Purple Pearl looked at his surprised expression, somewhat puzzled. "Why are you so surprised? Is there something wrong with my name?" "All right, it's confirmed. This woman is definitely the purple pearl from the original story. After Hemingway received her affirmative confirmation, he understood in his heart that this woman was undoubtedly the purple pearl from the original work. After all, with their similar ages and physical features, it was hard to believe it was just a coincidence. As for why she later fell to the point of becoming a small pirate in the original work, Hemingway speculated that perhaps her father encountered some problems and lost his support, leading her to such poverty. After all, if she were still the daughter of the pirate king, how could she end up occupying a small island as an ordinary pirate? Not to mention, with her father's reputation, she certainly wouldn't be obscure in the original work. In a somewhat dimly lit conference room, the purple giant whale sat at the head of the table, with only a few shining gems on the surrounding walls emitting a soft glow, preventing the room from falling into complete darkness. Below were a dozen seats, occupied by men and women of various ages, the youngest being a strong middle-aged man, and the oldest an elderly man with thinning hair and wrinkled skin. Without exception, all these people were at the soul sage level. They were the leaders of various subgroups within the Magic Whale pirate group. Only soul sage level leaders were qualified to sit here. Those below soul sage level were not allowed in this conference room. Captain, since we've captured Dai Yuhao, when will we hand him over to the Star Luo Empire? A middle-aged soul sage asked eagerly, a hint of greed in his eyes. He dared not think of soul bones and soul rings, but once the captain handed Dai Yuhao over, they could follow the boss to the Star Luo Empire to enjoy noble privileges. Yes, Captain, it's been 3 days. It's time to hand Dai Yuhao over to the Star Luo Empire. If we delay any longer, it could lead to unforeseen changes, said a middle-aged man with a sharp face. He was eager to go enjoy life in the Star Luo Empire. He didn't want to remain a pirate any longer. Captain, Captain, the other soul sages also chimed in, their greed evident. Meanwhile, the purple giant whale sat in silence, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought, not participating in the discussions below. When the soul sages gradually stopped talking, feeling bored, the purple giant whale slowly opened his eyes. His oppressive gaze swept over the soul sages below, causing some who had been harboring ulterior motives to feel a chill in their hearts. No one dared to speak. They all fixed their eyes on their boss, waiting for him to say something. At that moment, they recalled the title of the Pirate King, which was not just for show, but earned through true strength in battle, recognized and endorsed by all pirates. I have my own plans regarding Dai Yuhao. The purple giant whale finally spoke, his gaze piercing through the crowd. To his surprise, upon hearing this, many soul sages became unsettled. Boss, do you intend to keep him for yourself? A soul sage exclaimed, and suddenly, the entire conference room fell silent. Many soul sages' eyes flickered, clearly plotting something. The purple giant whale's expression darkened, and behind him, a phantom of a deep-sea magic whale emerged. 8 soul rings appeared around him, and a terrifying pressure immediately filled the conference room, chilling the hearts of many soul sages who had been flickering with greed. At this moment, they recalled their top boss. The title of Pirate King was not a mere boast. It was earned through real battles, subsequently acknowledged by all pirates. His strength was unquestionable. Seeing the flickering eyes of his subordinates, the purple giant whale knew they had developed second thoughts. If he insisted on not handing Dai Yuhao over to the Star Luo Empire, these people would not hesitate to inform the Empire and collude against him. He never thought highly of their loyalty. After all, those who came to be pirates were not necessarily good people. Betrayal and repaying kindness with enmity were common occurrences. The purple giant whale was able to suppress these desperate men primarily due to his formidable strength. If he showed even a hint of weakness, these seemingly loyal brothers would not hesitate to strike him when he was down. Now, he appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually feeling a bit of a headache inside. If he had known, he would not have returned to Magic Whale Island. Otherwise, the news of Dai Yuhao being in his hands would not have leaked out. Now he was surrounded by a large group of brothers. And while he was reluctant to hand Dai Yuhao over to the Star Luo Empire for benefits, he found himself in a bind. After all, setting aside the fact that Hemingway had frightened the deep-sea Magic Whale King at the last moment, saving both of their lives, his daughter was already deeply infatuated with that boy. It was clear that this boy was not to be touched. If he acted against him, his daughter would surely turn against him. Of course, aside from the above reasons, the most important reason was that the purple giant whale was truly intimidated by Hemingway. The aura that felt as if a true god had descended made him deeply understand that this young man was definitely not an ordinary person. If he were to become an enemy of him, the outcome would certainly not be good. Those who had not witnessed that scene could not even begin to imagine how terrifying that young man's aura was. Even the deep-sea magic whale king had been scared into a panicked escape. At this point, whenever the purple giant whale thought of Hemingway, he could not muster even a hint of hostility against him. That man was just too terrifying. Just when the scene had reached a deadlock, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Instantly, everyone present instinctively showed anger on their faces, glaring fiercely at the entrance, wanting to see which unwise individual dared to interrupt their meeting. Hadn't they been told not to disturb them during the meeting, no matter what happened? As the door slowly opened, blinding sunlight streamed in, causing everyone who had adapted to the dimness of the conference room to squint their eyes instinctively. They could only vaguely see the figure at the entrance through the dazzling light. When everyone finally adjusted to the light and clearly saw the person who had entered, they collectively gasped in shock. Chapter 51. Subjugation. Stepping onto the path of a king. There are some people who seem to have the word strong etched on their faces from birth. There are some people who seem to be born as kings. Just by gazing at that imposing face, one can feel an inexplicable shock. There are some people who seem to do nothing at all, yet just standing there, they constantly exude an earth-shattering aura. When they finally recognized the person who opened the door, the entire conference room fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Everyone quieted down, staring in shock at the figure at the door, almost losing the ability to speak. Hemingway opened the door and walked in. Looking at the dazed and shocked faces in the conference room, his azure eyes were as calm as water, seemingly unfazed by their reactions. It was as if their exaggerated demeanor was perfectly natural. "I heard you were discussing how to deal with me," he said, surveying the surroundings with a flat tone. Even faced with more than a dozen soul saints and a soul Douluo whose intentions towards him were unclear, Hemingway's expression remained very calm, showing no signs of panic and exuding composure. After awakening his conqueror's haki, his mindset had completely transformed. If he was once just an ordinary person with power, now he truly possessed the heart of a strong man, a kingly aura that looked down on the world and the clouds. Originally, he was merely a hollow shell, truly empty inside, akin to someone who was unworthy of their position. But now, having awakened the conqueror's haki, he had become genuinely consistent inside and out. Every move he made radiated a magnificent aura. Just based on his presence, he overwhelmed the morale of all the soul saints present. Even the purple giant whale felt an inexplicable shock when looking at the white-haired boy. He could sense that this boy was no longer the same as before. The aura of a king. Yes, a king. Not merely the superficial pressure of a powerful person, but an innate nobility and an inherent solemnity of a superior being. That unique majesty belonging to a king, the aura that commanded respect without anger, made the purple giant whale feel as if he were facing an unparalleled true king when looking at this mere 12-year-old boy. He even felt an impulse to kneel and bow immediately. Bang! Suddenly, a soul saint collapsed to the ground without warning. Following that, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Bang! 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 The soul saints, who had been clamoring just moments ago, all rolled their eyes and collapsed one by one. What is going on? What did he do? Looking at his subordinates, who collapsed without warning, and the purple giant whale, who was desperately trying to suppress the urge to kneel, was suddenly filled with surprise, as if witnessing something incredible. Sorry, it seems my aura slipped a bit. Seeing the purple giant whale still struggling to hold on, the white-haired boy smiled lightly, his tone calm and unhurried. It seems your subordinates lack psychological resilience. Now that he had awakened the conqueror's haki, Hemingway had become a man who truly radiated the aura of a king. The soul saints had been intimidated by the aura he naturally emitted, which had greatly stimulated their spirits. Suddenly unable to bear it, they fainted. This was not related to the strength of their abilities, but rather to their will and spirit. Even a powerful being like the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king could only flee in panic under his haki. Clearly, with just a flick of its tail, Hemingway would have been turned into a pulp, yet it lacked the courage to strike. This is the power of conqueror's haki. Anyone with weak psychological qualities who attempts to act against him will naturally be intimidated by his overwhelming aura. Fainting is the least of it. In severe cases, they might even be scared into a stupor or left with a psychological shadow, feeling no resistance at all whenever they think of him. And clearly, the purple giant whale was intimidated by his haki, leaving it with a psychological shadow. Now, a mere soul, Douluo saw him and acted like a mouse encountering a cat, feeling incredibly cowardly inside. What do you want? The purple giant whale asked with a bitter smile, looking defeated. It was evident he had come with a purpose, and the intimidating first impression made it clear this was not a good sign. How much do you know about my background? Hemingway suddenly asked this seemingly unrelated question. I know you were the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, possessing twin martial souls. The purple giant whale replied honestly. Then do you know why? As the second prince, I am wanted by the Star Luo Empire. At this point, Hemingway's eyes darkened, and there was a hint of depth in his aura. I do not know. The purple giant whale shook his head, replying, as pirates, we only care about the benefits we can obtain and do not delve into the truths. The more one knows, the quicker they die. You're quite a smart person. Hemingway shook his head with a faint smile. Then his expression turned solemn. Looking at him, he slowly said, I'm not afraid to tell you that I have a deep-seated grudge against the Star Luo Empire. In the future, I will surely destroy the Star Luo Empire, so I need to build a force that can stand against the Empire. Upon hearing this, the purple giant whale immediately understood what Hemingway meant. He was clearly asking if he wanted to be a subordinate who would brave fire and water for him. To put it more elegantly, submit or die. A bitter smile appeared on the purple giant whale's face. Did he even have a choice between life and death? Moreover, following this man might not be a bad thing after all. Looking at this white-haired youth who spoke of destroying the Star Luo Empire with only empty words, ordinary people might find it absurd, even laugh at him for being foolish and dreaming in broad daylight. However, in the eyes of the purple giant whale, what this young man wanted to achieve in the future might not be impossible. As for why he had such trust, the purple giant whale did not know. He just felt inexplicably confident in this youth, always thinking that the other party would surely rise to greatness in the future. Since that was the case, the answer was already obvious. Slowly standing up from his seat, the purple giant whale took a few steps forward, coming to kneel before Hemingway, resembling a mountain of gold toppling over. I pay my respects to my lord. I submit. The dignified soldat, the pirate king who had roamed the seas for decades, thus knelt at the feet of a 12-year-old boy. With this, Hemingway began his first step in conquering the seas. He had gained his first force, and his imperial ambitions had begun. Chapter 52, Sudden Enlightenment. Magic Whale Island. In a hidden prison somewhere. At this moment, there were more than a dozen prisoners bound to crosses, unable to move. Hemingway, led by the purple giant whale, arrived here and nodded at these individuals. Then he turned to the purple giant whale beside him and said, You all can leave now. Yes. Although the purple giant whale was curious about what he intended to do, he knew that knowing too much as a subordinate often led to a quick death. So he didn't ask further questions, only leading his attendants out of the prison and slowly closing the door. At this moment, Hemingway was the only one left free to move in the entire prison. He looked at the dozen or so pirates tied to the crosses, observing their terrified expressions. His heart was calm, for these individuals were not good people. They were all ruthless pirates, imprisoned by the purple giant whale due to their crimes, waiting for their fate. Now, they would serve as experimental subjects, a recycling of waste. After subduing the magic whale pirate crew, Hemingway had now preliminarily established his own force. The next step was to find a way to strengthen it, so he planned to use the ability of the meatball fruit to artificially create some twin martial soul geniuses. Unfortunately, these pirates had become his experimental subjects. After all, he had never done such a thing before and needed to experiment on some people first. They would serve as his guinea pigs. Just sleep for now, he said to the dozen or so terrified pirates who were wide-eyed and struggling. After saying this, he waved his hand casually. Dozens of golden lights flew out and landed on the foreheads of several individuals, causing them to roll their eyes and faint. Next, he needed to ensure that these people wouldn't cause significant obstacles if they were awake and uncooperative. So, for safety's sake, it was better to render them unconscious. After making these dozen or so pirates faint, Hemingway looked over the crowd and finally chose a young man in his 20s to be the first test subject. He walked a short distance in front of the person, focused his gaze, and activated the ability of the meatball fruit. Suddenly, everything he saw before him transformed into a swirl of colorful hues, complex and intricate, exceptionally profound and difficult to understand. Martial soul. Hemingway silently muttered a phrase in his heart. Suddenly, in his eyes, among the vibrant colors transformed by the young man before him, a white light stood out prominently. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that it was a small white fish. This was precisely the young man's martial soul. Hemingway slowly extended his right hand, the palm swelling with a cat-like pad, and gently patted the young man. A bubble instantly bounced off the young man, floating in the air. Inside this bubble, there was a phantom of a small white fish. It was evident that the young man's martial spirit had been bounced out by Hemingway using the meatball fruit. Hemingway reached out, and the bubble containing the small white fish slowly floated over, landing in his palm. After casually glancing at it a few times, he shifted his gaze to several other pirates. He ultimately chose a middle-aged pirate. In his eyes, the middle-aged pirate's martial soul was a fishing rod. Clearly, it was a tool martial soul, which was the exact opposite of this dual martial soul. Hemingway held the bubble in his hand and slowly pressed the little white fish spirit onto the chest of the middle-aged pirate. The bubble gradually merged into his body. It worked. Hemingway's face just showed a hint of joy, but the next scene caused his expression to freeze. In his eyes, the small white fish martial soul that had merged with the pirate's body was actually clashing violently with the fishing rod martial soul within him, causing both sides to repel each other. The middle-aged pirate, who was in a state of unconsciousness, showed a painful expression on his face, his whole body convulsing as if he were experiencing immense suffering. What was happening? Hemingway stared intently at the two martial souls, observing their differences, wanted to know why they conflicted and repelled each other. The conflict between the two martial souls became increasingly intense over time. It was as if they were incompatible elements, destined to coexist only one. They wore each other down, fighting until they ultimately perished together. Bang! Although there was no sound, Hemingway, who was observing closely, seemed to hear such a sound, because under his watchful gaze, the two martial souls ultimately shattered. They exploded. The pirate, who was in a coma, also stopped convulsing, but his entire being seemed to have lost all vitality. He suddenly became extremely weak, his face as pale as a corpse. Indeed, creating a twin martial soul was not that easy. Fortunately, I experimented with someone first, having observed the entire process. Hemingway vaguely understood why the two martial souls conflicted and eventually exploded. The reasoning was quite simple. Their attributes were incompatible, making coexistence impossible. It was like water and fire, opposing properties that could never merge into one. But what if there were two martial souls with the same attributes? Could they coexist? Hemingway thought for a moment, his gaze wandering over a group of more than 10 people, finally locking onto a teenager. This boy's martial soul was also a small white fish. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and effortlessly unleashed his martial soul with a clap. Holding the martial soul in his hands, he approached another young man. This young man's martial soul was a black fish, which appeared to be much stronger than the small white fish. Hemingway did not hesitate to press the small white fish martial soul into the body of the young man. He then immediately widened his eyes and carefully observed the reaction of the martial souls within him. The two martial souls began to clash. However, at this moment, the black fish martial soul within the young man clearly had the upper hand, forcing the small white fish martial soul to curl up, almost without any resistance. It was quickly worn down and ultimately absorbed by the black fish martial soul. After absorbing the small white fish martial soul, the black fish martial soul visibly grew stronger, with some white stripes appearing on its body, clearly having absorbed some of the advantages of the small white fish. So that's how it is. This time, the disparity in strength was too great, but it turns out it could be done this way. After devouring the small white fish martial soul, the black fish martial soul clearly gained enhancement. In that case, I actually don't need to be fixated on having dual martial souls. I can directly strengthen the martial soul using this method. Hemingway nodded repeatedly, while also realizing he had fallen into a cognitive trap. He had only seen the advantages of dual martial souls, but had overlooked their disadvantages. One must know that dual martial souls can indeed conflict, especially when additional soul rings are added later. The conflict will become increasingly severe. If one cannot suppress the conflict between martial souls, the chance of exploding and dying would be very high. Therefore, his previous idea of creating a dual martial soul or even a triple martial soul genius was completely unrealistic. After all, not everyone is a genius like Tang San or BB Dong, capable of mastering dual martial souls. For ordinary people, having dual martial souls is definitely not a good thing. The greatest possibility is being unable to suppress the conflict between the two martial souls, leading to an explosive death. The original text recorded that before Tang San and BB Dong, there was another dual martial soul owner who exploded and died during cultivation, never having the chance to leave behind his legend before perishing. From this, it is evident that mastering two martial souls is not so easy, nor could just anyone do it. Even if one could, the resources spent would not be worth the cost. It would be better to have just one martial soul, as he could help them strengthen their martial souls and improve their qualifications, ultimately enhancing them to the level of top martial souls that rival the Haotian Hammer and Angel martial souls. To deliberately pursue dual martial souls would instead be a disadvantage. Chapter 53. Unexpected Product. Let's conduct more experiments and collect some data. Hemingway turned his attention to the remaining dozen or so people and continued his experiment. After some efforts, Hemingway obtained the following data. First, there are twin martial souls, which are very difficult to coexist. A person can only possess one martial soul. The chances of having two martial souls existing simultaneously are extremely low. A delicate balance must be achieved for the two martial souls to coexist. Moreover, even if one manages to possess twin martial souls during the process of coexisting, as the martial souls cultivate and soul rings are added, intense conflicts can easily arise. Therefore, creating twin martial souls is not advisable. Not just anyone can manage twin martial souls. It must be someone who is lucky, talented, and has strong willpower, a genius, who can bear the burden of twin martial souls. However, such individuals are rare. Secondly, for martial soul to upgrade by devouring other martial souls, certain rules must be mastered. The attributes and types of the martial souls cannot differ too much. For example, if one is water attribute and the other is fire attribute, even if one successfully devours the other in the end, the benefits will be minimal. After all, attributes counter each other, and situations where they can coexist are very rare. Of course, nothing is absolute. If they can coexist, they will become exceptionally powerful. As for types, for instance, if one is a weapon martial soul and the other is a beast martial soul, even after devouring, there won't be significant benefits. It might even lead to the degradation of the martial soul. There is also a possibility of unknown mutations occurring, making it stronger, but such cases are very rare and considered exceptions. In short, if one wants to devour martial souls, various aspects must be taken into consideration. Not every martial soul can be casually devoured and fused. If done recklessly, it could lead to unpredictable and serious consequences. In the following period of time, Hemingway gradually conducted experiments with hundreds of people for comparison and collected data. Finally, he gained some insights into the upgraded transformation of martial souls. After ensuring that there would be no more issues, he could officially use it to cultivate his subordinates. First, the purple giant whale would serve as the first beneficiary of the martial soul transformation. Hemingway asked him to find a dozen people with whale-type spirit souls, and then he extracted their spirit souls one by one. After a favorable combination, they slowly merged into his body. Due to the fact that the purple giant whale's spirit soul, the deep-sea demon whale, is a top-tier spirit, these whale-type spirit souls were easily devoured. This greatly enhanced the foundation of his spirit soul. Originally, because of internal injuries and poor soul ring configuration, despite having a top-tier spirit, he had no hope of becoming a titled Douluo for life. However, after merging and devouring more than a dozen similar whale spirit souls, his aptitude improved. Finally, there was a possibility of becoming a titled Douluo. This made him so excited that he almost teared up, and his loyalty to Hemingway increased once again. However, at this point, the purple giant whale had also reached its limit. Merging new spirit souls was no longer useful, because its spirit soul itself was of a very high level, and breaking through the limit was not that simple. Unless it could devour a spirit soul of the same level, otherwise, no matter how many lower-level spirit souls there were, they could not cause a qualitative change through quantitative change. After the purple giant whale, it was the purple pearl. Her spirit soul was a sea snake, and she did not inherit her father's deep-sea demon whale spirit. The sea snake's spirit soul originated from her mother, and to be honest, was not considered an excellent spirit. It could only be classified as slightly above average. The reason she has her current strength is largely due to her father, a soul Douluo, who has been nurturing her since childhood. If nothing unexpected happens, reaching the level of soul Douluo in her lifetime would be a great achievement. In fact, if her soul ring configuration is poor and affects her foundation, she may not even reach soul Douluo. This shows that having a strong backing really helps one thrive. Hemingway was naturally unreserved in his treatment of this girl, whom he had quite an affection for. In fact, the weak nature of the martial spirit itself represented better malleability, offering more possibilities and the potential to evolve in unknown directions. Therefore, after precise calculations, Hemingway collected 38 types of snake martial spirits. and then integrated them into her body one by one, while constantly observing her changes to prevent any accidents. Fortunately, after all 38 types of snake martial spirits were integrated, the purple pearl, which had absorbed such a vast amount of snake martial spirit essence, underwent a tremendous transformation from its original sea snake martial spirit. This change was undoubtedly beneficial, even exceeding Hemingway's expectations. He was shocked as he looked at the enormous figure surrounding the purple pearl, feeling as if he had concocted something extraordinary. Undoubtedly, the sea snake that had absorbed 38 types of snake martial spirits was still a snake, but it had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Hydra. Hemingway instinctively muttered the name upon seeing the purple pearl's new martial spirit. What Hydra? The purple pearl, who was joyfully sensing her transformation, asked curiously. No, it's nothing. Coming back to his senses, Hemingway shook his head, indicating he had no intention of explaining. He only called it Hydra because the purple pearl's current martial spirit resembled the legendary monster from Greek mythology. Surrounding the purple pearl's body was a gigantic snake over 30 meters long, with 9 heads. This appearance was unmistakably reminiscent of the legendary 9-headed serpent, Hydra. The purple pearl's sea snake martial spirit had transformed into a 9-headed serpent martial spirit. There was no doubt that this was a top-tier martial spirit that rivaled the likes of the Haotian hammer and the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirits. What abilities does your 9-headed serpent martial spirit possess now? How does it differ from the original martial spirit? Hemingway asked eagerly. He felt as if he had accidentally created an extraordinary martial spirit. Such a situation was incredibly rare, and he had a premonition that it would be almost impossible for him to accidentally create another top-tier martial spirit like this in the future. The purple pearl situation was purely a special case, with the element of surprise and luck playing a significant role. The 38 snake martial spirits had caused a favorable mutation with her original martial spirit, resulting in this monster. The purple pearl, hearing his inquiry, did not respond. She simply closed her eyes gently and began to communicate with her new martial spirit. After a moment, when she reopened her eyes, her face was filled with joy as she exclaimed to Hemingway, "My martial spirit has become so powerful now. Each of the 9 heads has its own ability, and my physical attributes have greatly improved. Oh, I don't even know how to explain it to you. Why don't we have a spar?" Seeing the girl eager to give it a try, Hemingway knew she was getting a bit carried away, her confidence soaring due to the evolution of her martial spirit. She probably wanted to seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Really, how could she come up with such an absurd idea? Did the evolution of her martial spirit really give her that much confidence? At that moment, Hemingway's own interest was piqued, so he decided to indulge her, nodding and saying, "All right, let me personally test what kind of monster I have created." Chapter 54. Don't think you can shake me off. On a remote shore of Demon Whale Island, Hemingway and Purple Pearl faced off from a distance. He waved at the girl across from him and said with interest, "Come at me with all you've got. Just watch." Purple Pearl seemed to be angered by his dismissive attitude. She then summoned her brand new martial soul. A massive phantom of a 9-headed serpent appeared. The phantom gradually solidified, ultimately transforming into a tangible existence. Its entire body exhibited a deep blue color akin to the ocean, with each of the 9 serpent heads adorned with scales of different colors forming patterns, looking strangely enchanting. The gigantic 9-headed serpent, over 30 meters long, coiled in a circle, firmly surrounding and protecting Purple Pearl as its main body. With the serpent coiled in place, the 9 long serpent heads coldly stared at Hemingway. Suddenly, the central serpent head's eyes lit up with a red glow. Hemingway's instinct for danger prompted him to raise his hand without hesitation, and a golden-armed color hockey instantly manifested, forming a massive shield in front of him. Buzz! The golden shield suddenly emitted a violent buzzing sound. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the front end of the shield had part of the armed color suddenly turned into a grayish-white substance. This is the ability of petrification. Hemingway was a bit surprised, but showed no signs of panic. He simply intensified the infusion of armament color, and then, with a clang of metal against metal, the petrified part of the armament color was discarded, falling from the shield to the ground. "Do each of the 9 heads possess a unique ability?" he murmured, then looked at the Hydra across from him, which had not pursued after delivering an attack, and said, "Show me any abilities you have. Let me see to what extent you can reach now." To his surprise, all 9 heads of the Hydra nodded gently in unison. Clearly, this martial soul was controlled by the consciousness of the Purple Pearl rather than having its own self-awareness. "Come on, Hemingway raised the golden shield formed from armed color and shouted loudly. As soon as his voice fell, the nine-headed giant snake began to launch attacks on him in turn. Subsequently, a variety of attacks came crashing down. Some snake heads opened their mouths wide, exhaling a chilling breath that encased his shield in ice. Other snake heads spewed fierce flames, seemingly capable of burning everything. Some snake heads had fangs, shooting 2 streams of venom from their fangs. After all 9 heads of the Hydra unleashed their abilities in succession, the place where Hemingway stood was already in ruins, with traces of frost, fire burns, and corrosive toxins evident everywhere. The abilities were clearly very diverse, some even conflicting with each other, yet they perfectly fused together on a single martial spirit. It was truly incredible. Hemingway looked in awe at the giant Hydra, as if gazing upon a rare treasure. He was utterly surprised, never expecting that by sheer accident. He had created such a monster. The 9 heads of the Hydra each represented a different ability, with each head possessing a unique power: venom, flames, ice, rapid regeneration, corrosive acid, curses, misty form, petrification, and healing. These 9 abilities included control, strong offense, support, and healing, covering almost every aspect. From the perspective of soul masters in this world, it was simply a perfect martial soul. The combination of these 9 abilities had almost no weaknesses. It could serve as support, strong offense, and control, essentially making one person equivalent to an entire team. Especially with 9 heads, the 9 abilities could be used simultaneously, making it 1 against 9 for her opponents. It was incredibly unfair. No wonder Purple Pearl was bursting with confidence, thinking she could defeat him. Moreover, these 9 abilities were innate talents of the martial soul itself, not skills granted by soul rings. Therefore, as she gained more soul rings, Purple Pearl's abilities might undergo even more bizarre changes, potentially acquiring even more powers. Just thinking about it made her future seem limitless. How about that? Am I impressive? After retracting her martial soul, Purple Pearl's face showed signs of fatigue. She had unleashed all 9 abilities in succession, testing their effects, and each ability had been pushed to its maximum output, which took a significant toll on her. Not bad. The future ultimate Douluo is promising. If she were to gain the favor of the gods, becoming a deity might not be out of reach. Seeing her clearly exhausted yet still forcing herself to maintain her spirits, Hemingway's gaze softened, and he generously offered his praise. His words were not empty flattery, but a statement of fact. With Purple Pearl's current talent, she truly possessed the potential to become a deity. He never expected that he had inadvertently created a martial soul with the potential for divinity. Or perhaps it was just that Purple Pearl was exceptionally lucky to encounter an extremely rare beneficial mutation. If Hemingway wanted to replicate an example like the Purple Pearl, it would probably be impossible. There are too few examples of such beneficial mutations, and the odds are almost like playing the lottery. Unless in the future his strength becomes greater, strong enough to perceive deeper concepts and truly glimpse the essence of martial souls, then he could naturally turn such beneficial mutations into the norm. But for now, he can only rely on luck. It is impossible to mass-produce top-level martial souls. Upon hearing Hemingway say that he could become an ultimate Douluo in the future and even have the possibility of becoming a deity, a smile appeared on the delicate face of the Purple Pearl, and then she looked at him with some anticipation and said, "Can I go with you to Sea God Island?" Hemingway was taken aback by her words. He looked into the girl's expectant eyes and finally understood why her emotions had been so high earlier. It turned out she wanted to go to Sea God Island with him. Not long ago, he had asked the purple giant whale, and, as expected, it indeed knew the location of Sea God Island. He immediately decided that after he finished handling his current affairs, he would set off for Sea God Island to participate in the divine examination. From the original text, it was clear that many places that were excellent for honing the body and enhancing strength. Moreover, the rewards of the divine examination were simply too tempting. He had never considered the Sea God S9 trials, but he believed that with his own qualifications, he could at least manage to pass the black level assessment, and there was even a possibility of passing the red level assessment. At that time, the rewards from the divine exam would definitely allow his strength to increase significantly, and he could also establish a connection with the true master of the sea, Sea God Island. Those who complete the divine exam are automatically classified as part of Sea God Island, depending on their completion level, especially for the black level and red level assessments. Those who complete the black level assessment can leap to become high-ranking members of Sea God Island. As for the red level assessment, they can even become the future great offerings of Sea God Island. The Great Offering is the highest-ranking decision-maker on Sea God Island, second only to the Sea God, and above countless others. Therefore, for Hemingway, going to Sea God Island to participate in the divine exam is almost a thing with all benefits and no harm. When he heard that Hemingway decided to go to Sea God Island, Purple Pearl immediately expressed her desire to follow him. However, she was sternly stopped by Purple Whale. He knew that the trials on Sea God Island were not so easy to pass. For the vast majority of people, it was a matter of life and death. Only true geniuses have a chance to pass the trials. As Purple Pearl's father, Purple Whale knew very well how capable his daughter was. With such talent, participating in the divine exam was simply a joke. It was no different from seeking death. Hemingway shook his head repeatedly when he saw Zhejian Pearl wanting to follow him. He bluntly stated that her qualifications were too poor and it was really too dangerous for her to participate in the divine exam. This hit Zhejian Pearl hard, and she was down for several days. For some reason, when she heard that Hemingway wanted to go to Sea God Island, she inexplicably felt that if she couldn't go with him, the distance between them would only grow until she couldn't even see his figure anymore. So now, seeing his high evaluation of her, Zhejian Pearl appeared very excited, because this meant she could go with him to Sea God Island. With the surname High, you will never get rid of me in this lifetime. Chapter 55, Fate Plays Tricks. Poseidon Island is a unique place and is regarded as a holy land by almost all Sea Soul Masters. Sea Spirit Masters are different from Land Spirit Masters. Only in the world of the sea can they maximize their strength. It can be said that the ocean is their domain, where Land Spirit Masters of the same level have almost no chance of competing with Sea Spirit Masters. Just as Land Spirit Masters all believe in the Spirit Hall, Sea Spirit Masters also have their own beliefs. The belief of the Sea Soul Masters is not a sect, but rather in the Sea God. Every Sea Soul Master believes that the Sea God truly exists, governing everything in the ocean and being the ancestor of the Sea Soul Masters. It is under the protection of the Sea God that Sea Soul Masters can possess powerful abilities and control the forces derived from the sea. Perhaps, for land-based Soul Masters, the Spirit Hall may not necessarily be considered a faith. However, in the hearts of Sea Soul Masters, the Sea God is their only and absolute faith. No Sea Soul Master would dare to blaspheme the Sea God. The reason why Sea God Island is the holy land for Sea Soul Masters is that it is the place dedicated to the Sea God. Throughout history, the Great Offerings have served as messengers of the Sea God, leading many powerful Sea Soul Masters to offer their tributes on Sea God Island. Any Soul Master who arrives at Sea God Island must undergo a trial. However, this trial is not given by the Soul Masters on Sea God Island, but by the Sea God, which is known as the Divine Examination. Different individuals, depending on their innate talents, will experience entirely different trials. Some people may have very simple trials, such as merely going into the sea to retrieve a shell. Yet, for others, the trials can be extremely difficult, almost life-threatening. The trials vary from person to person, but generally, they are still related to the strength of the one being tested. The Sea God will not arrange trials that are certain to lead to death. Even though some trials are extremely challenging, there is still a possibility of completion. It is just that during this process, the test-taker may face life-threatening dangers. The number of those who have died because of this is simply countless. When he was young, the purple giant whale also wanted to participate in the trials and had even deliberately inquired about the location of Sea God Island. However, as he grew older and became more cautious about life after starting a family, he ultimately did not dare to go. This has always been an eternal regret in his heart. Little did he expect that fate would play a trick on him, and now his daughter would take his place to complete what he could not finish in his youth. Just thinking about it makes the purple giant whale feel a mix of emotions. If it were in the past, he would have absolutely rejected his daughter's desire to go to Sea God Island for the trial without a second thought, because for her to go participate in the trial would be purely a death wish. With her talent, facing the assessment would almost mean a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. The chances of survival are simply pitifully low. But now it is different. Facing his daughter's brand new martial soul and feeling the strange and ever-changing 9-headed serpent martial soul. Even his own deep-sea demon whale, martial soul, feels a sense of oppression. What does this represent? It represents that, in terms of rank, his daughter's 9-headed serpent martial soul has far surpassed that of her father. Moreover, with a new leader accompanying and protecting her, his daughter's safety is absolutely guaranteed. Therefore, in the end, the purple giant whale agreed to his daughter's request to go to Sea God Island for the trial. After all, young people are fearless, and having this adventurous spirit at this time is a good thing. It allows for no regrets and prevents future regrets when one is older. Just like him, even though his talent has improved, he still does not dare to participate in the trial, because now, as long as he continues to cultivate step by step, he will eventually become a titled Douluo, that is the pinnacle of soul masters, and for this, he has become even more cautious about his life than before. Therefore, it is impossible for him to undergo the trial. The purple giant whale is only responsible for sending the two of them to Sea God Island, and he does not intend to participate in the trial himself. The sea breeze blows, and the sunlight creates countless sparkles on the gently undulating ocean. A large ship is sailing swiftly across the sea, with its towering mast and enormous blue sail, adorned with a design of a deep-sea magic whale at the top. This is the renowned magic whale, famous in this maritime region. It is the vessel of the captain of the magic whale pirate crew, Captain Purple Giant Whale. Hemingway was standing at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance against the oncoming sea breeze. In his eyes, as blue as the sea, seemed to contain the entire sky and ocean, filled with captivating depth and mystery. After the pirate attack and the incident with the deep-sea whale king, Hemingway finally set off on his journey to Sea God Island. Although the process was somewhat winding, the numerous tribulations he endured also led to significant growth, enabling him to achieve a true transformation. Awakened with the color of a conqueror, his mindset and spirit were now incomparable to before. He had genuinely grown up. "My lord, we will reach the vicinity of Sea God Island in no more than 3 days," said the purple giant whale respectfully, standing beside the white-haired youth. "However, my lord, I cannot take you directly to the island. We can only stop near Sea God Island, and then you will have to go on your own. There are many powerful sea spirit beasts in the waters near Sea God Island. If the ship approaches, it will undoubtedly face attacks. Moreover, I do not dare to offend the sea god's majesty." Hemingway glanced at the purple giant whale, but said nothing more, only stating, "Just get us close enough. As long as we can see Poseidon Island, your task is complete." The purple giant whale looked at the calm expression on Hemingway's face and suddenly recalled the deep-sea demon whale king that had been scared off earlier. It felt that if it weren't for not knowing the way, even this person should find it not difficult to set off for Poseidon Island. In the following 3 days, most of the time, Hemingway stood at the bow of the ship, enjoying the sea breeze and gazing far into the distance, giving off an endless sense of mystery. One couldn't help but wonder what this unparalleled white-haired youth was thinking. The next 3 days of sailing were extremely smooth. During the journey, not even a single sea soul beast collided with the ship. This left the purple giant whale, who had been prepared for a fight, somewhat puzzled, unable to understand why the journey was so uneventful. Little did they know that all of this was the result of Hemingway standing at the bow. After awakening his conqueror's haki, he now radiated an invisible aura, even without formally unleashing his conqueror's haki. The mere presence of his aura was enough to intimidate any would-be troublemakers. This naturally included the sea soul beasts. Whenever a stronger soul beast approached him, it would be scared out of its wits, turning tail and fleeing in panic. This was why they had experienced such calm days, without encountering a single sea soul beast. Chapter 56, Not a Threat. On this day, a small black appeared on the horizon. The purple giant whale stood at the bow, watching intently, and upon seeing the dot, immediately ordered the sailors to drop anchor and stop the ship. Hemingway was also aware that they were about to reach their destination, so he had already prepared with purple pearl. The purple giant whale walked up to Hemingway and said, "My lord, I can only take you this far. Beyond here is the territory of Sea God Island. If any ships enter this area, they will immediately be attacked by the island's guardian beast, the 100,000-year soul beast I mentioned to you before. You must be very careful when crossing the sea later. That guardian beast is extremely terrifying and highly aggressive. Even the deep-sea demon whale would have to fear it a bit." After Hemingway listened to his account, he remained non-committal. He certainly knew what the so-called guardian beast of the island truly was. Having read the original work, he knew that the guardian beast was a shark that had cultivated for 100,000 years, and it was the most ferocious type of shark. The demon soul great white shark. It holds the title of marine predator and is one of the most aggressive and fierce marine soul beasts. Even a 1,000-year-old demon soul great white shark can contend with ordinary 10,000-year level marine soul beasts. Although its size is not as large as that of the deep-sea demon whale, its speed is far beyond that of the deep-sea demon whale. It is virtually impossible to escape in the face of its attack, making it one of the most ferocious carnivorous soul beasts in the ocean. Moreover, The most important thing is that this demon soul great white shark is the mount of the sea god. The demon soul great white shark clan is the guardian of the sea around Sea God Island, with at least hundreds of demon soul great white sharks gathered in the nearby waters, forming a natural barrier. Any outsiders wishing to land on Sea God Island must first face these demon soul great white sharks. However, nothing is absolute. There are ways to circumvent these demon soul great white sharks and sneak into Sea God Island. The appetite of the demon soul great white sharks is enormous, but their numbers in the surrounding waters are also vast. Therefore, every half-month, they go out hunting under the leadership of the 100,000-year guardian beast, usually for about 3 days. This period is the best opportunity to infiltrate Sea God Island. However, as the Sea King, Hemingway naturally does not need to resort to tricks. Since awakening his conqueror's haki, not to mention the deterrent effect of his own aura on soul beasts, his ability to control marine soul beasts has been dramatically enhanced. Nowadays, even a 100,000-year soul beast can be forcibly commanded by him. Of course, he can currently only forcibly control 100,000-year soul beast and cannot do so without limits. However, even though his mental strength can only control one, it is still incredibly formidable. Hemingway is currently just a soul master below level 40. Yet he can control a 100,000-year soul beast that even ordinary title Douluo cannot defeat due to his innate abilities. If he continues to grow, the consequences could be unimaginable. Therefore, the magic soul great white sharks guarding Sea God Island pose almost no threat to him. Moreover, even without using his ability to control soul beasts, as long as he releases his domineering presence, even a 100,000-year soul beast would be frightened. After all, even a million-year deep-sea demon whale king fled in panic. Although the main reason for the deep-sea demon whale king's hasty retreat was the fear that the sea god instilled in him back in the day, once frightened, other million-year soul beasts would not be so easily intimidated. Nevertheless, this demonstrates just how powerful the Conqueror's haki truly is. In short, after awakening the Conqueror's haki, Hemingway has genuinely begun to rise. His strength in all aspects is no longer comparable to before. At this point, the purple giant whale continued, "My lord, if you encounter the magic soul great white sharks, be sure not to harm any of them, even the weakest. Otherwise, you will be besieged by all the magic soul great white sharks. The best way to land on Sea God Island is to wait. Although I don't understand the habits of the magic soul great white sharks, one thing I can be sure of is that during the deepest part of the night, when it is darkest, they are least active. At that time, crossing the sea will be more feasible." Hemingway nodded, neither refusing his kindness nor explaining that he was not afraid of those soul-devouring great white sharks. He simply said, "I understand. Your suggestion is very useful, and we will act with caution. Let down the lifeboat." The purple giant whale nodded, then waved his hand to the side. Immediately, a small boat was lifted from the cabin and slowly lowered to the sea by a rope. After taking a deep look at his precious daughter, he gently said, "Be careful. Dad only has you as a daughter, and I'm counting on you to take care of me in my old age." A father's love is always silent, quietly protecting his child. The purple pearl lightly covered her small mouth, her eyes already moist at that moment. She just nodded heavily and then turned around, not daring to look back, fearing that she might change her mind and not go. The island of Poseidon is unknown and mysterious to the purple pearl. She does not know what trial she will face or if she will be able to return alive to follow Hemingway. She truly holds a determination to face death. Hemingway, who had witnessed the entire process, saw this, and a hint of nostalgia flashed in his sea blue eyes, recalling his long-lost mother. How wonderful it is that she still has family in the world. But he himself is in a situation where he wishes to care for his parents. Yet they're no longer there, feeling an inexplicable sense of sorrow. The lifeboat has already been lowered, and this lifeboat provided by the magic whale can easily accommodate 10 people. Hemingway and Purple Pearl jumped lightly from the high deck and finally landed on the lifeboat. The boat only sank slightly, demonstrating their excellent control. As they landed on the lifeboat, the purple whale suddenly turned around and shouted loudly to the sailors, "Raise the anchor. Set sail." The magic whale began to move, turning its bow in the direction they had come from. Without turning back to look at the two, the purple whale walked into its exclusive cabin and closed the door, leaving them wondering what it was doing inside alone. Watching the magic whale gradually drift away, Hemingway and Purple Pearl stared for a long time, only withdrawing their gaze when the ship was far off. After exchanging a glance, it was Purple Pearl who spoke first. "Dad said there are magical soul great white sharks in this sea area. How are we supposed to get past? If there are really hundreds of those powerful sea soul beasts, crossing the sea area would be nearly impossible, right? No rush. Hemingway mysteriously shook his head, smiling without speaking. Just wait and see. For me, the sea soul beast is not a threat at all. Chapter 57. Finally arriving at Sea God Island. What do you want to do? Zi Zhenju looked at the confident man and asked curiously. Hemingway did not respond, but instead walked to the edge of the lifeboat. Gently squatting down and slowly dipping his hand into the seawater, instantly releasing the ability to sense the ocean within a radius of 1,000 miles. The sea area was clearly visible in his perception. Oh, it seems we are in luck. Hemingway was surprised. In his perception, there were no large soul beasts in the sea from here to the small black dot ahead. As for the legendary guardian spirit beast, the soul great white shark, there wasn't even half of one in sight. The situation was now quite clear. The two of them had coincidentally encountered the soul great white shark's hunting expedition, which occurred once every 2 weeks. Now, they just needed to speed up, and they would soon reach their destination ahead. This saved them the effort of dealing with those soul great white sharks. Hemingway withdrew his hand and stood up, looking at the small black dot ahead. He turned to Z Pearl and said, "We're in luck. There are no powerful soul beasts in this sea area. And as for the soul great white shark, we haven't seen even half of one. Now we just need to speed up, and we can reach Sea God Island without any obstacles." No soul great white shark? Z Pearl was momentarily confused. She had been prepared to fight off an attack from the soul great white shark. Now you're telling me that this notoriously dangerous soul great white shark doesn't exist? Well, it really doesn't. Hemingway nodded and speculated. Perhaps they have gone out for something. Maybe they went hunting. After all, the soul-devouring great white shark has a huge appetite, and the creatures in this sea area are definitely not enough to satisfy it. Maybe when we arrived, it was just the right time for them to be out hunting. In any case, there are indeed no soul-devouring great whites in this sea area right now. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Purple Pearl urged upon hearing this. Since they might have just temporarily left, they could return at any time. If we don't hurry to Sea God Island now, we'll miss a great opportunity. It's too slow to row over directly. Since you are so eager, I'll take you there by flying, Hemingway said, shaking his head helplessly at her anxious demeanor. He then summoned his rarely used second martial soul. Fly with me? Purple Pearl asked, a bit confused, but she soon got her answer. A massive white tiger phantom appeared and quickly merged into Hemingway's body. Immediately, a red glow lit up in his ocean blue eyes, and then the deep blue was covered by blood red in an instant. A pair of enormous snow-white wings slowly spread out from his back. This is the second martial soul. Purple Pearl recalled how he had protected her in front of the deep-sea demon whale king, and it seemed to be in exactly this posture. Hemingway's second martial soul is named the Nether White Tiger, which looks somewhat like a combination of the White Tiger martial soul of the Star Luo royal family and the Swan martial soul of the Tiando royal family. The White Tiger is adorned with a pair of swan wings, allowing it to soar into the sky. Anyone who knows his background would naturally assume that this winged white tiger martial soul is a fusion of the white tiger and swan martial souls, believing that the swan has granted the land king a pair of wings, enabling it to dominate the skies. Stepping forward, Hemingway, radiating a holy white light, then extended his arms to cradle the Purple Pearl in a standard princess carry posture. Immediately, the gigantic snow-white wings behind him gently flapped, creating intense air currents around him. Rise! Hemingway's snow-white wings suddenly flapped, and then holding the Purple Pearl, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of white light. He darted forward like lightning towards the distant black dot. During the flight, the Purple Pearl quietly leaned against Hemingway's embrace, enjoying the feeling of being held so tenderly. Her heart filled with sweetness. The white light emanating from Hemingway weakened the incoming fierce wind, turning the instinctively stinging gusts into a gentle breeze. Feeling the soft wind and light rain around her, Purple Pearl found herself feeling somewhat drowsy, even having an impulse to wish that time could forever stay at this moment. She really hoped time would pass more slowly. Purple Pearl slightly squinted her beautiful eyes and rubbed against his chest like a little cat. Then, she completely closed her eyes, seemingly falling asleep. As Hemingway felt the girl in his arms gradually calming her breath, the wings behind him instinctively began to slow down, and the speed of his rapid flight gradually decreased, no longer in a hurry to travel. Cradling the beautiful girl, his large and beautiful white wings gently flapped, surrounded by a soft white light, looking almost more angelic than an angel. Of course, This was assuming one overlooked the bloody fierce light flickering in his eyes. Despite deliberately slowing down, no matter how far the road, there would always be a day of arrival. Soon, the island that was originally just a small black dot grew larger and larger. Eventually, a beautiful island, with a spring-like climate all year round, gradually came into view. Is this the Sea God Island from the original work? The environment indeed seems suitable for retirement. Looking at the gradually clearer, beautiful island ahead, Hemingway felt an impulse to complete his ambitions in the future and come here to retire, leaving behind all fame and fortune. Before long, he finally reached his destination. Still in midair, the white wings behind him gradually retracted, and the warm white light emanating from him slowly faded. When the last trace of white light disappeared, Hemingway, holding Purple Pearl, landed lightly on the island. First, he felt the difference in temperature. Logically speaking, it was already winter. Even with the influence of the ocean climate, the temperature on the island should be a bit higher than inland, but still should feel cold. However, when he stepped onto the land of Sea God Island while holding the girl, the first sensation he felt was warmth, like the warmth of spring. Looking around, Sea God Island was completely green. This vast island felt like he had returned to Douluo continent, with no end in sight. The island was filled with all kinds of plants, many of which Hemingway couldn't name. The air was infused with the refreshing, gentle scent of the sea, invigorating and soothing, with whispers of the sea faintly carried by the wind. The beach, under the sunlight, was pristine and fine, with the sand grains sparkling like little crystals. Upon arriving here, what he first felt was tranquility, with the sea and sky blending together and seagulls soaring. The sky was a deep, pure blue, so high and transparent, much like Hemingway's own eyes, indescribably captivating. At this moment, after landing, Purple Pearl, who had just woken up from her slumber, opened her eyes and was captivated by the stunning scenery before her. The purple in her eyes was gradually replaced by enchantment. Not want to get down? She nestled in Hemingway's arms and softly said, "What a beautiful place. Is this the legendary holy land of the sea god?" "Yes," Hemingway, equally awed by the beauty of the place, nodded gently and slowly replied, "If one gets tired of the mundane world in the future, this would be a suitable place for retirement." Retirement? Purple Pearl was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect this 12-year-old boy, who was still not an adult and in the prime of his youth, would think so far ahead. However, indeed, this was truly a suitable place for retirement. Purple Pearl thought that if it was confirmed there were no dangers here, she could let her father live here in the future. There would be no better place than this for retirement. Chapter 58, A Strange Feeling. Who dares to intrude on Sea God Island? Just as Hemingway and Purple Pearl were immersed in the beauty of Sea God Island, several figures suddenly sprang out from the woods with a low shout, breaking the peaceful tranquility and waking the two from their reverie. Hemingway looked up and saw that these people had different appearances, but they shared a common characteristic: their clothing. They all wore outfits similar to athletic gear, in light yellow, with the oldest around 40 and the youngest in their early 20s. Hemingway vaguely remembers that, according to the original text, the Sea Spirit Masters on Sea God Island are distinguished by the color of their clothing. However, this does not represent their soul power level, but rather the difficulty of the trials they endured during the Sea God's test. The higher the difficulty of the trial passed, the higher their status on Sea God Island. The colors of their clothing vary accordingly. From low to high, they're arranged in the order of the colors of soul rings: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The 6 Sea Spirit Masters in yellow clothing before Hemingway are clearly only a rank above the white-clothed Spirit Masters in the second tier. Above them are the purple, black, and red-clothed Masters. At this moment, the 6 yellow-clothed Sea Spirit Masters standing in front of Hemingway and his companion originally displayed a fierce demeanor. However, upon seeing the faces of the outsiders, they all trembled. Their previously aggressive posture instantly took a nosedive. They stared at the young man with cascading white hair in shock, feeling as if they had forgotten how to speak. Any words seemed pale and powerless at that moment. With their mouths slightly agape, they stood there in a daze. This motionless behavior undoubtedly revealed the inner turmoil of these 6 yellow-clothed Sea Spirit Masters. Hemingway remained silent, quietly observing the 6 individuals. Influenced by the atmosphere of the scene and being new to this place, Zhejian Pearl did not dare to speak, and the entire venue fell into silence for a moment. After a long while, the 6 Sea Soul Masters, who had finally somewhat adapted to Hemingway's face, looked at him with particularly cautious and respectful gazes. The leader asked, "May I ask, sir, what brings you to our Sea God Island?" "Indeed, It is a world that values appearances. Hemingway sighed inwardly, thinking about how the main characters of the original work were treated when they first arrived on this island. The attitude of the sea spirit masters on Sea God Island towards outsiders would definitely not be this respectful and courteous. The only reason for their current display of respect was clearly due to the imposing aura he unconsciously exuded. If it were someone else, the people on Sea God Island would not be so polite. Given this, Hemingway naturally would not be polite either and directly stated his intention. We have long yearned for Sea God Island and have come here to join. Upon hearing this, the 6 sea spirit masters in yellow immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you say so earlier? So it's to join Sea God Island, not to cause trouble. That's good, that's good. As the sacred place for all sea soul masters, Sea God Island attracts many who wish to join each year. Over time, a specific process has been established. First, one must pass the test of the guardian of the sacred pillar. Only then can they undergo the trial of the sea god. After passing the sea god's trial, they officially become a part of Sea God Island. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for just anyone to come and directly request to undergo the sea god's trial, right? That would make the sea god's blessings seem too cheap. Therefore, outsiders wishing to participate in the divine trial must first pass the test of the guardian of the sacred pillar to confirm their eligibility before they can officially accept the sea god's trial. Generally speaking, if one is a sea soul master, the guardian of the sacred pillar will not make things too difficult. As long as their performance during the test is decent enough, they can pass. However, if a land soul master comes to Sea God Island, the difficulty of the guardian's test will significantly increase. For instance, in the original work, if Tang San and his companions did not have the protagonist's halo to protect them, passing the test would not have been so simple. Next, several sea soul masters in yellow lead Hemingway and Purple Pearl towards the location of the guardian of the sacred pillar. If the air on the beach earlier was moist and pure, then the air in the woods is filled with the freshness of nature. Hemingway increasingly felt that this island of the sea god was a good place for retirement. Before long, a group of people pass through the woods and arrive at a pond. Hemingway's gaze flickered as he looked at the pond. Although it was located inland and wasn't particularly large, the surface of the water was tumultuous, with waves rolling in. Dense trees surrounded the pond, and those that leaned toward the mysterious stone pillar in the center of the pond resembled worshipping devotees. At the bottom of the pillar in the center of the pond was a square platform, but the pillar standing in the middle of that platform was truly unique. Rather than a pillar, it resembled a statue. The holy pillar was the color of white jade, depicting a young girl kneeling on the pedestal, her hands clasped in prayer at her chest, gazing reverently toward the sea god temple. Though merely a sculpture, her expression of devotion was so vivid and lifelike. This was one of the 7 holy pillars of Sea God Island, the Sea Witch's holy pillar. At that moment, on the edge of the Sea Witch's holy pillar platform, a girl was sitting there. Remarkably, her lower body had a large fishtail, the beautiful curve extending up to her waist. Her fishtail was gently splashing against the water surface. She wore a black top that exposed her snowy white abdomen, leaving even her navel uncovered, resembling a sexy beauty in a swimsuit. She had a pair of sky blue eyes, very similar to Hemingway's, resembling the sky more than the sea. Her features were stunning, with a faint smile always gracing her lips. The fishtail splashed against the water, and she played with great enthusiasm. For Hemingway, this was as thrilling as seeing the perfect feat of a girl. Hemingway didn't know what was going on. Perhaps it was because of the mermaid spirit. He found the mermaid girl in front of him extraordinarily beautiful, especially that fishtail gently swaying. It seemed to be enticing him. That beautifully swaying fishtail seemed to say, "Come on, enjoy." It completely captivated his gaze. This made the purple pearl beside her a bit jealous. This wooden block was actually mesmerized. It's just a fishtail. Is it really that beautiful? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she reached out to pinch his waist, twisting it hard. However, Hemingway's physique was incredibly strong. Even though the soft flesh at his waist was pinched, it didn't hurt him at all. So he calmly ignored the girl's jealous behavior and continued to stare intently at the mermaid girl. It seemed that the mermaid girl sensed the presence of an outsider. She raised her head and looked towards the shore, just in time to meet Hemingway's gaze. In that instant, a strange shiver ran through his heart. 2 pairs of sea blue eyes were locked on each other. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Chapter 59, Breakthrough. Listen. After Hemingway and Purple Pearl were led to the Sea Witch's holy pillar, the leading yellow-clad sea spirit master's expression became solemn and serious. He spoke to the two with a sacred demeanor. "Welcome to the Sea of Seas, the Sea Witch's holy pillar." The Sea Witch's holy pillar is one of the 7 holy pillars of Sea God Island. The Sea God grants divine power to each holy pillar, spreading the will of the gods through the pillars. Any holy pillar can assess incoming soul masters. And today, you will undergo a trial assessment here. I understand. Hemingway nodded lightly, not worried at all about the upcoming test. As someone with twin martial spirits, he technically belonged to the Sea Spirit Masters, not just a simple land soul master. As for Purple Pearl behind him, there was even less to worry about. Oh, it's been a long time since anyone came here. I didn't expect a beautiful blue child to arrive this time. The mermaid girl sitting on the platform had an innocent expression, but her sea blue eyes were fixed on Hemingway, feeling inexplicably restless inside. Her enormous fish tail gently swayed on the water's surface, and she sat gracefully on the platform, with water droplets slowly sliding off the tip of her tail. Looking at the owner of those sky-blue, beautiful eyes, Hemingway thought to himself, she should be the Sea Witch from the original work. According to the original records, she had the ability to read minds, which was troublesome. Facing an opponent who could read minds was the most annoying thing, because everyone has secrets in their hearts that they don't want anyone to know. If his identity as a traveler were to be exposed, it would be problematic. Just as he thought of this, Hemingway felt an invisible spiritual force quietly probing towards him, and instinctively released his observation haki to resist it. The collision with the incoming invisible spiritual force occurred. Boom! Hemingway only felt a roar in his brain. It was as if flames met gasoline and stimulated by that mental force. He felt his thoughts clearer and more active than ever before. The next moment, bang, it was as if something had been shattered. Hemingway felt as if his spirit had broken through some barrier, and suddenly the range of his observation haki began to expand outward. The most wonderful part was that he could only vaguely sense the emotional changes of others before, as if he were gazing at flowers in a fog. But at this moment, influenced by that mental power, it felt as if he had finally torn through that layer of mist. It was a revelation. His mental power surged unprecedentedly. At this moment, Hemingway could easily hear the thoughts of the Purple Pearl beside him, constantly murmuring about a fickle heart, a vixen, and shameless old woman. This was mind reading. My observation haki can listen to the voices of others. He was somewhat astonished. He never expected that upon arriving at Fishman Island, his long-dormant observation haki would break through. Stimulated by the Sea Witch's mental power, Hemingway's observation haki finally made a breakthrough. He gained the ability to read minds. In the original story, the mermaid princess, White Star, was born with advanced observation haki, capable of reading the hearts of others. This was quite similar to the Sea Witch, and perhaps it was precisely because of this that under the stimulation of her mental power, Hemingway's observation haki was activated with the ability to read minds. The Sea Witch, who had been quietly using her mental power to read the heart of this little boy who stirred her emotions, suddenly let out a sound of surprise. She felt as if the mental power she released had hit a copper wall, an iron bastion. Not only that, but she could also sense a strange mental power suddenly erupting from the little boy in front of her, and it seemed to invade her in reverse, as if trying to read her mind. You can read minds too. The Sea Witch's pretty face showed some surprise, and her gaze towards him was like that of looking at a rare animal. It is not polite for this Sea Witch from Douluo to pry into others' minds without permission. In Hemingway's azure eyes, a divine light burst forth, as he made a breakthrough in his observation ability. At this moment, his spirit was exceptionally abundant, resulting in a release of overwhelming aura. The surrounding ground trembled slightly, the Sea Witch being the first to bear the brunt. Felt as if the figure of the white-haired boy in front of her suddenly soared infinitely at that moment. In the blink of an eye, a towering giant appeared before her, gazing at her with eyes as grand as the sun and moon, looking down coldly and mercilessly, as if she were being scrutinized by a true deity. The Sea Witch's heart was struck by a tremendous shock. Everyone knows they were wrong. A soft and submissive voice involuntarily slipped out. Even the Sea Witch herself was startled to hear her own voice. What's going on? Is that weak voice really mine? And why do I feel a sense of reverence when looking at this little boy in front of me? It's as if I am facing a supreme being. I've never felt this way even in front of the sea god. It feels as though this person before me is my king, someone with an innate nobility and superiority. It left her somewhat at a loss, completely unsure of how to face this little boy. You old woman, pretending to be young and cute at your age. Zazenza looked at the blushing Sea Witch, listening to her soft and delicate voice that could make a man's bones turn to jelly. She cursed inwardly. As for the mermaid clan, any sea soul master would know about them. After all, this race can be considered a specialty of the sea. Half human, half sea beast. Their lifespan is much longer than that of humans. More importantly, their appearance never ages, so even though this sea witch Douluo looks to be in her early 20s, she might actually be over 100 years old. At this moment, the sea witch suddenly turned her head to look at Zizenzu and said with a smile, "Little sister, our mermaid clan has a lifespan 5 times that of humans. By your human standards, I'm still under 20, so I'm still very young. Not pretending to be young, a lifespan 5 times that of humans means that if a human is 20, this old woman is indeed close to 100. Zizenzu thought to herself, instantly sneering. She is really an old woman pretending to be young. And the sea witch, who clearly read her thoughts, couldn't he help but have a vein pop on her forehead, her smile also stiffening. The look she gave Zizenzu gradually became unfriendly. No woman likes to be told she is old. Even if she lived for 100 years, she felt determined to make things difficult for this girl during the test, to let her know what it means to respect her elders. Chapter 60. Passing the test easily. The Sea Goddess test is not something just anyone can take, especially since you are outsiders. The Sea Witch's expression became serious as she gazed at Hemingway and Zizenzu, saying, "So before you accept the test, you must first pass my test. Only those who qualify can take the Sea Goddess test. What kind of test do we need to take?" Although Hemingway knew the plot from the original story, he pretended not to know and asked with some confusion. It's very simple. You just need to cross this sea in front of you and reach the Sea Witch's holy pillar to qualify for the test. The Sea Witch looked at him with a smile, playfully winking and saying, "Don't worry, sister, we'll go easy on you." Hemingway knew that for outsiders, whether they were Sea Soul Masters or Land Soul Masters, to accept the Sea Goddess trial, they must first pass the trial of the Guardian of the Sacred Pillar. The difficulty of the trial completely depends on the individual Guardian of the Sacred Pillar. If he takes a liking to you, he might just let you pass with a casual gesture. Generally speaking, the trials that Sea Soul Masters undergo are much easier compared to those of Land Soul Masters who have traveled a long distance to take the trial. After all, this is Sea God Island. It is only natural for there to be some bias towards Sea Soul Masters, and there is nothing to criticize about that. Hemingway possesses twin martial souls, although one is a Land Soul Master martial soul. The mermaid martial soul inherited from his mother is undoubtedly a pure Sea Soul Master martial soul. Therefore, when he takes the trial, he should not be deliberately targeted. At this moment, Zhejian Pearl, who was beside him, couldn't help but frown and ask after hearing the Sea Witch's words, "Senior, do we really have to undergo a trial from a title Douluo before accepting the Sea Goddess trial? Do you really think we can compete with a title Douluo?" The Sea Witch gently waved her hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, although I'm the one hosting the trial, I will go easy on you. I won't impose a trial that you can't bear. So, which one of you wants to go first?" As she spoke, a blue halo appeared behind her, and then the Sea Witch's holy pillar suddenly lit up, a deep blue light shooting from the bottom all the way to the top of the pillar. Centered around the top of the Sea Witch's holy pillar, a circle of blue ripples suddenly surged forth, resembling a curtain of light suspended above the sea. Since the pillar was about 10 meters high, this curtain of light above the sea was also 10 meters high. It goes without saying that this 10-meter distance restricted flight ability and forward movement. "I'll go first." Z Pearl stepped forward and took a deep breath. Then she walked slowly to the edge of the sea, stepping onto the finely detailed beach that sparkled with silver light. She wants to go through it herself first to test if there are any traps so that she can pass the trial without any issues. The Sea Witch could clearly read the thoughts of the silent purple-haired girl, but chose not to voice them. She had initially thought about increasing the difficulty and creating some obstacles for her, but that idea faded away. Z Pearl stood at the edge of the beach, and a blue glow began to emanate from her body. Then, a massive 9-headed serpent apparition appeared, gradually solidifying. In the end, she completely merged into her martial soul, transforming into a 10-meter-long, entirely deep blue 9-headed serpent. A top-tier predator's aura immediately began to spread around. The eyes of the yellow-clad sea spirit masters unconsciously fell on this giant 9-headed serpent, their bodies tensing up. They instinctively began to distance themselves from it, feeling an extreme sense of danger emanating from the serpent. It made them feel like the frogs near the serpent's mouth, ready to be swallowed at any moment. This feeling was absolutely terrible. Wow, this martial soul embodiment is quite interesting. The Sea Witch found it somewhat surprising. Normally, when people embody their martial souls, they integrate the martial soul into their body, leading to some traits of the martial soul appearing in some beast-like phenomena. However, Z Pearl's embodiment was different. She directly merged her body into the martial soul, allowing the martial soul to completely take physical form. It looked a bit like the martial soul true body that only soul saints possess. The distinction was that this was just the martial soul materialization. So it couldn't double all attributes like the martial soul true body could, nor could all soul skills be used without restrictions. However, even so, the state of Z Pearl, transformed into the nine-headed serpent, was far superior to her human state. The massive nine-headed serpent lightly flicked its tongue, and 3 soul rings lit up around it. Then, its entire body began to glow with a blue radiance. With a flick of its tail, the serpent instantly transformed into a blue shadow and shot forward. Quickly, it was incredibly fast. In this state, her speed was far greater than in her human form. Such terrifying speed made even the sea witch, who was over 200 meters away, slightly moved. She realized that she had underestimated this girl. Her beautiful fishtail, still immersed in the sea, gently swayed, and immediately the waves in front of her surged, reaching a height of 10 meters, seemingly blocking all paths forward. The boiling seawater roared like a mighty force, yet did not overflow beyond the boundaries of the sea. Faced with this situation, the nine-headed serpent darting across the sea surface showed no fear at all. It faced the incoming waves head-on. One of its heads opened wide, and flames began to gather. Then it sprayed out a strong red light directly at the waves. With a loud bang, the red light exploded, transforming into a sea of flames. The waves directly in front were burned open, creating a large hole with vast amounts of steam rising. At the same time, the nine-headed serpent sped through, diving straight into the opening created by the flames. Boom! But soon after, even more powerful waves surged in, crashing heavily against the nine-headed serpent's body. Fortunately, being a sea creature, the serpent simply twisted its body slightly to dissipate the impact of the waves. As it twisted, it actually used the incoming waves to swim against the current. Its speed did not decrease, but rather increased. For the transformed nine-headed serpent, these incoming waves posed no threat at all. Before long, the nine-headed serpent quickly approached within 5 meters of the sea witch's holy pillar platform. Victory was in sight. So with a powerful flick of its tail, its massive body soared into the air and headed straight for the platform. While in midair, the giant nine-headed serpent gradually radiated blue light and slowly began to shrink. Thud! A pair of delicate little feet gently landed on the sea witch's holy pillar platform. Z Pearl safely landed next to the sea witch, appearing completely unruffled and not out of breath. As if crossing such a long distance had not taken any effort at all, the sea witch's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of approval as she nodded at her. It was the first time I'd seen a sea serpent that could breathe fire. It seemed that your martial soul was not simple either. Moreover, I felt a subtle sense of oppression, as if you had not yet used your full strength. Although your soul power level was a bit low, it did not overshadow your brilliance. Good, you have the qualification to accept the Sea God's test. P.S. Sigh, I'm speechless. Many readers say I'm dragging things out. I examined it and found it wasn't the case. I haven't copied a single line from the original work. The author has put in a lot of effort, and the protagonist's strength is improving steadily. Where does the dragging come from? However, upon further reflection, I realized I made a mistake. The title of the book was wrong. It shouldn't be called The Sea God's 9 Trials in Advance. Those who came through the title wanted to see the protagonist participating in the Sea God's 9 trials and showing off. Naturally, if they didn't see those chapters, they would feel the chapters about fighting pirates were dragging. But is it really dragging? Not all. It's just that they encountered a storyline different from what they expected, causing them to feel bored and think it's dragging. If I change the title to Rising from the Sea or Starting to Rule from Subduing Pirates, I dare say no one would claim I'm dragging. Sigh, I really chose the wrong title. However, the contract has already been sent out, and there's no way to change it. Chapter 61, The Assessment begins. Listening to the sea, which Douluo's words of praise, and looking at her gentle expression. Even though I had previously harbored some criticism towards this woman who had caught Hemingway's attention, at this moment, Zhejian Pearl couldn't help but change her opinion of her, because she could feel that the sea which had held back against her earlier. Despite having offended her so much before, she was still so tolerant and didn't hold it against her. Just thinking about it made Zhejian Pearl feel a bit ashamed. Of course, if she knew that the sea which had indeed intended to make things difficult for her earlier, she probably wouldn't think this way. Hey, little brother over there. It's your turn now. At this moment, the sea which waved to Hemingway on the other side, smiling as she said, "Come over," quickly looking at this test that was exactly like the original protagonist. Hemingway felt it was utterly easy. He slowly stepped into the sea, and when his feet touched the surface of the water, an unbelievable scene occurred. The previously turbulent and rolling waves of the sea instantly became calm, as if the entire sea had turned into a smooth mirror, no longer possessing the original raging waves. Hemingway strolled leisurely, as if walking on a smooth road. On the surface of the sea, he moved as if treading on solid ground, slowly making his way towards the Sea Witch's sacred pillar. A few Sea Soul Masters in yellow behind him could not help but gawk, staring in astonishment at his seemingly unscientific ability to walk on the water without sinking at all. Not even a drop of seawater touched his shoes. What a powerful water control ability. The Sea Witch, witnessing this scene, realized the secret behind it. Undoubtedly, this was a form of water control. When Hemingway stepped on the surface of the sea, all control over the seawater was seized by him. The Sea Witch could no longer interfere with the water in any way unless she used her full power to contest for control. But this was merely a test, and the Sea Witch could not go all out. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as he took control of the sea and conducted his test in such a revolutionary manner. Step by step, Hemingway walked leisurely on the water, appearing calm and unhurried. After awakening his conqueror's haki, it was as if he had obtained the key to unlock a treasure. The mermaid princess's soul abilities experienced explosive growth, particularly her water control ability. If he had possessed this ability while being chased by pirates, he could have easily turned the tables on them or slipped away into the sea. Looking at the white-haired youth approaching her, the Sea Witch gently lifted her beautiful fish tail, droplets of water sliding from its tip. Then, her fish tail transformed into legs, and a black long dress covered them. In the blink of an eye, she appeared no different from an ordinary human girl. The mermaid's tail could actually turn into legs. The nearby purple pearl was momentarily stunned. Of course, when we leave the water, we take on human forms, but only for a short time. Otherwise, we would die. After all, no matter what, the sea is our home. The Sea Witch, hearing her instinctive mumbling, turned her head and smiled, saying, so generally, we won't transform into legs in front of others. Outsiders are unaware of this characteristic of our kind. At this moment, Hemingway had already approached the sacred pillar platform, just a few meters away. Then, the water surged, rapidly condensing into shape, ultimately forming a staircase. He stepped onto the staircase without stopping, one step at a time, quickly officially ascending to the sacred pillar platform. Once he reached the Sea Witch's sacred pillar platform, the water staircase seemed to have completed its mission and instantly dissolved back into the sea. Meanwhile, the previously calm sea began to surge with waves once again. Congratulations. You have passed the test. The Sea Witch smiled as she looked at the white-haired boy who had walked up to her, and said with some surprise, I didn't expect you to cross the Sea of Seas in this way. To be honest, among so many visitors each year, little brother, your way of crossing the Sea of Seas is the most composed I've ever seen. So cool. You're overpraising me. I was just lucky, Hemingway replied, maintaining a calm demeanor despite being complimented by a beautiful big sister who perfectly fit his tastes. To him, passing this test was really nothing. The real challenge was the upcoming trial by the sea god. All right, I suppose you two can hardly wait. Let's officially begin the test, the Sea Witch said, slowly walking to the sacred pillar of the Sea Witch. Facing the pillar, her eyes revealed a look of reverence. Little sister, you go first, she said. Upon hearing this, Zhejian Pearl felt a tightness in her heart, knowing that the real test was about to begin. As a pure sea soul master, she had heard of the various legends surrounding the sacred sea god island. Therefore, facing this trial that countless sea soul masters feared, she felt a bit anxious about whether she could pass, even though she had confidence in herself. However, since she had come this far, how could she back down now? Just as Zhejian Pearl bit her lip and was about to step forward, her small hand was grabbed by a larger, warm hand. She turned to the side and saw her beloved smile slightly, saying, Don't be afraid. I'm here. In an instant, Zhejian Pearl discovered that all her inner fear and anxiety dissipated with that simple reassurance. She nodded with her head down, letting go of his hand. When she lifted her head again, her expression had returned to its usual spirited demeanor. She walked lightly to stand just a step behind the Sea Witch, her purple eyes curiously observing the process of initiating the divine test. The Sea Witch slowly raised her graceful hands, her exquisite face filled with devotion. She brought her hands to her full chest, palms facing each other about half a foot apart. A faint blue light gradually appeared in the center of her palms, and then this blue light slowly intensified. When the blue light filled the palms of the Sea Witch, it suddenly burst forth, causing a mist of clear blue light to envelop the entire sacred pillar of the sea witch. Immediately after, a flash of light appeared at the bottom of the sacred pillar, and a blue light spread upwards along the patterns on the pillar. In the blink of an eye, it reached the top. The sea sorceress turned around, facing the purple pearl, and her delicate right hand pointed towards her body. A blue beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping her curvaceous form. Bathed in the beam, the purple pearl appeared somewhat dazed, clearly feeling nothing. The color of the beam began to change, shifting from blue to white, and then quickly transforming from white to yellow, almost without pause, before turning into purple. The purple deepened gradually. This time the transformation was slower, but it continued to change. Watching the intense changes in the light surrounding the purple pearl, the sea sorceress seemed somewhat astonished, her stunning red lips slightly parted, clearly taken aback by the scene before her. Before long, the purple light had completely turned black, almost entirely covering the purple pearl's beautiful and charming body under the beam. Meanwhile, on the holy pillar behind the sea sorceress, the patterns at the bottom began to turn black as well, gradually climbing upwards. Given the situation, the lowest color was black, and red was also a possibility. Observing this scene, Hemingway silently pondered. He wasn't surprised by this, as after his modifications, the purple pearl's Hydra martial soul had truly taken on a divine form. It was completely normal for her to achieve a black level assessment, if it weren't for the absence of the sea god's heart. Even if the purple pearl obtained the sea god's 9 trials, Hemingway wouldn't find it too strange. Her martial soul had that qualification, but unfortunately, without the sea god's heart, she could only miss out. The black light patterns continued to ascend to nearly 1/3 of the height of the sea sorceress's holy pillar without losing momentum, spreading further upward. This time, the speed was even faster. In just a moment, the black light patterns had covered the entire holy pillar of the sea sorceress. Just when Hemingway thought it would stop there, suddenly, the seemingly halted demonic patterns surged slightly upward. Immediately, the patterns that had been covered in black on the sea sorceress's holy pillar instantly changed color, transforming into a dazzling crystal red. A red light shot up into the sky, piercing the air. That blood-like radiance shot straight into the high sky, causing a flash of bloodlight to sweep across the serene blue sky. On Sea God Island, thousands of gazes almost simultaneously turned toward the sky. Among them, 6 pillar guardians standing in front of different styled holy pillars revealed an uncontrollable intense glow in their eyes upon seeing the red light. Almost at the same time, they exclaimed the same words, "Top level, 7 trials." Even in the central area of Sea God Island, within a special temple, a pair of eyes that had been closed for 10 years opened due to the appearance of this red light. A hint of surprise and even more joy spread across their faces. The body, which had not moved for years, slowly stood up. Chapter 62. Hard to believe. The Sea Witch's Holy Pillar. The red light gradually receded, and the 7 red light screens merged into the forehead of the purple pearl one by one, transforming into a peculiar red 7-pointed star, adding a faint red glow to her originally very fair and delicate skin. The Sea Witch was completely stunned at this moment. Red? That was actually a top-level red, different from the high death rate associated with black. This represented a top-level red, and its occurrence was incredibly rare. The problem was, how could this girl possibly achieve a top-level 7 assessment? On what grounds? The Sea Witch admits that the 9-headed serpent martial soul of the purple pearl is indeed extraordinary. But to achieve a red level 7th assessment based solely on this seems rather unrealistic, doesn't it? It turns out to be a red level assessment. Hemingway watched this scene, feeling a deep sense of regret. Zizenzu was able to pass the red level assessment without the heart of the sea god. If she possessed the heart of the sea god, obtaining the 9 trials of the sea god would have been a certainty. What a pity, what a pity. Miss, may I ask for your full name? At that moment, the Sea Witch suddenly changed her attitude, becoming extremely respectful. She slightly bowed and even saluted Zizenzu. The change in the Sea Witch's demeanor left Zizenzu momentarily stunned. As a title Douluo powerhouse and the guardian of one of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, why would she show such respect to her? Could it be that this red level assessment had some special significance? After all, she was a title Douluo. My name is Zizenzu. Feeling somewhat confused by her unusual attitude, Zizenzu dared not act recklessly and cautiously asked, "Senior, what is this about?" The Sea Witch looked at her cautious demeanor and couldn't help but show a faint bitter smile on her pretty face. She said, "I have to admit, I misjudged you. It's an honor to be your examiner, Miss Purple Pearl. Although I don't understand why a top-level assessment would fall upon you. for a long time in the future. If you need anything on the island, you can come to me. I will do my best to help you. Purple Pearl blinked her large purple eyes curiously and couldn't help but ask, Senior, is there something special about this assessment? Why are you being so respectful towards me? Upon hearing this, the respect on the sea witch's pretty face deepened a few more degrees as she explained. The assessment from the Holy Pillar is divided into 5 levels: white, yellow, purple, black, and red, just like the colors of soul rings. White is the lowest, and red is the highest, representing the top-level assessment. Since the first appearance of the top-level assessment, there has never been a record of failure. The last time a top-level assessment occurred was for the island's Great Offering. As long as you pass the top-level assessment, Miss Purple Pearl, you will be the heir to the Great Offering and will also be the future leader of Sea God Island. Upon hearing the Sea Witch's explanation, Purple Pearl finally understood. It turned out that the Holy Pillar's assessment had so many nuances, far more detailed than what she knew from the outside. And these specifics were things her father didn't even know. She truly gained new insights. Then hurry up and test him. Maybe he can also obtain a red-level assessment. Purple Pearl turned to look at Hemingway, thinking that if she could achieve a red-level assessment, then he surely wouldn't be inferior, even better than herself. No, definitely better. Thank you for your trouble. Hemingway stepped forward, curious about what level of assessment he could achieve. He believed that, at the very least, he could obtain a black-level assessment. And there was a great probability of even achieving a red-level assessment, given his exceptional talent with dual martial souls. If the assessment turned out to be lower than expected, it could only mean that this sea god was blind. The sea witch looked at him with great interest. Before the assessment of the Purple Pearl, she was most intrigued by Hemingway. So, she didn't say much and directly urged her soul power, initiating the second sea goddess light of the day. The blue light illuminated and quietly bathed the white-haired boy. But strangely, after enveloping Hemingway's body, the blue light did not change colors quickly like it did with the Purple Pearl. It remained blue, but its brightness grew increasingly intense. This was the first time the sea witch encountered such a situation. She couldn't understand why the blue light did not change, as even the weakest soul master would at least see a white-level assessment, and this white-haired boy's strength was clearly not weak, even extraordinary. How could this happen? The Purple Pearl also widened her eyes nervously, worried that something might have gone wrong with him. Just as both women were astonished and puzzled by the unchanging color of the sea goddess light, the blue light surrounding Hemingway began to change. If the color of the light beam during Purple Pearl's assessment shifted gradually, then the color of the beam enveloping Hemingway changed in a jumping manner. Blue, white, yellow, purple. These 4 colors flickered briefly before changing to the next, at an extremely fast speed, giving a dizzying sensation. Even the transition from purple to black happened in an instant. In the next moment, black magical patterns surged upward at an astonishing speed. The rapidity left the sea witch dumbfounded. Having guarded the sacred pillar for many years and presided over assessment ceremonies for many, it was still her first time witnessing someone's colors change so quickly. It utterly refreshed her worldview. My goodness, could this be another top-level assessment? The sea witch realized her heart was struggling to bear such stimulation. As the guardian of the sacred pillar, not only she, but even the combined experience of the 7 sacred pillars had never encountered such a unique scene. However, the shocking spectacle did not lessen due to the sea witch's changing emotions. Instead, it reached an unprecedented height. The black magical patterns smoothly crossed 2/3 of the sea witch's sacred pillar, transforming from black to blood red, with blood red magical patterns suddenly appearing. This time, the blood red patterns did not merely jump a little from the original 2/3, but instantly surged to the very top of the sea witch's sacred pillar. A sound like the weeping of the sea resonated from the sacred pillar, followed by a colossal blood red beam shooting up into the sky, 10 times stronger than that triggered by the Purple Pearl. The sea of the sea surged, and at that moment, towering waves of over 100 meters suddenly rose vertically from the entire expanse of the sea of the sea. Within the giant waves, intense blue light erupted. The transformation was not over. The entire sea god island seemed to tremble with the red light shooting up from the sea witch's holy pillar. Soon after, the sea witch and the Purple Pearl clearly saw 6 massive blood-red light pillars rising into the sky. The 7 light pillars converged at a single point in the air, and in the next moment, the blood red faded away. From that point of convergence, a brilliantly radiant golden light descended from the heavens. Everything at that moment seemed to enter a state of absolute stillness, with only that splendid, brilliant light at the center between the sea and sky descending. The sea god's 9 trials. As the person involved, Hemingway was filled with disbelief, feeling as if he were in a dream. Chapter 63. It turns out I'm also a mundane person. At this moment, the golden light appearing before Hemingway was entirely different from any gold he had seen before. It was filled with the majesty and grandeur of royal light. The moment it appeared, the entire sea god island, whether it was the 7 holy pillars, the forest, the hills, or the sea of the sea, was completely bathed in gold. Even all the sea soul masters were enveloped in that special golden light. However, the end point of this golden light was singular. It was Hemingway, standing under the sea witch's holy pillar, slightly dazed and incredulous. Such a grand scene was no less than the majesty of nature. Was this the godly power of this world? Hemingway admitted that he had indeed underestimated the powerhouses of this world. Although he had an external advantage, he was still too weak at this moment and had not yet grown. He was far from having the qualifications to look down on the deities of this world. The golden light pillar brought him a strange sensation, as if something within him had been stirred. Following that, 9 square golden light screens appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The light of the first screen was the brightest, while the other 8 appeared somewhat dim. Before Hemingway could think much about it, these light screens floated into his forehead like golden shooting stars. Instantly, a massive amount of information flooded into his mind. And this information was somewhat vague, with only one strand being clearly discernible. Closing his eyes, he silently began to digest the information in his mind. Hemingway felt a special energy wave that was like a revelation, as if his entire body was immersed in a cool liquid, an indescribable comfort. Gradually, he could faintly sense that something subtle was changing in his body within this golden light. He couldn't articulate what it was, but the feeling was magical, as if his body's functions were being harmonized, an indescribable comfort. Especially the mermaid princess spirit, bathed in this golden light, involuntarily conveyed feelings of joy and exuberance, just like a thirsty fish finally returning to the sea. At that moment, Hemingway realized that his overall qualities were rapidly enhancing, particularly the mermaid princess spirit, after absorbing the power from the golden light, seemed to undergo some beneficial transformation, as if a parched plant had finally received the water it needed. Hemingway was unclear about what was happening, but he instinctively felt that it was a good thing for him. The golden light gradually faded, first from the air and the sea, and then from all directions. Hemingway's body was the final destination of all this golden light, and the place where all the golden light ultimately converged was right in the middle of his forehead. What was left there was not a star-shaped mark, but a golden trident symbol. The faint golden trident brought Hemingway a sense of noble majesty, coupled with the unparalleled dominance he already possessed. Even though he stood there so unremarkably, he couldn't help but exude a lofty air that looked down upon the world. Slowly opening his eyes, the originally sea-blue gaze of the white-haired youth appeared even clearer. He raised his hand, subconsciously touched his smooth forehead, curious about his current appearance. With a swipe of his hand, the water molecules that were everywhere in the void gathered together to finally form a water mirror. Hemingway examined his reflection in the water mirror and noticed that his once bronze skin, a result of 6 years on a deserted island exposed to the elements, had now turned fair as jade under the golden light. Coupled with the luxurious trident mark on his forehead, he appeared to possess a kind of splendid beauty. This made him frown in dissatisfaction, as he felt that such a pale complexion, paired with his handsome features, made him look somewhat effeminate. He preferred his original bronzed skin, which he thought had more masculine appeal. At that moment, the purple pearl, finally coming to her senses, turned to the completely dazed sea witch, who stood like a perfect sculpture, and asked, "Senior, red is the top-level assessment. So what is this gold?" The sea witch snapped out of her daze. Her clear blue eyes moved, and her gaze turned to the white-haired boy, noticing the shimmering golden trident mark still glowing on his smooth forehead. "No, this is not a dream. I don't know." The 5 words seemed to be very difficult for the sea witch to utter. She stared blankly at Hemingway, as if she were looking at some indescribable monster. "I have been on this island for many years and have never heard of any assessment that is golden. This situation far exceeded my understanding." "Huh, even the senior guardian of the Holy Pillar doesn't know?" The purple pearl was suddenly a bit confused. The sea witch was just about to speak when a leisurely voice floated in from afar, as if it came from a place deep in the clouds. Beautiful and melodious like it was from the heavens, yet filled with a sense of kindness. There was no need to put her in a difficult position. This was the first time such a situation had occurred since the appearance of the sea god island. What this young man had to endure was not the top-level 9 trials, but the sea god S9 trials. The voice drew nearer, and when the last word reached the ears of the 3 present, a red light slowly magnified in the distance. Everyone felt that the space seemed to twist slightly. In the next moment, another person had appeared in front of the sea witch's holy pillar. She was tall and proud, completely enveloped in a long crimson robe, with sea blue hair cascading down her back, almost reaching the ground. Her delicate features looked no older than 30, and her beauty stemmed more from her aura, noble, elegant, and warm. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long scepter, golden like the light that appeared in the sky earlier. The scepter was intricately carved with magical patterns, and at its tip was a diamond-shaped protrusion resembling a spear. If one only looked at her appearance, she was undoubtedly an extraordinary beauty, and her aura was unmatched by anyone. But what was most astonishing were her eyes. The clear blue seemed even deeper than the ocean, filled with the kindness of ancient wisdom, as if it had experienced ages. Such eyes could hardly belong to a woman of 30. Greetings, great offering. The sea witch slightly bowed, paying respect to the woman in the red robe. My subordinates have failed to fulfill the Sea Lord's guidance. Please punish them, great offering. The woman in red smiled gently, and it seemed that even the sea stirred with her smile. It's not your fault. I too am seeing such a situation for the first time. Her gaze shifted, finally settling on Hemingway, or rather on the golden trident mark on his forehead. Young man, I have waited for over 100 years, and finally, in the twilight of my years, I have met you. Can you tell me your origins? Listening closely to her voice, Hemingway immediately felt his heart race. He had never believed in love at first sight before, but upon seeing this woman, he realized he was just as much a lecherous mortal, moved by beauty. Yet soon, he sensed his inappropriate feelings and quickly suppressed the tumult within, cursing himself for being so feeble. It was as if he had never seen a woman before. Even this woman could make him feel this way. It was simply enough. He knew that despite her appearance being around 30, he was well aware from the original work that this woman was one of the 3 remaining unparalleled Douluos in the world. Poseidon Douluo Bosisi. Of course, this is not the main point. The key is that this woman is at least over 120 years old, truly a grandmother-level figure. How could I have developed feelings for this woman? Is there anything more absurd than this in the world? Indeed, this is a world that values appearances. I thought I would be different, but unexpectedly, I turned out to be just another superficial person. Hemingway couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of shame. P.S. 2 updates, please vote. Chapter 64. Why can one obtain the 9 tests? Ahem. Hemingway suppressed the tumult in his heart with immense determination, not daring to show that he was moved by the beauty of the woman before him. As a junior, Hemingway had seen his seniors. Out of the etiquette instilled in him since childhood, along with respect for his elders, he intended to pay his respects to the sea god Douluo, who represented the highest authority of Sea God Island. However, the sea god Douluo, Poseidon, slightly flickered and appeared at his side, not accepting his greeting. Hemingway was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized. This was because she had obtained the 9 trials of Poseidon, and her identity had changed to that of the heir to the sea god. She didn't dare to return the gesture. No need for such formalities. Child, Poseidon said to Hemingway solemnly, from now on, you must remember that on Poseidon Island, no one is qualified to receive your courtesies. Not even me. Huh. Hemingway was well aware, but on the surface, he had to put on a surprised expression, as if he didn't understand why this peak powerhouse would say such a thing to him. After all, there were some things he couldn't explain, so acting a bit ignorant was necessary to avoid arousing other suspicions. Poseidon turned to the sea witch and said, Lorelei, convey my orders. Before these 2 complete the Lord of the Sea's trial, they are both honored guests of this island, and no one is to neglect or offend them. Aside from not being able to help them complete the trial, fulfill their requests as much as possible. They can stay in your sea maiden city. Also, gather the other 6. There will be a meeting at the Sea God Temple tomorrow. Yes, the sea witch replied extremely respectfully. Although she hadn't seen this great patron for many years on this Sea God Island, Poseidon was the supreme existence. Only the sea god himself could surpass her. Poseidon's gaze fell on Hemingway again, and she smiled at him. If you need anything, you can ask Lorelei. Remember, your sea god 9 trials must be completed at least once each year. Otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain. Hemingway nodded silently, but felt very strange in his heart. Why was he able to obtain the 9 trials of the sea god? According to the original work, to inherit the position of the sea god, the sea god's heart was an indispensable item, the key to inheriting the divine position. Therefore, logically speaking, without the sea god's heart, he should not have the qualifications to inherit the position of the sea god, right? But why? Why was he able to obtain the 9 trials of the sea god? In fact, Hemingway had fallen into a misunderstanding. Because he had read the original work, he subconsciously believed that without the sea god's heart, it was absolutely impossible to obtain the 9 trials of the sea god. However, he overlooked a very critical issue. The one who decides the heir is the sea god, not the sea god's heart. That item is merely a tool to test qualifications and inherit the divine position. Therefore, as long as the sea god finds you pleasing to the eye, even without the sea god's heart, you can still be granted the 9 trials of the sea god. At most, you would just need to leave the island later to retrieve the sea god's heart, the key item for inheriting the divine position, to complete the final trial. As for Hemingway's qualifications, that goes without saying. With a natural twin martial soul, especially the mermaid princess martial soul, he is simply a born ruler of the sea. His attributes are so perfectly aligned with the position of the sea god that he is even more suitable to inherit the position than Tang San in the original work. Therefore, upon detecting his astonishing qualifications, the sea god couldn't wait to grant him the 9 trials of the sea god, fearing that this heir, who had waited for countless years, might run away. As for why the sea god was so eager to choose an heir, it was because the gods of this world were bound by their divine positions, forced to stay in the divine realm. They could not easily descend to the mortal world, living a life akin to that of prisoners. With no freedom whatsoever, after tens of thousands of years, even a god would go mad. To break free from this limitation and achieve true freedom, one must first abandon their divine position. As long as the divine position is abandoned, the sea god can escape the constraints of the divine realm and freely explore the unknown realms of the starry sky. No matter what, it is far better than being trapped in the limited space of the divine realm. Therefore, as soon as the sea god saw someone suitable to inherit the position, she couldn't wait to grant him the 9 trials of the sea god, hoping he could quickly inherit the position and take over this mess. In a sense, the gods of this world are quite pitiful. They gain from their divine positions, but also suffer from them. Bound tightly by their divine positions, they have no freedom whatsoever. Upon seeing Hemingway indicate that he understood, Poseidon slightly nodded, and then a red light emanated from her body. After a flash of brilliance, her perfect figure vanished into the void. After she left, the purple pearl suddenly let out a long breath, her face pale, and beads of sweat densely covered her fair forehead. So powerful. Just the presence of that great elder made the air feel incredibly oppressive. The instinct from her martial soul told her that the elder was very dangerous. With just a glance, she could annihilate me, she said, still feeling apprehensive. Hemingway did not respond, still puzzled about why he was able to achieve the 9 trials of the sea god. However, he fell into a mental trap, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not come up with a definitive answer. At that moment, the voice of the sea witch rang out. She smiled at the two and said, "Dear guests, please follow me." A rich blue light emanated from the sea witch's hand, and with a slight wave, a strange scene unfolded. The water on one side of the sea surged up and condensed in the air, transforming into a bridge in no time. It did not lead back to where the two had come from, but rather deeper into the forest of Sea God Island. The demeanor of the sea witch in this world was very respectful, clearly influenced by the earlier words of the sea god Douluo Poseidon. A powerful being of the title Douluo level spoke to them with such respect, which made Zizenzu feel somewhat uncomfortable. It's worth noting that even her most powerful father was merely a soul Douluo. Hemingway gathered his thoughts, knowing that it wasn't the right time for deep contemplation. He bowed to the sea witch and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, sister." He didn't address her as senior, as that felt a bit distant. Moreover, the sea witch appeared very young, giving him a pleasant feeling. She seemed like a neighborly older sister, so he followed his instincts and referred to her as sister. Sister? The sea witch was taken aback. Although she had always referred to herself as sister, it was the first time she had actually heard someone call her that. Strangely, she found it quite nice. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl stepped onto the bridge formed by as if their feet were on solid ground. The sea witch had done this before when they crossed the Sea of the Sea. As they walked across the bridge and stepped onto the shore, 10 yellow-clad sea soul masters immediately approached and stood respectfully on both sides. Then, the sea witch gestured for Hemingway to walk in front, while she took a subordinate position behind him. Hemingway couldn't resist her any longer, so he simply stopped refusing. Surrounded by the crowd, he strode confidently forward. Chapter 65, The Sea Witch Lorelei. The group, led by Hemingway, walked slowly ahead. The Sea Witch walked behind Hemingway, smiling and said, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Poseidon Island. You will likely be staying here for a long time. There are not many rules on Poseidon Island. After checking into Mermaid City, you can decide when to begin your trials. However, you must complete at least one assessment each year. You can experience the trials bestowed by Lord Poseidon at your own pace. The tasks are to be completed in order. Only after finishing one task will the conditions for the next one be revealed, until all tasks are completed. If you need anything, you can ask, and I will do my best to accommodate you. One more thing to note is that aside from the central forbidden area, you may go anywhere on Poseidon Island. But please do not cover the mark on your forehead, as it symbolizes your identity." Hemingway nodded and smiled, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, sister. From now on, we will need to trouble you for your care on this island." The Sea Witch smiled and said, "Mr. Hai, you are too modest. You are a distinguished guest appointed by the Grand Offering. If you need anything, just let me know." Mr. Hai, hearing her so politely distant address, Hemingway frowned his snow-white brows and said, "Could you please not call me Mr. Hai? I prefer the way you addressed me before." "The previous address? Little brother?" The Sea Witch recalled his identity and felt that he could no longer be as reckless and carefree as before. After all, his identity was now different from what it used to be. "Then I'll just call you my younger brother," she said. After thinking for a moment, the Sea Witch smiled at him, her previously forced serious demeanor finally returning to her true nature. Seeing this, Hemingway also smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, that's fine. Your earlier distant demeanor really made me feel quite disappointed." Meanwhile, Purple Pearl watched the two of them call each other sister and brother and quickly become familiar with each other. As she observed their lively conversation, she couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis in her heart. She had an unsettling feeling that this old woman was a formidable foe. However, at that moment, all she could do was glare at the two of them with her beautiful purple eyes, feeling frustrated because she couldn't interject into their conversation at all. It was truly infuriating. After walking for about 15 minutes, the group finally emerged from the woods, and what came into view was indeed a city. It was a small town with walls only 5 meters high. As they exited the forest from a higher vantage point, they could easily see the appearance of this small town. The most striking feature of the city was a tall building in the center, which resembled the Sea Witch's holy pillar, but was much broader, with a massive statue of the sea which atop the building. Seeing this, the Sea Witch immediately smiled and explained, "There are a total of 7 holy pillars and 7 cities on Sea God Island. This is the Sea Maiden City that I guard. The building you see is the Lord's Mansion. About 1,000 people live in Sea Maiden City, all of whom are the most loyal followers of the Sea God." At this moment, Purple Pearl suddenly said, "I heard my father say that there are only a little over 3,000 Sea Soul Masters on Sea God Island. With over 1,000 people in your Sea Maiden City, doesn't that mean the other cities have very few Sea Soul Masters?" The Sea Witch smiled and shook her head, saying, "That's not the case. The so-called 3,000 Sea Soul Masters refer to the 3,500 Sea God warriors who guard the Sea God. Each city has 500 Soul Masters for protection. However, Sea God warriors can retire and enjoy their old age after reaching the age of 70. Additionally, children under 18 who have not yet passed their trials are not counted among the Sea God warriors. Therefore, the actual number of people in each city is around 1,000. The population here is relatively small. The largest Sea Dragon city has already exceeded 2,000 people. Now, let's enter the city together. This is indeed a small city, with only the most basic 4 gates. Although they're called gates, they resemble more of a manor entrance. In front of the gate where everyone arrived, there were 4 Sea Soul Masters guarding, 2 in white and 2 in yellow. Upon seeing the Sea Lady Douluo in a black dress, they immediately bowed and saluted, respectfully welcoming everyone into the city. Although the Sea Lady City is small, it is quite complete in its facilities. The streets, though not wide, are very clean, and the buildings on either side are not tall, primarily made of wood and stone. There are not many shops, but they do exist. Looking at these shops in the city, it's hard to imagine this is on an island. It feels almost like returning to the mainland. The Sea Witch said, "You can rest for a while in the Lord's Mansion. I cannot be away from the sea for too long, so I usually cultivate at the Holy Pillar. The people here can generally be self-sufficient, growing some simple crops. And with the nourishment of the sea, they can survive. Therefore, Poseidon Island does not need currency. Transactions are usually conducted through barter. Of course, we also have specialized merchant teams that go out to purchase goods. They go out to sea at regular intervals to trade with nearby coastal cities and buy some necessities." As Hemingway and his group entered the Mermaid City, they immediately attracted quite a few curious gazes, but with the Sea Witch present, the Sea Soul Masters in the city dared not come close. The earlier celestial phenomenon had already spread throughout Poseidon Island, and the phenomenon had even appeared in Mermaid City. It is impossible for Hemingway and the Purple Pearl to avoid attention, especially since the marks on their foreheads are too obvious. With just a little observation, one can hear the astonished voices of the residents of Mermaid City. The Lord's mansion is smaller than expected. Besides the sea, which Douluo Lorelei, there are also more than 10 sea spirit masters who have passed the purple level test living here. They can be said to be the backbone of Mermaid City. The Lord's mansion is divided into 3 floors. At the strong request of the sea witch, her room was vacated for Hemingway. In fact, it was because mermaids cannot be away from water for too long. She has never actually lived in this room. It merely belongs to her in name and has been left empty all along. Someone comes regularly to clean and change the furniture, keeping it in a condition ready for occupancy at any time. After all, she is the city lord, so the Lord's mansion should have a place for her, even if she doesn't live here at all. However, what should be there must be there. This is a symbolic issue. Although the area of the 3rd floor is not small, there are no separated rooms. A huge living room exceeds 200 square meters, but there is only 1 bedroom. Therefore, the Purple Pearl was arranged to live on the 2nd floor. After the sea witch settled the 2 of them, she left. No need to ask. She was going to convey the orders of the high priest of the sea god, Doru Poseidon. P.S. 2 updates, asking for tickets and collections. The data is really poor. By the way, aren't you going to invest a little? Chapter 66. The food is quite good. After the sea witch left, only the 2 of them remained in the Lord's mansion. Zijinju plopped down on the soft sofa in the 3-story hall. Her body seemed to lose all its bones, lying limply on the sofa like a boneless beauty snake. Lazily, she said, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly after coming here. I thought I would have to go through some life and death trials. I didn't expect the trials to be this simple. Hemingway also sat down on the sofa. He looked at her lazily and said with some helplessness, Simple? This is not simple at all. If it were someone else, it would definitely not be an exaggeration to say they would face 9 deaths. Although we have successfully entered Poseidon Island now, this is just the beginning. What is more crucial for us is whether we can complete those real trials. If you think that the divine test can be passed easily, then you are very mistaken. He continued, Speaking of which, my first trial is to cross the sea goddess light. Zijin Pearl slightly raised her head from the sofa and asked him, What about you? What is your first trial? Like yours, my first trial is also to cross the sea goddess light. Hemingway's expression was somewhat strange as he said, It's just that my trial is different from yours. That is, I need to cross 3 times the sea goddess light. Upon hearing this, Zijin Pearl barely propped herself up and sat up from the sofa, saying, My first assessment is to cross the sea goddess light. Hint, go to the core forbidden area of Poseidon Island and ascend the first 130 levels of stairs in the forbidden area. This is considered passing the trial. You can withdraw midway, and the time limit is 1 year. Hemingway said, My first test is to traverse the triple light of the sea god. Hint, go to the core forbidden area of Sea God Island and ascend the 666 steps of the forbidden area to be considered as passing the test. You can withdraw midway, and the time limit is 1 year. The Purple Pearl was suddenly astonished and said, Isn't it triple? Why is your number of steps 5 times mine? Hemingway said helplessly, How would I know? But this is not the time for discussion. Since the gods have issued a trial, there must be a reason behind it. Since our first trial is quite similar, let's analyze it briefly. From the assessment hints and the name of the trial, it seems that the first trial we need to pass should involve overcoming a special defense in the forbidden area of Sea God Island. It's similar to the kind of light that the sea made Douluo use to block the sky today. However, the Sea Goddess light in the forbidden area of Sea God Island is certainly stronger in intensity. I suppose that with every level we pass, we will have to bear tremendous pressure. Zijinju nodded slightly, silently listening to his analysis. Hemingway continued, And if the light of the sea god serves as a barrier to block the invasion of enemies, will it bring us pressure when we step into it? If the answer is yes, then this first assessment will be a good thing for both of us. The Purple Pearl is not naive. She quickly understood his words and eagerly said, Then after we rest, let's go take a look. A year sounds quite long, but from the expression of the sea girl Douluo, it's clear that passing this assessment won't be easy. We need to seize the time. Hemingway nodded and was about to say something when a purple-clad sea spirit master came to the 3rd floor, informing the 2 that lunch was ready and inviting them to dine. The dining area was on the 1st floor, and the sea spirit Douluo had already left, leaving a message for them to feel free to ask the purple-clad sea spirit master for any needs. The lunch was quite lavish, far better than that of the Magic Whale pirate group. There were over 3-foot-long lobsters, 2-foot-wide king crabs, as well as various shellfish, fish, and some vegetables and staple foods. These ingredients were not ordinary. They all belonged to soul beasts and were difficult to catch. Although they were not very old, the soul power contained within them, consumed over the years, would be greatly beneficial for both soul masters and ordinary people. It can only be said that Sea God Island truly lives up to its reputation as the real master of the sea, with its extravagant wealth. Even such ingredients can be enjoyed as everyday food. Hemingway and Purple Pearl had a light breakfast on the boat today and were feeling a bit hungry by now. Seeing such a sumptuous spread, they were not polite and immediately indulged themselves. These marine creatures were cooked while still fresh, and since they were soul beasts, their meat had been nourished by soul power over the years, making it extremely delicious and nutritious. Both of them were very satisfied with their meal. After enjoying the lavish dishes, they sat quietly in their chairs without moving, slowly digesting the food. The leftover dishes on the table were taken care of by someone. Should we go see the sea god's light tomorrow, or should we go this afternoon? Purple Pearl suddenly asked. Let's go tomorrow. There's no need to rush, Hemingway replied. Hemingway shook his head and said, since it's your first time here, let's take a day to rest and recharge. Tomorrow, we will face the challenge in our best condition. Zazenza nodded silently upon hearing this. After all, she had come here with him and wasn't in such a hurry. Since he said tomorrow, then she would wait until tomorrow. The next day, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl each had a beautiful sleep in their own rooms, allowing the fatigue from days of traveling by boat to completely dissipate. After getting up, they refreshed themselves using the amenities provided in their rooms, and then went to enjoy a lavish breakfast. Once they were well fed and in top condition, they prepared for the day ahead. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl found a purple-clad sea soul master and expressed their intentions to him. The two guests want to go to the Forbidden Place? Hearing that they intended to go to the forbidden area of Sea God Island, the purple-clad sea soul master, who was around 50 years old, was very surprised. Hemingway said, that's right, we accept the trials bestowed by Lord Poseidon. The first trial is to cross the sea god's light. Therefore, we must go to the forbidden area of Sea God Island. So I will trouble you again. The purple-robed sea soul master suddenly realized and hurriedly said, all right, I will take the two distinguished guests there right away. Is there anything else you need? Hemingway shook his head, indicating no. Then, under the guidance of the purple-clad sea spirit master, the two left Seahorse City and headed straight outside the city. As they walked, Zhejian Pearl leaned closer to Hemingway and whispered, isn't this too easy? We're heading to a forbidden area. Why did this purple-clad sea spirit master not ask a single question before taking us there? The warm whisper by his ear made Hemingway raise an eyebrow slightly, and then he calmly replied in a low voice, easy? The ease we experience now only indicates how difficult the trials we are about to face will be. Did you notice that when this purple-clad sea spirit master heard that our first trial is the light of the sea god, a hint of pity even flickered in his eyes? That shows just how terrifying the light of the sea god must be. If I'm not mistaken, the reason this purple-clad sea spirit master agreed to take us to the forbidden area without hesitation is due to several factors. First, it's undoubtedly because of the mark on our foreheads. If I guess correctly, when the sea god grants trials, it not only considers the strength and potential of the trial takers themselves, but also the moral character of outsiders like us. Since we have all received high-level trials, especially having attracted the attention of the grand offering sea god Douluo, they have no reason to doubt us. Second, since we're to undergo the first trial in the forbidden area of Sea God Island, the defenses of that forbidden area must be extremely formidable, which includes the light of the sea god that we have to endure. Chapter 67. I am the protagonist. After listening to his analysis, Zhejian Pearl's face showed a look of realization. In fact, these things were not difficult to guess, and she wasn't foolish. It's just that when Hemingway was around, she would subconsciously rely on him. In simple terms, she was too lazy to think. Hemingway also didn't know whether the Purple Pearl was good or bad. He could only say that he actually enjoyed the feeling of being relied upon and needed by others. As the three of them left the Mermaid City, the purple-clad sea soul master said to the two, it's still quite a distance from the Mermaid City to the forbidden area. Should we speed up our journey, esteemed guests? Hemingway asked, how far is it from here? The purple-clothed sea spirit master replied, the forbidden area is located in the center of the Sea God Island's circular sea. It's about 200 miles from here. Then let's speed up. I'll trouble you to lead the way, Hemingway said. Although 200 miles isn't too far, it would take at least half a day on foot. Only by moving at full speed can we reach our destination in a short time. The purple-clothed sea spirit master directed his questions towards Hemingway, clearly due to the golden trident mark on his forehead. Upon receiving his approval, the spirit master immediately released his martial soul. 7 soul rings appeared. White, yellow, purple, 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 black, black. He was surprisingly a soul saint-level powerhouse. Once he released his martial soul, his entire body was covered in a layer of fine scales, shining gray. Hemingway recognized that his martial soul was a type of sea snake, seemingly a highly venomous one. After signaling to the two, the purple-clothed sea spirit master suddenly accelerated. His way of moving was very peculiar. His feet barely left the ground, yet he moved incredibly fast, shooting forward like an arrow. Zhu Zhenju did not dare to lag behind, and also released her martial soul. A phantom of a 9-headed snake appeared, enveloping her body. Then, the snake-shaped phantom wrapped around her, winding and weaving as it carried her along. In just a flash, she caught up to the purple-clothed soul saint. Hemingway was surrounded by the shimmering phantom of a white tiger, and suddenly a faint white light burst forth from his body. Immediately, a pair of wings began to take shape on his back. The enormous, snow-white wings, along with the white light radiating from him, made him look as if an angel had descended to the mortal realm. He speculated that these wings might originate from the swan martial soul of the Tiandou royal family. After all, his mother was a royal princess, even though she did not inherit the swan martial soul. However, there was no doubt that there was a bloodline belonging to the swan martial soul within him, just not manifesting. As the son of his mother, he naturally inherited this bloodline. With the help of the martial soul upgrade card, this bloodline was activated and fused into the white tiger martial soul, allowing it to grow a pair of wings and gain the ability to fly, as well as purification powers. He could also sense that the function of these wings was not limited to that. They might have integrated characteristics from certain powerful beings from other worlds, indicating that the wings should have other remarkable uses. However, his current strength was too low to fully unleash the potential of the martial soul. After the martial soul manifested and spread its wings, behind Hemingway, a pair of snow-white wings gently flapped, effortlessly catching up with the swiftly moving purple-robed soul master ahead. After a moment of moving forward, the purple-robed sea soul master, fearing that the two of them could not keep up. After all, although they were esteemed guests whom the sea maiden had instructed them to respect, they were still quite young, turned back to look and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. No longer holding back, he accelerated with all his might. The most profound impression left in his mind was, of course, that youth with white hair, bearing a golden trident mark on his forehead, snow-white wings sprouting from his back, radiating a pure white light, as if an angel had descended. It was simply too beautiful and sacred. For an ordinary person, a distance of 200 miles would take about 2 days on foot, and even on horseback, it would take a whole day. But for a high-level soul master running at full speed, it would only take about an hour. At this moment, the sun had just risen, and both had woken up very early. Even after having a meal and resting for a while, the time was still very early. After passing through a dense forest, when the purple-robed sea soul master came to a stop, Hemingway and Purple Pearl were already stunned by the scenery before them. The beautiful scene could not be described in words. The shimmering sea reflected countless colorful lights under the gentle sunlight of the rising sun. And in the midst of that sea, a small island was situated right in the center of the circular water area. The terrain of the island was quite high, about 500 meters, and what was most peculiar was that the small island was enveloped in a faint golden light. Although the radiance was not strong, the two could tell that it definitely did not come from the morning sun, but was a unique brilliance of the island itself. At the top of the island stood a building that resembled white jade sculpture, square with a dome. From where they stood, they could only see the outermost part of the building, composed of huge white stone pillars. The entire material was so translucent, filled with a sacred glow. Is this the forbidden area? Purple Pearl murmured involuntarily. Women are always more easily enchanted by beautiful things. Hemingway gazed at the beautiful scenery before him, and couldn't help but feel a bit enchanted. Although there were descriptions in the original work, how could the meager words compare to actually seeing the real scenery? Moreover, he had read the book in a haphazard manner, so he only had a vague impression of many things in the original text. He had forgotten many details. Therefore, suddenly encountering such beauty, he couldn't help but be immersed in the splendor of the scene. The purple-clad sea soul master was filled with reverence in his eyes. Yes, this is the forbidden area of our Sea God Island, the Sea God Temple dedicated to Lord Sea God, which is the only building at the top of Sea God Mountain. It is also the true Sea God Island, also known as the island within the island. Please look. In front of us is the staircase to the island. That is where you need to undergo the trial, a total of 1001 steps. Only guardians of Sea God Island who have passed the assessment of the Sea God at the purple level or above are qualified to step onto the stairs and enter the Sea God Temple for worship. Otherwise, they will be blocked by the light of the Sea God. If you both wish to attempt the trial, you can go now. I will wait for you here. But please, do not make noise on Sea God Mountain, so as not to disturb Lord Sea God. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, a stone staircase extended downward from the front of the Sea God Temple. Under the shining morning sun, the white stone steps reflected light, resembling a jade belt lightly draped over the Sea God Mountain. They exchanged a glance and smiled, just about to set off, when the purple-clad Sea Soul Master seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, "Dear guests, during the trial, if something is not feasible, do not force it. As long as you quickly retreat from a sacred mountain, there will naturally be no harm. The light of the Sea God is perhaps the only attempt in your future trials that is not considered dangerous, so you need not have too many taboos." Hemingway smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your guidance. However, you don't need to wait for us here. We don't know how long this attempt will take. You must have other work to do, right?" The purple-clad Sea Soul Master hesitated for a moment, but still said, "It's fine. You two don't have to worry about me. In fact, being allowed by the Sea God to accept the test of the Sea God's light is a good thing. Only the black level assessment has this requirement. Without the Sea God's permission, we Sea Soul Masters who have already passed the test cannot enter the restricted area." After hearing his words, Hemingway didn't say anything more. He directly picked up the purple pearl in his arms, and with the white wings behind him constantly radiating holy light, he soared into the sky, enveloped in white light, heading straight for the ringed sea. The width of the ringed sea is about 200 meters with gentle waves. It's referred to as a sea, but in reality, it's more like a circular lake, although the water here is still seawater. It's just that it's unclear how to enter the island, which must involve some special soul technique. As Hemingway flew over the ringed sea while holding the purple pearl, he suddenly noticed that as soon as he entered the range of the ringed sea, a faint glow emerged from his body. The glow on the purple pearl in his arms was red, while the glow on his own body was a faint golden light, exactly the same as the light that stabilized during the assessment. Hemingway was taken aback and instinctively began to recall the plot of the original work, but it had been too long since then. Moreover, at that time, he had only skimmed through it, reading it in a quantum manner. As a result, apart from certain important plot points, he had forgotten all the other insignificant details. Now, he could only vaguely remember that the layer of light enveloping the two of them seemed to play an important role in crossing this circular sea, which was of great help. He couldn't recall anything else, but it didn't matter if he couldn't remember, as it probably wasn't anything important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forgotten it. Thus, Hemingway held the purple pearl, and with just a few flaps of his snow-white wings, he successfully crossed the more than 200-meter-wide circular sea and reached the other side. He gently set down the purple pearl, who was as obedient as a little kitten, causing her to frown in dissatisfaction, seemingly complaining about why they didn't fly a little longer. Hemingway ignored her little emotions and turned his gaze forward. The steps leading up to the Sea God Mountain were just a few dozen meters ahead of them. Even now, he still felt a sense of unreality in his heart. Why was he able to obtain the Sea God 9 trials? Wouldn't that mean he had snatched the opportunity from the protagonist? It seemed that in this world, Tang San did not possess any so-called protagonist halo. Or perhaps, since he arrived in this world, the butterfly effect had occurred, and Tang San was no longer the protagonist. It was no longer possible to sail smoothly as in the original work, as if aided by the gods. Now, in this world, I am the protagonist. P.S. 3,000-word chapter. 2 updates. Please vote. Chapter 68. The most suitable person. Hemingway and the purple pearl walked shoulder to shoulder, slowly making their way to the foot of Poseidon Mountain, and immediately felt a sense of majesty and solemnity surrounding them, as if some special energy was suppressing them. There was a heavy feeling in their hearts. "Let's go." Hemingway's answer was just one word. In the next moment, the two of them leaped forward, rushing towards the stairs. Bang! Bang! But immediately after, two muffled sounds almost echoed simultaneously. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that just as Hemingway and the purple pearl charged to the stairs, it seemed as if they had collided with something, and both were bounced back, even flying directly backward for more than 10 meters. Fortunately, their momentum wasn't too strong, and it was just that they were caught off guard without any mental preparation, which made their fall seem a bit awkward. What's going on? After stabilizing her stance with some difficulty, the purple pearl rubbed her forehead in pain and subtly nudged her full chest with her elbow to ease the soreness from the impact. Seeing that he hadn't noticed her, she breathed a sigh of relief and then curiously said, "Why does it feel like we ran into a wall made of elastic material?" Hemingway did not speak, nor did he pay attention to her small movements. He simply furrowed his brows and stared ahead at what seemed to be an empty space. After thinking for a moment, he raised his right hand. Immediately, invisible water molecules in the air began to gather quickly, and these water vapor condensed, eventually forming a small water ball. Since obtaining the 9 trials of the sea god and experiencing the baptism of those mysterious energies, his mermaid martial soul has undergone a positive transformation. In particular, his control and manipulation of water have become much more effortless. Gathering the water vapor contained in the air out of thin air like this was something he could not do before, but now it felt almost instinctual. He could even manipulate water and command the sea without the need for his martial soul to transform into the true form of the mermaid princess, Bai Xing. This shows just how well the mermaid princess Bai Xing martial soul is suited for the position of the sea god. It's no wonder the sea god detected his potential and couldn't wait to give him the 9 trials of the sea god. With such potential, there is no one else in the world more suited for the position of the sea god than him. Go! Hemingway tossed the water ball diagonally upward, and it shot out like a cannonball. Suddenly, a strange scene unfolded. A faint golden light flashed, and the water ball, which had been launched like a projectile, paused for a moment before rebounding back like lightning, moving even faster than when he had casually thrown it. Hemingway casually slapped the water ball that rebounded back, dispersing it into vapor. He already understood that it seemed the true range of the sea god's light began from the position of the steps. Although he had read the original novel of Douluo Continent, the authoress writing was really not that great, so he had read it in a quantum way, casually glancing and vaguely understanding the general plot. He even skipped some boring chapters entirely. Therefore, he really didn't understand the situation regarding these steps and could only speculate based on the current circumstances. It seemed that the sea god's light was a domineering protective shield that should be able to rebound any physical and energy attacks. Moreover, it didn't just rebound indiscriminately, but specifically targeted the attacker. Otherwise, the water ball I just threw was shot at an angle, and it should have rebounded diagonally upwards. Based on the existing situation, he began to analyze. Thus, when climbing the steps, one should not use any skills, otherwise they would immediately suffer backlash. Hemingway stated the conclusion he had drawn. Upon hearing this, the purple pearl beside him couldn't help but say, "This trial is too perverse. It rebounds both physical and energy attacks. How are we supposed to get up there?" Hemingway said, "One should only climb step by step against the pressure of the rebound. If one's strength cannot hold on, one will immediately be rebounded out. Although the attacking skills cannot be used, I think the skills for protection and enhancement can still be used. Let's go, let's try again." After saying this, he took the lead and walked forward. After a moment of hesitation, the purple pearl followed behind him. The two returned to the stairs, and Hemingway was the first to step up, slowly lifting his right leg and stepping toward the first step. As soon as his right leg entered the range of the stairs, he immediately felt a powerful resistance appearing in front of his leg, forcefully pushing against his progress. This test was somewhat similar to gravity, but it was far less than gravity. Feeling this resistance, Hemingway, who was well trained against gravity, did not even use his soul power, but instead relied solely on the strength of his thigh, steadily stepping onto the stairs, while also bringing his body to stand on the first step. Once he stood on the step, he immediately felt an immense pressure overwhelming him, forcefully squeezing his body, like pressing a finger into a balloon, with the deflated balloon wanting to bounce the finger out. At the same time, a layer of golden mist appeared around his body, and Hemingway clearly felt his stamina rapidly depleting. Bracing against the pressure, Hemingway took his second step, and, just as he expected, when he stepped onto the second step, the pressure intensified again, about 10% more than when he stepped onto the first step. His slender brows knitted slightly, but Hemingway did not stop his pace. This time he quickened his speed and took 8 consecutive steps to reach the 10th step. Suddenly, the sensation became even more pronounced, with the frontal pressure surging like a tide. Hemingway made a simple calculation of his soul power based on his condition and found that to stand firm on this 10th step, it would take a level 40 soul master using all their strength to barely manage it. It was truly outrageous. After all, this staircase had over 1,000 steps. Hemingway couldn't help but turn back to look behind him. He saw that Zizinzu had stepped onto the 5th step, and a phantom of a 9-headed snake appeared around her, struggling to ascend to the 6th step. It was clear that she had unleashed her soul power, enhancing her physical attributes, and was trying hard to catch up with him. Turning back, Hemingway continued to move forward. This time, he made it to the 30th step in one breath. He finally felt a bit of strain, but he could still hold on. After all, the training under gravity was far beyond what this pressure could compare to. Gravity training worked on all the cells of the body, all under the influence of gravity. Therefore, it was very comprehensive, making his physical strength far exceed ordinary people's imagination. He took a deep breath. Hemingway bravely pressed on, taking another step as he climbed a total of 8 steps. By the time he reached the 38th step, he finally hit the limit of his physical endurance. Sweat began to appear at his white temples, and his stamina was depleting at an alarming rate. It was clear that this was the limit he could reach solely based on his physical qualities. Next, Hemingway would need to use his soul power to enhance his physical attributes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to proceed any further from this point. Chapter 69. The Burning Fighting Spirit. As his soul power began to surge within him, he felt the pressure around him suddenly ease. He turned his head to glance back and saw that Zhejian Pearl had reached the 20th step, drenched in fragrant sweat, breathing heavily and struggling to ascend to the 21st step. From this, it was evident just how vast the gap in physical ability was between the two. Zhejian Pearl, with her martial spirit enhancing her physical attributes and using soul power to reduce the pressure, had barely reached the 20th step. In contrast, Hemingway had reached the 38th step without using soul power, relying solely on his physical attributes. This showed just how extraordinary his physique was. Seeing that Zhejian Pearl had not given up and was still striving forward was inspiring. Hemingway turned his head again and charged up the higher steps once more. The 40th step, the 45th step, the 50th step, the 56th step. When he reached the 59th step, Hemingway was once again unable to move. This time, he hesitated not at all and directly summoned his martial spirit. A huge mermaid silhouette flashed into existence and then merged into his body. Instantly, his previously tense body relaxed. The martial spirit's possession significantly enhanced his physical attributes once again. He continued to charge towards the higher steps. The 60th step, the 66th step, the 72nd step. As he moved, watermarks began to appear on the ground, formed from sweat, and the golden mist surrounding his body became noticeably denser. At this moment, Hemingway's speed slowed considerably. He gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed, and the veins on his fair skin bulged. Each step became exceptionally difficult, as if he were dragging a mountain behind him while climbing upwards. The 79th step, the 80th step. Just as Hemingway was about to step onto the 81st step, a loud crash suddenly echoed from the steps below him. He struggled to turn his head and slowly looked back. It turned out that Zhejian Pearl, having reached the 30th step, finally couldn't hold on any longer, and her soul power was exhausted. Under the immense pressure, she was launched backwards like a cannonball. Splash! Zhejian Pearl's body fell directly into the circular sea, and the place where she fell was nearly dozens of meters away from the shore, indicating the tremendous pressure she had endured before. And because of this momentary distraction, Hemingway's already exhausted body finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he was instantly lifted off the ground, just like Zhejian Pearl, being propelled away by the golden mist. Splash! The sound of his fall was much louder than hers. At this moment, both Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl were submerged in the circular sea, floating on the surface, with almost no strength left to move. Fortunately, both of them were ocean soul masters, so even though they were too weak to move, they wouldn't drown. However, this was not the time to rest. Hemingway gathered his spirits and used his mind to control the surrounding seawater. The surface of the sea began to ripple, and then streams of water, as if possessing their own will, enveloped the two of them and dragged them toward the shore. By the time they returned to the shore, Hemingway had regained a bit of strength. Therefore, he propped himself up and slowly assumed a meditative posture. Then he looked at the still, lifeless purple pearl, who resembled a dead fish, and said helplessly, "Didn't you say you would follow in my footsteps? Then hurry up and cultivate with me." After saying that, he ignored her and closed his eyes, directly entering a meditative state. Pressure is the best catalyst for cultivation. After 6 years on the deserted island, enduring gravitational pressure every day, he found that his efficiency in cultivation was far higher than usual. Thus, even though he only spent a little time each day cultivating his soul power, most of his time was spent training his physique, and in just 6 years, He had reached the threshold of level 39 soul power, nearing level 40. While climbing the steps under the immense pressure of the sea goddess light, Hemingway realized that the enormous pressure brought by the sea goddess light was undoubtedly the best catalyst for cultivation. Cultivating under great pressure after exhausting his soul power was immensely beneficial to him. That's why he immediately entered a state of cultivation, striving to not waste a single moment. Becoming stronger had become his greatest obsession. At this moment, having left that immense pressure, Hemingway felt as if he were floating, and without the oppression of a sea goddess light, his body seemed to completely relax, every cell rejoicing. This was quite similar to the situation during gravitational training. But the effects on physical training were far inferior to those of gravitational training. The only difference was that while the sea goddess light exerted pressure on their bodies, it also subtly provided a bit of power to nourish their bodies and improve their innate qualities. Therefore, in this regard, the sea goddess light was undoubtedly superior to the gravitational rings. When Hemingway awakened from his cultivation, he felt an abundance of soul power within him, an indescribable sense of exhilaration. His clothes, which had previously soaked in the sea, were now dry, and he had no idea how long it had taken to recover his soul power. Across from him, Purple Pearl was also sitting cross-legged, assuming a meditative posture and silently recovering her expended energy. It was evident from his earlier words that she had indeed listened. He had broken through to level 40. Sensing the abundant soul power within him, Hemingway couldn't help but clench his fist. However, he wasn't in a hurry to hunt for a soul ring, as he was currently undergoing a divine trial. As long as he completed the first trial, he would be able to obtain a divine soul ring. The difference between a divine soul ring and a regular soul ring was that its age could reach the limits he could currently bear. Hemingway estimated that if he accepted a divine soul ring now, he could probably only obtain one that was around 30 to 40,000 years old. But that was far from satisfying for him. His ambitions were greater. He planned to strengthen his physical qualities as much as possible during this time, so that after passing the first trial, he could endure a higher age when obtaining the divine soul ring. Hemingway stood up, stretched a bit, and felt his muscles tense yet elastic. The feeling of weakness vanished, replaced by a sense of power. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. After 6 years on the deserted island, every time he adapted to gravity and then increased it again, he would experience something similar. In other words, his physical condition had indeed improved. It seemed that the light of the sea god had its unique merits. Hemingway gazed ahead at the long, seemingly endless staircase, and his growing desire gradually filled his eyes with determination. The first test was to reach the 666th step, and it seemed that he could cultivate here for a long time. Thinking of this, excitement shone brightly in Hemingway's eyes. This trip to Sea God Island was indeed the right choice. Chapter 70. Why deny? A moment later, Purple Pearl slowly opened her eyes, and a glimmer of crystal-like light flashed, making her eyes seem as transparent and enchanting as amethyst. How do you feel? Hemingway asked as he saw her waking up from her cultivation. Well, it seems to be indeed better than my usual cultivation, Purple Pearl said after carefully sensing her body's condition, suddenly expressing her surprise, and I've broken through to level 40. That's very normal. After the evolution of your martial soul, you reached level 39, and you were already on the verge of a breakthrough. Now, under pressure, your potential has been stimulated, and breaking through to level 40 is nothing unusual. Hemingway nodded and said, although the light of the sea god brings tremendous pressure, the longer one endures this pressure, the greater the benefits for the soul master. Under immense pressure that does not threaten life, it greatly aids in the enhancement of soul power. Although your martial soul has evolved into a top-tier martial soul, your originally poor foundation has hindered this martial soul. However, the light of the sea god is your opportunity. It can help you make up for the deficiencies in your foundation. Objectively speaking, the original soul ring configuration and various aspects of the Purple Pearl's martial soul were not really subpar. At the age of 18, having a soul power level of 38 and the best soul ring configuration is considered quite excellent for an ordinary person. Unfortunately, when her martial soul transformed from an ordinary sea snake to the top-tier 9-headed snake, the previously excellent foundation for an ordinary person, combined with the top-tier configuration, can only be considered inadequate. Fortunately, she has now received the divine examination. As long as she works hard to cultivate during the upcoming trials, she can make up for her inadequate foundation. Hemingway, while recalling the vague plot in his mind, analyzed, the light of the sea god is a tremendous pressure for us. capable of draining our soul power significantly. Under such pressure, our cultivation speed will achieve remarkable results. At the same time, it will continuously enhance our body's resistance to pressure. In my view, the significance of the light of the sea god as the first test is not to make things difficult for us, but to provide us with an opportunity to strengthen our own abilities. Only by improving our strength as much as possible with the help of the light of the sea god during this year can we have a chance to pass the subsequent tests. Therefore, we not only cannot complete this test early, but we should also postpone the completion until the last day to maximize the benefits brought to us by the light of the sea god. After finishing his speech, the purple pearl fell into deep thought, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that his words made a lot of sense. Just then, a round of applause broke out. Unbeknownst to them, the red figure appeared once again. Only this time she appeared at the steps leading to the sea god temple. Poseidon Kasai descended slowly, her noble face filled with admiration, and the applause came from her delicate hands, as tender as scallions. At this moment, she was looking at Hemingway with great appreciation, thinking to herself that it was no wonder he was chosen by the sea god in the 9th test. It was impressive how quickly he could uncover the true mystery of the sea god's light, making the high-level trial bestowed upon them by the sea god worthwhile. Upon hearing the praise from the strongest person on Sea God Island, Zizenzu immediately understood that Hemingway's guess was completely correct, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for him, her gaze towards him carrying a hint of enchantment, not daring to meet the senior's praise directly. Hemingway felt a bit uneasy upon seeing her arrival, but he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, saying, "In fact, the hints expressed in the trial are already very obvious. As long as one thinks carefully, anyone can arrive at the correct answer." Posei observed his composed manner, and her impression of this young man grew even better. At such a young age, she had expected him to be impetuous, yet he turned out to be unexpectedly steady. With such excellent character, it was no wonder that the sea god chose him. Nodding lightly, she said, "The only one who can help you is yourselves. This is my only hint to you. Of course, if you hadn't already guessed it, I wouldn't affirm your speculation. The trials ahead will be increasingly difficult, and you'll need to put in more effort to have a chance of passing. Thank you, Senior. However, could I trouble you with one thing?" Hemingway hesitated for a moment before speaking to Posei. "Speak. As long as it is not related to the trials you need to endure, I will do my best to accommodate you," Posei replied, her gaze flowing. Hemingway felt nothing unusual, but Zizenzu realized for the first time that a noble aura could also exert pressure. To her, the sea god Douluo before her was no different from the ocean, both equally deep and inscrutable. Hemingway said, "I hope you can have someone provide us with some food and water. It would be best to have more water, as you can see." While speaking, he pointed to himself and then to the purple pearl. The clothes on both of them could only be described as pitiful. Poseidon Island enjoys a spring-like climate all year round, which is very different from the outside. When the two of them climbed the steps through the light of Poseidon, their clothes were soaked with sweat. Although they both had clean clothes to change into, if there wasn't enough clean water to bathe and wash the clothes, it wouldn't be long before an unpleasant smell would arise. If there were enough food and clean water, we could stay here and continue our training, so as not to waste this precious year. Poseidon looked at the white-haired youth with some surprise and asked, "Are you two planning to stay here permanently?" Hemingway directly made the decision for the purple pearl, nodding as he said, "Every minute and every second of this year is extremely important to us. Senior, please grant us this." Poseidon smiled slightly and said, "All right, I will instruct my people to prepare for you. Oh, by the way, the seawater in this circular sea has a very low salt content and is very clean, so it is completely suitable for cleaning the body." Hemingway was somewhat surprised to hear this. It certainly saved him some effort. Although with his current water control ability, he could condense water sources out of thin air, and even directly strip the salt from seawater to turn it into pure fresh water. Doing this every day would still be quite troublesome. Therefore, unless necessary, he would prefer to take it easy. At this moment, Poseidon's gaze swept past Hemingway and landed on the purple pearl beside him. "I came to see you, mainly for her." The purple pearl was taken aback and asked in surprise, "For me?" She felt a bit uneasy, fearing that she might have offended some taboo of the sea god island and would be driven away. "Haha, child, there is no need to worry. What I bring you is an opportunity. Please sit down," Poseidon said, noticing her unease and smiling reassuringly. The purple pearl was momentarily stunned by his words and looked questioningly at Hemingway. He recalled the original work and had some guesses, so he nodded, signaling her to do as he suggested. After the purple pearl sat cross-legged as instructed, Poseidon slowly raised his right hand, turned his wrist over, palm facing up, revealing a golden pearl. This golden pearl seemed to be carved from the most precious golden crystal, completely flawless and transparent. Most peculiarly, within this pearl, a layer of faint golden mist was constantly fluctuating, similar to the golden mist that appeared around Hemingway and his companions when they endured the pressure of the sea goddess light. With a flash of golden light, the golden pearl flew out, slowly hovering above the purple pearl's head. Poseidon flicked his fingers, and with a soft sound, the pearl shattered above her head, instantly enveloping the purple pearl's body in a rich golden mist. At the same time, Poseidon's voice rang out. Anyone who has accepted the sea god's bestowal and passed the black level test, upon reaching a bottleneck for the first time, will have the opportunity to receive a divine bestowed soul ring. There is no need to hunt soul beasts. The divine bestowed soul ring will grant you the soul skills you need most and the maximum level soul ring you can bear. Each person only has one chance. Little girl, carefully feel it and use your utmost willpower to endure the baptism of the divine bestowed soul ring to gain the greatest benefits. Divine bestowed soul ring? These simple 4 words instantly left Hemingway in a daze, internally screaming that something was wrong. Wasn't it said that only through the test could one obtain the divine bestowed soul ring? Moreover, he was already at level 40. Why didn't he have a divine bestowed soul ring? Was it because he was undergoing the sea god's 9th test, thus making it different from other tests? Only by completing the test could he obtain the divine bestowed soul ring. Unable to understand, Hemingway could only cast a questioning look at Poseidon and voice his doubts. Senior, wasn't it said that reaching a bottleneck in the black level test grants a divine bestowed soul ring? Why don't I have one? Listening to his inquiry, Poseidon explained, your test is different from others, so it does not fall under this category. You must complete the test to obtain the divine bestowed soul ring. All right, it really is because of the sea god's 9th test. Hemingway understood clearly, though he wasn't sure if the original author Tang San felt the same way. But he couldn't help but feel envious. He looked at the purple pearl, who was closing her eyes and striving to absorb the divine soul ring, and wondered how many years of soul ring she would obtain this time. Would it be 1,000 years or a 10,000-year soul ring? The golden mist, with its enchanting colors, gradually enveloped the curvaceous body of the purple pearl, and halos began to appear around her. Through the hazy golden light, Hemingway could faintly see the expression of pain on the purple pearl's face. Clearly, the experience of absorbing a soul ring beyond her level was not pleasant. As time passed, the delicate body of the purple pearl began to tremble, the tremors growing more intense, and an unhealthy flush emerged on her fair and smooth skin. One could imagine how intense the pain she was enduring was at that moment. Chapter 71, The True Freak. With a buzzing sound, a deep blue light suddenly burst forth from the purple pearl, followed by the appearance of a massive 9-headed serpent phantom surrounding her, with 9 long serpent heads roaring towards the sky. Accompanied by the silent roar of the 9-headed serpent spirit, the painful expression on the purple pearl's face eased, as the presence of the 9-headed serpent spirit clearly helped alleviate the discomfort caused by the excessive absorption of the soul ring. Hemingway felt relieved at this point, while beside him, Poseidon had been closely observing the situation of the purple pearl. Seeing this, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Clearly, she had already realized the extraordinary nature of the Hydra martial soul. After a period of time, the golden glow surrounding purple pearl had transformed into circles of black halos encircling her body. Hemingway could clearly feel how immense the soul power emanating from her was. With each infusion of soul power, subtle changes occurred in purple pearl's body. Her skin became increasingly fair and moist, and her figure grew more graceful. It was evident that this soul power had an excellent nourishing and conditioning effect on her body. It even silently compensated for her innate deficiencies, allowing her foundational abilities to match the top-tier Hydra martial soul. At this moment, the pain on purple pearl's delicate face had disappeared, and her calm expression was in stark contrast to the sweat beads flowing down her cheeks. Finally, the circles of black light converged, transforming into a massive black halo that slowly shrank towards her body, while her original 3 soul rings radiated brilliant light. The final moment had arrived. Roar! A roar resembling that of a dragon suddenly erupted, and the enormous Hydra phantom surrounding purple pearl seemed to solidify, almost completely taking on a physical form. With deep blue scales, the long, serpentine body displayed terrifying explosive power and endless potential. The 9 long heads of the giant serpent all raised simultaneously, howling towards the sky. An aura of terror and ferocity surged forth, as if originating from the ancient wilderness, wildly spreading in all directions. Even Poseidon, witnessing the Hydra emanate such ferocity, couldn't help but feel a ripple in her azure eyes, clearly indicating that she had not anticipated such a transformation of the Hydra. No wonder it could achieve a red level assessment. Hemingway narrowed his eyes, realizing that the Divine Soul Ring not only granted Purple Pearl a soul ring, but also seemed to possess some kind of special energy, perhaps what is referred to as divine power. It was this special energy that helped her unleash the potential of the Hydra martial soul. After a long roar akin to a dragon's cry, the Hydra, which appeared almost tangible as it howled skyward, gradually calmed down. It seemed to have vented its long-suppressed nature, and its massive body slowly became ethereal, ultimately transforming into a blue light that returned to Purple Pearl's body. At that moment, Purple Pearl suddenly opened her eyes. A dazzlingly brilliant burst of rainbow-colored light erupted, rendering her eyes as beautiful as a rainbow. They sparkled with the clarity of crystal glass, imbued with an inexplicable sense of holiness and nobility. 4 rings of light, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, quietly appeared around her body, emanating powerful energy waves. A 10,000-year soul ring, and at least over 15,000 years. Hemingway sensed the fluctuations emanating from her 4th black soul ring and made a judgment based on his own situation. Incredible. To absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th soul ring, it seems that the Sea God Lord's vision is indeed correct. Poseidon looked at the 4th black soul ring of Zizenzu and couldn't help but praise her. Even at her age, her 4th soul ring was only 1,000 years. Later, she increased its age through the divine examination. The rainbow-like brilliance in Zizenzu's eyes gradually converged, returning to their original purple. Then, the uncontrollable excitement surged from her eyes as she stood up, facing Poseidon, and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for your support. There's no need to thank me. This is also something you obtained through your own strength." Poseidon shook her head, not taking credit. Seeing her purpose achieved, she did not linger and turned to walk step by step towards the Sea God Temple. Her footsteps seemed to tread on clouds, and her voice echoed as if it resonated from every corner. "When you complete your first test, I will appear again." With a flash of light and shadow, Poseidon's figure disappeared without a trace. Zizenzu raised her head in confusion, staring blankly at the direction Poseidon had vanished, murmuring, "Why did the senior leave in such a hurry? It feels so strange." However, Hemingway knew why she left so quickly. Just moments ago, he could clearly sense the killing intent emanating from Poseidon. Although that killing intent was very subtle and directed at him, it was increasing over time. If she didn't leave, even Zizenzu would probably sense the killing intent. As for why Poseidon had such killing intent towards him, Hemingway was actually aware. Because when inheriting the Sea God position during the final divine examination, a special condition was needed. That was the need for her, the great offering of Sea God Island, to sacrifice her life to help him, the heir of the Sea God, inherit the Sea God position. It was only natural for anyone in a life-threatening situation to harbor killing intent towards him, the culprit. However, Hemingway was not worried because Poseidon could not directly kill him. At most, she could only create obstacles within the rules of the divine examination, hindering him from completing the test. It was impossible for her to take direct action that would prevent him from passing the test. What is the age of your soul ring? What soul skills did you obtain? Hemingway turned to Zizenzu and asked. Speaking of this, Zizenzu became excited. She couldn't wait to say, "My 4th soul ring actually has a full 15,000 years. Clearly, only the 5th soul ring can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. This divine bestowed soul ring is too magical." It's not that the divine bestowed soul ring is magical, but your physical quality can already absorb a 15,000-year soul ring, Hemingway said. The so-called best soul ring configuration is not unbreakable, as long as your body can withstand it. And, combined with a high-quality martial soul, you can naturally absorb higher-age soul rings, just like me. As he spoke, 3 soul rings appeared around him, 2 purple and 1 black. Zizenzu's joyful emotions suddenly stiffened, and her high spirits plummeted. It was only then that she remembered that this man in front of her had 2,000-year soul rings, and he had absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring for his 3rd soul ring. Compared to this true freak, Her own fourth soul ring of 10,000 years was nothing to show off. Chapter 72. Too straightforward. In fact, for soul masters to absorb soul rings and aim to absorb high-age soul rings, the key lies in physical quality and the high quality of the martial soul. As long as a soul master possesses these two fundamental conditions, breaking the constraints of the best soul ring configuration and absorbing super high-age soul rings becomes very simple. In simple terms, it still depends on talent. The so-called best soul ring configuration is only for ordinary people. Therefore, Zizenzu's ability to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring with her fourth soul ring did not exceed Hemingway's expectations. After all, her martial soul had long since transformed from the original sea snake into the nine-headed snake martial soul. This unexpectedly born martial soul undoubtedly belonged to a truly top-tier martial soul. It could be compared to the top-tier martial souls like the Haotian Hammer and Angel Martial Soul. Your martial soul's potential has truly been stimulated by the power of the divine bestowed soul ring. Your soul skills should have undergone some changes, right? Hemingway speculated based on what he had seen earlier. Carefully sense if there are any changes in the soul skills of your first 3 soul rings. Changes? That shouldn't be possible, right? Zizenzu was somewhat confused because, generally speaking, the soul skills obtained after absorbing a soul ring are fixed and will never change again. Despite feeling it was unlikely, she still gently closed her eyes and silently began to sense her 4 soul rings, communicating with them. She noticed that the 4 soul rings around her slightly glowed, as if signaling that they were about to activate. After a while, when Zizenzu opened her eyes again, she was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Hemingway, who seemed to have foreseen everything, and said in disbelief, "My first 3 soul skills have actually changed. Oh my gosh, how is this possible?" It's not surprising. Soul skills have never been set in stone. As long as certain conditions are met, even fixed soul skills can change. Hemingway explained, recalling the descriptions in the original text. After all, the formation of soul skills is related to the soul beast that produced the soul rings, the age of the rings, and the characteristics of the soul master's martial soul. Therefore, when these 3 aspects change, the soul skills will naturally be affected. Originally, when your sea snake martial soul evolved into the 9-headed snake, your first 3 soul skills should have changed accordingly. I didn't know why. Perhaps because the potential of a 9-headed snake martial soul hadn't been truly stimulated. Your soul skills didn't change at all, which made me feel something was off. Hemingway recalled how her martial soul had become almost tangible, emanating a formidable aura when she absorbed the divine bestowed soul ring. From that moment on, he felt the 9-headed snake martial soul had truly come alive. The original 9-headed snake seemed to be in a deep sleep, acting solely on instinct like a dead snake. However, the power of the sea god within the divine bestowed soul ring was what truly awakened the sleeping 9-headed snake. It could be said that Zizenzu's current strength was completely incomparable to her previous self. "Come on, use your soul skills against me." Hemingway waved at the purple pearl with interest and said, "Let me see what kind of changes you have now." Seeing him relaxed and carefree, as if he didn't take himself seriously at all, made the purple pearl feel infuriated. Although she knew she was indeed no match for him, his attitude of dealing with a child was truly exasperating. "Just wait and see." With a soft huff, she made up her mind to show him what she was capable of, letting him know the consequences of underestimating her. Surrounding her, the illusion of 9 giant snakes flashed and then merged into her body. The 4 soul rings that had been suspended beside her began to slowly spin like hula hoops. The first soul skill, the first yellow soul ring around the purple pearl shone brightly, and then a trace of enchanting red light flashed in her beautiful purple eyes. Soul confusing eye. As the words fell, Hemingway felt a subtle mental force approaching, and the dominant spiritual energy and soul power within him instinctively wanted to counterattack and dispel this mental force. Fortunately, he remembered that this was an experiment with soul skills, so he endured it and made no resistance. After completely giving up on resisting, he found everything in front of him blurry, and the surrounding scene instantly transformed, as if he had entered an unknown maze. He was not panicked. Instead, he sensed his own situation with great interest and then commented to himself, A mental illusion type soul skill. It can silently trap a person in an illusion, much stronger than the original skill that could only leave one momentarily blank. However, the drawback is that as long as one's mental power is strong enough and willpower is firm enough, one can resist or even break the illusion directly. Break. Hemingway's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, the illusion in his eyes shattered. Zhejian Pearl saw that Hemingway's expression was only confused for a few seconds before returning to normal. She couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Was the gap between them really that huge? Clearly, her level was higher than his now. But if he hadn't voluntarily let himself be subjected to the illusion, she probably would have been backfired by the soul skill's power and suffered spiritual damage. Oomph, let's do it again. With a soft snort, Zhejian Pearl activated her second soul skill, and the second yellow soul ring around her glowed brightly. Shadow Serpent. Zhejian Pearl's figure flickered, and then she split into multiple phantoms, rushing towards Hemingway from all directions. As she watched the indistinguishable illusions approaching her, Hemingway nodded and said, "Good. A movement-type soul skill. Not only does it increase speed, but it can also create many illusions to confuse the enemy. However, in the eyes of some perceptive soul masters, distinguishing between the real body and the illusions is quite obvious." Saying this, he reached out and grasped the slender, fair wrist with lightning speed. Completely ignoring the indistinguishable illusions around him, he saw that as soon as the many phantoms approaching her touched him, they shattered and disappeared like bubbles. When all the illusions vanished, Zhejian Pearl's embarrassed expression, with her wrist held by him, came into view. Her pretty face flushed as she said, "How long are you going to hold on? Let go of me already." Hemingway smiled, then released her wrist. Seeing her step back a few paces again, he smiled and said, "Come on. Damn it. This appearance of playing with a childish girl is really infuriating." Zhejian Pearl felt that her dignity as a mature woman had been insulted. Why can't this man just give me a break? After all, I'm a girl. Does a big man like you really need to take it so seriously? Isn't it hard to pretend to fall for my trick? This guy is really too much of a straight man. P.S. Second update. Please vote. Chapter 73. Hemingway felt sour. Zhejian Pearl's cheeks puffed up in anger as she glared fiercely at the smiling white-haired youth and directly unleashed her third soul skill. The third purple soul ring around her glowing brightly. Third soul skill, Shadow Snake Hand. Hiss, hiss. Zhejian Pearl reached out, and suddenly several colorful giant pythons burst out from her sleeve. Accompanied by hissing sounds, these giant pythons appeared out of nowhere, crossing several meters in distance, and lunged at Hemingway like lightning. With a fierce posture, the pythons came to life, their mouths wide open, showing exposed fangs that shimmered with a bluish glow, indicating that these snakes were poisonous. Moreover, they were highly toxic. Oh, seeing this soul skill, Hemingway instantly became interested. This soul skill was quite similar to a move used by a villain in a certain anime from his past life. Even the name was exactly the same. Interesting. Too interesting. Intrigued by this soul skill, Hemingway saw the pythons rushing towards him and chose not to dodge or evade, just standing there. "Be careful. The snakes are poisonous," Zhejian Pearl hurriedly reminded him. At the same time, she tried to retract her soul skill, but unfortunately, the snakes she had released could no longer be called back. She could only watch helplessly as the colorful giant pythons, with their mouths full of poisonous fangs, viciously lunged at her beloved. Once the pythons lunged at him, they instantly wrapped around Hemingway. It was as if they were ropes, entangling his limbs and restricting his movements. At the same time, they opened their mouths full of fangs and bit down hard on him. Crack! To her surprise, when they bit down, the pythons made a sound like some hard object shattering. It turned out that their fangs had actually been shattered. In contrast, apart from a few bite marks on his clothes, Hemingway's fair skin below was completely unbroken. This is interesting. In an unexpected situation, it could determine the key to victory. Hemingway nodded. Even though he was currently entangled by the pythons, he remained so calm. In fact, from the very beginning, he had already activated one of the 6 styles. Iron Block, making his body instantly as hard as iron, impervious to knives and guns. A mere python's fangs, of course, could not pierce his iron-like body. Bang! Hemingway's body trembled, and an invisible force burst forth from him, directly breaking the several pythons that had entwined around his body. Yet no blood or anything of the sort flowed out. These pythons were actually manifestations of soul skills, not flesh and blood. Therefore, after being broken, they naturally transformed back into energy and dissipated completely. Go on, let me see what your 4th soul skill is. After easily breaking free from the constraining pythons, he looked at Purple Pearl and said, "After all, it's a 10,000-year soul skill granted by the gods. It should be much stronger than these 3 soul skills. That's only natural." As soon as the 4th soul skill was mentioned, Purple Pearl became spirited, clearly very satisfied with this skill. She couldn't wait to showcase it in front of him. 4th soul skill, Snake Clones. Suddenly, the fourth black 10,000-year soul ring around purple pearl shone brightly. Following that, beams of light emerged out of nowhere around her, eventually transforming into various large pythons. The largest of these pythons measured over 20 meters long, with a body as thick as a water barrel, while the smallest resembled a worm, tiny and inconspicuous. Clearly, she was quite adept at stealthy attacks. Snake clones. As the name suggests, these snakes can all be considered my clones, controlled by my will. After activating her fourth soul skill, Purple Pearl's face turned somewhat pale. It was evident that summoning so many snake clones at once was quite exhausting. She explained, "This soul skill allows me to summon snake clones, with their size and number, depending on my own condition. Right now, my soul power has been depleted just by summoning these dozen or so snake clones, and I can no longer use any other soul skills. So, you can only summon snakes that are controlled by your will? It shouldn't be that simple, right?" Hemingway frowned and asked. Although this soul skill was quite good and excellent for an ordinary martial soul, he felt it didn't quite match the top-tier martial soul, the Hydra, and seemed a bit too simplistic. "Of course, it's not that simple," Purple Pearl said, casually taking a dagger from her storage soul guide. And then she fiercely slashed at her fair arm. Instantly, a deep wound appeared on her delicate, pale arm, and blood flowed profusely. Hemingway was taken aback. Why did she suddenly take out a knife and cut herself? What was she doing? Self-harm? Doesn't it hurt? However, Zizinzu's expression seemed to show no pain at all. Soon, Hemingway noticed that the wound on her arm, which had been gushing blood, had actually disappeared. At the same time, among the many summoned snake avatars at the scene, one snake suddenly dissipated with a bang. Hemingway seemed to understand something at this point and said in surprise, "Could it be that these snake avatars can share the damage for you?" "That's right," Zizinzu said with a confident smile. "When my body is harmed, I can choose to transfer the damage to the snake avatars. In other words, unless I am killed instantly before I can react, or all my snake avatars are eliminated, no matter how severe the injury, I will be fine." Incredible. This is a very practical soul skill, Hemingway nodded, exclaiming. To have such a soul skill at the fourth soul ring can only be attributed to a divine soul ring. If you were to hunt soul beast yourself, even if you met the age requirement, it would be almost impossible to develop such a rare soul skill. Seeing that Zizinzu had gained such a practical soul skill after absorbing the divine soul ring, Hemingway couldn't help but feel envious. And he increasingly looked forward to the divine soul ring he would receive after completing the first trial. However, he soon realized that his mermaid martial soul was different. No matter what type of soul ring was added, it would not produce a soul skill. It would only enhance himself and increase the power of the three-color dominance. Although this is considered a pure attribute path, its destructive power is destined to be stronger than that of an average soul master, which is why he was able to defeat a soul sage as a soul master. However, the drawback was also obvious. It was less flexible and varied compared to those soul masters with numerous peculiar soul skills. Indeed, he was still quite envious. Hemingway admitted that he felt a bit sour. Although the mermaid princess's martial soul is not bad, on the contrary, it is a very powerful and excellent top-tier martial soul. However, in terms of the monotony of soul skills, it does seem somewhat shabby. The ultimate power comes at the cost of extreme singularity, which can be seen as a trade-off. Hemingway sighed inwardly, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Wait a minute. Although the additional soul ring does not possess soul skills, does that mean I can't create my own soul skills without them? And if you really want to argue, the Navy 6 styles can also be considered a form of self-created soul skill. Is the mermaid martial soul truly useless except for summoning sea spirit beasts? Not necessarily. Perhaps I can try to develop other techniques based on the characteristics of the mermaid martial soul itself. For example, the water manipulation ability inherent to the mermaid martial soul has great potential for development. All along, my exploration of this martial soul has been too superficial. Hemingway suddenly realized that he might have underestimated the mermaid martial soul all along. He had not developed the infinite potential that this martial soul inherently possessed. P.S. It's the third update. Please vote. Chapter 74, A Year of Hardships. In the following period of time, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl did not choose to force their way into the sea god's light every day, challenging higher levels. Instead, they were not in a hurry to ascend to higher levels, but chose to use the sea god's light for their cultivation. Hemingway discovered that cultivating in the light of the sea god allowed him to endure external pressures at all times. Therefore, under the pressure of the light of the sea god, The speed of his soul power operation was faster than when he prompted it himself. This pressure was undoubtedly a great catalyst. If used well, it could definitely accelerate their cultivation of soul power. After realizing this, Hemingway and Purple Pearl began to sit cross-legged in the light of the sea god every day from the first step. Once the pressure of the first step was no longer sufficient for cultivation, they would move on to the second step, then the third, and continue advancing to higher levels. A month later, under the pressure of the light of the sea god, Purple Pearl broke through to level 42, while Hemingway remained stuck at level 40. However, he was not anxious, because even though he had not obtained a soul ring and could not break through level 40, the cultivation of soul power would accumulate and not go to waste. When he obtained his soul ring, the soul power he had accumulated for a long time would erupt all at once. It was estimated that he could at least rise 4 or 5 levels, or even higher. Moreover, besides speeding up the cultivation speed, the light of the sea god also had effects on body tempering, enhancing physical strength while accelerating soul power cultivation. Such a good place was hard to find. Now he just needed to work hard in the light of the sea god for a year, temper his body, and solidify his soul power foundation. When he obtained the divine soul ring a year later, the years he could absorb from the soul ring would definitely be extraordinarily high. Having a high-year soul ring would undoubtedly strengthen his power and various foundations. In the long run, enduring for a year was undoubtedly the most cost-effective choice. Thus, Hemingway watched as Purple Pearl's soul power steadily climbed, reaching level 43, 44, 45, until a year later, when Purple Pearl reached level 48. Hemingway was still stuck at level 40. By this time, he was already able to cultivate on the 300-level stairs, but unfortunately, a year had passed. The two of them had no choice but to pass the first level and face new challenges. At the foot of the Sea God Mountain, a white-haired boy with blue eyes stood side by side, with a purple-haired girl with purple eyes, quietly gazing at the staircase leading to the Sea God Temple, resembling a pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Today is the last day for the two to face the first challenge of the Sea God Trial. In fact, over 2 months ago, they were already able to attempt the first challenge, but due to the rarity of this cultivation site, they reluctantly postponed it until the deadline, finally deciding to take on the challenge and prepare for the next one. A year has passed, and both Hemingway and Purple Pearl have greatly improved in their spirits. The boy has become more handsome and masculine, while the girl has become fairer and more beautiful. In terms of looks alone, they're at least a notch better than a year ago. As the saying goes, one's appearance is born from the heart. And this shows just how significant the benefits of their cultivation in the Sea God's light over the past year have been. The two have endured tremendous pressure and continued to cultivate until now, making significant progress in their physical strength, soul power, and willpower. Shall you go first? Hemingway turned to Purple Pearl and asked with a smile, or should I go first? I'll go. Purple Pearl smiled and stepped forward, setting foot on the familiar steps. A wave of pressure, which was negligible for her now, hit her, but she didn't even pause her steps, effortlessly moving upward one step at a time. Soon, she reached the first 50 steps with almost no effort, as her body had adapted to the pressure of the 50 levels over the past year, allowing her to cultivate on them all day long. The pressure of these steps could no longer hinder her. However, after the 50 levels, Purple Pearl's speed noticeably slowed down. Her body tensed, and each step upward became far less effortless than before. After climbing another 20 steps, she could no longer hold on, and her soul power surged. Enhancing her physical abilities, she became light-footed again, continuing to move upward. Purple Pearl knew that for her, the real test had just begun. 78, 79. The next 10 steps presented no obstacles for her. The boost from her soul power was enough to help her withstand the pressure. However, when she reached the 81st step, her forward progression suddenly halted. At this point, her climb became noticeably difficult, with every step causing slight sways in her body. But her steps remained relatively steady until the 90th step, where overwhelming pressure, combined with the dazzling light surrounding her, caused her to sweat profusely. Simply relying on the boost from her soul power had brought her to her limit. Watching from below, Hemingway's expression grew serious. Although he knew she would surely pass, seeing her struggle so much inevitably made him worry about her, fearing any unexpected situations. On the staircase, after the 90th step, Purple Pearl's climbing speed was no longer as effortless as before. She moved slowly yet determinedly, her breath slightly strained, and beads of sweat trickled down her fair forehead. 92, 93, 94. The higher she climbed, the slower her steps became. Finally, when she reached the 99th step, just about a step onto the 100th, she reach her limit. A dazzling light ignited in her beautiful eyes. An illusory nine-headed serpent, reminiscent of a fierce beast, appeared and quickly merged into her body, instantly granting her immense power. Her previously sluggish, snail-like pace instantly became light and effortless as she stepped onto the 100th step. At the foot of the mountain, seeing her unleash her martial soul, Hemingway did not relax. Instead, his expression became even more serious. He knew that the crucial moment had arrived. After reaching the 100th step, the pressure would increase dramatically. Although only 33 steps remained, for Purple Pearl, these 33 steps were more challenging than the previous 100 combined. Looking up at the beautiful figure struggling ahead, Hemingway silently counted the steps in his heart. 101, 102, 103, 112, 113, 120, 126, 130. When she reached the 130th step, Purple Pearl stopped for the second time. But this time, she paused even longer than before. Breathing heavily, her chest heaving, her thin clothing soaked in sweat. Unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate this beautiful sight. After resting for a while and regaining enough strength, Purple Pearl bit her red lips tightly, her soul power circulating throughout her body. And a dazzling light burst forth from her eyes. A deep blue glow began to emanate from her, clearly indicating that she had pushed the power of her martial soul to its limit. With a surge of energy, Purple Pearl stepped onto the 131st step. Boom! Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming pressure crashing down on her like a landslide or tsunami, almost causing her to slip back down. However, with the support of her martial soul, she barely stabilized her swaying body. Then, bracing against the tremendous pressure, she resolutely took her second step. The 132nd step. Creak! Her bones groaned under the weight of the pressure. Purple Pearl could barely breathe. Her skin began to show tiny beads of blood, indicating just how immense the pressure she was enduring was. But with victory in sight, how could she give up now? Body move. A brilliant rainbow light erupted from her beautiful eyes, and she seemed to hear the ferocious roar of the giant serpent in her ears. A surge of power seemed to flow into her body out of nowhere. Though her body was already numb, she still tremblingly took the final step. 133. Boom! When she finally stepped onto the last level, accompanied by a silent roar, the pressure that had enveloped her body suddenly retreated like a tide. And the sudden feeling of lightness made Purple Pearl feel as if her body could fly. The golden mist that had obscured her vision melted away like snow. An unprecedented feeling of exhilaration spread throughout her body. Ding! At the same time, Purple Pearl heard a light sound in her ears. A red mist floated out from the red seven-pointed star pattern on her forehead, condensing into a red square light screen in front of her. The next moment, another light sound rang out. The red light screen shattered instantly, transforming into countless red lights that re-entered Purple Pearl's brow, bringing with it a sensation akin to enlightenment. She felt her rapidly depleted soul power surge with vitality, generating a feeling of strength from within. A special voice echoed deep in her mind. Red level 7 trials. First trial cross, Sea Goddess light passed. Soul power increased by 1 level. From 48 to 49, Purple Pearl's soul power jumped directly to the 49th level. She only needed to level up one more time to obtain her 5th soul ring. At just 19 years old this year, she had ascended 8 or 9 levels within a single year, showcasing the immense benefits of the Sea Goddess light for cultivation. Of course, Purple Pearl's rapid advancement was also significantly attributed to the 9-headed serpent martial soul, which could be said to be crucial. If it weren't for this top-tier martial soul greatly enhancing her aptitude, it would have been impossible for her to increase her soul power by 8 or 9 levels within a year, even with the light of the sea god. Without that level of aptitude, she was destined to struggle to adapt quickly to the pressure of the light of the sea god. And leveraging that pressure for self-improvement requires talent. Not just anyone can use pressure to enhance themselves. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to become a god? If your aptitude is lacking, no amount of effort will lead to success. If Zi Jinju's martial soul were still the originally ordinary sea serpent martial soul, then in this year, it would be a miracle just to reach level 50, let alone crossing to the 133rd level. Aptitude has a tremendous impact on a person. It can even be said to determine one's entire life. In this world, many things cannot be achieved merely with willpower. To succeed, willpower alone is not enough. Talent and luck are essential components. In fact, in some respects, these two elements are even more important than willpower. Seeing Zi Jinju finally ascend to the 133rd level, now sitting cross-legged on the steps, stabilizing her suddenly surging soul power, Hemingway couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The God-given soul ring. He had waited a full year for this. Now it was time to reap the rewards. Hemingway took a deep breath. Then he stepped forward and officially ascended the steps. He did not pause at the first, second, or third levels. For him, who could already cultivate for an entire day on 300 steps, the first 300 steps posed no pressure at all. He walked upward step by step and soon reached the 133rd step, glancing back at the still meditating purple pearl. Not wanting to disturb her, he continued to ascend. 156, 188, 200, 268, 299, and finally, the 300th step. Hemingway easily crossed the 300 steps, his relaxed demeanor contrasting sharply with the nearly blood-spitting appearance of Zhejian Pearl, who struggled to ascend just over 100 steps. As mentioned earlier, although the mermaid spirit lost its strange and variable soul skills, it gained an extremely terrifying enhancement to his physical quality and various attributes. Each additional soul ring, while not generating soul skills, provide the permanent enhancement to his attributes and physical qualities. It can be said that he is a naturally pure attribute soul master, and his qualities in all aspects are far beyond those of other soul masters. Sacrificing the strange and variable soul skills in exchange for a singular enhancement allows him to overcome the strong and challenge beyond his level. If he could still lose to Zhejian Pearl under such circumstances, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. After the 300 steps, Hemingway finally felt some pressure, but it was not enough to slow his pace in the slightest. At most, he needed to exert 2 or even 3 times the effort he originally used. For now, he could still hold on. 400 steps. Hemingway finally felt considerable pressure, yet he still did not use his soul power, relying solely on his physical strength to endure. The 500 steps were the limit of his pure physical endurance. Forced by circumstances, he finally began to use soul power to enhance his body. As the soul power circulated throughout his body, all the pressure dissipated completely. He continued to ascend. The higher he went, the greater the pressure became. When he reached the 600 steps, even with the enhancement of soul power, he could no longer hold on. Every 100 steps represented a significant hurdle, with the pressure being several times greater than before. So, facing the final 66 steps, Hemingway decisively manifested his martial soul. A massive mermaid phantom appeared and merged into his body. Instantly, it felt as if boundless power flowed throughout him. The pressure suddenly decreased. Hemingway knew that the last 66 steps were the hardest for him. They were far from comparable to the previous 600 steps. However, after enduring for a year, he was fearless. He stepped forward, crossing the 601st step. Boom! P.S. The new book is set to be released on the 1st of next month. I will try to accumulate more drafts in the next few days to see if I can post 10 chapters on that day. I will need the support of all the readers then. The new book cannot do without your support, and the first subscription is very important for a book. The author thanks you all here. Chapter 76, Poseidon's Heart, combined chapter, boom. When his foot stepped onto the 601st step, Hemingway felt as if a great mountain had suddenly pressed down on him. His expression changed drastically. He never expected the pressure after the 600 steps to far exceed his imagination. In hindsight, he realized he had underestimated these steps. Completing the first trial was far from as simple as he had thought. Gritting his teeth, Hemingway, braving the pressure, took a second step, and suddenly it felt as if another mountain had pressed down on him. His body trembled, and he almost lost his footing. Damn it, how can I stop here? Shaking all over, Hemingway gritted his teeth, enduring the increasing gravity, with a breath swelling in his chest. Blood vessels gradually appeared in his azure eyes, resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Bearing the weight like a mountain, he took another step upward. 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. The pressure grew stronger with each advance, his skin tight and tense, prominent veins bulging, his bones creaking, and blood droplets gradually seeping from his skin pores, indicating that his body was beginning to struggle. 36 steps, 37 steps, 38 steps. He climbed step by step, his entire being soaked in blood, becoming a blood-soaked figure. But he paid no mind, letting the pressure bear down on him, his goal always straight ahead. 42 steps, 43 steps, 50 steps. Bang! The veins on his body suddenly burst, small cracks appearing, spraying bright red blood like a fountain. Just as it seemed he would bleed to death, a dazzling golden light surged forth, enveloping him completely, transforming him into a figure of golden radiance. With the enhancement of the armed color, Hemingway felt the pressure diminish significantly, his steps unceasing, persistently and resolutely moving upward, though his soul power was being consumed rapidly to maintain the armed color. 53 steps, 54 steps, 60 steps. Only 6 steps remained, which felt like an insurmountable chasm to him at that moment, blocking his path forward. Hemingway suddenly let out a loud roar towards the sky. A circle of dark red ripples abruptly spread out. Centered around Hemingway, it expanded from his tiny body in all directions, instantly enveloping the entire Sea God Island. Boom! The entire Sea God Island trembled wildly. Wherever the dark red ripples emanating from Hemingway passed, those with weaker strength fainted on the spot, rolling their eyes back. Even those with stronger strength felt difficulty in breathing, dizziness, weakness in their hands and feet, and lost their ability to resist. All the sounds of insects chirping, birds singing, and waves crashing disappeared completely. The entire Sea God Island seemed to instantly become silent and still. Inside the Sea God Palace, Posey was often secretly watching the two of them. When the dark red ripples surged, she was already horrified, feeling an overwhelming divine presence, as if the Sea God himself had descended. In her daze, a towering figure seemed to appear before her. He sat high on a throne, looking down upon all living beings. An indescribable reverence and innate nobility filled the moment. At that instant, Posey's entire mind was occupied by this figure, as if the emptiness she had felt for years was filled. While another figure that had long settled in her heart gradually became faint, eventually leaving only a blurred shadow that seemed ready to vanish at any moment. After a long time, when she returned from her almost blank state of mind, she couldn't care about anything else. With a charming turn of her figure, she flew out of the Sea God Palace. On the long staircase below, a figure radiating an unparalleled presence caught her eye. Covered in blood and looking disheveled, he had a pair of sea blue eyes that glimmered with blood, yet remained as calm as water. As if noticing Posey's arrival, the figure slightly raised his head, and their deep, blood-shimmering eyes collided with her ocean-like beautiful gaze. In that moment, Posey's heart began to race wildly, like a deer caught in a panic, filled with an unprecedented shyness and excitement that filled her entire chest. This feeling was something she had never experienced before, even when facing Tang San back then. It was more of a fondness for an outstanding male rather than anything profound. To say it was love to the point of life and death was too exaggerated. Having lived on Sea God Island since childhood, Posey became the High Priestess after completing the Sea God's top 8 trials. In just a few decades, she rapidly reached the peak soul power of 99 levels, almost achieving demigod status. At that time, 2 peerless Douluo of level 99 were also born on the continent, known as Dauluo, the Invincible in the sky, and Tang San, the Invincible on the ground. These two came to Sea God Island initially to cause trouble, but upon seeing Posey, they were captivated by her stunning beauty. Thus, the 2 older men began to pursue her madly, expressing their love. However, Posey had no good impression of these 2 unfriendly guests and asked them to leave Sea God Island. Yet, as 2 of the 3 remaining peerless Douluo, how could Dauluo and Tang San simply leave? Since words could not drive them away, they had to resort to combat. The 3 remaining peerless Douluo began a fierce battle. In the end, Posey, benefiting from the geographical advantage of being in the sea, managed to barely defeat the 2 after exhausting all her means. However, she was also seriously injured. Afterward, the defeated Dauluo and Tang San not only did not leave, but insisted on staying on Sea God Island. After all, being 2 peerless Douluo, if they fought desperately, even she would not fare well. Ultimately, Posey had no choice but to tacitly allow them to stay on the island. During this time, Dauluo and Tang San changed their approach, trying various ways to pursue Posey, leading her naive heart to eventually be moved. Her heart was captured by the more outstanding Tang San. Although Posey was already in her 50s, she had spent most of her time cultivating on Sea God Island, so psychologically, she was akin to a young girl in her teens or 20s. How could she compete with Tang San, an experienced man who had been through the world and even had grandchildren? Moreover, as the strongest peerless Douluo of the time, and with his high status, Posey felt very lonely inside, longing for love as any woman would. Yet, with her position as the High Priestess and her peerless Douluo strength, who in the world was worthy of her? Moreover, due to her status, no one dared to pursue her. Thus, even at her age, She had never received a confession from man. At that time, coincidentally, Tang San, one of the 3 peerless Douluo, arrived at Sea God Island. In terms of status and strength, Tang San was indeed qualified to match her, making them a good match. Therefore, with her yearning for love, Posey naturally found it hard to resist Tang Chen's pursuit. However, besides Tang San, there was also Douluo pursuing her, which complicated matters. Posey remained a young girl at heart, shy and unable to straightforwardly express her feelings. Plus, after being a high priestess for so long, she could not bring herself to confess her feelings directly like a little girl. Thus, she chose a subtle way to inform the two of her final choice. Posey told Douluo and Tang San that whoever could reach level 100, she would accept their feelings. However, this statement clearly rejected Douluo. Like her, Douluo could only reach the peak Douluo level through divine blessings and would never have the possibility of becoming a god. Among the 3 peerless Douluo of the time, only Tang San, who had reached the peak Douluo level without relying on divine inheritance, had the potential to become a god at level 100. Therefore, she had actually accepted Tang Chen's love. However, Posey did not anticipate that Tang San was unaware of Douluo's lifelong unlikelihood of becoming a god and took her subtle rejection seriously. After hearing her words, he turned around and left, leaving behind the arrogant remark that if he did not become a god, he would not return. Posey was both amused and helpless, but due to her feminine modesty, and since she had already spoken, along with Douluo being present, she could only watch him leave Sea God Island. From then on, she waited for Tang San to return as a god on Sea God Island. Yet this wait lasted for decades. Decades, no matter how deep the feelings, they will fade over time. Moreover, Posey's feelings for Tang San were not some eternal love that would last forever. They had only spent a few months together, and nothing memorable had happened between them. Additionally, with Douluo around as a third wheel, they hadn't even held hands. Their mutual feelings were merely the result of Tang Chen's few flirtatious remarks. How could a few sweet words elevate their feelings to that unwavering love? Posey's feelings for Tang San were, strictly speaking, merely a compromise made when there were no better options. Reality forced her to choose Tang San. After all, the only ones worthy of her were Tang San and Douluo. She picked the better of two. If only Tang San had understood the meaning behind her words at that time, accepted her feelings, and stayed on Sea God Island, their relationship might have had a chance to develop into true love. But he left for decades, and without explicitly accepting her feelings. Even the hottest feelings at that time would cool with the passage of time. Now, the feelings Posey had for Tang San were merely an empty shell. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so easily swayed by Hemingway's presence, revealing his masculine aura and successfully leaving an impression in her heart. Of course, this does not mean Posey was fickle, falling for anyone who showed her affection. In reality, the relationship between her and Tang San could only be considered mutual fondness. With no formal relationship established, theoretically speaking, Posey is free and has the right to love others. If Posey and Tang San had already established their relationship at that time, then it would be impossible for Hemingway to leave his mark in her heart now. Because once a relationship is officially established, that bond means that even if they are separated by distance, their feelings for each other would not fade due to the passage of time. On the contrary, it would only become stronger, ultimately sublimating into true love under the nurturing of time. It can only be said that Posey and Tang San are destined to be fated yet unconnected. Any feelings that can be easily erased are not true love. Hemingway naturally did not realize that he had unleashed the conqueror's haki, showcasing his masculine spirit, which left a profound impression on Poseidon. This extraordinary sea god Douluo developed a unique feeling towards him. Now, he had successfully reached the 666th step by releasing the conqueror's haki to resist the pressure from the light of the sea god. At this moment, the overwhelming pressure that had initially surged and was already retreating like the tide after he stepped onto this step. In its place was a feeling of lightness, as if he were floating in the clouds. Suddenly, he felt a complex gaze directed at him. When Hemingway looked up, he directly met a pair of eyes as beautiful as the sea, stirring something inexplicable in his heart. Because this time, from those beautiful eyes, he seemed to see something different. The look directed at him was strangely reminiscent of the gaze from the Purple Pearl. Could it be that his charm had grown to such an extent? Even this century-old sea god Douluo was moved? How could that be? It must be an illusion. Hemingway withdrew his gaze and shook his head internally. He sternly said to himself, Hemingway, oh Hemingway, have you forgotten the 3 great illusions of life? Do you really think you're the protagonist? Even if you were the protagonist, do you think a woman will fall in love with you just because you are a man? So what if you are handsome? Do you think all women are that superficial and only care about looks? Stop daydreaming. The urgent task now is to honestly improve your strength, and then seek revenge. That is the right path. After this self-lecture, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Transcendence, triple, God of the Sea's light, test passed. Strong will, soaring spirit. Passed the test with astonishing perseverance. The first test is over. Affinity with the God of the Sea increased by 5%, currently at 5% overall. After this voice sounded, a strange golden light flashed at the center of Hemingway's brow. A tingling sensation spread throughout his body, nearly making him moan. For him, this feeling could not be described as wonderful. However, the golden light that integrated into his body brought him strength, as if awakening all the functions of his body. The body, damaged and oppressed by the God of the Sea's light, quickly began to recover, and the pain that had numbed his senses returned to awareness, making everything around him clear again. The golden light on Hemingway lasted for a full half an hour. By the time the sky turned dark again, all the wounds on his body had disappeared, and his soul power had also returned to its peak state. The brilliance of the golden trident on his forehead faded, reverting back to its imprint form. Chapter 77. The Importance of Foundation. Congratulations on completing the first trial. Poseidon slowly walked to Hemingway's front, her flawless and beautiful face adorned with a faint smile, appearing still as the serious and sacred high priestess of the sea god island. However, at this moment, the gaze she directed at him had an imperceptible change. Except for herself, no one noticed the inner turmoil she felt at this moment. However, even more challenging trials lay ahead. In addition to the increase in affinity, the sea god granted you an additional divine soul ring. Once you absorb the soul ring, the second trial will begin with a time limit of 1 year. Poseidon said, raising a delicate hand and tossing a golden orb that fell directly onto the golden trident on his forehead. With a click, the golden orb shattered, and a rich golden mist spread over every corner of Hemingway's body, obscuring his figure. Only the trident imprint on his forehead shone brightly, still so conspicuous. As the golden orb shattered, Hemingway immediately sat cross-legged to stabilize his mind, preparing to accept the trial of the divine soul ring in his best state. Long ago, when the purple pearl endured the divine soul ring, he had already clarified his goal. That was to strive to improve himself within this year, to solidify his foundation, so that he could obtain a soul ring with an exceptionally long lifespan through this divine soul ring. Although obtaining the soul ring would not grant him new soul skills, it would enhance his overall qualities, with higher lifespan soul rings providing even better boosts. It would also strengthen his foundation. Staying at level 40 for a year is absolutely not cost-effective for ordinary soul masters, as their talents are limited. Youth is especially important. The younger one is, the easier it is to break through. Conversely, as age increases, talent in various aspects inevitably declines. Therefore, for those ordinary soul masters, every time they reach a level where they can obtain a soul ring, they cannot wait to absorb it and level up. Basically, no one would think to wait and spend time solidifying their foundation because they cannot afford to wait or waste time. But for Hemingway, this was not an issue. His talent aside, he was only 13 years old this year and had already reached level 40. In contrast, others, even the original protagonist Tang San, at his age had barely broken through to level 30 and was considered a rare talent. It is evident that his cultivation speed had long left other geniuses far behind. Thus, Hemingway had never rushed for soul power cultivation because he could afford to wait. Moreover, if he wanted, he could have given up on physical training and solidifying his foundation on the deserted island years ago, solely seeking to break through his soul power level. If he had done so, he could at least be a soul sage by now. Don't think this is an exaggeration. His talent, after the martial soul upgrade card, is just that impressive. However, if he had solely focused on increasing his soul power, his overall foundation would inevitably be weak. Not to mention that when he first left the island, he could challenge higher ranks. His combat power would likely be inferior to that of an ordinary talented soul master. Soul power obtained in such a way would be too superficial, which is not what he wanted. Furthermore, excessively pursuing soul power cultivation while neglecting the foundation would result in low combat power. Rapidly increasing soul power without time for consolidation means that the foundation is not solid. The higher one levels up, the harder it becomes to break through to higher levels. It's like wanting to build a 100-story building. If the foundation is not well laid, it might collapse before reaching halfway. This is the importance of foundation, determining the achievements one can ultimately reach. Under the training of the sea god's light for a year, Hemingway could feel that his soul power foundation was far more solid than before. His body's potential and various qualities had also significantly improved. It was definitely a fruitful harvest, and his combat power was only increasing. At this moment, it was time for him to reap the fruits of his year's efforts. How many years of soul ring lifespan could he obtain from absorbing the divine soul ring this time? Within the golden mist transformed from the divine soul ring, faint golden threads could be seen continuously squeezing around Hemingway's body. If it were someone else, they might not have felt much, but the purple pearl, who had once undergone the trial of the divine soul ring, was horrified to discover that Hemingway's starting point for enduring the divine soul ring trial was actually the endpoint she reached when obtaining her fourth soul ring. At that time, she had exhausted all her strength to hold on to the end, and only then did some of these golden threads appear. In the end, she obtained a soul ring equivalent to 15,000 years of soul beast lifespan. If Hemingway's starting point was here, then where would his endpoint be? At this moment, Hemingway, wrapped in golden mist, maintained a calm expression. When those golden threads appeared, he immediately used his armed color hockey without hesitation. A layer of golden light enveloped his entire body, instantly transforming him into a golden body. This was certainly purposeful. Armed color could enhance his physical qualities. By releasing all his strength right from the start, he wouldn't need to gradually release it under the pressure of the divine soul ring, which would only cause him to consume more soul power and endure more pain in the early stages of the trial. By releasing all his abilities from the beginning, the starting point of a divine soul ring trial would also be higher. Accepting the trial from a higher perspective would inevitably shorten the overall trial time for Hemingway, and the time spent enduring pain would naturally decrease as well. Sure enough, once he covered himself with armed color, the golden mist surrounding him changed entirely. Previously, only 1/10 of the golden light had transformed into threads. Now, the mist had completely vanished, and all the golden light had turned into circles of golden threads, weaving around his body, constantly swirling. As these golden threads swirled, subtle fluctuations appeared on Hemingway's face, indicating that the process of absorbing the soul ring was not comfortable. On the contrary, it was quite painful, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. After all, this was the price that needed to be paid in the process of becoming stronger. With the armed color supporting him, Hemingway relied on his physical qualities to continuously resist the layers of pressure from the divine soul ring. Time passed, second by second. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had already gone by. A layer of fine sweat beads had formed on Hemingway's forehead, surprising the nearby Zhejian pearl. As these beads were actually golden in color, it was hard to tell whether they were rendered golden by light or if they were truly golden sweat. At that moment, the golden energy surrounding Hemingway began to change shape again, with strands of golden threads starting to coalesce into circles of golden halos, with each halo consisting of 9 rings. They first expanded around Hemingway's body and then contracted once more, heavily crashing against him in a cyclical manner. Each impact of the golden halo against Hemingway's body would cause his golden form to tremble, and more sweat would appear on his forehead. Chapter 78. Soul merging with heaven and earth. As time passed, fresh red blood began to seep out from under Hemingway's golden skin. Unlike the fine beads of blood that had previously emerged, the blood now flowing from within him was continuous, staining his clothes and the ground beneath him. Even blood was flowing from his 7 orifices. Hemingway's body was shaking violently, as if it could topple over at any moment. However, his belief remained unwavering. As long as his faith did not change, the trial of the divine soul ring would not cease. Poseidon was now frowning. Her hands had been raised at least 3 times, but each time they fell back down. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, the most loyal and powerful servant of the sea god, she had not experienced such hesitation for over 50 years. As the guide of this divine soul ring, she understood Hemingway's physical condition better than anyone and could deeply feel his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Every time she sensed that Hemingway could no longer hold on and wanted to stop him, she discovered that the unparalleled determination of this young man seemed to emit a special kind of power, helping his body to persist against all odds. After that, he faced collapse once more, but managed to hold on again. Even someone like Poseidon, at the peak among soul masters, could not comprehend what kind of power was supporting the white-haired boy before her. Yes, he was the chosen one of the sea god's 9 trials. Indeed, Only someone personally selected by the sea god would possess such perseverance. Not to mention at his age, Poseidon questioned herself. Even her current self could never match Hemingway's tenacity. Persistence and determination are the greatest secrets to success. Finally, when Poseidon could no longer resist raising her hand for the fourth time, preparing to stop the trial of the divine soul ring, in that instant, the blood bursting forth from Hemingway exploded like a spray. His body had collapsed. Poseidon instantly turned pale, feeling an indescribable pain in her heart. However, her outstretched hand remained suspended in midair, because that spraying blood instantly stained the 9 golden rings that were continuously impacting Hemingway's body. In the next moment, they had completely turned a bright red. 9 into 1. Ultimately, they transformed into a huge blood-red ring that floated around Hemingway. At that moment, Hemingway's final consciousness felt only one sensation. His body had shattered, turning into powder that drifted in the air. Yet, this feeling of fragmentation brought him unprecedented pleasure, as if his entire being merged with the heavens and the earth. The next moment, all he could perceive was a sea of red. It seemed as though he had immersed himself in a blood-colored world. Poseidon struggled to retract her right hand, her heart tugging uncontrollably a few times. Turning around, she looked at the sea god temple towering at the peak of the sacred mountain, murmuring to herself in a peculiar voice, "He has succeeded." The red silhouette soared into the sky, quickly leaving the scene. The purple pearl watched the still cross-legged, white-haired boy without disturbing him, instead finding a step to sit on for herself, propping her elbows on her knees, cradling her face in her hands, and gazing at him with her large purple eyes, blankly, like the stone of a waiting husband on the shore. Hemingway sat cross-legged, motionless, as if he had become an ancient fossil. At this moment, the armed color of golden light that covered his body had dissipated, and he was drenched in blood, resembling a blood-red statue. The entire sea god mountain had returned to calm. Time quietly passed. In this sitting position, Hemingway remained still for a full 365 days. During this period, he did not move at all. The bright red blood on his body had turned into a purplish-black color, forming a hard scab on the surface of his skin. If it weren't for the faint yet steady heartbeat he could feel and the words spoken by the sea god Douluo Poseidon before he left, perhaps Purple Pearl would have thought that Hemingway had forever become a statue. 365 days. A whole year without moving. Finally, on this day, a tearing sound awakened Purple Pearl, who was cultivating not far away. Cracks began to appear on the hard scab on Hemingway's body, and the tearing sound came from this. A graceful figure soared into the air. At this moment, Purple Pearl could no longer care about her cultivation. After a year of waiting, the person she had been waiting for finally showed signs of movement. The number of cracks increased, and gradually, the pieces of purplish-black scab started to fall off, revealing the delicate, jade-like skin underneath. Purple Pearl was somewhat surprised to see that even Hemingway's hair fell off during this shedding process, as it had been congealed together with the scab. A soft hum sounded, and the closed-eyed Hemingway gradually radiated golden light, which became more and more pronounced. This dazzling light spread outward, as if each golden ray was expelling the filth from his body, purifying everything in the world. With a snap in that instant, it seemed as if time had stopped. The remaining filth on Hemingway's body was instantly expelled, revealing his nearly perfect physique. The golden light emanating from him made him appear as if he had transformed into another sun, overshadowing the sunlight in the sky. Purple Pearl instinctively squinted her eyes. Under the blinding light and intense energy fluctuations, she couldn't help but retreat quietly. Amidst that light akin to the arrival of a great sun, the figure seated on the ground slowly stood up, stretching his strong arms out to the sides, and endless golden light erupted. A clear, long howl like a dragon's roar pierced the air. In an instant, it echoed throughout the entire sea god island. At this moment, Hemingway, who had awakened, felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. A refreshing feeling flowed from every pore of his body. He didn't even need to look with his eyes. The scenery from all directions had already presented a three-dimensional image in his mind, as if the ocean's sensing ability was no longer limited to the seawater. Everything around him, every blade of grass and every tree, in his perception at this moment, actually possessed life, breathing in and out the natural energy of the world in a way that ordinary people could not perceive. This feeling was simply wonderful. He had never felt so close to the essence of the world, so intimately connected to all of nature. Without a doubt, Hemingway's observation color had broken through. and he had vaguely touched the realm of listening to the voices of all things. Chapter 79. The Qualitative Change of Soul Power. At this moment, Hemingway could feel the soul power surging within him, having undergone a qualitative change. If it was originally thin mist, then it was now liquid flowing water. Like mercury, it flowed and poured through his meridians. Using such soul power to unleash soul skills and enhance his physique, the power was undoubtedly incomparable to what it once was. Almost instinctively, Hemingway activated his mermaid, martial soul. Accompanied by the release of the martial soul, for soul rings rose from beneath his feet, surrounding his body. Purple, purple, black, red. The 4 soul rings, arranged neatly, radiated overwhelming pressure and exuded an incredible presence. 100,000-year soul ring. Looking at the bloody soul ring and feeling the transformation he was undergoing, Hemingway felt immensely gratified. He realized that the arduous training he had endured over the past year, as well as the pain of absorbing the divine soul ring that had nearly torn him apart, had not been in vain. Now this 4th soul ring, bright red as blood, was the best reward. Purple Pearl, standing nearby, had already lost her smile, staring at Hemingway's 4th soul ring, which represented the 100,000-year level. Unable to utter a word, even though she had long accepted his abnormality and his monstrous talent, looking at that bloody 100,000-year soul ring made her feel somewhat dizzy. This was the treasure that all soul masters dreamt of, a 100,000-year soul ring. The key was that he was only at the 4th soul ring level. Being able to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring at the soul master level was something that those who didn't even have the best soul ring configuration could only envy. After admiring his 100,000-year soul ring for a while, Hemingway turned his attention back to himself and then realized he was completely unclothed. Unfazed, he casually took out clothes from his ring and asked, "How long have I been in meditation?" In his perception, he thought he hadn't been asleep for long. Purple Pearl walked forward, looking at him with all his hair gone, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh, saying, "A full 365 days. You really can sleep. You absorbed a soul ring and slept for a whole year. If I hadn't seen you still breathing, I would have thought you were dead." "What? A year? I meditated for a whole year?" Hemingway was dumbfounded, incredulously saying, "You're not joking, are you? I really meditated for a whole year." Purple Pearl nodded affirmatively, saying irritably, "Do you think I would joke about this? I know when to joke and when not to. You really have been asleep for a year." After receiving her confirmation, Hemingway felt a bit dazed. For him, it seemed like after the intense pain, a wave of heat spread throughout his body and gradually dissipated. And that was how he woke up. But it was such a simple process that caused him to spend a full year in the meditative state. In the original story, Tang San absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring and only slept for 100 days. How did it triple for him? Was the gap between them so large? Calculating this way, it had already been 2 years since he came to Sea God Island. But half of that time was spent in meditation. Wasn't that too wasteful? Seeing the regret on Hemingway's face, Purple Pearl immediately said unhappily, "What kind of expression is that? You spent a year to get a 100,000-year soul ring, and you still think it's not enough? This is a 100,000-year soul ring that countless people dream of. If it were me, I'd trade 10 years for it. Don't think you can take advantage and still complain." Hearing this, Hemingway thought about it and agreed. Obtaining this 100,000-year soul ring undoubtedly brought him immense benefits. He now felt that he was completely different from his former self. Moreover, there were definitely more hidden benefits yet to be discovered. So it seemed like he wasn't a loss after all. After all, he was only 14 this year and still very young. He had reached a level that ordinary people could not achieve even in their entire lives. Why rush to level up? Consolidating his foundation a bit more would give him hope to climb to higher levels in the future. At this moment, Purple Pearl curiously asked, "Generally speaking, such a level-up absorption of soul rings should enhance soul power, right? This time, with your soul power at level 40, absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring that can only be absorbed by a peak soul Douluo should cause a significant increase in your soul power. What level is your soul power now?" After hearing this, Hemingway silently sensed himself and then said, "Level 45, I currently have level 45 soul power." Level 45? How come a 100,000-year soul ring only raised you by 5 levels? Purple Pearl exclaimed in surprise. "You must be mistaken." "I'm not mistaken." Hemingway shook his head and said, "The energy brought by this 100,000-year soul ring has mainly been used to repair my body and develop my potential. A small portion of the remaining energy has been used to enhance my soul power, and being able to rise by 5 levels is already quite impressive. Moreover, The most important thing is that at this moment, the quality of my soul power has long since become incomparable to what it was before. If the original soul power was like thin mist, then it has now transformed into thick liquid. Even if we only consider the quality of soul power, it's likely that even a titled Douluo wouldn't be able to compare with me. With improved soul power quality, the power of my soul skills will be greater and more durable. It's like a soul skill that originally required 10 points of soul power can now be activated with just 1 point. Additionally, with a higher quality of soul power, it will also become easier to break through to higher levels in the future. From this, one could see just how tremendous the benefits brought by the 100,000-year soul ring are. What about you? Have you faced any new trials during the year I was in slumber? Hemingway suddenly asked Zizenzu. No, Zizenzu shook her head and said, it seems that my trials are tied to yours, so even if I have to face a trial, it would be together with you. I see. Hemingway nodded knowingly and said nothing more. Just then, the sky above suddenly darkened. The marks on both their foreheads lit up simultaneously. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, and on the sea god mountain, it seemed like a storm was brewing. On the now darkened sacred mountain, the layer of sea god's light covering the mountain became particularly prominent. However, outside the mountain, the circular sea began to boil violently. Waves surged, and layers of strange energy fluctuated violently in the circular sea. In the distance, 7 golden lights streaked across the sky and converged again. This time, they converged directly above the sea god temple. Chapter 80. Let's try it first. The overwhelming golden light gathered for a very short time, almost like a flash before it disappeared. But as the golden light faded, Hemingway and Purple Pearl discovered that a layer of golden light curtain had covered the circular sea before them. This light curtain was only about 10 meters above the sea surface, seemingly blocking the waves, just like when they first arrived at the Sea Witch's holy pillar. The golden light extended all the way to the edges of the circular sea. At the same time, a brand new light curtain appeared in the minds of both Hemingway and Purple Pearl. Their second test had officially begun. After absorbing the sudden information in their minds, Purple Pearl opened her eyes and said, the second test, breakthrough, circular blockade. The condition to pass the test is to break through the blockade over the circular sea and reach the opposite shore without killing any sea soul beasts. Hemingway had a somewhat strange expression on his face as he said, my trial is the same as yours. It is to break through the blockade on the circular sea without killing any sea soul beasts and reach the other side. He looked at the content of this second trial and felt it was almost too easy. It seemed that even the sea god didn't know he had the ability to control sea soul beasts, a talent inherited from the Sea King. White Star. Gurgle. At that moment, Hemingway's stomach suddenly let out a growl, and he rubbed his belly, feeling a bit hungry. After a year without eating, relying entirely on energy to survive, now, with awakening, his body began to crave food. Z-Pearl was somewhat speechless and said, the food that was sent in the morning is over there. Since you're hungry, you should eat first. As for the trial, we can talk about it later. That works. Hemingway nodded and followed him to their usual dining spot. A stone table had been set up here, filled with a lavish spread of seafood. There were gigantic king crabs, delicious lobster meat, caviar with black bread, and vegetables and fruits native to the island of Poseidon, making Hemingway's stomach growl. He eagerly sat down at the stone table and grabbed a king crab to start feasting. After a hearty meal and plenty to drink, he felt satisfied. Hemingway also began to inquire about the situation of the Purple Pearl over the past year. He found that since there had been no second trial, she had been staying close by, living each day through cultivation. However, due to the lack of the sea god's light after passing the first trial, her cultivation speed this year was far from comparable to before. She had only barely reached level 50, which meant she had only gained 2 levels in a year. Of course, this couldn't be considered slow, as the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. In fact, she had reached level 56 months ago, but after experiencing the benefits of the Divine Soul Ring and seeing that he had obtained a 100,000-year soul ring after holding out for a year, she decided to follow Hemingway's example and temporarily refrain from obtaining soul rings, continuing to cultivate and solidify her soul power foundation. She thought that after passing the second trial, she might be able to obtain a Divine Soul Ring as a reward. By then, she could also acquire a soul ring that was most suitable for her and reach her limit of endurance. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl arrived here. Looking at the circular sea ahead, he said, I'll go down and try first. If I'm not mistaken, we should be able to pass this level quite easily. After saying this, Hemingway kicked off with his legs and leaped into the circular sea. His body shot out like a cannonball, directly plunging into the ocean. Boom! Just as Hemingway's body had barely left the land by less than 5 meters, the entire circular sea suddenly boiled. The already turbulent waves erupted almost in an instant, heavily crashing against the golden barrier 10 meters above the sea surface. Strangely, the rising seawater did not splash out of the circular sea at all. It neither impacted the ground outside the circular sea nor splashed onto the sea god mountain. In that moment, Hemingway's body was completely enveloped by the sea water. On the shore, Zizenzu could only see a strange, deep blue underwater world. Unable to help but clench his fists, he nervously gazed at the circular sea. As his entire body was suddenly submerged in the sea, Hemingway immediately realized there was a problem. Once immersed in the water, it felt as if there was a special energy within the sea that hindered his form and accelerated the consumption of his soul power. Even the ocean's sensing ability provided by his martial soul had a significantly reduced range due to the resistance of the water. Originally able to cover a radius of 1,000 miles, now it could only pitifully encompass a 5-meter radius around him. He was being suppressed too severely. Streams of undercurrents continuously battered Hemingway's body. Coupled with the powerful buoyancy of the water, it made his form unstable. Fortunately, his martial soul was a mermaid, a creature of the sea, so entering this ocean felt like returning home to him, with no sense of discomfort at all. At this moment, fully immersed in the sea, Hemingway could clearly feel that the water in this circular sea was different. Besides the constrained energy, the resistance of the water was surprisingly great. Most importantly, a strange force was affecting his control over the water, making his original plan to directly manipulate the sea to push himself ashore fall through. It was to be expected. Since this was a trial, how could the sea god not impose some restrictions? If he were allowed to pass so easily, where would the sea god save face? Just then, various arrow-shaped fish suddenly appeared without warning, in great numbers, surrounding him from all directions. These arrow-shaped fish moved incredibly fast in the water. In almost an instant, a circle of over 100 arrow-shaped fish had surrounded Hemingway, their bodies aglow with blue and purple light, weaving a dense web of soul power in the water that sealed off all his paths forward and backward. Hemingway faced the sudden encirclement without the slightest panic. Even though the current environment in the water made him extremely uncomfortable, lacking the usual ease and freedom he was accustomed to. But no matter what, his sole weapon was the Sea King White Star. A few insignificant fish, if he wished, could be made to fight among themselves, even helping him cross the circular sea. However, that would be too easy. This trial itself was a process of verifying his own strength. Directly controlling these sea spirit beasts would be too much of a cheat. Hemingway planned to first try if he could get through this challenge relying on his own strength. If it didn't work out, he would think of something else. Directly controlling the sea spirit beasts would be the last resort. Chapter 81. Entering the sea while Hemingway was contemplating, the arrow-shaped fish started to move, charging towards him. In an instant, over 100 arrow-shaped fish, like countless sharp arrows imbued with soul power, shot towards Hemingway. The intensity of the attack seemed to suggest that they would not rest until they pierced his body. On the shore, the focused Zhejian Pearl could clearly see that when the arrow-shaped fish charged, their bodies transformed into the same bluish-purple hue that had previously surrounded them, glowing like streaks of light, extremely dazzling. In the circular sea, Hemingway had no chance to dodge so many arrow-shaped fish in the completely unobstructed water. However, he didn't need to evade. Ever since he obtained the 100,000-year soul ring, his overall qualities, especially his physical attributes, could only be described as terrifying. These arrow-shaped fish appear to be around the level of 1,000-year soul beasts. Despite their large numbers, they were not enough to threaten Hemingway's life. However, there was an important restriction for this second test. No harm was allowed to come to any of the sea spirit beasts in the circular sea during the assessment. This made things a bit tricky. Killing them would be the easiest solution. However, judging by the speed of the arrow-shaped fish's charge, even if Hemingway didn't attack, simply allowing them to collide with him would result in a tragedy. Their attacks were clearly suicidal, as if they were trying to stage an accident. With no option to kill and no way to dodge, what could Hemingway do? Fortunately, although his water manipulation ability was significantly affected by this special environment, he still found it easy to deal with the arrow-shaped fish that were recklessly charging at him. He saw a glimmer in his blue eyes as he pushed his ability to control the water to the extreme. Instantly, the sea surged violently. Zhejian Pearl on the shore could clearly see the water around Hemingway twisting violently, as all the arrow-shaped fish charging towards him were swept away by the invisible force contained in the water, scattering in all directions. They charged quickly, but they were dispersed even faster, being knocked away by the water's impact. However, the attack of the arrow-shaped fish sea spirit beasts had only just begun. After being shaken apart, they quickly adjusted their formations in the circular sea and charged at Hemingway again. This time, however, they did not attack simultaneously. Over 100 arrow-shaped fish skillfully divided into 10 groups, launching a nearly seamless wave-like attack towards him. Each group of a dozen or so sea spirit beasts charged, and as the first group was scattered by the water shockwave, the second group immediately surged forward. It seemed they were convinced that Hemingway wouldn't dare to harm them, with each wave of attack becoming fiercer and faster. The churning water constantly produced distorted halos, facing the altered attack pattern of the arrow-shaped fish sea spirit beasts. Hemingway maintained an expression as calm as a still pond, just floating in the sea, without even needing to move. The surrounding water automatically formed shockwaves to repel the attacking sea spirit beasts. Each time he repelled the arrow-shaped fish, the force he used was just right, enough to prevent them from reaching him while utilizing the surging water to lift them away without causing them any harm. As time passed, Hemingway grew somewhat impatient with the continuous assaults from the arrow-shaped fish. After this period of experimentation, he had a vague understanding of just how much these arrow-shaped fish could endure. He was able to ensure that he wouldn't exert too much force and accidentally kill the fish. Next, it was time to deal with these miscellaneous fish. So, when the arrow-shaped fish sea spirit once again charged around Hemingway's body, the sea water surged once more, creating shockwaves. Instantly, the attacking arrow-shaped fish flew up as if electrocuted, losing their ability to move in tremors and spasms, and some were knocked unconscious. The force was just right. After roughly estimating the endurance of the arrow-shaped fish sea spirit, Hemingway controlled the sea water to form shockwaves, easily neutralizing this round of attacks. Over 100 arrow-shaped fish were stunned, nearly half of them, and the remaining ones no longer dared to charge, only daring to bluster around the perimeter, constantly darting through the water surrounding him to create distractions. After repelling the arrow-shaped fish, Hemingway was finally able to continue deeper. At this point, he had only entered the circular sea by more than 20 meters. Still far from the opposite shore, he was now slowly swimming through the sea while cautiously observing his surroundings. The two shores of the circular sea were merely over 200 meters apart, and he had now entered 1/10 of that distance, leaving 180 meters to the opposite shore. 180 meters would be but a moment's journey on land. However, although he had defeated the arrow-shaped fish, the remaining 180 meters was clearly not so easy to pass. If it weren't for the interference with his ocean sensing ability, which could only cover a radius of 5 meters, he wouldn't have to be so careful. The limitations of the sea give no opportunity for those being tested to take shortcuts. To pass the test, one can only rely on sheer strength. And trying to take a shortcut is impossible. Just as Hemingway was cautiously moving forward, he suddenly felt a strange wave of energy surrounding him. It was a kind of energy fluctuation, but it also resembled the fluctuation of sound. Where could there be sound in the sea? In the next moment, Hemingway realized he was in trouble. The arrow-shaped fish spirit beasts that had been surrounding him, though too afraid to attack, had been harassing him, and now they scattered in all directions. These 1,000-year spirit beasts, showing great loyalty, even took away their stunned companions. In an instant, the sea around Hemingway became calm. However, a suffocating pressure immediately spread throughout his body. A massive shadow approached from afar, and before Hemingway could see its form, an overwhelming force surged from the water. He barely had time to cover his chest with arm color before he was violently swept away by the rushing current. With a splash, Hemingway burst through the water, heading straight for the Sea God Mountain. Although the light of the Sea God no longer puts pressure on those who have passed the first assessment, the mission to protect Sea God Mountain has not vanished. Hemingway only felt his body go soft, as if he had fallen into a pile of cotton. In the next moment, he seemed to be embedded in the light of the Sea God, slowly sliding down against the mountain. Even at this moment, Hemingway could still clearly feel the turmoil of his blood and energy, an indescribable discomfort throughout his body, as if every meridian had been shaken. The injury was not severe. He felt like the arrow-shaped fish from before, which had been blasted away by the shockwave he had created in the seawater. And now he too was being thrown back by the sudden immense force. Exhausted, Hemingway quickly activated his soul power to circulate throughout his body, and gradually, this feeling of weakness began to fade away. Chapter 82. What's the problem? Failed. Hemingway did not expect that the level he thought he could easily pass would turn out to be much more difficult than he imagined. What frustrated him was that he didn't even know what had knocked him out of the circular sea. When the undercurrent struck, the sea sensing that enveloped him within a 5-meter radius was also affected, plunging him into temporary chaos. He couldn't even see what had come at him. The only thing he could be sure of was that it must have been a sea spirit beast. Should he just cheat by using his ability to control the sea spirit beast to pass? This negative thought suddenly arose in Hemingway's mind, but he quickly discarded it. Setting aside whether the sea god would recognize his cheating, the focus of the sea god's trial had never been to make things difficult for them. Instead, it was to give them the opportunity to strengthen themselves. This second trial, passing through the circular sea, could not harm any sea spirit beasts. On the surface, it seemed to offer no help for their soul power enhancement, but it could train their combat instincts and how to cope with fighting in harsh environments. As long as they could pass this level, their combat abilities in various aspects would surely see significant improvement. There would definitely be some gains. Hey, are you okay? As soon as Hemingway was washed ashore, Purple Pearl hurried over, reaching out her delicate hand to pull him up. I'm fine. Hemingway shook his head. Hearing her call his name for the first time made him feel a bit awkward. However, thinking about their current relationship, though not clearly defined, was at least more than friends, but not quite lovers. Calling each other by their names seemed quite normal, right? With this in mind, he tentatively tried to call her name, Pearl. She responded softly. In the heat of the moment, she had called out his name, but now that she realized it, Purple Pearl felt a bit awkward too. Hearing him call her name made her feel even more shy. He called my name. In her heart, it felt like a cute little character was cheering, and a faint blush appeared on her flawless, fair face. She looked stunningly beautiful. At that moment, the atmosphere between the two became sweetly sticky as a rookie who had never been in a relationship. Hemingway felt a bit uncomfortable in this overly sweet atmosphere, and he quickly changed the subject. By the way, what was it that knocked into me just now? Did you see it clearly? As soon as he said this, it immediately broke the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Purple Pearl also snapped back from her shyness and quickly replied, Yes, I saw it clearly. What was it? Hemingway asked. Purple Pearl began to recall, saying as she thought, I observed carefully just now. Besides the arrow-shaped fish that attacked you at first, there was only one other type of sea spirit beast, which was the one that attacked you last. There was only one of this type of sea spirit beast. It was a white shark about 25 meters long, but its large size did not affect its agility at all. It was incredibly fast. It appeared and disappeared in just a few blinks. I had just seen it when you were already knocked out of the water by a blue light it released. Then it turned and left. Hemingway's heart sank as he realized the situation. He speculated, from your description, that white shark we just encountered must be the so-called soul demon great white shark. I didn't expect to find such a creature in this circular sea. At this moment, a hint of bitterness appeared on Zijin Pearl's charming face as she said, It's not just as simple as the soul demon great white shark. Do you remember what I once told you? In the waters outside Sea God Island, there's always been 100,000-year-old demon great white shark guarding the sea, measuring about 20 meters in length. The one we just saw definitely exceeded 20 meters in length. With your strength, for it to easily send you flying out of the water without any resistance clearly indicates its identity. Upon hearing this, Hemingway, whose mind was still reeling from the shock, suddenly became clear-headed. A glimmer flickered in his sea blue eyes as he said in a deep voice, Could it be that the one that attacked me was the king of the soul demon great white shark, the 100,000-year-old demon great white shark guarding Sea God Island? But how could it come to this circular sea? Zijin Pearl speculated. There are several inland seas within Sea God Island, and these inland seas do contain fresh water that is not devoid of salt. It can be imagined that this seawater likely comes from the outside ocean. Therefore, there may be a connection between these inland seas and the outer sea beneath Sea God Island. If that's the case, it wouldn't be hard to explain why the king of the soul demon great white shark appeared here. It must have been attracted by our assessment to come into this circular sea to hinder us from completing our task. However, judging from the abilities it displayed when it attacked you, it seems it didn't intend to harm us, but rather just to prevent us from crossing the sea. Hemingway nodded and said, It seems that's the case. Only this explanation makes sense. 100,000-year soul beast. The sea god really thinks highly of us. In the second assessment, we are facing the test of 100,000-year soul beast. A hint of bitterness appeared on Zijinju's face as she helplessly said, I hope that the soul-devouring great white shark won't really launch a fatal attack on us. Otherwise, We won't have any chance of coming out unscathed while passing through this circular sea. Seeing her worried expression, Hemingway smiled and comforted her. Actually, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Although the test we are facing is difficult, it's unlikely that we would have to confront a 100,000-year soul beast in the second assessment. The difficulty of this assessment is high, but there should still be some limits. Our condition for passing the assessment is merely to break through the blockade of the circular sea and reach the other side. It does not require us to defeat the 100,000-year soul-devouring great white shark. Since it didn't attack me just now, we can tentatively predict that the task of this 100,000-year soul-devouring great white shark is to block us, not to annihilate us. In this case, our chances of passing the assessment are quite substantial. Perhaps this is also a good opportunity for us to enhance our practical combat skills. After hearing his words, Zizhenju found it hard to believe and said, "Enhance our practical combat skills? You can't be suggesting that we fight that soul-devouring great white shark, right? Fight a 100,000-year soul beast? Just the two of us, level 40 or 50 soul masters?" Hemingway smiled gently and replied, "What's wrong with that? Facing a 100,000-year spirit beast in a vast and constrained sea, the pressure it brings upon us is unimaginable. The best part is that this 100,000-year spirit beast won't actually harm us. What better training partner could there be? Battling in such an environment not only enhances our affinity with the ocean, but also significantly improves our practical combat abilities in the sea. This will be our best way to cultivate for the foreseeable future. P.S. This book has open free operation. VIP chapters can be viewed for free on other platforms. Author S note, it will officially go live tomorrow. On the first day, I'll release 10 updates. I will try to update as much as possible afterwards, with a minimum of 2 updates daily. I hope readers will support it. Additionally, this book has open free operation. VIP chapters can be viewed for free on other platforms. As a fan fiction, it may sometimes mix in elements from the original work. So if you feel it's lacking, you can read it on other platforms. Chapter 83, Control. Seeking first subscription. After hearing Hemingway's explanation, Purple Pearl suddenly realized, so it seems that the Sea God's assessment is not just a test, but also an opportunity for cultivation for the participants. The assessment we face is so difficult, but it also provides us with the best way to train. The first test, the Sea God's light, is to sharpen our soul power, and the second test, breaking through the circular blockade, is likely to train our practical combat abilities, especially in the resistance-filled sea. I see now. Seeing that she understood his meaning, Hemingway laughed and said, "Since you understand, let's go. This time, we'll dive into the sea together and see if that soul-devouring great white shark will really hurt us." Generally speaking, 100,000-year spirit beasts are stronger than ordinary tidal Douluo, roughly equivalent to a tidal Douluo of about level 95. However, just like there are geniuses and ordinary people among humans, some 100,000-year spirit beasts are much weaker than their kind, while others are significantly stronger. Strength is never precisely defined by levels. Otherwise, there wouldn't be instances of challenging higher levels. Now, this soul-devouring great white shark, located in the circular sea, undoubtedly belongs to the stronger category of 100,000-year spirit beasts. The ocean is different from the forest. In the forest, various plants provide cover, allowing some weaker spirit beasts to evade stronger ones. But in the ocean, there is hardly any cover, unless it's some special spirit beasts that live on the seabed that might avoid attacks. Therefore, the survival of the fittest is much more severe among sea spirit beasts than on land. To cultivate to the 100,000-year level in the ocean is naturally much more difficult than in the forest, and their strength is bound to be greater. The second dive into the sea took only a few seconds. Boom! 2 figures burst through the water, flying awkwardly toward the shore. This time, Hemingway's experience was significantly stronger than the previous one. He realized that when he entered the ocean and saw that massive white figure, all the surrounding seawater seemed to become part of the body of that soul-devouring great white shark king. He and Purple Pearl, soaked in the seawater, were practically in the realm of the Shark King, without even making a move to resist. They were already pushed out of the circular sea by the dark force in the water. However, the soul-devouring great white shark had merely swished its tail in the water. The most outrageous part was that while sending them flying out of the circular sea, it seemed to grin in their direction, as if mocking them. This made Hemingway twitch his lips. If it weren't for the influence of the sea god's power in the ocean affecting his water control ability and hindering the exertion of his strength, he would definitely make this little shark know who the real boss is in the water. Speaking of which, my ability to control sea spirit beasts should now include the capability to control 100,000-year spirit beasts, right? ISNT, they're already 100,000-year spirit beast right in front of me? Why not give it a try? After being easily knocked out of the water twice, a thought suddenly surged in Hemingway's mind. This time, I'll dive alone. Hemingway turned to the equally drenched and disheveled Purple Pearl and said, I've come up with a way to deal with it. Let me see how it works. This great white shark is too arrogant. It must be taught a lesson. A way? Purple Pearl asked, a bit confused. But that's a 10,000-year soul beast. It's in its territory underwater. What can you do? Hemingway didn't explain anything. He just pushed off with his feet and leaped back into the water. Splash! As soon as he hit the water, a huge white figure quickly appeared before him. With its speed, it was practically there in the blink of an eye. Then, once again, it charged toward his chest. In an instant, the great white shark entered the 5-meter range of Hemingway's ocean sensing ability, restricted to just that 5 meters around him. This distance was nothing for the great white, and it was no wonder it could knock him away before he even had a chance to react. But this time, prepared. Hemingway exerted all his effort to control the water, countering the shark that was crashing towards him like a cannonball. Although the effect was minimal, it did manage to slow the shark's speed slightly, allowing him some time to react. Now is the moment. A flash of brilliance flickered in Hemingway's eyes as the power of the sea soul beast, derived from the Sea King, White Star, was activated. In an instant, the massive magic soul great white shark, which was charging fiercely, suddenly slowed its speed. A hint of confusion appeared in its enormous eyes, followed by fear. Then, its gigantic body began to twist unwillingly, as if struggling for control against some kind of existence. Hemingway's crystal blue eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins, his mental strength being consumed frantically. He felt that the mental power of this soul-devouring great white shark was far more powerful than any soul beast he had encountered before. Damn it! This soul-devouring great white shark was not an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. It was much stronger than a typical one. This is bad. He had been overconfident. Hemingway strained to use his ability to control soul beasts, pouring his mental energy into it without reservation, intending to control the body of this soul beast and dominate its soul. As he watched, the struggles of the soul-devouring great white shark became weaker and weaker, the fear in its eyes gradually replaced by confusion, just as it was about to be dominated by Hemingway. Suddenly, a strange wave rippled through the surrounding seawater. Hemingway only felt the strange force that had originally been suppressing him suddenly surge at that moment. It even suppressed his mental strength. Buzz, a silent hum. The body of the magic soul great white shark, which had stopped struggling, suddenly shook. It regained its freedom, and then the familiar shockwave came again. Hemingway burst out of the water, flying backwards and soaring into the air. He crashed onto the shore. Bang! This time, it was much heavier than before. Hemingway felt his insides shake, as if his whole body was about to fall apart. Cough, cough, that was careless. He coughed a few times, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Hemingway, are you okay? Are you hurt? Zizenzu, who was nearby, was startled and hurried over to support him. I'm fine, just a bit shaken up. Hemingway waved his hand, indicating that he wasn't seriously hurt. For his current physique, this minor injury would heal quickly and wouldn't leave any lingering problems. This time he had been careless. He hadn't expected the sea god's test to be so meticulous. Perhaps the sea god was always watching his trial, ready to patch up any loopholes. He was certain that the strange force he felt earlier was not something that had been there from the start. It seemed to have intervened midway, preventing him from successfully controlling the magic soul great white shark. Indeed, trying to take shortcuts was not that simple, Hemingway thought, although he hadn't intended to take shortcuts in the first place. Chapter 84. Poseidon in doubt of life, just as he was lamenting the strictness of the trial. A dangerous warning suddenly surged in his heart. Hemingway instinctively shouted, "Be careful!" Bang! Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, a massive, pure white figure burst from the water, magnifying in the eyes of the two. It was none other than the giant magic soul, great white shark king. Both Hemingway and Purple Pearl were somewhat stunned, never expecting that it would jump out of the water to chase them. Isn't it too vengeful? This great white shark leaped out of the sea, soaring into the air, with dazzling gray-blue light radiating from its perfectly streamlined body. Strangely, its form rapidly shrank in that light, ultimately transforming into a tall young girl. Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl were both stunned, their minds almost unable to process what they were seeing. The girl transformed from the magic soul, great white shark looked quite young. standing at about 1 meter 80. For an ordinary girl, reaching such a height could easily seem uncoordinated, but her figure appeared absolutely perfect. Dressed in a white leather-like outfit that accentuated her flawless physique, the exquisite curves made her look incredibly alluring. Her gray-blue hair cascaded down her back, even touching the ground. Her eyes were also gray-blue, and her fair skin shimmered with a faint gray-blue glow. She had a high nose bridge, and her face was somewhat chiseled. Yet it didn't seem out of place. Instead, it was very distinctive, exuding an enchanting, exotic charm. Looking at her, Zhejian Pearl couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis, as the impact of such a uniquely beautiful foreign woman on men was extremely formidable. She instinctively glanced at her beloved beside her, only to find that Hemingway's expression was not as she had imagined, with his eyes shining. Instead, he looked serious, as if facing a great threat. The reason Hemingway had such an expression was that the woman transformed from the soul demon Great White Shark was radiating hostility and naked killing intent all over her body, clearly indicating that she was not here for friendly purposes. One must ask, who wouldn't be on guard when faced with a powerful being intent on killing them? After transforming into a human, the soul demon Great White Shark landed on the ground, fixing her beautiful eyes on Hemingway, with strange gray-blue light constantly flashing in her pupils, as if she were assessing his situation. Suddenly, a strong killing intent erupted from her gray-blue eyes, her cold gaze piercing like a blade into Hemingway's eyes. He instinctively summoned his mental power and glared back. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Despite that, Hemingway couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. Retreating 3 steps before he managed to steady himself, his heart filled with alarm. It should be noted that his mental power was already quite strong, but the mental power of the girl, transformed from the soul demon Great White Shark, gave him a feeling as deep as the ocean and like her true form. It was filled with overwhelming aggression. Despicable human trying to enslave me, you shall die. The voice of the soul demon Great White Shark girl was somewhat stiff, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. As soon as her words fell, her body flashed forward, dragging behind her a series of illusory, gray-blue figures. And in the blink of an eye, she appeared right in front of Hemingway. Hemingway's alarm bells rang loudly in his mind. He never expected that his earlier intention to control her behavior had triggered the panic and murderous intent of this demonic Great White Shark. But upon reflection, it was actually quite normal. Anyone would feel anxious knowing that someone could control their body. It was only natural to want to eliminate such a threat in its cradle. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Hemingway's eyes narrowed, and the long-stored conqueror's haki within him erupted violently. In an instant, a blood-red ripple surged out from his body. The girl transformed from the demon's soul, Great White Shark, struck at close range by the blood-red ripple. Couldn't help but have her pupils contract, feeling every hair on her body stand on end. A sense of trembling, as if facing divine power and standing before the sea god, involuntarily rose from her heart, and an indescribable panic instantly took over her mind. Reckless, Hemingway's eyes widened, and an even more turbulent and vast aura erupted. At this moment, his figure began to infinitely rise in the eyes of the magic soul, Great White Shark girl. In an instant, everything within sight was dominated by this figure. The unparalleled nobility and grandeur, the indescribable vastness and desolation deeply shocked her soul. The magic soul, Great White Shark girl, who was originally filled with anger and murderous intent, suddenly became dazed. Subsequently, the fierce demeanor she had moments ago caused her to kneel down with a thud, the fire in her eyes completely replaced by awe and reverence. This scene was so shocking that the magic soul, Great White Shark girl, seemed to be witnessing the Supreme King, like a loyal subject prostrating on the ground, trembling with excitement, completely different from her previous aggressive appearance. At this moment, even the circular sea had fallen silent. The impact was not limited to the magic soul Great White Shark King, but affected the entire sea god island. Those with weaker strength had all fainted. Even those with slightly stronger abilities were pale and breathing rapidly. It seemed they had all been greatly frightened. Even the title Douluo was no exception. In the sea god temple at the top of Sea God Mountain, Poseidon covered her full chest with her left hand, feeling her heart beating violently, and a faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. Her ocean-like bright eyes seemed about to shed tears, as the figure that had occupied her heart for decades had faded to a mere shadow. In its place was a domineering, cold, white-haired boy. Why is this happening? He is still just a child. Poseidon released her grip on the scepter in her right hand, covering her already flushed face with both hands like a youthful girl. fully aware of her change in mindset, yet unwilling to accept it. After all, putting aside Tang Chen's matters for the moment, the age gap between them was simply too large. By age, she could even be Hemingway's great-grandmother. Yet, she had developed feelings for this boy who was 100 years younger, leading Poseidon to doubt herself for the first time and feel deep self-loathing. Am I really that kind of woman who is frivolous and likes a young boy? In fact, it is not strange for Poseidon to have such thoughts about Hemingway. After all, emotions do not recognize age, and she was not in love with him. She was merely attracted to him, desiring his body. Of course, this does not mean Poseidon is frivolous. It is simply human nature to be attracted to outstanding opposite sexes. This is a normal phenomenon. Just like how men of any age, whether young or middle-aged, tend to like young and beautiful girls. Chapter 85. The True Master of the Sea. Although Poseidon has lived for over 100 years this year, her mindset is not as old as her age suggests. After all, she has spent most of her life on Sea God Island, without experiencing the mundane world, and coupled with her youthful body, her mindset is no different from that of an 18-year-old girl. It is entirely normal for her to be attracted to the handsome and outstanding Hemingway. As for her feelings for Tang Chun, don't be ridiculous. After waiting on Sea God Island for so many years, Poseidon has long lost the passion she once had for him. What remains now is merely a sense of responsibility and regret for that relationship that ended without resolution. If there was love, there truly was none. So, if Hemingway realizes this and takes the opportunity to pursue her, he might very well win her over. Once their relationship is established, even if Tang Chun returns as a god, it would be of no use because Poseidon would have made her choice and would never change her affections again. Of course, if Tang Chun could timely express his feelings to Poseidon before Hemingway took action, then it would still be possible. Poseidon would undoubtedly agree and completely discard any feelings for Hemingway. After all, she had held onto her feelings for Tang Chun for decades, which had long become an obsession. But unfortunately, with Hemingway's presence, it remains uncertain whether Tang Chun will be able to come to see God Island in the last moments of his life, as in the original story. Therefore, will this relationship have conclusion? It has already fallen into uncertainty. On the edge of the circular sea, looking at the kneeling magic soul, great white shark girl before him, Hemingway's expression was calm, his blue eyes as tranquil as water. He simply gazed down at her, like a lofty emperor looking at a subject who had made a mistake. Meanwhile, the purple pearl beside him was already dumbfounded, staring at this scene, her mind in a jumble, unable to comprehend why this great soul beast that had just shouted for battle was now kneeling and bowing its head in apology. The purple pearl admitted that Hemingway was indeed very imposing at this moment, his cold features and different eyes, and the noble aura that exuded from him were so handsome that it made one want to fall for him. But even so, it shouldn't directly cause a 100,000-year soul beast to kneel down, right? Is your knee that soft? Or are soul beasts really that shameless? Do they get paralyzed in front of handsome guys? Just as the purple pearl was concocting various malicious thoughts about the magic soul, great white shark girl, she slightly raised her head and looked at Hemingway with extreme excitement, saying, "I was wrong, noble king. Please forgive my blasphemy. I will never dare again." "King? You've mistaken the person. I'm not your king." Hemingway was somewhat puzzled. When did he become her king? Although his martial soul, the White Star, was known as the Sea King in another world, that title clearly does not apply here. How did he suddenly become a king? Could it be because of his status as the sea god heir? "I will not be mistaken," the magic soul great white shark girl said, her expression growing even more fervent. With a frenzied tone, she declared, "You are the king of all sea soul beasts, the true king of the sea." From the domineering aura Hemingway had just exuded, she sensed an innate nobility and an unparalleled kingly spirit. He gave her the feeling of being a born leader, as if she was meant to be governed by him. He was the master of the sea. It should be noted that even the sea god could not control sea soul beasts like Hemingway. Although the sea god unified the sea, gathering the beliefs of sea creatures to solidify his divine status, even he could not forcefully dominate sea soul beasts. At most, he could intimidate them into submission using divine power, but he could never possess the inherent dominion over all sea soul beasts like Hemingway. This was not brute force. It felt more like authority, a power that one is born with. Otherwise, Hemingway wouldn't have been able to scare away the million-year deep-sea magic whale king when he awakened his conqueror's haki. Although there was a psychological shadow cast by the sea god, the authority emanating from Hemingway himself was the key to making the deep-sea magic whale king retreat. But as you can see, I am human, not a sea soul beast. Looking at the frenzied appearance of the magic soul, great white shark girl, Hemingway found it hard to understand. He pointed to himself and said, "Do you think a human could be the king of your sea soul beasts?" As soon as these words were spoken, they did indeed cool down the fervent mind of the magic soul, great white shark girl a little. She felt that what the other party said made some sense. How could a human possibly be the king of sea soul beasts? However, that authority that struck deep into the soul, that innate nobility, could not be faked. Any sea soul beast could sense that aura belonging to a leader, uniquely belonging to a king. Could it be that you were a hybrid of sea soul beasts and humans? The magic soul great white shark girl thought for a moment and speculated tentatively. No, I'm a pure human. Hemingway denied her guess. He never doubted his own humanity and had never thought of abandoning it. Moreover, what was so good about being a king of the sea spirit beasts? Seeing his decisive tone, the magic soul great white shark girl was somewhat confused. What was going on? Why could a human exude the aura of a king? Shouldn't sea spirit beasts be naturally ruled by humans? No, that was impossible. She shook her head vigorously, dismissing that absurd conjecture, thinking perhaps there were other reasons. This boy before her might not even be human. Perhaps he really possessed the bloodline of a sea spirit beast. He just wasn't aware of it. The more the magic soul great white shark girl thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why a human would have the aura of a king and why he would have dominion over sea spirit beasts. So, it seemed I was mistaken. The magic soul great white shark girl suppressed her doubts and stood up, respectfully saying to the two noble guests, "I apologize for my earlier rashness. To make it up to you, I can tell you that I will only block your passage through the circular sea, but I won't actually attack you. My strength in the sea is much greater than on land. You all should try your best. I'm leaving now." With that, the magic soul great white shark girl turned and headed towards the circular sea, gradually radiating light. Wait a moment. Hemingway suddenly spoke up. The magical soul great white shark girl, radiating with brilliance, paused for a moment and turned her head to ask, "What is it?" P.S. 3 updates and more to come. Today I'll release 10 updates. Please support with a first subscription. The Sea God Island is about to end, and we will soon reach the mainland to encounter those beautiful young ladies. Chapter 86, Jealousy. Seeing that the magical soul great white shark girl really stopped, Hemingway said, "It's nothing. I just have a question. You clearly still have the form of a 10,000-year soul beast. So why can you transform into a human?" The magical soul great white shark girl pointed to her body, which could definitely be considered stunning from a human perspective, and smiled. "It's simple. Haven't you heard of mermaids? Our fish-type sea soul beasts, after cultivating for 10,000 years, will have their strength reduced by 30% once we reach land, but we will also turn into humans. Of course, there's a time limit. If we don't return to the water within an hour, our bodies will gradually weaken and even die. Among the 10,000-year soul beasts, we are also considered a special case. I didn't have the courage to cultivate a human form. Besides, I still have to guard the Sea God Island. I'm leaving now. Oh, by the way, I can tell you my name. My name is Xiao Bai, and Lord Sea God used to call me Xiao Bai Bai." After saying this, the magical soul great white shark girl playfully winked at Hemingway, as if teasing him. Then she turned around, leaped up, and with a whoosh, she plunged into the circular sea, transforming back into her original form in the blink of an eye, deep in the water. Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai Bai, the white of an idiot, right? This name is truly fitting. Purple Pearl felt a bit out of sorts because of her last flirty wink at Hemingway. She cursed inwardly. Another flirtatious vixen, always trying to seduce the man I have my eyes on. All right, stop being jealous. Hemingway helplessly reached out to pat her head, feeling that this girl had become increasingly jealous lately. Who asked jealous? Purple Pearl widened her eyes, as if her inner thoughts had been exposed. She said, somewhat exasperated, "I just think that big shark acts promiscuously, not like a good woman. It's not because she flirted with you that I'm jealous." Hey, you just admitted it yourself. Hemingway found it somewhat amusing. Could this be what they called Sundra? However, this Purple Pearl is quite cute, and he doesn't dislike her. Moreover, having a girl get jealous over him, surely no man would think she's being unreasonable. Girls have the capital to be willful, and men should be a bit more tolerant. They shouldn't always be so calculating. That's just not manly. Yes, you're right. Hemingway spoke in a tone as if he were comforting a capricious younger sister. Although in terms of age, the Purple Pearl was a few years older than him. Their interactions always placed him in the lead. The Purple Pearl subconsciously ignored the fact that he was younger than her. That's just how it is. The purple pearl huffed in annoyance, but after his repeated reassurances, she finally calmed down completely. All right, let's continue our adventure. Hemingway's hand continued to stroke her head, caressing her soft purple hair, as he turned to look at the circular sea and said, "The resistance of the seawater itself is quite large, and there is a strange energy within it. It puts pressure on us as well. By constantly trying to break through the barriers set by the king of the soul-eating great white shark and engaging in real combat with the soul beasts, our combat abilities in the ocean will continuously improve. Even Xiao by herself said she wouldn't truly attack us. In this situation, don't you think she is our best sparring partner? Let's not think about how to pass the level for now. Let's practice underwater combat under her blockade. It will definitely lead to significant progress in our combat abilities." I'm all ears," she replied, seemingly very comfortable under his large hand. Purple Pearl squinted her eyes, looking as obedient as a cat being petted by its owner. From that day on, the circular sea, which had been silent for countless years and had always guarded the sea god mountain, became lively. Every day, there were violent fluctuations like raging waves, occasionally erupting into bursts of bright light, with whirlpools constantly appearing in the stirred-up seawater. Hemingway and Purple Pearl are both soul masters of the sea, so their swimming skills are naturally exceptional. Holding their breath and swimming are basic skills for them. They would spend a long time playing around in the circular sea until their soul power was exhausted, and only then would they come ashore to rest and recover their soul power. As the king of the magic soul, great white shark, Little White indeed did not attack them as she had mentioned. Instead, it only obstructed their passage through the circular sea. So Hemingway and Purple Pearl faced no further worries in overcoming the challenges. If they couldn't be killed, they could just enjoy themselves. Little White, as a sea soul beast, could only truly showcase its strength in the ocean. 100,000-year sea soul beast is an extremely terrifying existence in the sea. Hemingway estimated that even if 6 or 7 titled Douluo were in the sea, they might not be able to defeat her. After all, she was born in the ocean and had the advantage of the terrain. Even though soul masters are familiar with water, they are still human, and cannot compare to sea spirit beasts that have lived their entire lives in the ocean. Therefore, every time, both Hemingway and Purple Pearl ended up battered and bruised. Even if she showed mercy in battles, how can one guarantee that they won't get hurt? So even if Xiao Bai tried her best to hold back, the two of them always ended up injured. Through continuous battles in the ocean, they clearly felt that their opponents were not just sea spirit beasts, but also the entire circular sea. Under Xiao Bai's control, every drop of seawater seemed to become their enemy, repelling them. Although Xiao Bai felt that Hemingway was her king, she would never go easy on them. To her, she was the examiner for their second test, a power and responsibility bestowed by the sea god. Despite her immense strength, she would never show favoritism. Moreover, this trial was beneficial for their growth, and there was absolutely no need to go easy on them. As the days passed, Hemingway and Purple Pearl were continuously tormented by Xiao Bai in the circular sea, and they gradually developed some feelings. It wasn't a masochistic tendency, but rather a bond formed through their experiences. It was similar to the feelings developed when a tough instructor trains their students through harsh methods. In the blink of an eye, the deadline for the trial was approaching. On this day, Hemingway and Purple Pearl stood quietly at the foot of the sea god mountain, facing the circular sea, which seemed to be calling out to them. Through the azure waters, they could clearly see that within the more than 200 meters of water, led by the gigantic magic soul great white shark Xiao Bai, nearly 1,000 sea spirit beasts floated in the water, silently watching them. Almost a year had passed, and it had been nearly 3 years since they arrived on Sea God Island. Purple Pearl was now 21, while Hemingway was 15. Chapter 87, Martial Soul Fusion Skill. During this year, Hemingway's hair had completely grown back, now flowing elegantly as long white hair. His overall temperament had become more stable, and his body had basically matured. Soul masters develop faster than ordinary people, and now he looked no different from a young man in his 20s. Purple Pearl still looked like an 18 or 19-year-old girl, but with her cultivation, her appearance had become even more stunning. Over the past year, Hemingway's soul power level had risen to level 50. The continuous battles in the circular sea not only honed their will and bodies, but also refined the foundation of their soul power. However, since Purple Pearl had not obtained a soul ring, her level was stuck at 50. Hemingway gradually caught up to her, but this was not a problem. Once she obtained a soul ring, her strength would definitely experience a surge. After all, in the battles over the past year, she had exhausted all her soul power each time, returning to the shore completely worn out. As previously mentioned, cultivating in an extremely exhausted state with depleted soul power yields results far superior to normal conditions. Therefore, it is easy to imagine that with a year's accumulation, once she obtains a soul ring, her soul power level would definitely see a significant increase. Additionally, the pressure of a year's worth of soul power would make her foundation even more solid. Even if she couldn't compare to Hemingway, she would definitely far exceed the average person's expectations. Today was the moment for the two of them to officially challenge the second test. Hemingway and Purple Pearl stood by the shore. He turned to the woman beside him and asked with a smile, "Are you ready?" "Yes. I've been ready for a long time," Purple Pearl replied with a smile in return. Throughout the year of navigating the circular sea, they had developed a deep mutual understanding. Then let's get started. With Hemingway's words, their martial souls were released almost simultaneously, and then they transformed. For both of them, advancing over 200 meters in the sea was not difficult at all, but the opponents they faced were not simple. Although the circular sea did not appear wide, this lack of width limited their maneuvering space. Facing hundreds of sea spirit beasts of various levels, their path was almost completely blocked. The greatest obstacle preventing them from completing this second test naturally came from the soul demon Great White Shark, Little White. If they couldn't get past Little White, they wouldn't be able to reach the opposite shore. Although Little White wouldn't attack them with full force, she would definitely do everything in her power to stop them from completing the assessment. With her in command, the sea spirit beasts in the circular sea were like a solid wall. After a year of training, both of them had deeply realized this with their scarred bodies. In the circular sea, Little White was already prepared. When she sensed the unstoppable momentum emanating from Hemingway and Purple Pearl, she understood that today's battle would not be as simple as before. These two were truly launching an assault on the second test she guarded. "Let's go." Hemingway let out a low shout and then directly lifted the slender waist of the Purple Pearl. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the two of them, dazzling like the sun in the sky, making it impossible to see what was happening within the light. Moments later, arua aqua. The light suddenly expanded, and a massive white tiger with wings appeared, roaring to the heavens. Is this a martial soul fusion skill? And he actually has two martial souls. Little White, deep in the circular sea, was momentarily stunned by this scene. In the past year, the two had never revealed their ability to perform a martial soul fusion skill, clearly saving it for today to catch her off guard. Originally, out of habitual thinking, she thought they would dive into the sea as usual, directly confronting her and the other sea spirit beasts in battle, looking for an opportunity to break through. But she never expected that they would skip any unnecessary words and directly execute the martial soul fusion skill. With a whoosh, the wings behind the white tiger spread out like swan feathers, and its massive body transformed into a white shadow, darting towards the circular sea like lightning. The water was the territory of the sea spirit beasts, and even if the two had excellent swimming skills, they could not compare to true sea spirit beasts. Moreover, being in the sea was the opponent's home ground, which was disadvantageous for both of them. So, they had actually discussed this early on, planning to use the martial soul fusion skill to fly over during this challenge. By the time the king of magic soul Great White Shark, Little White, reacted, the winged white tiger they had transformed and had already penetrated over 80 meters into the circular sea. And because all the sea spirit beasts had previously arranged formations in the water, they encountered no obstacles at all. A burst of white light exploded from the white tiger, forming an elliptical halo that enveloped itself, with the white light at the forefront condensing into a pointed shape, increasing its momentum even further. At the same time, a strong killing intent suddenly erupted from the deep blood-red eyes of the white tiger, causing the sea spirit beasts closest to them, who reacted first, to hesitate in fear. Not daring to approach too closely,